Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door of the changing room shuddered violently, dust cascading down in a fine shower. Outside, the furious curses of her eldest uncle Shen Jiangwo crashed against the door. Shen Jiao, don't you dare turn down this opportunity. The Shun family is about to go bankrupt. President Wang taking a liking to you is your blessing. If you don't please President Wang tonight, the hospital will immediately stop your grandmother's medication. You useless burden, get out here right now. Standing behind the tightly shut door, Shen Jiao's gaze turned as frigid as a frozen lake in the depths of midwinter. Stop the medication. These selfish parasitic vultures never tired of threatening her with her gravely ill grandmother. Could they not come up with a single new trick? She lowered her head and cast a cold glance at the dress on her body. It was a pale moon-colored high-slit qipao made of fine fabric that fit closely along her figure. The tailored cut traced out her slender waist with merciless precision, the side slit rising daringly along her leg. Glimpses of fair, delicate skin flickered between the swaying hem, carrying an unwittingly alluring charm. This was the battle attire Shen Jiangwo had so thoughtfully prepared for her. Also, she could more conveniently flatter that greasy, balding, pot-bellied old man. Shen Jiao's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Let her accompany that old lecher reeking of age and with a mouthful of yellowed teeth. In his dreams, since the Shun family's downfall was already inevitable, she might as well find an escape route for herself as soon as possible. But that escape route would never be something these Shun family parasites could arrange. Shen Jiao took 2 steps back, her gaze quickly locking onto the half-open louvered window of the changing room. She briskly slipped off her 7-centimeter high heels. Gripping the slender heel firmly in her right hand, she drew in a deep breath. A resounding crash split the air. The fragile glass window shattered beneath her merciless blow, the crisp crackle echoing through the small room. Shards of glass scattered across the floor as the cool night wind rushed in at once. Hearing the sound of breaking glass inside, Shen Jiangwo began shouting even louder outside the door. Shen Jiao, you wretched girl, what are you doing in there? Break this door down for me. Shen Jiao did not spare so much as a single glance for the door that was on the verge of giving way. She braced one hand on the windowsill, her long straight leg lifting decisively over the frame. The pale qipao traced a breathtaking arc in the night as she swung through, landing steadily on the second-floor corridor. After a light, controlled landing, she calmly slipped her high heels back on. She lifted a hand to smooth her slightly mussed black hair, her gaze returning to a tranquil calm. Tonight she intended to hunt down a top-tier fool with deep pockets who could pay her way. In city as most luxurious banquet hall, decadence reigned amid glittering lights and perfumed figures. Following the spiral staircase on the second floor, Shen Jiao slipped soundlessly into a shadowed corner of the corridor. Like a lurking cat, she gazed down from above at the brilliantly lit hall on the first floor. Time was tight. Shen Jiangwo could break out of the changing room with people to seize her at any moment. She had to secure her own patron within 10 minutes. Not only someone wealthy, but a man of absolute power who could ensure she left safely once she had her escape funds in hand. Shen Jiao's gaze swept rapidly through the crowd below like a merciless and precise scanning radar. The real estate boss on the left holding a glass of red wine. No, his capital chain was about to snap. He was a pauper in disguise. The rich second-generation heir on the right, his face creased in foolish laughter. Too stupid, unable to shield her, and stingy with his money. Just as her brows knit slightly, while she considered whether to try her luck in the underground parking lot, an eerie silence rippled out from the once noisy main doors of the banquet hall. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly drained all the air from the room. Conversations died off of their own accord, smiles vanishing from faces in an instant. The crowd parted of its own accord like the Red Sea, opening up a broad, unobstructed path. Shen Jiao followed the shift with her eyes, her breath involuntarily catching for a heartbeat. Encircled by layers of black-suited bodyguards, a man stepped unhurriedly into the hall. He wore a perfectly tailored pure black bespoke suit, his posture straight and unyielding, like an azura walking out from the depths of an abyss. His features were sharply defined and strikingly three-dimensional, carrying obvious mixed blood traits. So handsome it bordered on suffocating. With high, strong brows and deep-set eyes, his ink-dark gaze held a chilling violence and indifference. A terrifying aura of "keep your distance" emanated from him. Wherever he passed, even the temperature of the room seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees, the pressure almost tangible. Hwasyan, the mixed-blood magnate at the pinnacle of city as pyramid, with his fingers on the pulse of the global economy. A living king of hell, in every sense of the word. Silently mouthing his name in her heart, the calm surface of Shun Jiao's eyes suddenly brightened. How could this be some fearsome king of hell to flee from? This was clearly a walking mountain of gold, a limitless black card roaming the earth. As long as she could latch onto him, the Shun family's few tens of millions in bankruptcy losses would be nothing at all. She could even secure the money for plane tickets abroad and for a future seaside villa in Jiangnan. But Shen Jiao also knew that this target came with an extremely high risk factor. Everyone in their circle knew that Master Hua had severe misophobia and a paranoid, violent temper. Rumor had it that the last woman who tried to stumble in front of him to climb the social ladder had not even brushed the hem of his suit before the bodyguards dragged her away like a dead dog, and her hand was cut off and thrown to the sharks in the back courtyard. Shun Jiao's fingertips lightly caressed the delicate knot at the slit of her qipao, her gaze growing ever more heated and crazed. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. She would score a huge payout, then vanish from the world, let the bankruptcy fall where it may. Why fear provoking this king of hell? Tonight she was determined to do exactly that. Drawing in a deep breath, she flawlessly concealed every trace of calculation and ambition in her eyes. When she lifted her head again, she had become a fragile, helpless, bewildered girl, as pure as new fallen snow. A faint rim of redness circled her eyes at just the right degree, tears shimmering like she had suffered an unbearable grievance. Lifting her skirt slightly, Shun Jiao stepped quickly down the spiral staircase in her 7-centimeter stilettos. Her steps appeared flustered and unsure, yet each one had been carefully calculated in her mind. She had once been a top student admitted to a leading institute of technology on a full scholarship. At this moment, her brain was frantically constructing an intricate physical model. Hwasyan's stride was approximately 75 centimeters, his pace a steady 1 meter per second in a straight line. The central air conditioning vent was located at a 30-degree angle in the southeast corner of the hall, with an airflow of about 2 meters per second. The friction coefficient between the designer crystal heels and the waxed marble floor was around 0.4. To fall naturally, to fall with tragic grace, and to land just so, avoiding the bodyguards and crashing perfectly into his arms, required absolute precision, not the slightest margin for error. A second too early, and she would simply sprawl on the floor in disgrace. A second too late, and the sharp-eyed bodyguards might shoot her on the spot. 3, 2, 1. Now, the perfect moment. Her hand, which had been lifting her skirt, suddenly relaxed. Her high heel skidded sharply across the polished marble surface. She let out a soft, panicked cry in perfect sync with the motion. Ah! The sound was sweet and trembling, laced with genuine-seeming fear and confusion. Her once-stable ankle twisted with the movement, and her entire body lost its center of gravity. In that instant, gravity and inertia overlaid one another to perfection. The high-slit pale qipao flared gently in midair like a white camellia blooming in desperate straits, delicate to the core, inviting pity. The central air-conditioning breeze happened to lift her long hair, revealing a slender, fair neck like that of a swan. The guests were all stunned by this sudden turn of events, their conversations cut off mid-sentence. Every gaze converged in alarm upon that slender figure about to crash to the ground. Directly in front of Shun Jiao's falling trajectory stood Hwasyan, encircled by his bodyguards. The mixed-blood tyrant who allowed no living being of the opposite sex within 3 steps of him. The living king of hell whose cruelty made all who heard his name tremble. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in that moment. A single tear forced from the corner of Shun Jiao's eye traced a path down her pale, fragile face. She looked heartbreakingly pitiable, so innocent it was deadly. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling ever so slightly, concealing the extreme cold calculation and madness lurking beneath. Like a fluttering white butterfly, she plunged straight toward where Hwasyan stood. The guests around them collectively sucked in a sharp breath, their exclamations filled with abject terror. My God, is she insane? She has a death wish. If she so much as brushes Master Huo's clothes, her hand will be cut off. Time seemed to be pressed into slow motion at that very moment. Overhead, a magnificent crystal chandelier cast a cold, piercing light, shadows and radiance racing swiftly across Shun Jiao's moon-white qipao. She was like a white butterfly with broken wings in a raging gale, veering with uncanny precision away from the unforgiving marble floor. A dull, heavy thud exploded at the dead center of the silent crowd. Shun Jiao did not fall to the floor in a disgraceful heap. Instead, she slid with unnerving smoothness, landing squarely against a warm, yet iron-hard torso. There was none of the imagined tenderness of a hero catching a damsel, only the brutal collision of two solid bodies. Shun Jiao felt as though the bridge of her nose might be flattened. In an instant, she was engulfed by a chilling, domineering, aggressively invasive scent of ebony agarwood. It was deep and costly, like cold incense burning in an ancient temple of 1,000 years. Yet faintly threaded through it was a barely discernible, chilling trace of blood. Shun Jiao's body lost its balance, but her mind was racing at breakneck speed. To keep herself from bouncing back and crashing face first to the floor, her pale, slender hands, as though driven by muscle memory, suddenly shot forward to grab hold. She caught something. The fine, dark-patterned custom silk tightened beneath her soft fingertips. It was the man's impeccably knotted black tie against his crisp shirt. She not only seized it, but in order to steady her swaying center of gravity, she instinctively tugged downward. That seemingly insignificant pull forced this lofty, untouchable mixed-blood fiend to lower his proud head, his body inclining slightly toward her. In that instant, all the air in the banquet hall seemed to be sucked dry. Even the sound of a needle dropping would have crashed like thunder in that moment. The symphony orchestra playing in the distance cut off abruptly, like a rooster strangled mid-cry. The cellist, paralyzed by sheer terror, dragged out a shrill, cracking note. With a sharp crash, someone's champagne flute slipped to the floor and shattered. Golden liquid spread across the expensive carpet like a prelude to blood about to flow. Ruin, the same word flashed through the minds of every socialite and tycoon present. This breathtakingly beautiful woman who had appeared out of nowhere was doomed tonight. Who in a city did not know that Master Huo, the living king of hell, suffered from severe cleanliness and psychological disorders? Within 3 feet of him lay an absolute, forbidden zone of life. Never mind a woman laying a hand on him. If even a man drew near, the bodyguards would promptly remove his arm on the spot. The last starlet who had tried to use such clumsy tricks to brush against him and climb upward in status had merely let the hem of her dress graze the edge of his suit jacket in a corridor. Her hand had been ruined on the spot, and she had been thrown into the shark pool in the back garden to feed the fish. And now this woman in a high-slit qipao had not only hurled herself into Master Huo's arms, but had even dared to clutch his tie the chilling clack, clack, clack of mechanical friction detonated one after another at the center of the hall. It was the deadly sound of safeties being yanked off firearms. The dozen top-tier black-clad bodyguards at Huoxian's side reacted like wolves catching the scent of blood. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, so fast that the naked eye could see only blurred afterimages. A dozen black muzzles gleaming with cold metallic light lifted in the same heartbeat. There was no warning, no hesitation. Every last barrel locked unerringly onto Shun Jiao's beautiful head. A dense cluster of red laser dots bloomed across her moon-white qipao and fair face. With a single look from Huoxian, or even the slightest furrow of his brow, this delicate qipao beauty would be riddled with bullets in an instant, her brains splattering across the carpet. The guests around them blanched, retreating like a receding tide. They scrambled backward in panic, terrified that any bloodshed might stain their multi-million yuan couture. In the vast central space, only the two of them remained, encircled by a ring of bodyguards brimming with murderous intent. At the very eye of this storm of death, Huoxian now stood with his gaze lowered. He had just concluded a 48-hour marathon of cross-border negotiations. His manic disorder was on the verge of spiraling completely out of control. Deep in his mind, it felt as though countless steel needles were violently stirring. His nerve endings screamed with the most primal, bloodthirsty urge to kill. He loathed crowds, despised noise, and abhorred physical contact from anyone. In those deep, sharply contoured mixed-blood eyes a heavy, terrifying crimson had begun to spread. It was the frenzied, killing intent of a top-tier predator. His murderous aura was like tangible blades slicing inch by inch through the air around them. To be fixed by his stare was like having death's hand clamped around one's throat. Any ordinary woman would likely have already screamed, collapsed, and lost control in terror. But Shun Jiao did not. With more than a dozen loaded guns trained on her, her heartbeat did not even skip a single beat. Only she knew what she was truly experiencing in that moment. Inwardly, she was drawing in sharp breaths and cursing Huasai's ancestors back 18 generations. Was this man's torso cast from reinforced concrete? It was as hard as an anti-tank armor plate, she thought, slamming her ribs so hard they felt on the verge of snapping. The pain was excruciating. She made her living by her face and figure. If this collision left her with internal injuries, how much would the medical bills cost her? Still, for the sake of that limitless black card, breaking 2 ribs, or even a leg, would be worth it. Pain was and always would be the finest catalyst for acting. Shun Jiao did not even need to dredge up any tragic memories. The purely physical pain alone brought a fine sheen of tears glimmering to her eyes. Gripping that expensive tie, she lifted her head with extreme slowness and care. The brilliant light above poured down upon her without restraint. It illuminated a small, palm-sized face, pale, yet exquisitely flawless. In her gaze there was not the slightest hint of fear toward the guns. Only a kind of innocent, startled fragility, like a fawn in the forest. 2 crystal clear tears hovered perfectly in her eyes, trembling on the verge of falling. Ready to fall, yet stubbornly clinging on. In that instant she elevated the sense of brokenness and restrained allure to a pinnacle. It was the golden angle of tears she had practiced in the mirror countless times. Then the 2 tears slid down her satin-smooth cheeks, and with a soft little patter landed upon the man's dark, sharply tailored suit jacket. Looking up into those violent, almost bloodshot black eyes, Shun Jiao parted her red lips. Her voice was soft, yet in the deathly still hall it rang out with perfect clarity. It was soft and sweet, laced with a faintly aggrieved sob and tremor, like poisonous wine wrapped in honey, cloyingly sweet to the point of suffocation. "Sir, my foot hurts." Those 5 simple words drawn out in her mouth rippled with endless shades of meaning. Around them the bodyguards' hands tightened on their guns, trembling despite themselves. The guests collectively sucked in a sharp breath, their very view of the world shattering. She must be mad, they thought, completely mad. With death looming, a dozen guns aimed at her head. She not only did not beg for mercy, not only did not hasten to retreat, she actually dared to cling to the living king of Hell's tie and speak to him in such a tone as though coquettishly complaining. This was testing death's patience on the very edge between life and death, using the softest voice to court the gravest danger in the room. The air seemed to solidify each time itself ceased to flow. Huasai neither gave the order to fire, nor, as the rumors claimed, kicked away the woman who had dared stain his clothes. He simply stood there, a cold statue exuding the stench of death. Head slightly lowered, his gaze slid over the face of the woman in his arms like a blade. He looked at this reckless little prey, shedding tears at him. In the dead silence, the only sound was his breathing, growing heavier, rougher, and more constrained. It was the dangerous signal of his manic disorder violently colliding within him. Then, under the horrified gazes of all present, Huasai slowly moved. He lifted his right hand, which had been hanging naturally at his side. A pair of pure black calfskin gloves of exquisite texture encased his fingers, the leather glinting with a cold, cruel sheen beneath the lights. That gloved hand reached slowly toward Shun Jiao's cheek. A shadow laden with overwhelming pressure fell across her field of vision in an instant. In the next heartbeat, his 5 long, powerful fingers clenched shut like an iron clamp, firmly and mercilessly encircling her slender, fragile neck, as though a single added ounce of force could snap it completely. The deadly sense of oppression engulfed Shun Jiao's senses like the icy waters of the sea. The pure black leather gloves exuded a chilling aura. The contrast between the black leather and her warm, fair skin created a striking visual impact. Huasai remained silent, his bloodshot black eyes fixated on her. His gaze felt less like that of a living person and more like that of a predator examining its soon-to dismembered prey. Shun Jiao's breathing became extremely labored, her chest heaving violently from the lack of oxygen. The pulse in her neck throbbed chaotically and faintly under the pressure of the leather. She could even distinctly feel the hard, cold contours of the man's fingers beneath the gloves. The black-clad bodyguards around her maintained their gunpoint stance, resembling a dozen statues of death. The red laser danced across her pale cheek and forehead. The threat of death had never been so clear, so vividly close to her life. Shen Jiao's mind raced like a supercomputer processing vast amounts of data. What should she do now? Should she beg for mercy immediately, or simply roll her eyes back and pretend to faint? If she begged for mercy, it might immediately expose her true purpose of getting close to him. This living Yama could be decisive in the brutal international business battles, undoubtedly a top predator. Once he detected even the slightest hint of a scheme, she would be cut to pieces and fed to the fish tonight. What about just closing her eyes and pretending to faint? With Huaxian's notorious severe cleanliness, he would definitely find her a polluted corpse. The bodyguards would throw her out of the 100-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window like industrial waste. Left meant death, right meant death, trapped in a dilemma. In this era, trying to hook a top-tier cash cow in this cannibalistic capitalist circle was harder than reaching the sky. Shen Jiao clenched her teeth, internally realizing that had she known making money was this difficult, she should have worn a bulletproof vest when she left home. But on the surface, she still perfectly maintained the fragile appearance of a broken little flower. Her curled, thick eyelashes glistened with tears trembling like leaves in the wind. The fear and helplessness in her eyes resembled a little lamb trembling after wandering into a wolf pack. In this suffocating death standoff where no one dared to breathe loudly, the sharp sound of high heels striking the marble abruptly shattered the silence in the hall. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was crisp and loud, yet felt particularly jarring and out of place in this tense moment. The crowd parted again in fear, like Moses parting the sea. A woman in a burgundy deep V haute couture dress stepped forward, holding a high-stemmed glass. This was Lin Manman, the heiress of the Lin family in City A. Famous in the circle for being a rich beauty, she was also a top representative of the quintessential green tea BTCH. She loved to vie for attention at high society gatherings, leveraging her family background to look down on others. Lin Manman, wearing 10-centimeter red-soled heels, stopped 5 meters away from Huaxian, outside the safety line. She did not dare to get too close. Those dozen cold gun barrels were not mere decorations. However, that did not prevent her from looking down at Shen Jiao with a gaze akin to that of a sewer rat. Oh, I thought who was so reckless as to dare clash with Lord Hua. Turns out it's Shen Jiao from the Shen family who is about to face bankruptcy and can barely afford to eat. So it's the young lady from the Shen family. I heard the Shen family's funding chain has broken, owing tens of billions. No wonder she dresses so seductively. Turns out her family is bankrupt and at a dead and trying to fish for a rich man to save her. Isn't this too shameless? To dare set her sights on Lord Hua, she's truly desperate. The surrounding disdainful whispers, mocking laughter, and gleeful gazes surged towards Shen Jiao like a tide. Hearing these sycophantic voices, Lin Manman's delight almost overflowed. She had long found Shen Jiao's proud and aloof demeanor displeasing. Even as her family faced bankruptcy, she still had the face of a seductress. Today, in front of all the high society of City A, she would trample Shen Jiao's dignity into the mud. Shen Jiao, can't you have a bit of dignity? Lin Manman held her exquisite wine glass, pointing a finger painted with bright red nail polish at Shen Jiao's nose. Do you think that wearing a nameless tattered cheapao and putting on a pitiful act will allow you to rise to the top? You should take a good look in the mirror at your current state. Your Shen family is about to be sealed by the bank. You are now a stray dog that no one wants. You still dare to use such despicable means to dirty Lord Hua's noble clothes. Lin Manman became more and more excited as she scolded, as if she had transformed into a righteous guardian of the banquet's order. She turned to face the terrified wealthy businessmen and socialites, beginning to speak loudly. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open and see clearly. This is the tragic end of someone who knows no shame. Who doesn't know that our Lord Hua has a severe cleanliness obsession, detesting and abhorring others touching him? His clothes, his territory, absolutely do not allow any lowly trash to come near. Lin Manman covered her mouth with a giggle, her laughter filled with nauseating malice. The last woman who was so unaware of her own limitations, her ashes must have been scattered across the Pacific by now. Shen Jiao, if you dare to leap into Lord Hua's arms today, next year on this day will be your 7th-day memorial. But for someone like you, a disgusting fallen aristocrat, to die at the hands of Lord Hua's nobility. Lin Manman raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm and mockery. That would be considered your fortune after 8 lifetimes, for Lord Hua's gloves are worth far more than your worthless life. Lin Manman's words were sharp, each one degrading and belittling Shen Jiao. She firmly believed that her deeply principled speech, which staunchly defended Lord Hua's dignity, would certainly catch Huaxian's attention, even leaving a good impression in the heart of this living Yama. As long as Lord Hua could spare her a glance, even just a tiny bit of appreciation, the Lin family's status in city, it would undergo a tremendous transformation, rising to new heights. Meanwhile, Shun Jiao, who was being tightly gripped by Huasian by the neck, hanging by a thread, couldn't even spare a glance at this hopping clown. She struggled to breathe as the man's grip tightened her face, turning a sickly red from prolonged oxygen deprivation. Tears flowed freely from the corners of her eyes, presenting a pitiful image of someone who could perish at any moment. Yet in reality, Shun Jiao's mind was swirling with vicious curses. Noisy grass louse. A single-celled organism without a brain. A terminally stupid patient. Is Lin Man so bored that she has nothing better to do? Babbling endlessly like a duck with its neck squeezed, making my head hurt. Can't she see that I'm on the brink of life and death, struggling against this tyrant? Can't she see that I'm trying to execute a plan to extract those funds that could save my life? This green tea BTCH chose the worst moment to interrupt my strategy. What an unreasonable and hopeless fool. If it weren't for my fragile neck being tightly gripped by this living llama, I swear I would immediately take off these 7cm stiletto heels and mercilessly smash Lin Man's face, which was filled with hyaluronic acid from cosmetic surgery. So she thinks she can play the big wolf, huh? Just wait, if I survive today, the first to pay will be the Lin family. Shun Jiao mentally cursed Lin Man's ancestors, but her body acted with even greater fervor. She deliberately made her body tremble violently, as if it were a natural reaction born from extreme fear. Her hands helplessly clenched into small fists, as if suppressing immense sorrow, despair, and humiliation. She still dared not look into Huasian's murderous eyes, and could only lower her gaze, pitifully fixating on the handcrafted patterns on the man's haute couture suit. Seeing that Huasian had not spoken or loosened his grip on Shun Jiao, Lin Man mistakenly believed that Lord Hua found Shun Jiao too dirty, even finding it disgusting to order her to be dragged away. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity to claim credit. Lin Man could not contain her inner joy and self-righteously took another step forward. Adopting a lofty demeanor as if acting on behalf of justice to rid the world of harm, she said, "Lord Hua, how can such dirty things continue to sully your noble hands?" She turned her head, arrogantly waving at the security personnel outside the hall, who were frozen in shock. "Where are the security guards? What are you all doing? Hurry up and come in and drag this shameless woman who has dirtied Lord Hua's clothes out. Just find a place to kill her and throw her away. Can't you see she disturbed Lord Hua? Truly a bunch of useless trash." Lin Man's piercing voice echoed continuously under the grand dome of the hall. She raised her chin, waiting with a face full of pride for Huasian's appreciative gaze, anticipating the security guards coming in to drag Shun Jiao away like a dead dog. The air around seemed to solidify further, due to Lin Man's clamor growing cold to the bone. The elite bodyguards beside Huasian were like emotionless killing machines, not even lifting an eyelid. Without Lord Hua's direct command, no one dared to act recklessly in their presence. Shun Jiao was disturbed by Lin Man's sharp voice, feeling annoyed, and her eardrums throb. At the same time, she desperately felt the tightening grip of the man around her neck. The last bit of oxygen in her lungs was slowly being squeezed out, and black spots began to blur her vision. The tyrant's patience seemed to have been completely exhausted by this ignorant and incessant noise. Was she really going to be doomed here, because of this fool of a teammate, Lin Man? Shun Jiao bit her pale lower lip, tightly preparing to make one last desperate struggle before losing consciousness. Just when everyone thought Shun Jiao was doomed, Lin Man was about to achieve a great feat. Huasian's hand gripping Shun Jiao's neck suddenly tightened as he closed his eyes, letting out an a suffocating sense of despair had climbed to its apex. Shun Jiao could even feel the faint protest of her cervical vertebrae. The large hand clad in pure black calfskin gripped her throat like an iron vice. The man's low, labored breathing sounded above her, carrying the dangerous timbre of someone on the verge of losing control. Shun Jiao squeezed her eyes shut, her lashes trembling violently as her mind began to reckon with the worst outcome. It was over. She had truly blown it. The ATM scheme had failed, and now her life seemed forfeit, just as she resigned herself to dying on the spot. From the half-open European floor-to-ceiling window at the side of the hall, a cool draft suddenly blew through. The night wind brushed Shun Jiao's ear and lifted a stray lock of black hair resting at the hollow of her neck. A scent unique to Shun Jiao, tinged with the faint warmth of her skin, unfurled with the breeze. It was subtle, devoid of any cloying synthetic sweetness. Clean and cool, yet carrying an ineffable fatal seduction, it drove straight into Huasian's nostrils. His mind, perched at the peak of agitation, with reason nearly consumed, abruptly halted. It was as if a raging storm-tossed sea had been struck by an absolute pause. The violent, bloodthirsty rage that had tormented him for years, ever clamoring for slaughter, miraculously began to ebb at the mere scent. In his black eyes veined with crimson, like an azure, as a sliver of incredulous astonishment flickered. The fingers that had been strangling Xunjiao's neck unconsciously ceased to tighten. Xunjiao felt the pressure on her throat pause. She cautiously opened one eye to see what madness this tyrant was in. Could it be that, struck by her looks, his conscience had at last awakened, and he would let her go? But the next moment shut Xunjiao's mind down. Not only did Huasyan refrain from snapping her neck, he suddenly released his grip on her throat. Fresh air rushed into her lungs, and Xunjiao could not help a soft cough. She had no time to step back and put distance between them. Huasyan's gloved hand slid down her neck, and with an irresistible domineering force, clasped the slender waist that barely filled his palm. His arm pulled back with sudden force. With a dull thud, Xunjiao was pressed tightly once more against that hard, unyielding chest. She gasped in pain, fury roaring within her. Were his pectorals made of iron? He had slammed her so hard her ribs felt ready to break. Before she could cry out, an even more startling scene unfolded. Huasyan bent his tall frame and buried his face in Xunjiao's pale, tender nape. His aquiline nose even brushed the sensitive skin at the side of her neck. The imperious scion, so untouchable, drew in a deep breath in full view of everyone. A hot breath washed over her collarbone, sending a shiver that made her scalp prickle. Xunjiao froze as if turned to wood, forgetting even to breathe. What the? He not only hadn't choked me, he actually inhaled. What kind of prelude to murder is this? Sniff the freshness before taking a bite. Xunjiao cursed inwardly, but kept her outward facade of fragile innocence. She dared not move, allowing the man's invasive presence to envelop her completely. At that moment, Huasyan felt an unprecedented satisfaction and serenity. The bone-deep agitation born of his skin hunger was for once soothed. The instant his skin touched hers, he received an almost perfect appeasement. He savored the sensation and found himself wanting more. The hall froze. A death-like silence smothered the banquet. Even the air seemed to stop. Guests stared with wide eyes as if their eyeballs might fall onto the marble floor. What were they seeing? The rumored living wraith, the man who kept strangers at arm's length, with his obsessive fastidiousness, was now holding that ruined heiress tightly in his arms in full view of everyone. Not only holding her, but burying his face in her neck and inhaling deeply. Lin Man, standing not far off, was struck as if by lightning and froze in place. Her lipstick-stained mouth hung open in disbelief. Red wine sloshed from her goblet as her fingers trembled, staining her costly gown. How is this possible? Lin Man's sharp voice broke the silence. Jealousy and destabilization had altered its tone. Mr. Hua, what are you doing? Let her go at once. Lin Man had completely lost her composure, unable to accept that the man she had fought for would embrace a fallen woman. She rushed forward heedlessly in heels, pointing at Xunjiao and screaming, Mr. Hua, she is a pauper who cannot even afford a meal. She must have smeared some cheap love potion on herself. Do not be beguiled by her. Are you guards dead? Quickly drag this disgusting woman away. Lin Man's shrill cries cut the air like nails on glass, making one's scalp prickle. Interrupted in his moment of pacification, Huasyan's brow knitted sharply. He did not immediately release Xunjiao, only lifted his face slightly from her nape. He did not even fully turn his head. With the corner of his eye, he cast a cold glance at Lin Man. It was an expression devoid of any emotion. Icy, cruel, saturated with a suffocating aura of death, like staring at a pile of rotten, nauseating refuse. With that single look, Lin Man fell silent, as if someone had suddenly clamped her throat. A bone-chilling cold shot from her feet to the crown of her head. She went limp, nearly collapsing. The black-clad bodyguards beside him immediately read the meaning of that glance. Their master had been annoyed by the foolish woman's noise. Without any verbal command, two burly guards stepped forward with impassive faces. There was no mercy in their movements. They were rough and efficient. One guard drew out a thick black cloth and pressed it over Lin Man's still attempting mouth, while the other twisted her arms behind her back. Let. Lin Man struggled desperately, but under the absolute force of two professional guards, she had no way to resist. They hauled her as if she were a sack of industrial waste, dragging her body across the marble toward the exit. One of her designer heels flew off, her carefully arranged hair reduced to a nest. She stared wide-eyed in terror, her gaze filled with despair and humiliation, but no sound escaped her. The haughty, duplicitous socialite who moments before had strutted proudly was beneath the eyes of hundreds of guests, tossed out like trash without mercy. The heavy wooden doors closed again, cutting off the irritating sobs. The hall fell back into absolute silence. In everyone's eyes beneath the shock lay a deeper fear. Even their breathing slowed deliberately. They understood, however, Xunjiao had achieved it in this moment. She was Mr. Hua's undisputed possession. Whoever dared harm a hair on her head would meet the same brutal fate as Lin Man. Nestled in Huasyan's arms, Xunjiao watched the physical removal with the corner of her eye, and felt a delicious thrill. Serves you for pretending. Evil meets its match. Yet despite her inward glee, the act had to continue. For the sake of the escape funds, Shun Jiao kept trembling, playing the frightened rabbit. She deliberately curled closer into Huasian's chest to cultivate a false air of dependence, while she pondered how to further manipulate him. Huasian moved. The hand that had been resting at her waist slid along the curve of her body and cupped her rounded. Shun Jiao flinched, not yet understanding his intent. In the next instant, immense strength surged. Huasian, with one hand, lifted her clean off the ground. He held her in a domineering, almost paternal cradle. Her feet left the floor, and losing her balance, she let out an instinctive cry. Her legs reflexively wound around his taut, narrow waist. Her hands clung to his broad shoulders, as if for dear life. The high-slit qipao slid aside, revealing expanses of pale skin pressed against the expensive fabric of his suit. Shun Jiao's face flushed to her ears. This time it was no performance. She was genuinely startled. She widened her moist eyes and looked helplessly at the handsome face so near. Huasian lifted his head slightly, his deep dark eyes rimmed with a hint of red nailed her gaze. His perfect, unblemished face showed no excess emotion. Yet the possessiveness radiating from him was so strong it seemed ready to consume Shun Jiao. He felt the woman's soft body in his arms, and the steady, soothing breath emanating from her. Huasian tightened the arm that held her, pressing her closer against himself. Then his thin lips parted, and his voice, hoarse and low with restraint, came like a deathly warning from the "If you've touched me, do not think you can walk away." A chill of late autumn rode the night wind in City A. An armored Rolls-Royce Phantom, like a steel behemoth crouching in the darkness, sat silently before the banquet hall. Only after being unceremoniously hurled into the spacious, sumptuous cabin did Shun Jiao's racing heart calm a little. The car door slammed shut with a decisive thud from the outside. The heavy sound severed them from the inquisitive, shocked, even fearful gazes beyond. Then the thick black soundproof partition between the front and rear seats slowly rose. With the faint hum of an electric motor, the entire rear compartment became an utterly private, sealed space. Light inside was dim. Only the footwell ambient lamps cast a pale, cold glow. The air was permeated by that familiar icy scent of agarwood that belonged to Huasian. Shun Jiao knew that now came the true test of her acting. Life and death hung on it. The ATM was right before her. Whether she could seize the funds to flee depended on this single final move. She adjusted her breath and immediately slipped into a performance worthy of an award-winning actress. Shun Jiao played the part of a terrified, homeless little rabbit. She cowered pitifully in the far corner of the broad, soft leather seat. Her arms were crossed tightly around herself. Her thin shoulders trembled with each shudder. The moon-white Cheongsam slit high had been disheveled by the earlier struggle. A wide swath of pale, delicate skin was exposed, strikingly visible in the dim cabin. "Mr. Hua." Shun Jiao raised her head slightly. Her beautiful, watery eyes brimmed with precarious tears. With a gaze of shock and plaintive helplessness, she looked timidly at the man beside her, whose presence alone seemed to command the space. "I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean it. I was just so frightened." Her voice was fragile, threaded with a soft, quivering sob that could rend the hardest heart. "My uncle forced me to go with that man who could be my grandfather. I had nowhere else to turn, so I ran away. I didn't mean to soil your clothes. Please don't kill me." Shun Jiao wept miserably, tears falling like beads cut from a string. Yet under the cover of the dim light, her eyes, made unnaturally bright by tears, were secretly and greedily sweeping over the left wrist casually draped on Huasian's knee. The man's wrist was sculpted and distinct, adorned with an ostentatious, mechanically intricate timepiece. It was a Richard Mille, a limited global edition, the fabled billionaire's admission ticket. Having once been a science prodigy, Shun Jiao's mind transformed instantly into a high-efficiency calculator. Conservatively, that watch's market value hovered around 50 million renminbi. If fenced on the black market abroad, even at a 30% markdown converted into euros, it might fetch over 4 million. 4 million euros. Shun Jiao frantically spun the mental abacus, nearly losing the sorrowful expression she was maintaining. That sum could buy several waterfront mansions in Jiangnan. She could even hire a handful of handsome bodyguards and live the unabashed life of a wealthy woman. If she could steal and sell that watch, why bother playing the submissive act here? Her look at the timepiece was more intimate than the gaze one might reserve for a father. The flicker of fanatic greed for money within her eyes could not be fully concealed. Huasian reclined against the seat back, his long legs carelessly crossed. The yellow streetlights outside sliced across the armored glass, tracing his sharply contoured face. After years of ruthless decisions in the cutthroat seas of commerce, what phantoms had he not seen? Shun Jiao's clumsy acting was to him riddled with holes. He keenly caught the place where her gaze kept returning. He also plainly saw the fleeting calculation and avarice in her eyes. This woman was no fright. She feared him not at all. Within, she schemed how to strip him bare and turn him into coin. Hua looked at her face, still forcing the tears, and a cold laugh slipped from the depths of him. Hypocritical, affected, insatiably greedy. In ordinary times, a woman bold enough to set her designs upon him would long ago have been tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Yet Huaxian's deep crimson-black eyes narrowed slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed. The clean, cool, alluring scent that clung to her was invading his breath with relentless subtlety. His vaunted reason before that lethal fragrance began to retreat step by step. As Shunjiao shrank into the corner, the distance between them widened. That familiar, maddening hunger for skin began to stir in the marrow of Huaxian. The urge for violence and domination, like a viper waking in the dark, flicked its tongue once more. He craved the perfect, calming surrender she brought. A craving so near pathological that he could not pull free. Even knowing her mouth was full of lies, even knowing her heart brimmed with schemes. He needed her now. Come here. Huaxian's voice cut through the quiet of the cabin like distant thunder, low, hoarse, and absolute. Shunjiao stiffened and feigned terror. Rather than approach, she retreated slightly toward the car door. Mr. Hua. Losing patience, Huaxian suddenly lunged forward and seized Shunjiao's slender wrist in a crushing grip. His force hauled her from the corner, sending her heavily into his arms. At the instant he felt the warmth of her skin again, Huaxian exhaled a sound of deep, almost rapturous satisfaction. The frayed edge of his agitation smoothed strangely. Ignoring her struggles, he produced something from the inner pocket of his jacket with his free hand. With a crisp slap, a card glinted metallic and cold as he flung an Amex Centurion black card into Shunjiao's lap without hesitation. The edge of the card grazed the pale skin at her chest, leaving a faint, cool sensation. Shunjiao froze, forgetting even to feign her sobs. Huaxian pinched her chin and forced her to lift her eyes to his. Those controlling, violent black eyes pinned her gaze without mercy. If it's money you want, spare me your ridiculous act. His rough thumb brushed her tender lip with an air of condescending largesse that brooked no refusal. He'll buy you out. Be obedient. Stay by my side, and this card is yours to use at will. Shunjiao clutched the limitless black card to her breast, her heart hammering wildly. A black card. The legendary Nalamet Centurion. Far quicker than fencing a watch and entirely legal. The clandestine transaction of mutual deceit was sealed in those few terse sentences. The man, aware of her schemes, still allowed himself to be ensnared, as if drawn to a fated descent. The woman at last obtained the elusive key she craved. Her asset bar surged. The Rolls-Royce tore through the night. After an indeterminate time, its speed finally eased. The car glided into a vast, ominously opulent private estate. At last the wheels rolled over a smooth gravel drive and halted before the gates of a magnificent Gothic mansion. The door was opened respectfully from the outside. A cold gust of night air rushed in, dissipating the charged, perilous atmosphere within the cabin. Shunjiao leaned out and saw rows of expressionless bodyguards in black uniforms. Directly before the door stood an impeccably dressed elderly gentleman in a tailcoat, his hair faultlessly arranged. He was the Hua estate's stern butler, Site Fan. Site Fan bowed slightly. His wrinkled face bore no warmth. His hawk-like eyes regarded Shunjiao, clutching the black card with a smile that was all teeth and no warmth. His tone was icy and threatening, like an emissary of doom. Miss Shin, the last woman who tried to take master's money, is still in the shark pool out in the back garden. The butler Stefan's chilling and ruthless death warning from last night still echoed in Shunjiao's ears. She had thought that as a canary who signed a contract of servitude and plotted treachery. In the luxurious yet oppressive manner of the Hua family, resembling a black castle, she was about to face inhumane torment. For instance, being locked in a dark basement and interrogated day and night. Or being chained to the head of the bed by that tyrant suffering from mania, losing all personal freedom. However, reality gave her a huge slap in the face that seemed somewhat absurd. Huaxian's torment of her was entirely physical. There were no small dark rooms, nor were there golden chains. He treated her as a giant, warm, human-shaped charm that he had to carry everywhere. A permanent fixture that she couldn't be separated from. Since stepping into the manor last night, Huaxian had hardly let go of her for more than 3 minutes, except for bathing. This mixed-blood tycoon's skin hunger was far more severe and pathological than the rumors suggested. As long as the area of contact between their bodies wasn't sufficient, or if she moved slightly out of his sight, the suffocating aura of violence surrounding him would uncontrollably spill outward, always on the edge of murder. At this moment, in the panoramic study with floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the manor, the highest-level multinational video conference determining the direction of hundreds of billions of euros in the European market was underway with tension. The air pressure in the study was extremely low, so cold it seemed to crystallize frost. And Shunjiao was being forced to participate in this meeting in an extremely bizarre posture. She was forcibly pressed into a large, comfortable leather boss chair that symbolized absolute power. The man did not sit on the adjacent leather sofa, nor across from her. Instead, he enveloped her entirely from behind like a massive beast with a strong territorial instinct. Huaxian's body, over 1 meter 90 tall, completely overshadowed her petite figure. His powerful arms wrapped around her slender waist, tightly locking her in his hormone-scented embrace. To get closer, his chin naturally rested on Shun Jiao's fair and delicate left shoulder. Only by maintaining this extensive skin contact could he feel her warmth and constantly smell the clean and pure fragrance of her body. This mixed-blood tyrant, tormented by mania, could barely suppress the murderous desire roaring in his mind. He could maintain his proud absolute rationality to engage in normal business thinking and ruthless decision-making. On the giant holographic projection screen directly in front of him, a dozen overseas executives in suits with blonde hair and blue eyes sat upright. It was deep night in Europe, but everyone was highly tense, beads of cold sweat hanging on their foreheads. However, when they cautiously raised their heads and saw the scene on the screen, all the executives widened their eyes in horror, and some even clumsily knocked over their coffee cups. What did they see? Their cold-blooded, ruthless ruler, decisive in killing, who usually looked at everyone as. At this moment, the stunning face, as beautiful as a demon, bore a hint of lazy satisfaction. And in his arms he had tightly encircled an Eastern beauty dressed in a moon-white qipao. The beauty was petite and delicate, her exposed snowy neck swaying under the contrast of the black suit, causing dizziness. Master He was like a greedy wolf, firmly confining her within his absolute safe zone. Not even a single strand of her hair was allowed for the people on the other side of the screen to glance at. Stop the acquisition of the Locke family and have the legal department go directly to investigate their core accounts. Before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I want to see the complete report on the bankruptcy and liquidation of their century-old enterprise. If you cannot accomplish this, the entire European Mergers and Acquisitions Department will be held accountable and resign. These light words directly pronounced the death sentence of an old European financial group. If you cannot accomplish this, the entire European Mergers and Acquisitions Department will be held accountable and resign. These light words, they frantically wiped away cold sweat, even their hands shaking uncontrollably while typing on the keyboard. This scene was far too disjointed and horrifying. Huaxian spoke with the most nonchalant tone while executing the most cruel and bloody commercial strangulation. At the same time, like an addict, he deeply inhaled her scent from Shun Jiao's neck. Shun Jiao was squeezed by his iron grip to the point of breathlessness, feeling as if her ribs might break. But to play the role of a qualified, obedient, and utterly harmless delicate canary, she could only endure the soreness in her waist, striving to maintain a naturally innocent expression on her face. She extended her white, jade-like fingers towards a priceless antique crystal plate on the rosewood desk. She picked up a sun-kissed rose grape that had already been peeled and pitted. "Mister, well, you've been talking for so long, have a grape to moisten your throat." She slightly turned her head, her voice sweet and soft, as she delicately offered the grape to the man's thin lips. Huaxian's gaze remained coldly fixed on the continuously fluctuating merger data on the screen. Yet he naturally opened his mouth and bit into the grape. The warmth of his lips and the roughness of his teeth even bore a hint of punishment, deliberately grazing Shun Jiao's fingertips. This caused a wave of dangerous and tingling shivers, as if he were about to swallow her whole in the next moment. Shun Jiao's face perfectly flushed with a hint of red, as if startled by this intimate action. She quickly withdrew her hand, obediently pressing against his broad and warm chest like a frightened little rabbit. However, in the absolute blind spot of vision beneath the large, heavy rosewood desk, Shun Jiao's retracted hand was hidden within the folds of her high-slit qipao skirt. In her hand, she tightly gripped the latest model of a miniature phone that had been specially encrypted and modified. It was the tool she had just dug out from the bottom of her secret suitcase this morning. At this moment, her slender fingers moved as if dancing on piano keys. She didn't even need to look at the screen, employing pure top-notch blind typing skills. Her eyes remained pitifully fixed on the air ahead, while her brain calculated rapidly. Although the unlimited black card Huaxian had given her last night was useful, Shun Jiao was a clear-headed science and engineering genius, fully aware of the terrifying financial monitoring network of the tycoon. Once an abnormal large amount of funds flowed, it would immediately trigger the highest alarm system of the Hua family consortium. If she dared to directly transfer the money from the black card into her real name account, she would be thrown into the shark tank by tomorrow. Therefore, she had to set up secret channels for asset transfer in the shortest time possible. In the global financial regulatory blind spots, she needed to register hundreds or even thousands of extremely discreet offshore shell accounts to break the huge amount of money she was about to obtain into smaller pieces, cleaning it up as if drops of water merged into the sea. Swiss banks, Cayman Islands, and Virgin Islands encrypted servers. One complex virtual node after another rapidly generated at her fingertips like a huge and invisible spider web. As Shun Jiao crazily calculated the exchange rates and the depth of the fund pools in her mind, she felt Huasian's strong heartbeat. The stark contrast of frantically making money and extreme tension under the tyrant's watch made her adrenaline surge with excitement. Huasian remained oblivious to the hidden manipulation beneath the table by this little lamb. He only felt that today Jiao Jiao was especially obedient and soft, even the frequency of her heartbeat was stable enough to be addictive. This brought him a morbid sense of satisfaction. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and gently planted a kiss on the top of her fragrant hair, imbued with a strong sense of possession. At that moment, intertwining suffocating ambiguity and danger. The phone screen hidden under her skirt, which was crazily establishing overseas accounts, suddenly lit up. A very faint vibration exploded in her palm. An anonymous message without a noted number forcibly popped up, interrupting all her hacking operations. Shun Jiao used the motion of turning to grab a second grape, as cover, quickly scanning the screen with her peripheral vision. The arrogant and threatening text instantly caught her eye. Transfer 50 million or all media in City A will receive a video of your chaotic private life tomorrow. Shun Jiao looked at the threatening anonymous message on her phone screen, a hint of unabashed mockery flashing in her eyes. Transfer 50 million or tomorrow all the media in City A will receive videos of your chaotic private life. The tone of the words, the desperate tactics. Who else could it be but her uncle Shun Jiangwo, the vampire who had been driven to the edge? 50 million. Shun Jiao sneered inwardly, the corners of her mouth curling into a sardonic arc. Was Shun Jiangwo really driven mad by the loan sharks pestering him for debt these days? What kind of person did he think Shun Jiao was? In the realm of making money, she was a living, breathing paixio that only brought in wealth. Let alone 50 million, even if it were 50 cents trying to pry it from her ironclad grip, would be a fool's errand. Did he think he could threaten her with a few fabricated videos? Not to mention that Huasian, a powerful half-blood tycoon, wouldn't care about those baseless rumors and gossip. Even if Huasian did see it with his pathological possessiveness, his first reaction would definitely be to sink the entire family of the person who spread the rumors into the sea rather than expelling her, the only antidote that could heal him. Shun Jiangwo's calculations were truly shattered. Shun Jiao didn't hesitate for a moment, her delicate white fingers gliding gently across the screen. Delete, block, empty the trash. The entire sequence of actions flowed smoothly, as if she had merely swatted a bothersome green fly. After handling this minor interruption, she took a deep breath and refocused her attention on those secret overseas accounts in her study. The 2-hour-long international video conference was finally nearing its end. As the last overseas executive on the screen timidly delivered his report, Huasian coldly uttered, "A meeting adjourned." The holographic projection instantly extinguished, and the study returned to a suffocating silence. Huasian closed his eyes, tiredly pinching his high straight brow. Long periods of tension and high-stakes decisions had caused his mania to subtly resurface. But as soon as he lowered his head, he could see the obedient soft woman in his arms. Shun Jiao rested her chin on his arm, breathing evenly, emanating a pure and alluring fragrance that could soothe his soul. The brutality in Huasian's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a near-obsessive infatuation. He tightened his arms, pulling her firmly into his embrace, his hoarse voice whispering in her ear, "Jiao, Jiao, go take a shower and wait for me in bed." The man's voice carried an unmistakable hint of danger, sending a shiver down Shun Jiao's spine. She immediately nodded obediently, like a bird that had just regained its freedom, hurriedly fleeing the study with her skirt in hand. Watching her flee in a panic, Huasian's lips curled into an almost imperceptible arc. He casually flipped open an encrypted document on the table, preparing to finish this last bit of work before returning to the master bedroom. However, Huasian was unaware that in this seemingly tranquil manner a conspiracy against him and Shun Jiao was quietly brewing in the shadows. In a dark, damp basement somewhere in City A, Shun Jiangwo was staring intensely at the red exclamation mark on his phone screen that read "Message rejected." Furious, his eyes turned red, he smashed his phone against the wall like a mad boar. "Bitch! Shun Jiao, you ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Little bitch." The phone screen shattered into pieces, but Shun Jiangwo seemed to feel no pain as he crazily tugged at his thinning hair. The Shun family was finished, completely shorted by a single word from Huasian, and now faced enormous penalties and debts. Loan sharks were knocking on his door every day, threatening to break his limbs. He had thought he could scrape together 50 million from that dead girl Shun Jiao to save himself. He never expected that this bitch would be so heartless as to block him completely. Good, very good. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You think you can step over the bodies of the Shun family to become the high and mighty young mistress of the Hu family. Go ahead and dream your spring and autumn dreams. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. Shun Jiangwo rummaged under his dilapidated bed to find a backup phone and tremblingly dialed a hidden number. When the call connected, a twisted, malicious smile emerged on his face. Have the things been sent in? It must be placed in a spot that Master Hu will definitely pass by. Don't worry, as long as the job is done, I promise you the 100,000 won't be a penny less. After hanging up, Xin Jiangwo looked at the water-stained walls of the basement and let out a chilling laugh. He had spent every last bit of cash he could mobilize for today. He had hired the top hacker team on the dark web to AI generate an audio clip using Shun Jiao's usual speaking voice. The words in that audio were designed to trample on a man's pride and bottom line, especially for someone like Huasian, who suffered from severe mania and had an extremely strong desire for control. Once he heard that recording, he would undoubtedly lose all rationality and personally strangle that bitch Xin Jiao. Meanwhile, inside the brightly lit and lavishly decorated Hua Manor like a black castle. In the long corridor lined with Persian carpets connecting the study and master bedroom, a young girl in a maid uniform was anxiously looking around. Her name was Xiao Chui, a second-tier maid responsible for cleaning the living room on the second floor. At this moment, Xiao Chui was tightly gripping a micro-playback device no larger than a coin. Her palms were sweaty and her heart raced as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Xiao Chui had worked in the Hua Manor for 2 full years. She believed herself to be young and beautiful, harboring unrealistic fantasies about the tall godlike master. She fantasized that one day Master Hu would notice her gentleness and thoughtfulness, allowing her to rise like a phoenix. However, Huasian's severe cleanliness obsession had barred her from even coming within 3 meters of him, until Shun Jiao's appearance shattered all of Xiao Cui's dreams. Why? Why could that bankrupt young lady from the Shin family not only be held in Master Hu's arms, but also enjoy Master Hu's limitless indulgence and affection? Jealousy gnawed at Xiao Cui's heart like a venomous snake. So when Xin Jiangwo secretly handed this microplayer to her through outside personnel and promised her 100,000 after the job was done, even eliminating that thorn in her side, Xin Jiao, Xiao Chui, blinded by jealousy, unhesitatingly agreed to the deal. At the end of the corridor, faint sounds of water splashing could be heard from the master bedroom. Xiao Chui knew that the bitch was comfortably soaking in the bath, and the door to the study was still tightly closed. Presumably Huasian was still dealing with the final documents. This was the perfect opportunity to act. Xiao Chui stealthily approached a corner in the middle of the corridor. There stood a priceless Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, which was on the path Master Hu took every day to return to his bedroom. She trembled as she set the microplayer to start 5 minutes later. Then, taking a deep breath, she silently tossed the player into the vase's opening. Beep! A faint electronic sound indicated that the timer had officially started. Xiao Chui had secretly listened to the audio content stored in the player once before. The content was simply unbearable, filled with extreme arrogance. What is Huasian? Just a temperamental madman. If it weren't for the money in his hands, who would want to serve a monster that could go mad at any moment? Once I've gathered enough money to flee, I will immediately take the money and leave the country, letting him rot here. Huh? Shun Jiao's uniquely soft and charming voice, combined with such vicious lines echoing in this quiet, luxurious corridor, was no less than a detonated nuclear bomb. Xiao Chui imagined the scene of Huasian erupting in anger upon hearing that recording, directly throwing Shun Jiao into the shark tank. A malicious grin of schadenfreude crept onto her lips. She even cared less about that 100,000. She just wanted to see Xin Jiao die. After doing all this, Xiao Chui dared not linger. She quickly grabbed a cloth, pretending to wipe the nearby mural, keeping her head down as she hurriedly left the corridor. Time passed second by second. The sounds of water in the master bedroom's bathroom continued happily. Xin Jiao was lying in a huge bathtub filled with rose petals, humming a cheerful tune. She was still contemplating what pose to use to extract some useful insider information from that living tyrant. She was completely unaware of the impending disaster approaching from outside. Meanwhile, in the study, Huasian finally signed his fierce and arrogant name on the last international merger document. He casually tossed the golden fountain pen onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Having been away from Shun Jiao's physical contact for too long, the long-repressed mania began to stir wildly in his veins. The loss of the pure and fragrant scent that could soothe him made him feel extremely restless and uneasy. He stood up, loosened the Windsor knot around his neck, and deep crimson began to ripple in his dark eyes. Right now he desperately needed his antidote. Huasian pushed open the heavy carved wooden door to the study. The sensor lights in the corridor flickered on one by one, with his footsteps casting a warm yellow glow. He strode with his long straight legs, treading softly on the thick soft Persian carpet like a leopard patrolling its territory. His pace was not fast, but each step carried a suffocating aura of terror. It felt as if the air was thick with an impending storm. The corridor was long. Huasian had one hand in his suit pocket, his gaze deeply focused on the door at the end of the corridor that led to the master bedroom. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Huasian's tall figure finally reached the corner where the Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was placed. At that very moment, the microplayer hidden deep inside the vase began to flash its red light frantically. The 5-minute countdown had officially reached 0. With a faint electronic notification sound, a faint crimson glow lit up from within the priceless blue and white porcelain vase at the corner of the corridor. The scheduled playback program activated precisely at that moment. Immediately after, a crisp and melodious voice, soft yet laced with a hint of charm, echoed. It abruptly rang out in the dead silence of the luxurious corridor. It was unmistakably Shunjiao's voice. The very same voice of the sweet little woman who had just been feeding him grapes in the study, her every breath exuding purity. Yet now the tone in the recording was filled with unabashed mockery and malice. What is Hua Siyuan worth? Once I've made enough money, he'll run away abroad. Who cares about that volatile lunatic? The audio echoed through the vaulted corridor, amplified by the mini speaker. Each word pierced like a dagger steeped in poison, accurately stabbing at the most untouchable taboos of the Hua family's manner. The piercing mockery reverberated through the corridor again and again, colliding against the priceless oil paintings and the cold marble walls, only to bounce back. It wove an invisible yet lethal net, completely draining the air from the entire second floor. Hua Siyuan's steps abruptly halted less than half a meter from the vase. His tall and upright figure became as rigid as a lifeless statue in that moment. The once tempered air around him seemed to be stripped of all warmth in an instant. The temperature plummeted to freezing point. Even the sensing wall lights in the corridor began to flicker erratically, unable to withstand the terrifying low pressure. Hua Siyuan slightly lowered his head, the tousled hair on his forehead obscuring his brows and eyes, making it impossible to discern his expression. But the overwhelming killing intent that erupted from him in that instant was as tangible as a tidal wave engulfing the entire space. The mania that had just been suppressed in the study surged back with devastating force the moment he heard those words. Betrayal, calculations, insincerity. So her soft and obedient body, those pitiful eyes were all. So this is how she truly viewed him. A volatile lunatic, a monster capable of going mad at any moment. He thought he had found the antidote to soothe his soul. Yet he never expected that this so-called antidote was a beautifully packaged poison that could pierce through flesh. Hua Siyuan suddenly raised his head. His eyes, once deep as ink, were now completely consumed by crimson. A pure bloodthirsty madness surged in his gaze, a desire to annihilate everything. His right hand, hanging at his side, tightly clenched into a fist. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, resembling coiled venomous snakes. On his right thumb, he wore a jet-black onyx ring symbolizing the absolute power of the Hua family. This ring, aged over a century, was incredibly hard. Yet at this moment, with Hua Siyuan's extreme force, it emitted a bone-chilling crack sound. The horrifying friction between bone and hard object echoed in the corridor, making one's hair stand on end. Snap! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. Following that, a muffled thud resounded. That priceless onyx ring, representing supreme power, was actually crushed by his bare hands. Countless sharp, tiny black shards instantly pierced through his expensive, pure black calfskin gloves, embedding deeply into his flesh. Crimson, scorching blood immediately seeped through the gaps of his long, pale fingers. 1 drop, 2 drops. Drip, drip. The scarlet blood splattered onto the luxurious Persian rug beneath him, instantly blooming into shocking blood-red flowers, symbolizing death. Yet Hua Siyuan seemed completely oblivious to the excruciating pain in his hand. The physical agony was but a fraction of the violent killing intent raging in his mind. Currently, he had only one thought in his mind. Kill her. Tear apart that woman who dared to mock him with her lies, as if he were a fool with his own hands. Just as the killing intent surrounding Hua Siyuan was about to overturn the corridor, the butler Stefan appeared like a silent ghost at the other end of the corridor. Behind him followed 4 burly masked bodyguards in black. These 4 were the top assassins from the Hua family, tasked with dealing with those who angered the master. Stefan's expressionless, wrinkled British face showed no warmth at this moment. His murky, yet sharp eyes coldly fixed on the direction of the master bedroom door. He had long known that the woman surnamed Shun was a disaster. Relying on her somewhat unique body fragrance, she dared to be so audacious. Now her foxtail had finally been revealed, it was time to send her on her way. Stefan wasted no words and did not disturb the enraged Hua Siyuan. He simply raised his right hand, clad in a white glove, coolly. In midair, he made a decisive downward slash towards the master bedroom. This was an execution command, signifying execute on the spot, leave no survivors. At the moment the command was issued, the 4 dark guards behind him, like killing machines, moved in perfect unison. Swish, swish. 4 specially made military-style triangular blades were drawn simultaneously from their tactical leg straps. The cold blades reflected a chilling blue light under the dim wall lamps. The fully armed bodyguards silently gripped their military knives. Like 4 streaks of black lightning, they prepared to charge into the bathroom and execute the woman who was taking a bath on the spot. However, just as they were about to pass by Hosiyuan, "Get lost." A hoarse, chilling voice, as if scraped from the depths of hell, exploded in the corridor. Hosiyuan did not turn back, merely coldly uttering those two words. Yet the overwhelming pressure pinned the four top assassins in place. They did not even dare to breathe. The tyrant's prey could only be executed by his own hands. He wanted to witness that woman breathe her last. Hosiyuan raised his blood-dripping right hand, casually shaking it. Blood droplets splattered onto the oil painting on the wall, a shocking sight. He strode forward with his long upright legs like a bloodthirsty demon, step by step, toward the tightly closed master bedroom door. Each step he took felt like stepping on everyone's heart. So heavy it was suffocating. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The master bedroom door was within reach. The crimson in Hosiyuan's eyes completely erupted, the last thread of reason snapping cleanly. He didn't even touch the doorknob. He directly lifted his leg encased in tailored trousers with a violent force that could crush everything. With a powerful kick, he struck the heavy double door. Bang, boom. A deafening roar echoed as if the entire second floor's floorboards trembled violently. The solid wood door, made of 100-year-old small-leaf red sandalwood, was kicked open, its lock shattered. The heavy door panels swung inward with a mournful creak, crashing against the wall. With a dull and violent impact, the master bedroom door was forcefully kicked open. Hosiyuan, brimming with terrifying killing intent, entered only to find the bathroom door ajar and no one inside. A thunderous bang, boom, tore through the spacious, luxurious master bedroom, the echo lingering long after. The floor was strewn with splinters of century-old small-leaf zeton and the twisted, shattered remains of a metal lock. Hosiyuan strode into the room like an Azura wading through blood from the netherworld, a terrifying, killing aura coiling around him with the power to annihilate everything in its path. In his fathomless black eyes the veins had gone crimson, a crazed, violent madness glinting within. His right hand still dripped blood, obsidian shards embedded in the flesh, an appalling sight. He bore the brutal urge to rend a person limb from limb, his cold gaze knife-like swept toward the bathroom. Yet the anticipated tableau of a terrified woman pleading for mercy failed to appear. The wide frosted glass door stood half ajar, only a white haze of steam and the steady sound of running water remained. The space was empty. Hosiyuan's tall frame froze, his murderous intent suddenly finding no prey. The violence born of a lost target rattled the fragile ramparts of his reason, teetering on the brink of collapse. He panted heavily like an enraged beast deprived of its quarry, his eyes sweeping the room with ruthless ferocity. In that hairbreadth life-and-death stillness, the concealed walk-in closet door at the side of the master bedroom was flung open from within. A slender, fair figure, like a long-primed projectile, hurtled out with sudden force. It was Xinjiao. She hadn't even had time to slip on her slippers, her bare feet, alabaster and damp, landed on the heavy Persian carpet. She wore only a thin silk camisole slip, her hair still half dry and disheveled over her shoulders. There was no hesitation, no retreat. Using the momentum of her run like a moth flinging itself into flame, she flew straight and unerringly toward the man who exuded the stench of death. "Mr. Hua," she cried in a voice thick with sobs. She drove off the balls of her feet and vaulted into the air. She opened her arms and without a second thought clung to Hosiyuan's broad, hard shoulders, both hands locking around his neck. The impact shoved his tall body back half a step. She wound her legs tightly around his sturdy waist like a frightened koala, sealing herself to him with unerring closeness. Unguarded skin met skin in that instant. Having just bathed, she still carried the warm, humid steam of the bathroom on her body. Her unique scent, clean, cool, and lethally seductive, flooded over Hosiyuan like a tide and submerged him utterly. That aroma was the only and most potent sedative to his mania. The instant he felt her soft, warm body and inhaled that familiar, faint fragrance, the storm roaring in his mind, bent on destruction, was forcibly halted by an irresistible physiological. The boiling blood in his veins cooled in an instant, nerves stretched taut to snapping found an uncanny loosening. His black eyes, rimmed with crimson wrath, flickered with a fleeting bewilderment and pause. Instinct acted before reason. His uninjured left hand reflexively cradled Xinjiao's soft waist, steadying her against the fall. Outside, Butler C. Teffin and the 4 elite killers, brandishing their bloodletting sabers, stood aghast. They had expected a scene of bloody, brutal slaughter. Who could have imagined that this reckless woman would hurl herself at Lord Hua in the throes of his fury? More shocking still, Lord Hua had not strangled and thrown her out. He had gathered her into his arms. But Xinjiao afforded no one a moment to react or reason. She knew all too well that in a high-stakes game, the one who explains first is the one who loses. Earlier in the bathroom, she had keenly heard the timed recording coming from the corridor. That was Shun Jiangwo's last-ditch vile trick. If at the moment Hosiyuan burst and she had sobbed out explanations, "The voice in the recording isn't me. I never said those words," Given the tyrant's current suspicion and frenzy, he would have believed none of it and dismissed her as a liar. So she would not prove herself, she would act the part of madness. She would use magic to defeat magic. Shen Jiao buried her face deep in Huaxian's nape as tears gushed like a breached dam. Mr. Hua, whoa, I'm so afraid. She wailed, mascara-streaked and hoarse, her whole body trembling as if bearing the world's gravest injustice. Scalding tears soaked Huaxian's bespoke shirt, stinging his skin. My uncle has gone mad. He forced me and even sent threatening messages. She made no mention of the recording, choosing instead to seize the moral high ground as the injured party. Gripping his collar, her cries were rife with despair and helplessness. He said that unless I transferred 50 million to him right away, he would use AI to fabricate fake recordings to ruin me. He said he'd make all of a city believe I'm a fortune-hunting fraud, make you loathe me, and cast me out. He even said he'd hire online trolls to send those forged recordings to the media. Mr. Well, what should Jiao Jiao do? Each word bled sincerity, rendering the image of a frail, wronged girl driven to the brink by a vicious relative. As she wept, Shen Jiao silently applauded her own Oscar-worthy performance. With that script and those lines, how could Shen Jiangwo possibly contend? Huaxian remained motionless. Every breath he took was steeped in her calming fragrance. His collarbone was slick with her burning, bitter tears. The thoughts that had been full of slaughter completed a cold, logical circuit upon hearing the words fabricated recording and extortion of 50 million. Earlier in the study, he had indeed seen Shen Jiao's phone light up as if receiving a message. After she read it, her expression had grown strangely unnatural. Soon after, that obscene-timed recording echoed down the corridor. Coupled with the Shun family's brink of bankruptcy, what would Shen Jiangwo not do for money? Everything seemed to fall neatly into place. This was not Shen Jiao's betrayal or calculation, but a despicable blackmail directed at her, and at him, Huaxian. That money-obsessed wretch not only dared extort the woman he cared for, but also employed crude, fabricated recordings to provoke him, to exploit his mania and stab from behind. The crimson in Huaxian's eyes did not abate. It transmuted into a deeper, more chillingly remorseless, murderous intent. Yet this time his target had shifted. He lowered his head and looked at the little woman trembling and sobbing in his arms. A sharp pang, an ache called sorrow, stung his chest. She had done nothing wrong, yet her vicious kin had driven her to such a desperate brink. If he had been just a fraction more impulsive earlier, if he had not held her, would he have already harmed this pitiable creature who saw only him and ran into his embrace when wronged? Huaxian's right hand, still gloved in tatters and dripping blood, rose slowly. Avoiding the glass fragments and blood, he used a clean fingertip to stroke away the tear at Shen Jiao's eye with a tenderness almost inconceivable from him. Don't cry, he murmured. His hoarse voice carried an unsettling blend of obsessive fixation and gentleness. With one arm he cradled her, as if holding an invaluable treasure recovered. Then Huaxian turned slowly, his ice-cold gaze slicing past the broken door toward the corridor. Confronted with that dreadful look, Si Tefan and the four killers dropped to one knee, cold sweat pouring down their faces. You dare extort me? Huaxian sneered, a demon-like curve twisting his lips. The temperature in the air plummeted again, but this time his fury was no longer directed at Shen Jiao. If someone were so tired of living that they sought death, he would gladly oblige and drag the entire Shen family with them. He would make anyone who attempted to harm her pay with the most harrowing price. Huaxian showed no hesitation. With his still bleeding right hand expressionless, he drew a matte black custom phone from his suit pocket. His thumb pressed a shortcut, and he dialed the encrypted line of the chief aide at the European headquarters. The call connected almost instantly. Huaxian's gaze dipped, watching Shen Jiao's soft sobs, his voice as frigid as a polar glacier, pronounced the final sentence of judgment. Within 30 minutes, ensure Shensher building materials is erased entirely from a city. The efficiency of the chief assistant at the European headquarters was nothing short of terrifying. 29 minutes after Huaxian hung up the phone in that dark, damp basement in a city, Shen Jiangwo was still lost in his sweet dreams. The rusted iron door of the basement was violently smashed open from the outside, crashing heavily against the wall. Shen Jiangwo shuddered in terror, nearly dropping the broken phone in his hand. Several fully armed police officers and stern-faced enforcement personnel stormed in like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. Shen Jiangwo, you are suspected of multiple counts of major economic fraud, embezzlement, and illegal money laundering. Your company has been completely sealed off, and you are now being arrested according to the law. The cold handcuffs clicked mercilessly around Shen Jiangwo's wrists. Even at this moment, he still couldn't comprehend what was happening. The backup phone in his pocket began to vibrate frantically, its piercing rings sounding like a death knell. It was his trusted secretary calling, her voice laced with desperate sobs. President Shun, it's over. Everything is over. Our company was hit by a terrifying malicious short-selling attack within 10 minutes. All our partners simultaneously and unilaterally announced contract terminations, and the astronomical liquidated damages have completely drained our accounts. Not only that, but none of the arrogant relatives of the Shun family escaped either. Their properties and luxury cars were all frozen and liquidated by the banks within just half an hour. The entire Shin family, like a sandcastle whose foundation had been drained away, instantly crumbled and turned to ashes. No, this can't be. I was about to get 50 million. Shun Jiangwo struggled desperately like a rabid dog on the verge of death, letting out a desperate, mournful howl. But the police paid no heed to his ranting, brutally dragging him out of the basement and shoving him into the glaring police car. The Shin family relatives were utterly finished. The bloodless slaughter concluded silently on this tranquil night. Meanwhile, within the luxurious master bedroom of the Hua estate, an oddly warm atmosphere prevailed. The shattered wood splinters and broken door locks scattered across the floor bore witness to the terrifying thunderous fury that had occurred here. Huasyan paid no attention to the mess. He cradled the still, trembling Shun Jiao in one arm, steadily walking towards the enormous custom-made soft bed at the center of the room. The tall man sat on the edge of the bed, but didn't put Shun Jiao down. Instead, he had her straddle his lap, holding her tightly in his embrace with an air of absolute possession and protection. It's all right, Jiao Jiao. It's all been taken care of. Huasian's deep husky voice carried a tenderness he himself hadn't noticed. His right hand, still wearing a torn black glove and stained with blood, deliberately avoided her clean nightgown. Using only his clean left hand, he gently patted her thin, delicate back again and again. The Shun family is no more, and Shun Jiangwo will spend the rest of his life in prison. No one can threaten you with those fake trashy recordings anymore. As long as I'm here, no one in all of a city, or even the entire world, would dare to touch a single hair on your head. Listening to the man's low, domineering declaration, Shun Jiao buried her face deep in the crook of his neck. Her soft arms still clung tightly around his neck, letting out aggrieved sobs. Mr. Hua, you're so good to me. Jiao Jiao only has you. She cried so sorrowfully, her shoulders heaving, as if she were truly a fragile parasitic vine that could only survive by clinging to him. But in reality, shielded by Huasian's broad, sturdy shoulders in the blind spot utterly beyond his. Shun Jiao's beautiful face, buried in the fabric of his suit, showed not a trace of tears or fear. Her clear eyes now gleamed with an almost fanatical excitement, the gleam of a top-tier predator. A perfect opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Shun family's bankruptcy, liquidation, and the complete freezing of their accounts meant that Shun Jiangwo's hidden cards were about to be revealed. That old fox had bled the Shun family dry for years. He must have secret personal accounts overseas. With the police seizing his domestic assets, there would be abnormal activity in those overseas accounts soon. Shun Jiao stealthily slid her left hand down from Huasian's shoulder. Her fair, slender fingers furtively touched the seemingly ordinary silver smartwatch on her left wrist. This was no mere accessory, but a heavily modified micro-hacking terminal she had paid a fortune for. Perfectly shielded by Huasian's body, Shun Jiao pressed a tiny button on the edge of the small watch face. With an almost imperceptible hum, a miniature, faint blue holographic screen materialized in midair, visible only from her angle. The screen was very small, perfectly hidden under the hem of Huasian's suit jacket. Shun Jiao took a deep breath, her eyes revealing absolute calm and focus. Her slender, nimble index and middle fingers began to fly across the screen's virtual keyboard. There was no sound, only the blur of afterimages. Logging into the international dark web, activating the highest level of anti-tracking stealth protocol. Within a second, she had seamlessly infiltrated the underlying data stream of the global financial clearing center. Her hacker alias was officially online. Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid, I'm here. Feeling the woman in his arms, still slightly tense, Huasian thought she was still scared and bent down to kiss the top of her head. Mr. Well, as long as you hold me, I'm not afraid. Shun Jiao's voice was soft and coquettish, but her left hand was typing an extremely complex tracking code on the holographic screen. Found it. At the very moment the Shun family's building materials company's capital chain broke and was short-sold, a massive, highly secretive sum of money was frantically trying to transfer overseas through multiple shell companies. This was Shun Jiangwo's last hidden lifeline. A cold, mocking smile curled on Shun Jiao's lips. Trying to run. Did he really think he could escape with the prey that had already landed in her jaws? This money was just a bit of interest she was collecting for the way the Shun family had bullied her back then. Shun Jiao's fingertips danced even faster on the virtual keyboard like a silent top-tier waltz. Building an interception net, tampering with the fund flow nodes, forging digital signatures. She inserted an undetectable filter valve right before Shun Jiangwo's intended overseas receiving account. All funds passing through this node would not only avoid triggering any alarms, but would also be automatically and thoroughly laundered. Finally, they would seamlessly flow into Shun Jiao's own Swiss offshore account with the highest encryption level. The entire operation took less than 3 minutes. Just as Huasian was patiently stroking her back, believing he had finally soothed his frightened little lamb. A green success prompt box popped up on Shun Jiao's microscreen. A faint audible-lighter notification ping sounded. Immediately after, a long string of adrenaline-spiking numbers appeared in her account balance. A full 30 million yuan. Every last cent of the ill-gotten wealth Shen Jiangwo had extorted over the years was intercepted and pocketed by her. The money came so fast, so clean, without leaving a single trace for the tax authorities. Having resolved the enemy, who tried to blackmail her without shedding a drop of blood, while simultaneously using the tyrant's power as cover right under his nose to make a killing. This thrill of reverse exploitation gaining both fame and fortune sent a dizzying wave of euphoria through Shun Jiao's mind. Amazing. Absolutely exhilarating. Staring at the extra long string of zeros in her account, Shun Jiao's heart pounded wildly, a surge of ecstasy rushing to her head. Losing control for a moment, she nearly laughed out loud in Huasian's arms. A tiny stifled giggle escaped her nose. Shun Jiao's scalp tingled with horror as she sharply sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it. She had gotten carried away. She shut down the microscreen at lightning speed, quickly retracting her left hand to wrap it back around Huasian's neck. To cover up the almost disastrous laugh, Shun Jiao buried her face deeper. She bit down hard on the fabric of Huasian's suit jacket, desperately, trying to suppress the irrepressible grin spreading across her lips. Struggling to hold back her laughter, her shoulders began to shake violently. To Huasian, it looked like the poor little kitten in his arms was silently breaking down in tears. Not even daring to cry out loud. How much grievance and terror must she have suffered? Huasian's heart clenched painfully, a deep sense of guilt and pity flashing in his eyes. He even began to regret that the orders he gave the European headquarters were too lenient. He should have sent mercenaries to break Shen Jiangwo's limbs. There, don't cry. Be good. Huasian coaxed in a low voice, his uninjured left hand moving up along Shun Jiao's soft spine. Finally, his large warm hand came to rest on the delicate, vulnerable nape of her neck. With a deeply soothing intent, his thumb gently stroked her skin. Once then again, he tried to calm her violent trembling, which he attributed to fear. However, as he comforted her, his thumb, calloused from years of holding a gun, inadvertently slid down the smooth curve of her neck to the spot, right over her carotid artery. Skin to skin, the pulse of her heartbeat clearly transmitted to Huasian's fingertips. 1 beat, 2 beats. Steady, strong, and carrying an oddly relaxed, leisurely rhythm. Huasian's hand stroking her nape faltered for a fraction of a second. Having fought for years in the worlds of business and the dark web, he had undergone the most rigorous physiological training. He knew better than any doctor that when a person is in a state of extreme fear, breakdown, or even loud crying, their sympathetic nervous system becomes highly excited and their heart rate involuntarily soars. Even for someone in peak physical condition, their heart rate at such a time would definitely exceed 120 beats per minute. But the pulse he felt under his fingertips was as calm as a stagnant pool, without a single fluctuation. Huasian's deep eyes lowered slightly, falling upon the crown of the woman's head as she continued her violent sobbing in his arms. The dangerous aura that had just dissipated around him instantly began to regather. His narrow, deep black eyes narrowed dangerously, a cryptic dark glint sliding through the depths of his gaze. He didn't release her, but instead applied a slight probing pressure with his thumb on her pulsating carotid artery. The man lowered his head, his thin lips close to her ear, his voice low, husky, and carrying a deadly danger. Jiao Jiao, crying so sadly. Why is your heart rate only 65? This sentence struck like a black lightning bolt, cleaving through the depths of hell, instantly exploding in Shun Jiao's mind, leaving her scalp tingling. The rough fingertip pressing against her carotid artery seemed poised to transform into a sharp blade ready to sever her throat. It was life-threatening. She had been so engrossed in the 30 million balance in the hacker's account that she lost herself in excitement. She had completely forgotten the physiological responses one should exhibit when feigning shock. The observation skills of this living Yama were disturbingly inhuman. In the life-and-death urgency of 1/100th of a second, Shin Jiao's brain chip operated at high speed, sounding a level 1 red alert. At the brink of disaster, Shin Jiao unleashed her most exquisite acting skills. She made no attempt to struggle or push away Huasian's hand. Instead, she held her breath firmly, not even a single gasp. In this suffocating standoff, mere seconds passed as she forced her delicate ivory-like face to flush. It wasn't until the oxygen in her lungs was nearly depleted and her brain began to experience genuine dizziness that she gasped like a fish out of water, suddenly opening her mouth wide. Who? Huh? She gasped deeply, greedily, inhaling the air. The redness around her eyes previously caused by holding her breath overflowed with genuine physiological tears once more. "Hua, mister. Hua." Shen Jiao stuttered, her voice trembling like leaves in a cold wind. She gazed at the man with wide, terrified eyes. "I was just so scared just now I forgot to breathe. I thought my uncle was really going to release those fake recordings. I thought you wouldn't want me anymore." She sobbed as she nestled her furry head back into his broad chest, like a frightened puppy pitifully seeking her only refuge. Huaxin lowered his head, observing her flushed cheeks and her chest gently rising and falling from gasping. The carotid artery under his fingertip finally began to pulse wildly and violently due to her rapid breathing. Thump after thump it struck against his fingertips. The dangerous glint in the narrow depths of the man's eyes slowly receded like a tide at that moment, replaced by a faint smile mixed with helplessness and indulgence. Forgotten to breathe out of fear. How could there be such a remarkably foolish little waste in this world? Yet under Huaxian's heavy pathological filter, this clumsiness and survival instinct had a fatal allure that he could not resist. Fool. Huaxian released his grip on her carotid artery and casually pinched the soft skin at the back. His low, husky voice carried a hint of indulgence that even he was unaware of. "I wouldn't abandon you." Thus a crisis that could have resulted in bloodshed was diffused by Shen Jiao's absurd physical approach. Days later, to comfort this frightened little lamb shaken by the family upheaval, Huaxian broke his ironclad rule of never bringing female companions to public events. He intended to take Shen Jiao to a city's annual luxury charity auction. This was also to send a clear message to the upper circles of a city. Shen Jiao was the one Huaxian was protecting. Shen Jiao's heart rejected such a social scene. Her ultimate goal now was to quietly make money, and once the storm passed, to disappear to the southern water towns and live as a wealthy woman. The longer she stayed by the living Yama's side, the greater the risk of exposure. Yet there was no room for negotiation with the tyrant's order. To minimize her presence, Shen Jiao declined the entire row of seasonal haute couture dresses worth millions sent by the butler. She rummaged through her old wardrobe and found an ordinary moon-white qipao. The dress was one she had designed previously, but it now fit her a little loosely. Shen Jiao took scissors and thread, casually snipping here and there, transforming the originally conservative hem into a sexy slit, slightly tightening the waist. At the knotted button, she whimsically re-embroidered a dark pattern with a silk thread of the same color. When worn, it perfectly outlined her delicate waist. With a cold charm that exuded a deadly allure, it attracted more attention than those complicated haute couture dresses. At the site of the luxury charity auction, everything was resplendent, filled with fragrant garments and shadows. The venue gathered the top elites and tycoons from a city and even across the nation. As soon as Huaxian entered, he was respectfully surrounded by several multinational conglomerate magnates. Seizing the moment when the tyrant's attention was diverted, Shen Jiao immediately slipped into the crowd like an eel. She deftly made her way to the most obscure corner of the venue. Her goal was crystal clear: the high-end buffet area. She had heard that tonight featured top-notch Australian lobsters and Alba white truffles flown in. Such a golden opportunity to exploit the capitalist's resources was one she absolutely could not miss. Shen Jiao picked up a gold-rimmed porcelain plate, ready to grab a piece of delicious crab meat. "Oh my, who could that be?" A sharp, acidulous voice dripping with arrogance abruptly interrupted Shen Jiao's dining plans. Hiding in the corner to sneak a bite, like a starving ghost who has never seen the world before. Shen Jiao's hand, poised to grab crab meat, paused slightly, her brow furrowing. She turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. A woman draped in Chanel's latest limited edition dress adorned with jewels was leading a group of wealthy ladies toward her. The woman exuded a familiar arrogance and sharpness. She resembled Lin Man, who had been thrown out by Huaxian at the banquet a few days prior, sharing about 70% of her looks. This was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Man's older sister, Linya. She also considered herself the fashion guru among a city's socialites. Lin Ya's gaze toward Shen Jiao was venomous enough to seem as if she wished to swallow her whole. Days ago, her foolish sister Lin Man had offended Shen Jiao and had been discarded like trash by Huaxian's men. As a result, the Lin family became the laughingstock of the entire city, with their company's stocks plummeting for 3 consecutive days. Linya could not swallow this humiliation no matter what. Today she had to regain the Lin family's dignity in this top-tier venue crowded with socialites. Isn't that the Shen family's eldest daughter about to sleep on the streets and drowning in debt? Linya approached in her high heels, scrutinizing Shen Jiao from head to toe, her gaze as critical as a spotlight. Ultimately, her eyes settled on Shen Jiao's moon-white qipao. Then, as if she had uncovered the greatest joke, Linya exaggeratedly covered her mouth and burst into laughter. "Oh my! Shen Jiao, not only has your family gone bankrupt, but you also can't afford a gown. You actually wore a rag from a street vendor that costs a few dozen dollars to attend such a prestigious luxury auction." The surrounding ladies who were affiliated with Linya immediately joined in with a chorus of laughter. Various disdainful and mocking gazes fell unreservedly upon Shunjiao. She silently set down her plate and elegantly took out a wet wipe to clean her fingertips. She looked at Linya, who was flaring up like a flamboyant peacock, her eyes calm, as if observing a fool. Seeing Shunjiao silence, Linya assumed she felt guilty and inferior, raising her voice even higher, fearing that others wouldn't hear. Ladies, look at the tailoring of her dress and those rough buttons. Linya pointed at Shunjiao as if she were educating them on some grand knowledge. Doesn't it resemble the classic style of the mysterious international designer Master S? The wealthy women, upon hearing this, leaned in to scrutinize, carefully revealing expressions of sudden understanding mixed with contempt. It really does. But Master SS works have always been globally limited editions, priceless, yet unmarketable. Exactly, this piece of hers has such cheap fabric, and the stitching is all crooked. It's obviously a shoddy imitation, a disgrace indeed. Linya triumphantly walked up to Shunjiao, her eyes filled with condescension. Master SS designs are not meant for someone like you, a destitute who can't even afford a meal. Wearing a poorly made imitation and flaunting it around, don't you feel embarrassed? You think dressing decently can hide the fact that you're merely a cheap substitute unworthy of the stage. The more Linya spoke, the more biting her words became, her voice piercing sharply in the corners of the hall. Mr. He may currently find you novel, but once he tires of you, you won't even be worth a piece of trash. The commotion grew louder, with mocking laughter echoing, instantly attracting the attention of many in the venue. Those media reporters, like sharks smelling blood, quickly gathered with their cameras and equipment. For journalists, a rich heiress tearing into a bankrupt vixen was a prime headline. The flashes of the lights began to flicker frantically, and the sound of shutters filled the air. Linya reveled in this sensation of being the center of attention, controlling the situation. She arrogantly raised her chin, facing countless cameras, delivering what she believed to be the ultimate mocking remark. Mr. He certainly isn't short on money, but Miss Shin clearly lacks taste. The blinding white light of the flash illuminated Shunjiao's face, which remained calm and unperturbed. She quietly watched Linya, her eyes even revealing a trace of pity. Meanwhile, at the very edge of the crowded venue, Hossein, who had just impatiently pushed aside a few multinational CEOs, stood there quietly. The false gentleness in his eyes meant for outsiders vanished cleanly the moment he heard that mocking remark. His dark, heavy gaze pierced through the crowd, fixating on Linya's smug face. The man's eyes instantly became as still as dead water. Blinding camera flashes erupted in rapid succession, flooding the corner of the grand banquet hall with near-daylight brilliance. The frantic shutter clicks of reporters echoed like a frenzied drumroll, each snap a desperate attempt to capture every electrifying moment of this high-society drama. Linya stood tall and radiant like a peacock unfurling its iridescent tail, drunk on the intoxicating thrill of dominance and adulation. Yet she remained utterly unaware that death's scythe now hung suspended above her, silent and inexorable. At the very periphery of the crowd, shrouded in deep shadow, the air itself seemed frozen solid, a zone so forbidding that even the most audacious paparazzi dared not cross its invisible threshold. Hossein stood motionless, his towering sculpted frame half submerged in the liminal space between light and darkness. His face, striking as a celestial demon carved from marble, bore no expression whatsoever. No rage, no war, only a chilling, stagnant stillness, the kind that makes one's blood run cold. His long, narrow black eyes, fathomless as midnight wells, pierced unflinchingly through the throng, locking onto Linya's smug, triumphant face, as if gazing upon a corpse already succumbing to decay. Behind him, several elite, black-clad bodyguards held their breath, deliberately, reverently, lest even an exhalation disturb the tempest gathering in silence. They had served the tyrant for years. They knew better than anyone. The calmer he appeared, the more violently his inner. Every word Linya had just uttered, every barbed taunt hurled at Shunjiao, had struck like a precise detonator upon a live mine, igniting the ruthless mixed heritage tycoon's annihilating fury. Hossein slowly raised his right hand, clad in immaculate black calfskin leather. His long, powerful fingers glided soundlessly toward the waistband of his chief bodyguard. Through the cold fabric, his fingertips found the grip of a custom-made large-caliber pistol. A faint metallic click, barely audible, was swallowed whole by the ambient clamor of the hall. The safety catch had been coldly disengaged by his thumb. He was drawing the weapon, to silence forever every pair of eyes in this gilded auction house that dared to leer at Jiao Jiao, that dared to mock her, to seal their foul, mocking mouths with finality. And Linya, the eye of this gathering storm, remained blissfully ignorant of the cataclysm hurtling toward her. She tilted her chin even higher, turning to flaunt her superiority before the circle of sycophantic socialites surrounding her. Do you know what tonight's auction finale is? Linya deliberately stretched the pause, her eyes blazing with naked avarice and feverish anticipation. It's a legendary 1EO fake in South African ocean blue diamond. 50 carats, flawless, irreplaceable. A chorus of exaggerated gasps rose instantly among the matrons, their covetous glances fixed upon her. Basking in the adulation, Linya turned her head and cast Xinjiao a look dripping with contempt. To secure that diamond, I've brought my family's entire liquid capital tonight. I will have it. No one dares. Oh, Miss Lin, how magnificently bold. A matron who'd long courted the Lin family rushed forward, her face wreathed in obsequious smiles. Just a diamond. Surely not worth draining your reserves. Linya snorted, her gaze sharpened by smug condescension. You understand nothing. This is no ordinary stone. Legend has it that the enigmatic world-renowned Chinese-style designer, known only as S, holds a particular reverence for blue diamonds. Once I acquire this gem, I'll present it myself, as my key, to Master S. Her voice trembled with mounting fervor, as though already striding down Parisian runways beneath blinding spotlights. I'll use it to prove my lineage, and the Lin family's unshakable supremacy in city. This is heritage. This is influence. As for that lowborn decoy dressed in ragged cloth worth mere pennies, she'll never in all her wretched lifetime lay a finger upon such a threshold. Xinjiao, standing calmly at the center of the crowd, listened to Lin Ya's impassioned soliloquy, and nearly burst into laughter on the spot. A legend about Master S's fondness for blue diamonds. She, the designer herself, had never heard such absurd gossip. Please, she was allergic to trace elements within blue diamonds. If that wretched stone ever came within 10 feet of her, she'd sneeze until her sinuses surrendered. These shallow, status-obsessed creatures couldn't even flatter correctly. How pitiful. Xinjiao seethed, inwardly poised to deliver one final incendiary remark to inflate Lin Ya's arrogance to bursting point. When suddenly her instincts flared. A familiar predatory scent sliced through the air, cold oud and sandalwood, laced with the coppery tang of blood. Her heart lurched violently. She pivoted instantly, her gaze slicing through the strobing flashlights, locking with uncanny precision onto Husayan rooted in the outer shadows. And when her eyes fell upon his long fingers already gripping the pistol's handle at his bodyguard's waist, her mind exploded with a deafening primal alarm. Damn it, he's lost his mind. This is a public venue teeming with city elites, and swarming with me. If he truly draws that weapon here, even the Hua family's boundless influence won't shield him from endless legal entanglements. Worse still, if chaos erupts and police lock down the entire venue, how would she execute her flawless vanishing act? How would she divert those funds undetected? She could not let him fire. Abandoning all pretense of aristocratic decorum, Xinjiao shoved aside 2 obstructing reporters. Like a startled, exquisite Persian cat dashing toward its master, she lifted the moon-white Chongsam's hem and bolted straight through the crowd's tightening ring. Mr. Hua. Her voice, pitched to a flawless register of fragile vulnerability, trembled with practiced artistry. She lunged forward and clamped both hands firmly over his wrist, halting the gun's imminent draw. The icy chill of his palm and the rigid tension beneath her fingers sent a shiver coiling deep into her spine. Less than a heartbeat away from unsheathing death, Husayan lowered his gaze, watching as that soft, warm presence crashed into his chest. The maelstrom of unrestrained slaughter swirling around him stuttered, briefly miraculously, upon contact with her radiant warmth. Mr. Hua. Xinjiao pressed deeper into his broad, unyielding torso, her slender arms locking tightly around his lean waist. Tilting her doll-like face upward, her eyes shimmered, already brimming with tears, her lashes dark and dewy. 2 perfect, suspended droplets clung to the curve of her curled lashes, poised heartbreaking. They're so cruel. She called me poor. She said I wear rags. Xinjiao sniffled softly, her voice trembling with wounded dignity and petulant charm. I'm heartbroken. I want to spend money. That delicate nasal whimper acted like a master key, snapping shut the infernal gate to slaughter blazing open in the tyrant's mind. The iron-hard tension in Husayan's forearm dissolved, miraculously instantly, under the weight of her plaintive plea. The glacial desolation in his eyes melted away, replaced by bottomless, almost pathological devotion. His grip on the pistol loosened, then released entirely. With effortless grace, he swept one arm around her, drawing her pliant, yielding form flush against him, shielding her completely. To Husayan, so long as his Jiao nestled in his arms, demanding his attention, the world's laws, lives, even his own reason, were dust. Yes. His voice, low and resonant, brushed the crown of her head, laced with sovereign disdain for all. Without granting Linya, now frozen in stunned disbelief, even a single glance, Husayan withdrew a sleek metallic card from his inner suit pocket. Its surface gleamed with the austere luster of limitless wealth. The Centurion Black card, issued the previous night, under the collective gaze of shock, envy, and sheer incredulity from every guest present. He slid it, casual deliberate, between the delicate knotted buttons of Shun Jiao's Chongsam collar. The cool metal glided along her warm clavicle, a jolt of electric shiver racing down her spine. Pay for everything. Spend as you wish. His tone was effortless dismissive, as though purchasing priceless antiques and heirlooms were no different from buying plastic trinkets for a child. For her smile alone, he would level this auction house, without blinking an eye. A collective involuntary intake of breath rippled through the crowd. The very socialites who'd mocked Xin Jiao moments earlier now stared greenied with envy. That was Lord Hua's unlimited black card. Lin Ya's face drained of all color. She stared uncomprehending, lips bitten raw, blood welling beneath her crimson gloss. It couldn't be real. Lord Hua was merely performing, for optics, before the press. That vile Shun Jiao wouldn't dare actually charge anything on his card. Half an hour later the auction entered its most fevered bidding phase. In the VIP section, Shun Jiao reclined languidly beside Huasyan, idly twirling the black card between her fingers. On stage the auctioneer's voice soared, finally unveiling tonight's centerpiece, the legendary peerless South African ocean blue diamond, its ethereal cobalt luminescence pulsing behind bulletproof glass. All eyes converged upon the gem. The auctioneer raised his gavel, voice ringing clear and commanding. Ladies and gentlemen, our finale. Starting bid 10 million. Minimum increment 1 million. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Ya, seated front row eager to reclaim dominance, raised her paddle without hesitation. She even turned, flashing Shun Jiao a venomous mocking smirk. But just as the auctioneer opened his mouth to announce the first bid, Shun Jiao didn't reach for a paddle. Instead she lifted her slender alabaster hand, 2 fingers pinching the dazzling Centurion black card. She gave it a lazy, elegant flick in midair. Her voice, cool, silken, utterly devoid of inflection, cut cleanly across the hushed hall. 100 million. A cool, supple voice utterly devoid of inflection rang through the hall. Yet the sentence struck like a heavy bomb, shattering the auction's prior calm. The room erupted in commotion. The collective intake of breath could have ripped off the roof. 100 million. Although the South African ocean blue diamond was rare, its market ceiling was at most 10 million. To pay 10 times the premium for a stone that cannot be eaten or drunk, what a consummate dupe. The auctioneer on the stage gripped his gavel with hands trembling, uncontrollably stammering as he sought confirmation. Thighs, young lady, are you sure you mean 100 million? Shun Jiao could not be bothered to answer. She merely tossed the Centurion black card casually onto the velvet table before her. The black card clicked against the table with a crisp sound, a disdainful sneer at money itself. Lin Ya, seated in the front row, went ashen. She whipped her head around, staring fixedly at Shun Jiao, who lounged beside Huasyan. Has that bitch lost her mind? How dare she burn Lord Hua's money so flagrantly? Lin Ya's chest heaved violently. Her fingers, manicured to perfection, clutched the bidding paddle until it ached. Her mind raced, trying desperately to see through Shun Jiao's hand. A poser. Lin Ya spat the thought inwardly. She refused to believe Lord Hua would become such an extravagant fool for the sake of a mere substitute. Shun Jiao was surely attempting to scare her off with an outrageously inflated bid to humiliate her in front of the socialites. Dream on. Lin Ya gritted her teeth and thrust her paddle aloft, crying out in a sharp voice, 110 million. The surrounding matrons shot her looks of stunned admiration. She lifted her chin, luxuriating in the sensation of being the center of attention. Yet her smug smile had barely begun to bloom when she heard 200 million. Shun Jiao did not so much as raise an eyelid. She breathed the 2 words offhandedly. The hall fell into a deathly silence where even the sound of breathing was audible. Lin Ya's pupils constricted sharply, a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on her brow. 200 million. That exceeded her original budget by a factor of 20. She reflexively glanced at Huasyan, hoping to see the tycoon erupt in anger. Instead, the scene that made every jaw drop unfolded. The aloof number of Sion was not watching the podium. Huasyan had his head bowed, absorbed in peeling an Australian honey tangerine. His gloved hands moved with graceful precision, removing the peel cleanly. He even painstakingly stripped away the white pith piece by patient piece. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he lifted a segment to Shun Jiao's lips. She parted slightly and bit into the sweet flesh. She wore the brazen, nouveau-riche expression of one who had suddenly come into fortune, mumbled indistinctly, "What meaning is adding 10 million? So petty." Huasyan heard the complaint, and far from finding her greedy, frowned in agreement. The tedious bidding clearly tested his patience. He lifted his gaze and cast a cold glance at his chief assistant beside him. The increments are too small. They're keeping her from eating her fruit. Double it. The chief assistant stepped forward without hesitation, raising the Hua family's exclusive bidding paddle. Hua 400 million. Boom. The entire auction hall ignited. A few elderly magnates even clutched their chests. 400 million. To buy a stone worth 10 million for such a sum. This was no longer an auction, it was a public spectacle in which money ground a person's dignity into the dirt. Linya was utterly thrown. Her hand shook so severely she could scarcely hold the paddle. Although the Lin family was wealthy, they had brought only about 500 million in liquid funds tonight. If she continued, the family's cash flow might collapse. Yet all the socialites were watching her every move. She had boasted earlier that she would present this blue diamond to Lord S to prove her status. If she backed down now, how could she ever remain in a city's elite circles? Lin Ya's vanity and envy overcame the last sliver of reason. 450 million. She screamed, her voice already fraying. 500 million. Shun Jiao replied, spitting out a tangerine seed with casual disdain. 550 million. Lin Ya's eyes began to well with red. Back and forth they traded bids, the price rocketing like a rocket. 600 million, 700 million, 800 million. The auction hall had become their private arena of madness. Each call elicited a chorus of sharp gasps from the crowd. Lin Ya's hair was disheveled, cold sweat soaking the back of her couture gown. She resembled a gambler gone mad, forgetting the diamond's intrinsic value. Only one crazed thought occupied her mind. She absolutely could not lose to Shun Jiao, this fallen woman. 900 million. Linya shouted her. She clutched the armrest until her nails nearly split. This was the last of the Lin family's available funds, even tapping into some bank credit. Linya stared at Shun Jiao with hysterical ferocity. Give up, you shameless woman who rose by attaching yourself to men. Shun Jiao only straightened slightly. On her cold, exquisitely beautiful face, a breathtakingly luminous smile unfurled. Her red lips parted, and she pronounced a figure that seemed to suck the air from the room. 1 billion. 1 billion. 100 times the market price. The auctioneer's gavel fell from his hand and struck the floor with a dull thud. A few guests with weak hearts had their bodyguards fetch emergency heart medication. This was the scale of Huasian's fortune. This was the terrifying extent of his protectiveness. For the sake of a bowtie smile, he would toss 1 billion away without a blink. The last thread of reason in Lin Ya's mind snapped. She sprang to her feet, eyes bloodshot like a raving. 1 billion and 10 million. Linya screamed hysterically, the cry echoing through the cavernous hall. Silence fell once more. Everyone held their breath, turning their gaze to Shun Jiao in the VIP seats. Given the reckless momentum of the bidding, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Shun Jiao extended a long pale hand. She slowly and nonchalantly picked up the Centurion black card from the table. Linya bit her lip so hard she nearly fainted. But in the next moment, Shun Jiao did not raise the paddle. She merely slipped the black card casually back into Huasian's suit pocket. Then she lifted her hand to cover her reddened lips with the back of it, and in full view of everyone let out a lazy, unabashed yawn. So sleepy, I'm done. Shun Jiao, like a sated cat, leaned back into Huasian's embrace. She didn't glance at Linya. Her tone oozed disdain and mockery. If you enjoy being a monumental fool, spending 1 billion on a worthless stone, then it's yours. Only you would treasure such junk. The single flippant sentence landed like the sharpest invisible blade, instantly shredding every scrap of Lin Ya's brittle pride and vanity. The hall buzzed out. Everyone regarded Linya as one regards a madwoman or a fool. 1 billion and 10 million. She had won the bid, but she had leapt straight into the abyss Shun Jiao had fashioned for her. The auctioneer finally regained his composure, trembling with excitement. He picked up the gavel and struck 3 times. 1 billion and 10 million, once. 1 billion and 10 million, twice. 1 billion and 10 million, 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, Miss Linya, on acquiring tonight's finale, the rare South African Ocean Blue Diamond. To Linya, the crisp fall of the gavel sounded like the death knell of her family. Her strength drained as if leached away. Her legs went weak. With a heavy thud, she slumped into her chair. She had won. She had finally beaten Shun Jiao. But the Lin family's liquid reserves had been utterly drained. Once this colossal sum was due, Lin family's companies would face an impossible tomorrow: payrolls unpaid, outstanding balances unsettled. Cash flow would collapse, banks would call loans, shareholders would withdraw. Annihilation loomed. Cold sweat cascaded down Lin Ya's brow, as she could already imagine her father's furious slap. The other matrons, sensing disaster, slid away as if avoiding the plague. No one wanted to be associated with a madwoman on the verge of ruin. Seeing the avoidance in their eyes, humiliation and refusal to yield flooded Linya. She would not concede defeat. She had one last trump. This blue diamond was Lord S.'s favorite jewel. If she could present it to Lord S., she might secure a connection to that world-renowned designer. The Lin family might yet be resurrected and even ascend higher. Linya clawed at the armrest so hard her nails split and bled. By the last scrap of vanity, she forced herself to her feet. Head thrown back, eyes filled with venomous madness, she glared at Shun Jiao in the VIP seat. Don't put on that sour grapes act just because you can't have it. Linya taunted, trying to salvage the last shred of her pathetic dignity. No matter the price, Lord S will adore this diamond. Once I am Lord SS favored guest you. This knockoff draped in rags worth mere tens. Won't even be fit to carry my shoes. Faced with Lin Ya's hysterical tirade, Shen Jiao offered no rebuttal. She merely curved her lips into a strange pitying smile. Then under the gaze of everyone present, Shen Jiao leisurely drew her phone from her clutch. In the face of Lin Ya's hysterical rage, Shen Jiao couldn't be bothered to spare even a glance. She simply sat quietly in the dark red velvet armchair designated for top VIPs. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds of eyes in the audience, Shen Jiao leisurely took out a specially made miniature phone from her handbag. The cold light from the screen illuminated her strikingly beautiful and emotionless face. Seeing Shen Jiao's indifferent demeanor, Lin Ya's panic grew exponentially. The staggering debt of 1 billion felt like an invisible mountain weighing heavily on her spine. In a desperate attempt to crush Shen Jiao and cover her own financial insecurity, Lin Ya rushed towards the auction stage like a madwoman. Put the blue diamond on the big screen. Hurry up and display it. Lin Ya pointed at the massive high-definition LED screen occupying the entire wall, commanding the staff in a harsh tone. I want all the media in the city to see clearly that this unparalleled treasure now belongs to the Lin family. The auctioneer and the backstage staff dared not offend the recently extravagant buyer who had just spent 1 billion and complied immediately. Soon the 5th Tickerat limited edition South African Ocean Blue Diamond was projected in 3D high definition onto the enormous screen. Its dazzling deep blue light swirled wildly throughout the hall, exuding ultimate luxury. To create an atmosphere, Lin Ya even audaciously demanded that the backstage connect to the real-time signal of an international top fashion social platform. This platform gathered the world's most elite celebrity stars and top designers. I want us to see the ownership of this diamond immediately. Lin Ya stood at the edge of the stage, raising her champagne glass, proudly flaunting it to the media below. S has always been low-key, only interacting on official social accounts. Today I will use this diamond he loves most to show him the sincerity and heritage of the Lin family. The flashing lights went wild, almost illuminating Lin Ya's face, twisted with excitement to a ghostly pallor. Around her, the socialites who had previously avoided her due to the billion-dollar debt began to stir restlessly. If Lin Ya could truly connect with S through this, the Lin family might just rise from the ashes. Meanwhile, Shen Jiao remained oblivious to the commotion on stage. With her head bowed, her slender fair fingers danced rhythmically on the phone's screen. Her nonchalant posture resembled that of someone replying to a trivial promotional message. In reality, her phone was engaged in extremely complex underlying code calculations and breaching firewalls. 10 seconds. Just 10 more seconds, and she would be able to forcibly take over the entire auction venue's network signal hub through a hacker's alias. 987. Shen Jiao mentally counted down, her lips curling into a bloodthirsty smirk. Everyone look at the big screen. I've already posted a dynamic message through the Lin family's official account and tagged S. Lin Ya's voice was sharp and piercing, revealing a hint of reckless madness. Ding! Just as Lin Ya prepared to continue her fashion insights with grandiloquence, a sharp, jarring sound of electrical feedback suddenly resonated from the stereos that had previously played soothing background music. Immediately after, the enormous LED screen at the back of the stage flickered violently, without warning. The ostentatious display from the Lin family's official account was abruptly cut off by an overpowering external signal. The entire giant screen, spanning several dozen square meters, instantly turned into a pure oppressive black. The audience was thrown into uproar, and the media reporters exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had caused the equipment failure. Lin Ya was frantic, jumping up and down as she yelled at the backstage, "What are you useless people doing? Hurry and switch it back." However, mere seconds later, at the center of the black screen, a certified official emblem of an internationally renowned fashion figure possessing a godlike status and millions of fans suddenly illuminated. The account's avatar was a simple black letter S. The page of that account dominated the entire screen, clearly reflected in everyone's pupils. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, with everyone incredulously rubbing their eyes. Even the sound of breathing vanished in that moment. S. Is it really that elusive international top designer, known for being impossible to find even for royal families? S. Lin Ya's anger froze instantly, only to transform into wild joy, her wine glass trembling in her hand. Could it be that S really saw her sincerity and personally came online to respond? This $1 billion was worth every penny. Lin Ya trembled with excitement, pointing at the big screen and laughing loudly in Shen Jiao's direction. "Did you see that? Shen Jiao, you shameless woman, did you see? S is online. He must be here to praise this. You will soon become the laughingstock of the entire upper class." However, Lin Ya's hysterical screams hadn't even finished echoing. On the big screen, SS official account updated the first pinned post of the night. black background, white text in a gigantic font exuding an undeniable arrogance and authority. This season's only unique piece is at the A City auction worn by a beautiful Miss Shen. As for the knockoff mentioned by a certain Lin lady earlier, fraudster my international legal team has sent a formal lawsuit to the Lin family. Boom. This post detonated like a heavy nuclear bomb dropped from the sky. It shocked everyone, leaving their scalps tingling and their minds blank. Hundreds of gazes in the hall quickly shifted from the big screen mechanically and stiffly to the VIP seats. They turned to the moon-white Cheongsam that Linya had mocked as a cheap piece of cloth worn by Shen Jiao. The sound of gasps filled the air, rising and falling as if a bellows was being worked. That seemingly casually tailored Cheongsam was indeed the genuine article from S. Moreover, it was the only piece in the world, and it was being worn by Shen Jiao. The socialites who had previously mocked Shen Jiao alongside Linya now turned pale, their legs turning to jelly. They felt as if they had been slapped across the face multiple times, the sting burning. Had they really pointed at SS' genuine work and shamelessly ridiculed it as a low-quality knockoff? Their once proud fashion taste had instantly turned into a complete international joke. If SS fans found out, they would be utterly ostracized from the socialite circle. Linya gaped at the screen, her eyes nearly popping out, her face drained of color. No, this can't be. This is definitely a hacker's prank. How could S know her? Linya screamed hysterically, trying to make a last-ditch effort despite her logic completely crumbling. So what if the dress is real? I have the blue diamond that S loves most. As long as I present this billion-dollar diamond, S will surely forgive my slip of the tongue. Just as Linya desperately grasped at this last lifeline, trying to salvage her reputation, the image on the big screen coldly refreshed again. SS official account immediately published a second post. This one was even shorter, more straightforward, and even more lethal. The words carried a thick layer of disbelief, disdain, and lofty mockery. I am severely allergic to the rumors about my fondness for blue diamonds are nothing but foolish slander. Please be informed. Silence. A deathly stillness filled the air, thick with suffocating embarrassment and despair. If the first post was a merciless slap in the face, this second post was like pressing Lin Ya's head down against the ground and rubbing it in. It even casually stomped a couple of feet on her head. Severely allergic. Foolish slander. These 8 words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the absurd faith and logical foundations of Linya. She had exhausted her family's entire liquid assets, taken on a debt of 1 billion, and even offended Matt, and yet she bought a stone that S would be allergic to at a glance, perhaps even consider it foolish to buy a. At this moment, standing at the center of the stage, surrounded by countless flashing lights and cameras, Lin had become the biggest and most pathetic clown in a city, even the entire country. The shudder sounds from the media reporters were almost smoking. Excitement gleamed in their eyes. Such a scandal in the upper class was enough to carry their performance for a whole year. It's impossible. This can't be happening. Linya stared blankly at the 2 lines of text on the big screen, the champagne glass in her hand falling with a crash and shattering. The red wine splattered onto her skirt, resembling glaring fresh blood. 1 billion in debt, family bankruptcy, total ostracism from the socialite circle, and being publicly insulted as foolish by her idol. Multiple psychological blows struck her fragile nerves all at once. Linya felt darkness envelop her vision, emitting a distorted, heart-wrenching scream from her throat. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight back. With a thud, she crashed onto the solid wooden floor of the stage, fainting from the shock. The hall erupted into chaos as security and medical personnel rushed onto the stage to provide aid. Meanwhile, in the chaotic VIP seats, Shen Jiao watched the absurd farce on stage come to a perfect conclusion. Her red lips curled slightly, a glint of dark satisfaction flashing in her eyes. The dual destruction of the physical and mental, this was the fate of those who offended her. She casually pressed the lock button on the side of her phone, and with a click the screen went dark. Shen Jiao carelessly stuffed the phone back into her exquisite evening bag, concealing her accomplishments. However, just as she put away her phone and prepared to turn to the silent ATM beside her to take credit, her smile suddenly froze without warning. Beside her, the silent mixed-race tyrant Hossein hadn't looked at any of the antics on stage. He was slightly tilting his head. His deep-set black eyes, dark and unfathomable, shimmered with a chilling, dangerous glint. The man didn't even blink. He was fixated unwaveringly on her slender fingers that had just switched rapidly through aliases on the carriage was enveloped in a deathly silence. The bulletproof Rolls-Royce glided smoothly across the empty sea bridge of City A. The black soundproof partition had long been raised, isolating the back seat into an utterly private, yet suffocating space. The air was devoid of the clamor from the auction hall, leaving only a heart-stopping silence. Hua-Siyun leaned against the genuine leather chair, unusually silent. He did not, as usual, feverishly lock Shen Jiao tightly in his embrace to absorb her pure fragrance. Instead, he simply wrapped one arm around her slender waist while the other hand leisurely toyed with her right hand. It was the same hand that had swiftly tapped on the phone screen during the auction. The man's fingertips bore a thin callus, a mark of years spent wielding a gun. He lowered his long dark eyes, moving slowly, yet exuding a chilling pressure. From her rounded, elongated nails, to her delicate knuckles, and finally, to her soft palm. Bit by bit he rubbed and caressed, like a strict appraiser examining an exquisite piece of porcelain hiding a deadly secret. Shun Jiao rested her eyes against his chest, her breathing even and drawn out, resembling a tired cat in deep slumber. Yet inside she was sweating profusely, a thin layer of cold sweat forming on her back. She knew that tonight, in her quest to utterly crush Lin Yushed, revealed too much of her sharp edge. Her skills in hacking and deciphering firewalls were nothing short of muscle memory for a top hacker. That was certainly not the reaction speed of an ordinary delicate bankrupt heiress. Who was Huasiyun? He was a hybrid Azura emerging from the meat grinder of a ruthless capitalistic world with an insight that was horrifyingly abnormal. He was even monitoring her heart rate. How could he possibly not notice the anomaly in her fingers just now? The man's fingers traced along her finger bones, slowly gliding over her palm before gently gripping her wrist. His fingertips rested precisely over her pulse. Shun Jiao felt her scalp almost explode. She could only force herself to calm her heartbeat, clenching her teeth to continue pretending to be dead. As long as she didn't wake up, this living Yama couldn't possibly drag her from her dream to torture her right. Amidst the long torment, the car finally drove into the eerie yet luxurious Hua family manor. Huasiyun did not wake her. He directly lifted her horizontally in his arms, striding steadily up to the second floor, and gently placed her on the large bed in the master bedroom. The man stood at the edge of the bed, looking down at her for a long time. Just when Shun Jiao thought he might directly strangle her, Huasiyun finally turned and walked out of the room. The master bedroom door was gently closed. Listening to the gradually fading heavy footsteps of the man, Shun Jiao abruptly opened her eyes in the darkness. In her clear, watery eyes there was no hint of sleepiness. She quickly sat up and retrieved her phone from her evening bag. Her fingertips danced across the screen, completely erasing all login traces and underlying codes within a minute. Afterward, she powered down the phone and casually tossed it onto the bedside table. Having completed all these actions, she let out a heavy breath, but the unease in her heart grew increasingly intense. Late at night, in the confidential study on the top floor of the manor, the air conditioning was set to an extreme with the pressure so low it felt as if it could crush bones. 3 of Hua's top darknet hackers sat sweating profusely before their high-end computers. These 3 individuals were usually formidable figures in the international hacking community, yet at this moment, they didn't dare to breathe. Huasiyun sat in a spacious leather executive chair, his long legs crossed. He toyed with a pure gold custom-made pen, his deep gaze reflecting a sinister red anger. Investigate. The man's thin lips parted, uttering an ice-cold word. Find out the original IP address that posted the official update at tonight's auction. I want to know who had control over that account at the time. The 3 top hackers immediately took their orders, their fingers becoming a blur on the keyboard as the sound of their typing filled the study. They initially thought it was just tracking a social media login node, something trivial for them. However, within less than a minute, the leading hacker's forehead began to bead with sweat. Master Hua, something's off. The hacker swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he reported. The opponent's network defense level is outrageously high, yet at the moment of posting they set up a whole 99 layers of international jump points. From North America to Eastern Europe, then to South Africa, the IP address changes rapidly across the globe every 10th of a second. This is an ultimate concealment technique only used by the top 3 ghost hackers in the world. Huasiyun ceased playing with the pen. His cold, dark eyes narrowed dangerously, a blizzard brewing furiously within. A bankrupt heiress not only wearing an exclusive piece from S at the auction, but also triggering the world's top hacker defense network at the same time. There was no way such coincidences could exist in this world. I don't need to hear any nonsense. Huasiyun's voice was low but carried an unyielding pressure of death that was impossible to defy. 10 minutes. If you can't lock down the original coordinates. He leaned forward slightly, gazing at the 3 trembling hackers, mercilessly delivering an ultimatum. You 3 pairs of hands that strike the keyboard will be of no use anymore. The threat of death lashed at the backs of the 3 like a whip. The sound of frantic keyboard tapping in the study grew even more frantic and hysterical. The 3 top hackers pulled out everything they had learned in their lives, forcibly assembling a supercomputing matrix. They began to bite into the layers of firewalls like rabid dogs. Time ticked by second by second. 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Just 30 seconds before the countdown was about to end. We've breached it. The last layer of camouflage has been torn away. The leading hacker was so excited he nearly jumped up, pointing at the rapidly reversing data flow on the screen. Master Hua, the target is not overseas. That signal source has never left the country. The gigantic holographic projection screen on the study wall instantly lit up. A clear global map appeared in the center of the screen, which then began to zoom in frantically. The red tracking point on the screen rapidly locked onto the domestic region from the Asian plate. Next, the red point pinpointed City A. The map continued to magnify, increasing in precision as it crossed directly into the wealthy district of the western suburbs. Ultimately, that glaring, rhythmically flashing red point settled firmly and accurately on the architectural blueprint of the Hua family manor. The position of the red point was none other than where Shun Jiao was currently sleeping, the master bedroom on the second floor. The study fell into a deathly silence as the three hackers stared at the screen's result, their breaths held in shock. The target was in the manor, right under Master Hua's nose. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking echoed abruptly in the silent study. Hua Xian's expression was impassive, not even blinking. Yet the hard, pure gold custom pen in his hand had been crushed into two pieces. The sharp metallic edge pierced his palm. Black ink mixed with bright red blood dripped down his long finger bones, splattering onto the precious rosewood table. A shocking sight. The man slowly stood up, his tall and upright figure casting a terrifying shadow under the light, resembling a dark lord. It turned out that the little canary he had kept in a cage who could only cry for hugs was actually the powerful national-style designer capable of summoning winds and rain on the international stage. Moreover, she was a top hacker who could manipulate the global network at will. A con artist. From the moment she tumbled into his arms at the banquet, it was all an elaborate scheme. Hua Xian dismissed the terrified hackers in the study. He casually grabbed a tissue to wipe the ink and blood off his fingers, turning to walk towards the master bedroom. The sound of his leather shoes on the carpet echoed with a chilling murderous intent and a sickly obsession. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Shun Jiao was staring intently at the closed door. She was well aware that her cover was about to be blown. Even without substantial evidence, Hua Xian's suspicious and violent nature would undoubtedly see her flayed alive for questioning. The act of playing dumb as a canary had reached its end. If she stayed any longer, she would certainly be locked in the basement with a solid gold chain by this sickly tyrant, never to see the light of day again. Shun Jiao bit her lip tightly, a resolute glimmer flashing in her eyes. She could no longer wait. The planned escape must be accelerated if she needed to die in the fastest way possible. Tomorrow, no matter what, she must find a way to sneak back to a university. That was the final step in her escape. She needed to obtain the final signature document regarding her overseas exchange student identity. Only by obtaining that legal new identity could she completely disappear from Hua Xian's radar. Bang! The heavy door of the master bedroom was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Shun Jiao tightly closed her eyes, pulling the blanket up to her chin, breathing evenly, as if she had fallen into the deepest slumber. Yet beneath the blanket her body was already taut, like a bow stretched to its limit. Hua Xian's tall figure loomed by the bedside, looking down at her from above. His gaze filled with killing intent, and obsession sliced through her cheeks like a tangible blade. He was waiting for her to reveal a flaw. As soon as her eyelashes fluttered, he would devour this little liar who spoke only deceit. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Shun Jiao's psychological resilience was disturbingly strong, maintaining her breathing frequency without the slightest change. Just as Hua Xian's bloodied hand was about to touch her fragile throat. Buzz, buzz. The encrypted special phone in Hua Xian's pocket suddenly emitted a piercing high-level red alert vibration. The man paused abruptly, retracting his hand to glance at his phone. The screen displayed that the European headquarters had encountered a sudden and devastating financial crisis requiring his immediate presence to command. Hua Xian cast a deep glance at the person on the bed, the surging killing intent in his eyes replaced by a darker pathological desire for control. Since she loved to perform so much he would play along, he wanted to see what other tricks this canary could pull. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet a terrifyingly oppressive low pressure loomed over the Hua family estate. Due to the emergency multinational video conference in Europe, Hua Xian had to head to the underground command center with the highest level of encryption. This also meant he would be forced to leave Shun Jiao for a full 2 hours. Before leaving, Hua Xian sat on the edge of the bed, his long fingers gripping Shun Jiao's slender right wrist. Click! A crisp sound echoed. A completely black, faintly glowing metal wristband was tightly secured around her wrist. The wristband was cold to the touch, firmly adhering to her skin with an irresistible sense of coercion. This is a military-grade positioning wristband. Forcibly removing it will trigger an automatic lockdown and alert system. Hua Xian lowered his head, placing a cold and possessive kiss on the back of her hand. Jiao, be good, and stay in the room waiting for my return. If I discover that the positioning device has left the estate even a single step, I will break your legs and chain you to the bed with solid gold links. His tone was as gentle as one coaxing a lover, yet laced with a chilling, bloody warning. Shun Jiao recoiled slightly, nodding obediently with tears in her eyes. Rest assured, mister. Hua Jiao won't go anywhere, just waiting here for you. Observing her weak and compliant demeanor, Hwasiyuan scoffed, turning to stride out of the master bedroom. Bang! The door closed with a clear sound of locking. Outside, butler Stefan and dozens of bodyguards had surrounded the master bedroom, sealing it like an airtight drum. Listening to the gradually receding footsteps outside, Shun Jiao's originally pitiful expression vanished in an instant. She threw off the blanket and nimbly leaped down from the large bed. Think you can lock me up? In your dreams. Shun Jiao casually rummaged through the nearby drawer and pulled out a very ordinary paperclip. She straightened the paperclip, her slender and agile fingers gripping the small piece of metal, skillfully probing into the hidden lock hole of the wristband. This military-grade positioning wristband was indeed an unbreakable deadlock for ordinary people. But for Shun Jiao, who was adept in various mechanical structures and hacking techniques, it was nothing. Her fingers exerted a slight force, quickly manipulating the lock cylinder with terrifying muscle memory and auditory sensitivity. 3, 2, 1. Click. A faint spring sound was heard, and the high-tech wristband that was said to trigger an alarm upon forced removal opened as expected. Shun Jiao removed the wristband, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, grabbing the ragdoll cat that was lounging in the sun and licking its fur. This cat loved to run around the estate in every corner. Good kitty, let me borrow your neck for a moment. Shun Jiao swiftly attached the positioning wristband to the ragdoll cat's collar, then patted its furry rear. The ragdoll cat meowed and slipped out through the half-open window, dashing towards the backyard. Watching the positioning signal still showing movement within the estate on the screen, Shun Jiao clapped her hands in satisfaction. She quickly shed the troublesome silk nightgown and changed into a nondescript black hoodie and loose jeans. She slipped on a pair of lightweight canvas shoes and tied her long hair back into a ponytail. To avoid the intense surveillance at the front door, Shun Jiao headed directly towards the second-floor terrace of the master bedroom. She fixed her eyes on the sturdy 100-year-old phoenix tree just below the terrace. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Jiao supported herself on the marble railing and leaped down. Her light form drew a neat arc in the air, landing steadily on the thick branch of the phoenix tree. Like a nimble black cat, she quickly slid down the trunk to the ground. Avoiding the line of sight of the patrolling bodyguards, she executed a few clean tactical rolls, successfully vaulting over the estate's towering walls. An hour later, at a university campus, vibrant college students were weaving through the tree-lined paths with their books. Shun Jiao lowered the hood of her hoodie, hands and pockets blending in as she slipped into the school's administration building. Today's ultimate goal was the academic affairs office. This was the most critical and final link in her plan to disappear. Only by obtaining the final approval document for overseas student status change and asset transfer personally stamped by her advisor could she acquire a completely new legal identity. This would enable her to take the 30 million yuan she intercepted yesterday and completely launder it abroad or in the Jiangnan water town. However, as Shun Jiao approached the academic affairs office, she couldn't help but frown. Today happened to be the peak period for processing end-of semester paperwork, and a long queue formed outside the academic affairs office, easily numbering over 100 people. If she queued patiently, by the time it was her turn, Hwasiyuan's meeting would have long concluded. If that tyrant discovered the positioning wristband on the cat, he would undoubtedly seal off the entire city to capture her immediately. Time is of the essence, and she couldn't wait. Shun Jiao retreated to a deserted corner of the corridor, pulling out the modified mini-phone from her pocket. Her fingers flew across the screen, blue code scrolling rapidly on the small display. At this moment, the skills of the top hacker were pushed to the limit. In less than 30 seconds, she successfully bypassed a university's outdated network firewall. She directly hacked into the bottom-level database of the calling system. She forcefully inserted her student ID and processing request at the very top of the queue with the highest priority. Ding dong. Please proceed to window number 3, student A1001 is Shun Jiao to process your business. The announcement suddenly rang out in the hall. The students who had been waiting in line before her groaned in complaint, yet there was nothing they could do. Shun Jiao pocketed her phone and calmly stepped over the long queue, advancing to window 3. Hello, teacher, I'm here to collect my final approval document for the overseas exchange student. The clerk verified the highest priority instruction that had just popped up on the computer without any suspicion. Have you brought all your documents? Please sign here. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. A document bearing a university's bright red seal and her advisor's signature was smoothly handed to Shun Jiao. Done. Shun Jiao gazed at the brand new identity information on the document, her heart pounding with excitement. The legal identity for her disappearance was secured. This meant that as long as she created an accident at the right opportunity, she could completely escape that madman Hwasiyuan. Damn the skin hunger, damn the canary. The old lady was about to live a fairy tale life with tens of millions. Shun Jiao carefully folded the invaluable approval document and tucked it into the inner pocket of her hoodie. She took a long breath, turning to exit the academic affairs hall. The current priority was to quickly return to the estate and put the wristband back on before Huasiyuan finished his meeting. She absolutely could not let everything fall apart at the last moment. Shen Jiao lowered her hood and quickly walked out of the administrative building, heading down the wide tree-lined path towards the school gate. The early autumn sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, a gentle breeze caressing her face. Everything seemed so beautiful and full of hope. However, just as she was lost in thoughts of her future life as a rich woman, the previously quiet tree-lined path suddenly erupted with deafening noise and screams. It's the campus heartthrob, Gu Chun. Oh my, how romantic. Who is he confessing to with that huge bouquet of roses? Quick, let's go see. The crowd surged towards the center of the tree-lined path, like a tide, completely blocking Shen Jiao's way. Frowning, she instinctively tried to bypass the group of enthusiastic college students. But with so many people around, she was shoved into the innermost part of the crowd, unable to retreat at all, just as she was getting annoyed and preparing to force her way through. In the center of the crowd, the handsome campus heartthrob Gu Chun, dressed in a white shirt, suddenly turned around. His gaze precisely locked onto Shen Jiao, who was being squeezed into a somewhat awkward position. Gu Chun's eyes lit up instantly, a brilliant and affectionate smile spreading across his face. Amidst the wild cheers and screams of hundreds of students, he held a bouquet of bright red roses that was so large it nearly obscured half of his body. Striding through the crowd, he headed straight for Shen Jiao. The surrounding students erupted into thunderous applause, actively clearing a path for him. There was no retreat. The sunlit, handsome campus heartthrob with a large bouquet of roses blocked her firmly on the tree-lined path amidst the students' cheers. 99 vivid red roses were extravagantly wrapped, both glamorous and ostentatious. Gu Chun, dressed in a crisp white shirt, stood as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on his shoulders. The universally recognized campus heartthrob of a university now blushed, his handsome face glowing as he gazed at Shen Jiao with sparkling eyes. Those clear eyes were filled with the most ardent and pure affection of a 20-year-old youth. Shen Jiao, since the freshman orientation ceremony, I have liked you. Gu Chun's clear voice echoed through the portable microphone, resounding clearly along the entire tree-lined avenue. Surrounding them, layers upon layers of onlookers had gathered, hundreds of college students. Hundreds of eyes were fixed intently on the two at the center. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Say yes." Instantly, the entire avenue erupted, cheers surging wave after wave, almost lifting the canopy of leaves. Say yes, get together. The youthful hormones swirled wildly in the air as everyone cheered for this romantic confession. Except for the heroine herself. Shen Jiao looked at the enormous bouquet of roses nearly thrust into her face, feeling nothing but a prickling sensation on her scalp. How could these be roses symbolizing love? They were nothing less than a death warrant, a red alarm ready to detonate at any moment. She was now a fugitive who had just escaped from a tyrant's grasp. Tucked away was the hard-won clearance for her getaway, and she was about to make her escape. Who had the time for some campus romance confession? Shen Jiao instinctively stepped back, trying to create distance. But the surrounding students were too numerous, packed tightly like fish in a barrel. She was trapped with no way to retreat or escape. Gu, calm down. Please step aside. I have urgent matters. Shen Jiao lowered her voice, her pretty face beneath the hoodie's brim filled with anxiety. She tried to squeeze past Gu Chen's side, but he mistook her shyness and stepped forward more resolutely. He even produced a pink love letter from his pocket, his expression tender. Shen Jiao's vision darkened at the sight. She felt like kneeling before him. Ancestor, please don't read it. If that possessive madman Huasiyuan learned a man dared to hand her a love letter in public, this campus would be razed to the ground today. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away at the Home Manor, in the highest level encrypted command center underground, a blue holographic projection screen flickered faintly, reflecting Huasiyuan's cold, icy face. The financial crisis in the European region was being swiftly and ruthlessly suppressed under his iron fist. Every second, hundreds of billions of capital flowed wildly through global financial networks. Huasiyuan leaned back in his chair, issuing one cold-blooded order after another with a blank expression. But after being away from Shen Jiao for nearly an hour, his mania began to stir. Unable to catch the pure, alluring scent that soothed his nerves, a needle-like pain pierced deep within his mind. Midway through the meeting, Huasiyuan could no longer suppress his inner agitation. He raised his slender fingers and quickly typed a few commands on the keyboard. In the bottom right corner of the holographic screen, a private surveillance feed from the manor instantly appeared. He wanted to see if his little canary was obediently waiting for him on the master bedroom bed. However, the master bedroom's surveillance showed no one. The large bed was slightly messy, and the silk nightgown he had personally chosen for her was carelessly discarded on the floor. Huasiyuan's brow furrowed sharply, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He immediately accessed the signal tracking of the military-grade positioning bracelet. On the screen, the green dot representing the bracelet moved slowly through the manor's back garden. Hwasyan aimed the garden's surveillance camera at that coordinate and zoomed in. The surveillance image gradually cleared. In the sunlight, a fluffy, chubby ragdoll cat lay sprawled. It was leisurely licking its paw with a pink tongue. Around its neck hung the very same black metal bracelet that should have been locked on Shun Jiao's wrist. The air in the underground command center froze solid in that instant. The temperature seemed to plummet below zero. On the other end of the screen, the European executive was nervously reporting the latest data. Mr. Or regarding the liquidation of the Locke family's assets, Bang crash. A deafening roar brutally interrupted the executive's report. Hwasyan slammed his fist into the expensive high-definition monitor before him. The immense force shattered the screen into pieces, sparks flying and crackling. Sharp glass shards cut into the skin of his hand, blood instantly welling up. But he seemed to feel no pain, his eyes fixed on the cat grooming itself. Good. Very good. So her earlier obedient, teary-eyed demeanor had all been a lie. Not only had she deceived him, but she had also effortlessly cracked his proud military-grade lock by some means. She had run away. Within less than an hour of his departure, she was already eager to escape his grasp. To be free of this the last vestiges of sanity in Hwasyan's eyes were consumed by a deep crimson. The mania and violence suppressed in his marrow erupted like a volcanic explosion. He was like a primal beast provoked beyond reason, radiating a murderous aura capable of destroying the world. Did she think unlocking a simple bracelet would let her slip away unnoticed? Naive. Hwasyan let out a cold laugh, so sinister it sent chills down the spine. He pulled out another black phone from his suit's inner pocket, one he never let out of his sight. His bony fingers opened a hidden program with no icon. During her first full-body checkup at the manor, he had taken the opportunity, while drawing blood, to secretly implant a backup tracking device smaller than a grain of rice beneath the skin at the nape of her neck. This tracker was linked directly to bioelectrical signals and could only be removed by cutting through flesh. This was the final shackle he had prepared for his disobedient canary. The tracking program activated. On the phone screen, a glaring red dot instantly lit up. The coordinates refreshed rapidly, finally locking onto a place he detested. A university. She had gone to such lengths to escape, just to return to that shabby school. To meet whom? That reckless boy who dared to hand her a love letter. Jealousy and possessiveness gnawed at Hwasyan's heart like venomous snakes. He abruptly stood up, his tall, imposing figure exuding an overwhelming pressure. He strode to the heavy, bulletproof metal door of the command center and kicked it with full force. Boom. The door burst open violently. Outside, dozens of fully armed elite guards stood at attention. Hwasyan's eyes were bloodshot like a demon crawling out of hell. Without looking at anyone, he issued orders in a hoarse, icy voice dripping with death. Prepare the helicopter. Lock down a university. Back on the vibrant campus avenue of a university. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Guchan, holding the pink love letter, was completely immersed in his romantic fantasy. He gazed affectionately at the girl half hidden by her hoodie and began to read aloud. Shin Jiao, from the first moment I saw you, my world lit up. Shin Jiao was sweating with anxiety. Biting her lip, she prepared to push him aside and force her way out. Just then the clear sky suddenly darkened. A fierce wind swept up from the ground, forcing the surrounding students to squint and scream as they clutched their skirts. Then the sky was filled with a deafening roar of helicopter rotors that nearly split eardrums. Over a dozen black, heavy-armed helicopters blanketed the campus playground like storm clouds. The gale raged, the powerful air currents churned by the helicopter rotors swept through like a Category 12 typhoon. The century-old trees on University as sports field were blown askew, their branches groaning under the unbearable strain. A sky-obscuring cloud of withered yellow leaves and dust was whipped into the air. The university students, who had been cheering and reveling in a romantic confession of love, were instantly stunned into terror by this sudden apocalyptic spectacle. All sounds were mercilessly devoured by the deafening roar. In the sky, over a dozen pure black, heavy-armed helicopters circled. Like a black storm cloud, they completely overshadowed the serene campus. The emblem of the Hua clan, representing a global top-tier conglomerate, gleamed with a cold, deathly luster on the helicopter's black fuselages. Before the crowd could recover from the extreme shock, the helicopter doors were yanked open. Dozens of black tactical fastropes descended from the sky like colossal black pythons. Fully armed, live-fire, black-clad bodyguards descended like divine soldiers. With sharp, synchronized movements, they slid to the ground and swiftly secured all vantage points. Simultaneously, an even more terrifying commotion erupted outside the campus. Boom, crash. The artistic iron gate of University, a symbol of its century-old prestige, forged from thick wrought iron, was rammed open by several heavy armored off-road vehicles, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The steel behemoths rolled over the gate barrier without a care, emitting a grating screech of metal. Immediately following, a convoy of dozens of identical black bulletproof Maybachs arrayed in a neat and oppressive battle formation drove straight in. The piercing screech of brakes echoed across the campus asphalt roads, leaving behind trails of smoking black tire marks. Car doors opened in perfect unison movements, as uniform as if cast from a single mold. Hundreds of top-tier bodyguards in pure black suits and sunglasses filed out. Each held a cold, heavy black firearm. The click-clack of safeties being disengaged wove into a dense, hair-raising tapestry of sound. "Clear the area. Everyone get down on the ground, and put your hands on your heads immediately. Disobey, and you will be shot on sight." The bodyguards' icy, merciless voices boomed across the entire boulevard through high-powered loudspeakers. These favored children of heaven, raised in an ivory tower, who had only ever seen such scenes in movies, had their psychological defenses shattered instantly. Screams, cries, and the sound of books hitting the ground erupted into a cacophony. Students scattered in panic like headless flies. But they were quickly forced back by the well-trained bodyguards' gun barrels. Pale-faced and trembling, they crouched by the flower beds and under the trees. The once crowded boulevard in less than a minute was forcibly cleared by the muzzles of guns into a wide, silent avenue. The crowd was brutally stripped away. Only Shen Jiao and Gu Chun, standing in the dead center of the road, were left isolated under hundreds of dark, hollow gun muzzles. Gu Chun still held the pink love letter, his entire body stiff as a board. His handsome face was ashen and his legs trembled violently and uncontrollably. What was happening before his eyes completely exceeded the limits of his 20 years of understanding. As for Shen Jiao, she felt as if all the blood in her veins had frozen. She stared fixedly at the stretched, bulletproof Maybach in the middle of the convoy. Her heart pounded desperately and wildly in her chest, threatening to shatter her ribs. It was over, completely over. This formation, this display, this unbridled and terrifying modus operandi. There was no one else in the world besides that madman who held the power of life and death. But how could he have arrived so quickly? That subcutaneous tracker. Shen Jiao's mind raced, instantly realizing where she had failed. That living demon king was a complete and utter pervert. He had been wary of her all along, using the pretext of a medical checkup to implant a backup tracker under her skin. The escape plan was a complete failure, the forged approval documents useless. Now what awaited her was a punishment 100 times more terrifying than hell. The rear door of the bulletproof Maybach was respectfully and swiftly opened by the chief bodyguard. A long, straight leg clad in a black bespoke suit trouser was the first to step out of the vehicle. A pair of pure black handmade leather shoes trod on the littered fallen leaves. Then Huaxian's tall, imposing figure, radiating the aura of a deity, yet exuding the malice of a demon, appeared before everyone's eyes. He wore a pure black long coat, its hem snapping in the gale. His handsome, deeply sculpted mixed-race face was devoid of any expression. But his eyes were so red they seemed to bleed. Within them churned pure, suffocating brutality and a murderous intent bent on annihilation. The air around him seemed to be sucked dry the moment he appeared. Even the wind seemed to halt in sheer terror, plunging the entire campus into a deathly silence. Huaxian did not look at the students cowering on the ground, nor did he acknowledge the surrounding ready bodyguards. His gaze was like a tangible, poisoned, icy blade. Piercing through the swirling leaves, it locked onto Shen Jiao with deadly precision. Then his bloodshot eyes slowly moved downwards. They fell upon Gu Chen's hand, which was less than 5 centimeters from Shen Jiao's sleeve. In that hand was a glaring, damnable pink love letter. The scarlet in Huaxian's eyes instantly burst the malice around him, nearly condensing into tangible black mist. He strode forward on his long legs, treading on the withered yellow leaves. Step by step, he walked towards the two people at the center of the crowd. The leather shoes made a dull, rustling sound on the fallen leaves. In the deathly silent campus, it was like the death knell of the grim reaper approaching, striking every nerve. Shen Jiao, watching the man draw nearer, forgot to breathe in her terror. She instinctively wanted to step back and flee, but her legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. The overwhelmingly aggressive, cold scent of agarwood from Huaxian enveloped her completely. He stopped less than a meter away from the two. Huaxian tilted his head slightly, finally shifting his deep gaze from Shen Jiao. It landed on Gu Chen's bloodless face. It was the look one gives the dead, devoid of any human emotion. Without a word, without need for explanation, Huaxian slowly raised his right hand, clad in a pure black calfskin glove. With an elegant yet utterly ruthless motion, he reached inside his coat and drew out a custom-made large-caliber silver pistol. The metal frame refracted the sunlight, bursting with a bone-chilling, icy gleam. Click! The crisp sound of a round being chambered was exceptionally clear on the silent, tree-lined avenue. Huaxian raised his arm faster than lightning, the muzzle pointing straight ahead. The cold, hard metal barrel, without any buffer, was pressed directly and forcefully against Gu Chen's forehead. The chill of the metal pierced through his skin, instantly freezing all of Gu Chen's thoughts. Gu Chun shuddered violently, the roses and love letter in his hand falling to the ground with a clatter. The bright rose petals scattered like blood ruthlessly ground underfoot. This campus heartthrob, usually so sought-after, proud and confident, was now pathetically fragile and defenseless in the face of a true apex predator, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hua-Xian exuded a morbid aura of violence, the murderous intent in his black eyes nearly flaying the man alive. He leaned forward slightly, his tall frame bringing an absolute suffocating pressure. His thin lips parted, his hoarse voice sounding like a demon crawling from the deepest pits of hell. The hand that delivered the love letter cut it off. Hua-Xian's tone was flat, as if commenting on the weather, but his long, powerful index finger had already slowly settled on the trigger. The knuckle whitened slightly as he applied pressure. Or just die. Those 5 simple words carried an irrevocable death sentence. The campus heartthrob was rendered speechless, his pupils dilated as the trigger was already being depressed. Shun Jiao knew Hua-Xian would actually pull the trigger. Her brain executed a split-second last-ditch 0.01 seconds. The trigger had already been pulled halfway, and the Grim Reaper's scythe was about to fall mercilessly. In extreme fear, Shun Jiao's brain unleashed an unprecedented survival instinct. She didn't even have time to think, her body instinctively reacted first. Bang! This was not the sound of a gunshot, but the sound of Shun Jiao forcefully kicking off the edge of the flower bed. She was like a swift leopard exploding with astonishing speed as she charged toward Gu Chun. Gu Chun was already so frightened that he slumped as if made of mud, the half-fallen pink love letter still floating in the air. Shun Jiao snatched the cursed love letter. She turned around facing the blood-red violent gaze of Hua, seeing her hands gripping the pink envelope tightly. Sizzle. The harsh sound of tearing paper abruptly echoed in the silent campus. Without a moment of hesitation, Shun Jiao's actions were rough and frenzied. In just a few moves, the love letter filled with the school hunk's pure affections was torn into tatters. Then she raised her hand violently and accurately, throwing the pile of shredded paper into the nearby non-recyclable trash bin. What kind of trash dares to be shoved into my hands? Shun Jiao intentionally raised her voice, her tone laced with unabashed disdain and disgust. The scene fell into a deathly silence once more. Hundreds of armed bodyguards in black stood frozen in shock. Was Miss Shin out of her mind? How dare she snatch something under Hua-Ye's gunpoint? Hua-Xian's hand which held the gun paused slightly, the killing intent in his gaze momentarily halted by her unexpected action. Yet the hostility surrounding him did not diminish in the slightest, rather it grew even more dangerous due to her unusual behavior. He coldly stared at her, as if observing a struggling prey. However, Shun Jiao did not give him the chance to think or to unleash his anger. The moment she finished tearing the love letter, she dashed forward using the residual momentum from her previous sprint. She lunged directly at the man who resembled a hellish executioner. With a running start, she jumped. Shun Jiao, like a koala, unhesitatingly and accurately leaped onto Hua-Xian. Her long straight legs wrapped tightly around the man's sturdy waist while her hands gripped his handsome deep-set face, which was filled with gloom and menace. In the eyes of everyone who were horrified and thought she would soon be choked to death, Shun Jiao lowered her head and fiercely kissed Hua-Xian's icy lips. Their lips collided fiercely, even producing a faint metallic taste. This kiss had no technique, only a wild and desperate determination. Shun Jiao closed her eyes, biting at the man's lips in a frenzied manner. She unreservedly transferred the clean and cool scent of her pure desire to the tyrant before her. The extensive skin contact produced a miraculous chemical reaction at that moment. Hua-Xian's tall and sturdy body stiffened like stone the instant she kissed him. The madness that had long resided deep in his mind, screaming to shred everything, was suddenly pressed on pause, as if encountering the most potent sedative. His boiling blood began to cool, and his chaotic heartbeat gradually calmed. The killing intent in his blood-red eyes quickly dissipated like receding tides. In its place was deep astonishment and a hint of longing that he himself had not even realized. His right hand, which held the customized handgun, remained rigid in the air. Yet the index finger that had pressed on the trigger had already weakly loosened. His free left hand instinctively cradled Shun Jiao's waist to prevent her from falling. In the deathly silent tree-lined path, hundreds of people stared dumbfounded at this unbelievable scene. The mixed-blood tyrant who was ready to unleash a massacre one second was publicly kissed by a woman the next, and he actually did not pull the gun to kill. Instead, he reached out to embrace her. It took Shun Jiao half a minute to realize that the oxygen in her lungs was almost depleted. She sensed the man's muscles were no longer as rigid and the murderous aura had largely dissipated. Only then did she breathe lightly, reluctantly releasing his lips. However, her legs remained tightly wrapped around his waist, and her hands still clung to his neck. Shun Jiao's mind raced as she knew that the crisis had only been resolved in its first step. Next came the true test of her top-notch green tea acting skills. She absolutely could not let him ask, Why did you run away? Taking the initiative, she turned the tables. Shen Jiao's eyes turned red and shining tears instantly filled her eyes, ready to fall. She pouted angrily at the close Huaxin, her voice thick with grievances and accusations. Mr. Hua, you hurt me, she said, lightly pounding her small fist against the man's hard chest. You looked so scary when you pointed the gun at others. Jiao Jiao was so scared. Why did you run? Huaxin's deep black eyes fixed on her, his throat rolling slightly. His voice was hoarse, still carrying a hint of lingering danger. I wasn't trying to run away. Shen Jiao's tears fell with a soft thud onto the man's hand, hot and scarred. She raised her voice indignantly, crying as if she had suffered a great injustice. I snuck back to school because I heard that these days are the open days for the school's metalworking internship base. Inside there are the most advanced metal cutting machines. I wanted to personally make you a gift. I noticed you never wear a tie clip with your suit, so I wanted to make you a unique tie clip. I was afraid you would dislike what I made and didn't want to show it to you, so I wanted to finish it secretly and surprise you. But what about you? You came with so many helicopters to catch me without knowing the truth. You even brought a gun to threaten me. Don't you believe me? Don't you want Jiao Jiao anymore? A series of soul-searching questions paired with her flawless crying tone and frail demeanor. She forcefully turned a deadlock of premeditated escape into a beautifully pure love story of prepared a surprise for love, but was misunderstood. This extremely absurd nonsense placed in front of any normally intelligent adult would not convince them of even half a punctuation mark, let alone that mixed-blood tycoon who was decisive and strategic in the business world. Yet love is blind. A sickly love is even more blind and illogical. At this moment Huaxin was in a state of absolute calm, deeply soothed by Shen Jiao's presence. He listened to the small woman in his arms lamenting through tears, recalling her reckless charge just moments ago, tearing the love letter in front of everyone and taking the initiative to kiss him with determination. The tyrant's heart, once as cold and hard as iron, was now embarrassingly soft. His mind automatically filtered out all the unreasonable aspects. He ignored how she had managed to unlock the military-grade wristband and disregarded her outfit that was convenient for climbing walls. Driven by overwhelming joy and a possessive obsession, his mind quickly completed a perfect self-deception. It turned out she had never thought of escaping from him. It turned out she had sneaked out, taking such a huge risk just to make him a tie clip with her own hands. She cared so much about him and about the missing accessory when he wore a suit. Even when faced with another man's confession, she had torn the love letter without hesitation, maintaining his absolute ownership. Huaxin's heart raced wildly, not out of madness, but from an unprecedented, almost overwhelming pathological pleasure. He lowered his head, looking at the small woman in his arms who was crying and gasping for breath. He gazed at her eyes, which were swollen and red from grievances resembling a rabbit. The blood-red hue in Huaxin's gaze instantly faded, replaced by ecstasy and obsession. He tossed his gun aside with a clang and pressed her tightly in his arms. For me. You should have said so earlier. He carried her directly toward the armored vehicle, ready to execute punishment. With a dull thud, the bulletproof Maybach's heavy armor-like door was firmly shut by the bodyguard from the outside, completely isolating the swirling winds of the campus and the chilling roar of helicopters. Inside the car, the thick black soundproof partition between the front and rear seats began to rise slowly with the sound of the motor, transforming the back seat into an utterly enclosed private space. The dim atmosphere lights flickered on, casting a cold glow on the man's sharply contoured profile. Just a moment ago, he appeared like a god of death descending upon the world, ready to shred anyone to pieces. At this moment, however, he resembled a completely melted iceberg, his powerful and towering figure pressing down relentlessly on the woman in his arms. Huaxin pinned Shen Jiao deep into the soft leather seat, leaving no gap. Jiao Jiao. The man's voice was hoarse and messy, carrying a wild joy of surviving a disaster mixed with a morbid obsession. He didn't care at all about the chaos that had erupted outside, nor did he mind that he had almost killed someone in public. What echoed crazily in his brain now was Shen Jiao's earlier accusation, laced with a sob. I wanted to personally make you a gift, a unique tie clip. This illogical lie had turned into the sweetest, deadliest poison in the world. It filled his battered, raging heart to the brim. A tie clip made for me. Huaxin lowered his head, his high nose affectionately brushing against her nose, his warm breath unabashedly showering her face. His once monstrous red eyes had completely shed their murderous intent, replaced, instead, by an overwhelming desire and possessiveness that threatened to drown her. If it was a surprise meant for me, why didn't you tell me sooner? You made me think you didn't want me anymore. The last half of his sentence revealed a hint of a nearly aggrieved tremor in the voice of this powerful tycoon. He was like a giant dog finally finding its master, desperately needing to confirm the scent and presence of its owner. Huaxin didn't even give Shen Jiao a chance to respond. He suddenly lowered his head, accurately capturing those slightly swollen lips from the forceful kiss earlier. This kiss was no longer a one-sided release, but filled with fervent demand. He pried open her teeth greedily, sweeping through every inch of her sweetness. The man's kiss was domineering and forceful, carrying an irresistible air of plunder, as if he wanted to draw out her very soul. Mr. Hua. Shen Jiao felt her entire body go soft from his kiss, her hands weakly clutching his broad shoulders. She tried to turn her head to catch her breath, but the man's gloved hand firmly held the back of her head, giving her no chance to evade or retreat. Shen Jiao was rolling her eyes wildly in her mind. This madman. Is he a dog? Biting so hard. Just moments ago, in order to save her life, she had forced herself to kiss him drenched in cold sweat. Now that the crisis had passed, this man actually continued to push for more relentless. Hua Siyuan's kiss gradually moved from her lips, trailing down. Following her smooth, fair chin, it landed on her delicate, slender neck. The alluring scent of pure desire was most intense here, the antidote to his skin's craving. He opened his mouth, gently biting the soft flesh on her neck with his cool teeth. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, but clearly carried a sense of punishment and a morbid mark. Ouch. Shen Jiao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, real tears of pain instantly pooling in her eyes. You know it hurts. Hua Siyuan released his teeth, running his rough fingertips over the circle of faint red bite marks he had left. His voice was deep and dangerous, yet laced with extreme indulgence. Daring to sneak out behind my back, this little punishment is already quite lenient. This is your payment to me. As he spoke, the man buried his face in the crook of her neck, continuing to demand the touch that could bring peace to his. Shen Jiao was pressed tightly beneath him, his heavy body making it hard for her to breathe. She gazed at the luxurious starry ceiling of the car, unable to suppress her internal curse. Beauty leads to trouble. Although she had successfully used the excuse of making a tie clip to save her life, and even thoroughly tamed this tyrant, this physical exertion was truly unbearable for an ordinary person. Now she felt nothing but sore muscles and a lack of oxygen in her lungs, drained by this clingy man. However, fortunately, everything had been muddled through. As long as the overseas student visa was still in her pocket, she would always find the next opportunity to escape. With this thought, Shen Jiao's tense nerves finally began to relax, allowing the man to do as he wished in her neck. Meanwhile, outside the car, a university's campus was experiencing an unprecedented tremor. A massive black convoy amidst the thunderous roar of rotors began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Dozens of bulletproof Maybachs, just like when they arrived, drove out of the destroyed school gate with an arrogant posture that crushed everything. The swirling dust and fallen leaves gradually settled. On the tree-lined avenue, hundreds of students still cowered on the ground, not daring to breathe. The air was thick with the panic of surviving a catastrophe. In the center of the crowd sat Gu Chun, who was once confident, sunny, and handsome, now slumped on the cold asphalt, like a puddle of mud, utterly devoid of any image. His delicate face was as pale as paper, his eyes vacant and unfocused. The moment the dark gun barrel pressed against his forehead, the tangible sensation of death shattered his pride, built over 20 years. It turned out that before his proud knowledge and youth, capital and power were so effortlessly overwhelming. The so-called romantic confession seemed nothing more than a ridiculous joke in front of a true bloodthirsty demon. Gu Chen's worldview collapsed completely on this day. Two burly, expressionless bodyguards approached, lifting the limp Gu Chun from either side. Student, it seems you have suffered quite a shock. The bodyguard's voice was cold and mechanical, devoid of any human emotion. Our Master Hua has ordered that to ensure your mental and physical well-being, you will receive 6 months of closed psychological intervention treatment. Psychological intervention. This was just the tycoon's polite way of saying they would erase memories and conduct deep mental intimidation. Before Gu Chun could even voice a plea, the bodyguards dragged him into a black SUV like a corpse. What awaited him would be 6 months of dark interrogation and intimidation, ensuring that he would never dare to speak Shen Jiao's name again in his life. The car door slammed shut, and the SUV sped away. The bodyguards on site began to withdraw in an orderly manner. However, Stefan, the chief steward of the Hua family estate, did not immediately leave with the convoy. Dressed in an exquisite tailcoat and white gloves, his eyes were sharp as an eagle. Stefan remained on the chaotic tree-lined avenue with a capable 6-person cleanup team. He needed to ensure that all traces of what happened between Master Hua and Miss Shin here were thoroughly erased, including any photos or videos that students might have captured on their phones. Check all the surveillance cameras and cover the data from the last half hour. Stefan coldly issued his orders. He then stepped forward, heading towards the center, where Shen Jiao and Gu Chun had clashed. There, scattered on the ground, were red rose petals and the pink love letters torn to shreds by Shen Jiao. Stefan's gaze swept coldly over the garbage, his eyes filled with disdain. That woman, full of lies and cunning, had actually come up with such an absurd excuse as making a tie clip. Yet the agitated master had really believed her nonsense. Stefan snorted coldly in his heart. He didn't believe that the woman had risked her life to climb over the wall just for some ridiculous romantic surprise. She must have some dark secrets. Stefan's gaze scanned the surroundings like a radar, missing no suspicion. Suddenly his gaze paused slightly. Right beside the irretrievable trash can that Shun Jiao had knocked. Amidst a few fallen yellow leaves lay a crumpled piece of paper with some burn marks on the edges. This paper must have accidentally fallen from Shun Jiao's sweatshirt pocket while she was snatching the love letter or running frantically. Since it was blown to the corner of the trash can by the wind, it hadn't attracted anyone's attention. Stefan's intuition told him that this piece of paper was unusual. He approached, bent down slightly, and picked up the tattered paper with his gloved right hand. The edges of the paper showed clear signs of burning, as if someone had attempted to destroy it, but hadn't finished due to time constraints. Stefan unfolded the paper, smoothing out the creases. Just one glance was enough to cause this seasoned British steward's pupils to constrict sharply, his fingertips trembling suddenly. At the top of the paper, although one corner had been burned off, the bold black letters were still clearly visible. Final application form for overseas student identity change and asset transfer. Stefan's heart skipped a beat. His gaze quickly scanned down. In the bottom right corner of this top-secret document was the bright red seal of a university's academic affairs office. Next to the seal was a clearly attached, bare-headed ID photo. The girl in the photo had a pure and sweet smile, her eyes bright. It was none other than Shun Jiao, who had just been in the bulletproof car, crying and swearing that she only wanted to make a tie clip from Master Hua. Asset transfer. Identity change. Overseas. These three words combined formed a blatant, premeditated escape route. A chilling, cold smile slowly surfaced on Stefan's stern face. As expected, the fox's tail could never be hidden. She was not some weak, pitiful little rabbit, but a top-level con artist daring to play tricks on the Hua family. This was like burying a ticking time bomb right next to Master Hua. Without hesitation, Stefan realized that the gravity of this matter exceeded his authority to handle. He immediately pulled out the special communicator from the inner pocket of his tailcoat, which was only to be used in emergency. His cold fingers pressed a complex, encrypted number. After a brief silence, a deep and lazy voice tinged with displeasure at being disturbed came from the communicator. Stefan looked at the escape plan in his hand, sealed with an official stamp, and sneered, pulling out the special communicator. "Sir, there's something you must see. Miss Shin may not actually want to make you a tie clip." The armored Maybach glided smoothly into the Hua family manor. The car had barely come to a halt when Shun Jiao, seated in the back, exhaled a quiet, relieved breath. Her nerves, taut all day, finally relaxed for a moment. She smiled inwardly and schemed how once upstairs she would use honeyed words to keep this man under her spell. But the instant the car door was yanked open from outside, Shun Jiao keenly sensed the air around her stiffen, as if frozen. Waiting to greet her were not the usual deferential maids, nor the manor's warm bright lights, but 2 rows of black-clad bodyguards fully armed. They stood like unfeeling machines of death, expressionless sentinels flanking the doorway. The carriage fell into an icy silence. Huasyan did not, as he often did, sweep her into his arms and carry her out. He did not even spare her a string. He strode away on long, sure legs toward the depths of the estate. That tall, erect silhouette was cold and murderous, exuding a deathly aura that made the skin crawl. 2 bodyguards stepped forward with chilling politeness and blocked her path back to the master suite, making a rigid, insistent gesture. "Miss Shun, please get out of the car." The direction they indicated was not the second-floor living room at all, but the manor's notorious underground interrogation chamber that never saw daylight and inspired fear at the mere mention of it. Shun Jiao's heart plummeted. A surge of icy dread swept through her like falling into a frozen pit. What was happening? Weren't they kissing in the car just moments ago? Had some step of their plan been exposed? Her mind raced wildly, but could find no flaw. She was half-forced toward the entrance to the basement. The heavy metal door opened with a dull mechanical groan and slid aside. A bone-chilling cold laced faintly with the metallic tang of blood rushed out to meet her. The temperature had been deliberately kept low. Beads of moisture clung to the walls. The vast interrogation room was dim, with a single harsh spotlight burning over the center. Huasyan sat on a black leather armchair at the edge of that light. Half his form was swallowed by deep shadow like a hellish arbiter of life and death. In the darkness behind him stood the expressionless, ghost-like butler Stefan. Shun Jiao had only just been ushered into the room. The heavy metal door slammed with a deafening thud and engaged its locks with a final mechanical bite, severing any possibility of escape or cry for help. "Mr. Hua." Shun Jiao swallowed her surging terror and forced the fragile, wounded expression she had practiced. She took one step forward only to be pinned to the spot by Huasyan's gaze, cold down to the bone. It was a look of such horror that it rooted her in place. There was no longer the car's intoxicated indulgence, no more of that sickly pampering. Only pure, suffocating crimson, killing intent remained. and the violent, rancorous fury that rises when one is brutally betrayed by the person they trusted most, a rage intent on annihilating everything. Hossein said nothing. He gave her no chance to perform. He simply lifted the gloved hand, black leather pressed over his fingers, and flung something he had been clutching toward Xinjiao. The object cut a merciless arc through the air. There was a soft slap as it landed precisely before her toes, and then slowly unfolded on the floor. It was a crumpled scrap of paper, its edges bearing clear burn marks. Xinjiao bent her head instinctively. The moment her eyes fell on that ruined sheet, everything shifted. Her mind felt as if struck by a giant hammer, producing a roaring, numbing pain. Xinjiao's pupils tightened, and her breath froze in her chest. At the top, bold black characters stabbed at her eyes like steel needles. In the lower right sat her own ID photo and the glaring scarlet seal of a university's academic affairs office. Like a death warrant, the title was stamped unmistakably before her final application for overseas student identity change and asset transfer. It's over. Xinjiao's vision darkened, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed onto the cold floor. How could it have fallen out? She had been diligently keeping it in the inner pocket of her hoodie. Then she remembered, perhaps during the scuffle over the love letter on the tree-lined path, or when she had leapt at Hossein like a desperate koala. Her large, frantic motions must have dislodged it. It had tumbled into the shadowed corner of a trash bin. Faced with such incontrovertible physical evidence, all the perfect lies she had woven before collapsed. All those stories about a tie clip, all the pretended preparations for a surprise, turned into a monstrous, foolish joke. Jiao Jiao. Hossein finally spoke. His low voice carried no inflection, only a chill capable of freezing blood. Is this the gift you risked your life to smuggle out for me? Is this what you meant when you said you feared I would despise you, and wanted to give me a romantic surprise? With each word, he sounded as if he were draining the air from the room. That crushing mountain-like pressure bore down on Xinjiao's spine, making it impossible to draw a breath. Her mind spun like an engine about to seize. In the face of certain death, she searched desperately for the slightest crack by which to escape. Mister, well, please let me explain. It's only a scrap of paper. Her face drained of color, her voice trembling as she offered the feeblest of defenses. I don't know what it is. Maybe someone planted it in my pocket to frame me. Enough. Hossein rose from the leather chair with a roar like a beast, cutting off every excuse. He advanced step by step, his towering frame emanating a terrifying, tyrannical presence. The invasion of his domain and the calculated attempt of his beloved prey to flee ignited the explosive madness that lived inside him. At this point, and you still think you can fool me? He loomed over her, eyes filled with a pathological obsession and a savage cruelty. Asset transfer. Identity change. Where do you intend to go? With whom? Is it that worthless fool who dared hand you a love letter? Scarlet veins had consumed the whites of his eyes, murderous intent billowed through the cramped chamber. His indulgence and patience had been withdrawn time and again, only to be repaid with her merciless betrayal and attempted escape. If gentleness and doting could not bind her, then he would use the harshest, bloodiest measures to break her wings and keep her imprisoned by his side forever. Hossein refused to hear any more pleas. Cold and unfeeling, he issued his final command. If you want to leave, then remain here forever. He tilted his head toward the shadow where Stefan stood. Bring the things up. Xinjiao's heart clenched, and an unprecedented despair washed over her. The metallic scrape of caster wheels on the anti-slip floor broke the silence. The butler Stefan pushed out a silver medical card, expressionless as he emerged from the gloom. On the tray lay a stainless steel plate that sent a bone-cold gleam into the light. At its left, like a grain of rice aglow with an eerie blue, rested a subcutaneous micro-tracking chip. Once this military-grade tracker was implanted beneath the flesh, she would never escape Hossein's global radar unless the piece of living tissue itself were excised. On the right side of the tray coiled a heavy, coldly gleaming pure gold chain. At its end hung an exquisitely crafted gold ring designed to lock around an ankle. The inner side of the cuff was even thoughtfully lined with soft red velvet, in extreme luxury that masked the horror beneath lifelong loss of bodily freedom. Xinjiao stared at the two tailor-made gifts and turned ashen, stumbling backward. No, please don't. Mister. For I was wrong, I won't run again, please. She was truly terrified now. In this isolated underground room, there was no one to answer her cries. Hossein looked at her panic-stricken face, without a flicker of mercy. Inside him a near-perverse, distorted satisfaction bloomed. If he locked her away, she would be unable to go anywhere. Every inch of her skin, every breath she drew, would belong solely to Hossein. Stefan, wearing pristine sterile gloves, lifted the tray with an impassive face and stepped forward. At the foremost edge of the plate lay a thick syringe filled with transparent anesthetic. The needle tip flashed a chilling light beneath the pallid spotlight. Hossein drove Xinjiao back into a cold corner, his towering body completely blocking her escape. His blood-red eyes fixed on her terrified face, his voice low and dangerous. Jiao Jiao, I told you if you dare to run, it'll break your legs. Hua Siyuan's hoarse and deep voice sounded like the deadly whisper of the Grim Reaper echoing chillingly in the damp underground interrogation room. The thick syringe filled with a transparent anesthetic was inching closer in the gloved hand of Butler Stefan. The pale spotlight shone on the sharp needle tip, reflecting a piercing cold blue light. Shun Jiao was trapped against the cold wall by the towering, unyielding body of Hua Siyuan. With nowhere to retreat and no way to escape, her gaze crossed over the terrifying syringe, fixating on the pure gold ankle bracelet on the right side of the tray. Gleaming with golden light, it was thick and heavy, even crazily cushioned with soft red velvet. Shun Jiao's pupils constricted violently, and a wave of hysterical madness erupted within her. What kind of international joke is this? I have worked so hard, risked my life, all to become a carefree, single rich woman in the water town of Jiangnan. To buy a large courtyard in Jiangnan, and open the most expensive Cheongsam haute couture studio in the city, even preparing to take a few million as escape funds to support 10 or 8 young handsome bodyguards with 8-pack abs living a life of revelry every night. Who the hell wants to wear this broken thing? Like a dog forever tied to this eerie manor, living a life of a caged canary without seeing the sun. If this micro-positioning chip is implanted deep into her flesh, no matter where she runs in this lifetime, even to the ends of the earth or outer space, that living king of hell could pinpoint her. Absolutely not. I cannot let the needle pierce me. Shun Jiao struggled frantically, pressing her hands against Hua Siyuan's steel-like chest. Let me go. I don't want an injection. Hua Siyuan, you madman. She let out a desperate scream like a cornered young beast. But her feeble resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree in the face of Hua Siyuan's overwhelming strength. Hua Siyuan remained expressionless, not even blinking. His uninjured left hand clamped her thrashing wrists like an iron vice. With one hand, he lifted her arms high, pinning them against the cold wall above her head. His tall and muscular body leaned forward, completely trapping her in the narrow gap between himself and the wall. Hold her down. Hua Siyuan issued the command coldly, the crimson in his eyes not diminishing, but burning more fiercely. Butler Stefan nodded slightly, skillfully and numbly picking up an alcohol swab. The cold alcohol was applied beneath Shun Jiao's delicate collarbone, bringing a stinging chill. This was the ideal spot for implanting the subcutaneous micro-positioning chip. No, please. Shun Jiao closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling violently from intense fear. It's over this time, it's really over. The needle tip of the anesthetic was already pressed against her delicate skin. Just a millimeter more. The sharp needle would pierce her skin, injecting the liquid that could instantly rob her of her resistance. Soon that bluish positioning chip would be buried forever within her flesh. In this life-and-death moment, as Shun Jiao resigned herself to her fate and prepared to accept her imprisonment and judgment, a strange movement suddenly arose deep within her body. Gurgle. A sudden muffled gurgling sound resonated clearly from deep within her abdomen. In this silent, oppressive basement, the sound was even clearer than the metallic clashing earlier. Shun Jiao's entire body stiffened. Before she could comprehend what was happening, her stomach suddenly felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, twisting cruelly with all its might. A wave of excruciating pain swept over her body, intense enough to make her soul feel detached. This pain was not simply a psychological illusion caused by fear. It was a real, agonizing physiological spasm akin to being cut by a knife. After a brief moment of blankness, a dire memory flashed through Shun Jiao's mind. Last night, to relieve the immense mental pressure of her escape plan that morning, she had secretly bribed a cook in the manor's kitchen to package 3 pounds of super spicy crayfish. To avoid leaving any evidence, she had hidden in the walk-in closet of the master bedroom, devouring those 3 pounds of fragrant spicy crayfish as quickly as possible. She had eaten so hastily that she hadn't chewed thoroughly at all. Moreover, she hadn't dared to drink a sip of ice-cold cola, fearing the hiccups might give away the smell to Hua Siyuan, who had a perverse sense of smell. It was ridiculously spicy. She thought she was young and healthy enough to digest it perfectly after a good night's sleep. But instead she woke up to a thrilling escape, hacking her way through and climbing walls. Her mind and body had been in a state of extreme tension. Her weak stomach had received no rest or respite whatsoever. Now, at this critical moment of life and death, acute gastroenteritis had exploded with a perfect impact, and it swept through her entire abdomen with a thunderous, devastating force. Ugh! The intense nausea surged with violent spasms in her stomach, rushing toward her throat like a tsunami. Shun Jiao's complexion changed visibly from the struggle's flush to a pale, bloodless hue. Her lips lost their vibrant color, turning a deathly shade of ashen blue. A layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on her forehead, streaming down her delicate cheeks. In that moment, she no longer cared about the subcutaneous chip or the pure gold ankle bracelet. In the face of unbearable physical pain, all external threats paled in comparison. Shun Jiao burst forth with an astonishing will to survive. She broke free from Hua Siyuan's grip, which had loosened slightly in shock. With all her strength, she pushed forward, knocking Butler Stefan, who was holding the medical tray, and preparing to inject her off balance. Clatter! The silver stainless steel tray crashed to the ground with a deafening sound. The sharp anesthetic needle and the expensive microchip rolled around on the cold floor. But Shun Jiao had no time to care about these things. She covered her mouth with her hand, her legs giving way. Her entire body fell weakly onto the cold, damp floor like a leaf stripped of gravity. Ugh! Ugh! She curled up on the floor, bent over in pain, emitting violent dry heaves, each one tearing at her insides, as if she might even vomit up her stomach acid. The cramping in her stomach caused her entire body to spasm, and cold sweat soaked through her black sweatshirt. She clutched her chest, tightly gasping for breath. Her thin back heaved violently, appearing as if she might faint from the pain at any moment. This sudden calamity-level physiological upheaval left everyone present dumbfounded. The previously oppressive, terrifying atmosphere filled with forced affection and confinement in the underground interrogation room. In this moment, the scene underwent a bizarre and even darkly humorous twist. The air was no longer filled with murderous intent, but rather an indescribable absurdity and silence. Butler Stefan, sitting on the ground, stared at the scattered medical instruments, momentarily forgetting to get back up. His usually stern and cold British face was filled with bewilderment and existential doubt. What is happening? He had prepared a local anesthetic, not a deadly poison. The needle hadn't even touched her skin, so why was she on the brink of foaming at the mouth and dying? Could it be that Miss Shun, in her resistance to the chip, chose to poison herself rather than submit? The terrifying thought that popped into Stefan's mind filled him with cold sweat. Meanwhile, Hua Siyuan stood stiffly in the corner, his tall figure rooted in place. In one hand, he held the thick, pure gold chain meant to restrain her ankle. Just a second ago, he had been obsessively constructing a blueprint in his mind for how to break her wings and create the perfect cage for her. He was even prepared to hear her cries for mercy and curses directed at him. But in the next instant, his world was shattered by the sight of the woman curled up on the ground, her face twisted and violently retching. All his rage, all his feelings of betrayal, all his possessiveness. In the face of her paper-white complexion and painful convulsions, they instantly dissipated. Hua Siyuan looked at Shun Jiao, who was pale and continuously retching, his mind going blank, and the pure gold ankle chain fell from his hand with a clatter. A heavy solid gold anklet slipped from Hua Siyuan's hand and crashed onto the basement's cold, damp floor with a dull, heart-stopping thud. The sound acted like a physical switch, instantly severing the murderous impulses that had surged through the man's mind. Hua Siyuan's tall, upright frame froze, his pupils contracted violently. The black eyes that a moment ago had roiled with crimson blood were now flooded with nothing but overwhelming panic and stupefaction as he looked at Shun Jiao, curled on the ground, ashen and barely breathing. This ruthless hybrid tyrant, who was decisive in business and unmoved before calamity, was utterly unmoored. Jiao Jiao. Hua Siyuan emitted a low roar that cracked his voice and dropped to one knee. Arms that could once crush obsidian with bare hands trembled like leaves in the wind. He gathered the woman from the floor with a cautious, almost fearful reverence, as if afraid to exert too much force. Within reach was her thin sweatshirt drenched in cold sweat and the ice-cold chill of her body. Call a doctor. Get every medical team in the estate to the master bedroom at once. If no one's here in 3 minutes, I'll throw you all into the sea to feed the fish. Hua Siyuan held Shun Jiao like an enraged lion protecting its cub, roaring furiously at the bodyguards outside the door. The heavy metal door of the underground interrogation room was kicked open. Cradling the almost fainting woman, Hua Siyuan strode out and sprinted for the second floor without looking back. His heart hammered so fast it felt as if it might burst. A suffocating panic wrapped him in an impenetrable net. It had only taken 2 minutes. Shun Jiao was gently laid on the wide custom velvet bed in the master bedroom. The estate's top private medical team barreled into the room with emergency equipment in hand. The master suite was blazing with light. The atmosphere was so taut it seemed the air had hardened. Shun Jiao lay in the soft bedding like a broken rag doll. Her stomach convulsed in waves, the knife-twisting pain sent cold sweat pouring down her face, and her brow locked in a relentless frown. But more frightening than the physical agony was the razor-sharp clarity of her mind. It was racing at a frantic life-or-death speed. Today's acute gastroenteritis, though it had in the nick of time spared her from having a chip implanted and being shackled with a gold anklet, was merely a physiological buffer. The half-burned final application form for overseas student status change and asset transfer still lay clearly in C. Stefan's hand. Black ink on white paper, official seal, and photograph. This was the ironclad proof she had painstakingly prepared to escape and transfer assets. Once Hua Siyuan snapped out of this brief panic once the doctor declared it was just an overindulgence in crayfish that caused the stomach upset. The tyrant's fury and sense of betrayal would return multiplied tenfold or 100-fold. Then the consequences would be far worse than the basement, as she might be preserved like a specimen to remain forever at his side. No, she could not sit and wait to die. She had to find a reason more compelling and irrefutable than betrayal and escape to utterly overturn this deadlock. Escape? No, that would not be called escape. Transferring assets? No, that would be preparing for the future. Why go abroad? Why change her identity? Clenching her teeth against the pain, a sudden flash of inspiration lit up Shun Jiao's mind. A bold, even madcap idea formed in an instant. Of course. How could she have forgotten her ultimate trump card? If she threw out this excuse, it would render the escape form meaningless. Even if she blew up the Hua family vault, Huasyan would never dare lay a finger on her. If she was going to play, she might as well go all out. Just as several private doctors sweating and holding stethoscopes leaned in to begin a preliminary examination, Shun Jiao, who had been weakly keeping her eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. She inhaled deeply, forced down the stomach's violent spasms, and with great effort sat up on the bed. Her once pretty eyes filled with redness, shimmering with tears of extreme grievance. "Get away!" Shun Jiao screamed sharply without warning and shoved the nearest doctor away. Startled by the sudden outburst, the doctor nearly dropped his stethoscope and stood frozen, bewildered. Before anyone could react, Shun Jiao, half kneeling on the bed, resembled a desperate little beast driven to the... She lunged at the anxious figure of Huasyan at the bedside. Her pale, painted hands trembled as she seized the expensive collar of his bespoke shirt. She pulled with such force that Huasyan's crisp collar warped. "Huasyan, you are a complete lunatic." Shun Jiao addressed him, without restraint, her tears falling like broken pearls onto the man's chest. She immediately adopted the highest form of the aggrieved accuser, seizing absolute moral high ground. "By what right did you treat me like that? By what right did you lock me in a basement without distinguishing right from wrong?" Huasyan stood frozen at the bedside, his large frame stiff under her grip. He looked at her pale, tear-streaked face and listened to her hoarse accusations. His heart surged with pain. "Jiao Jiao, listen to me. You were the one who... I won't hear it. I won't listen to anything." Shun Jiao gave him no chance to argue and unleashed the long-prepared heavy bomb. She sobbed with the rain of her tears, her voice trembling with grievance and fury. "Do you think I prepared those overseas documents for any other reason? Do you think I transferred assets to escape you?" Shun Jiao fixed Huasyan with a fierce stare, enunciating each word with every ounce of strength she had. "I looked into overseas options to find the world's top maternity hospitals. I moved assets to set up an absolutely secure trust fund for our baby. Mr. Well, you actually intended to implant a microchip in a pregnant woman. You even wanted to lock me with a cold iron chain." The moment the words pregnant and maternity hospital left Shun Jiao's lips, the master suite fell into a silence so absolute that even heartbeats seemed muffled. The few private doctors holding medical kits widened their eyes in sheer astonishment, mouths hanging open as if they could fit an egg inside. They even forgot to breathe, frozen as if under a spell. And for Huasyan, Shun Jiao's accusation detonated inside his mind like a high-yield bomb exploding with devastation. It blew his soul apart in an instant, leaving his mind a terrified void. The pride he relied on, his perverse need for control, the murderous frenzy he had felt in the basement, all were obliterated by that blast. Manic episodes. What mania? In that moment his mind could not comprehend such a thing. Huasyan's dark, fathomless eyes underwent a roller coaster, split in mere seconds from shock and disbelief to pupils dilating in stunned awe. Then an uncontrollable volcanic exultation surged forth, only to settle at last into an exquisitely cautious, heartbreak-tinged panic. Pregnant. Jiao Jiao is pregnant. His little canary, his antidote, was carrying his child. She had arranged to go abroad because she lacked confidence in domestic medical care. She had been transferring assets to secure their future child's welfare. And what had he just done? He had dragged a pregnant woman, his child's mother, into a cold, damp basement. He had considered pinning her down and injecting that crude cold anesthetic needle and shackling her with a golden... Thinking of her despairing cries in the basement felt like a rusted blade tearing at his heart. He struggled to breathe under the pain. He was nothing less than an irredeemable beast. The tyrant's mask was ripped away, and in that instant he collapsed into the pitiable posture of a frightened new father. Huasyan's tall frame began to tremble uncontrollably. His hands, stained by countless acts of violence and accustomed to bending the market to his will, hung stiffly in midair. He wanted to reach out and hold Shun Jiao on the bed, but recoiled as if shocked by electricity. He dared not touch her. He feared that even his rough movements or the lingering malice on him might harm a single hair on her head or the fragile life in her womb. "Jiao Jiao." Huasyan's voice grew raw, soaked in remorse and pleading. He even dropped to one knee at the bedside, attempting to meet her, i.e. the once aloof gaze now filled with abject entreaty. "I'm sorry, I'm the bastard, I deserve to die." Shun Jiao looked at this living demon who had been instantly tamed by a single sentence and even begun to kneel and apologize. Her heart blossomed with delight. This was the lethal potency of a supreme manipulator turning a dead end into a way out. She was about to press her advantage and demand further unequal terms when the master bedroom's half-closed door was gently pushed open. The estate's chief private physician entered clutching a hastily expedited combined blood test and instrument report. He had not noticed the strange atmosphere in the room, only walked in pale and sweating. The doctor's gaze flicked between Huasyan and Xun Jiao as if wanting to speak, but holding back. Huasyan stood helplessly at the bedside, not daring even to touch her. At that moment the private doctor stepped in with the suddenly produced instrument test report, his face oddly troubled. "Sir." The chief private physician adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his voice somewhat shaky. He clutched tightly the comprehensive report that had just been urgently analyzed in the Manor's top laboratory. Just a minute ago he had been sitting in front of the instruments, sighing in relief as he observed the various indicators. The lattice vital signs were very stable, and there were no signs of poisoning or fatal mutations in her blood. Only a slight inflammatory reaction and spasms were present in the stomach. Combined with the detected capsaicin and high-protein residues, the diagnosis was very clear: acute gastroenteritis. To put it simply, it was caused by secretly indulging in excessively spicy or unsanitary spicy crayfish in the middle of the night. Although this illness could be deadly when it struck, a single injection of anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication along with a few days of dietary restrictions would suffice. The doctor originally intended to report this good news. He thought that upon hearing that the lady was not seriously harmed, Mr. Ho would surely breathe a sigh of relief. However, as he truly stepped into this master bedroom and took in the scene before him, the calm demeanor he had honed over years of practice suddenly froze in place. What is this bizarre situation? The mixed-blood tyrant Huasyan, who could turn the tides in the business world, was currently kneeling on one knee by the edge of the bed, his body slightly trembling. His handsome face was etched with self-reproach, panic, and an almost shattered sense of vulnerability. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Mrs. Xun had red-rimmed eyes, her face streaked with tears, resembling a pitiful child who had suffered an immense injustice. This atmosphere certainly did not seem to stem from a mere incident involving spicy crayfish. The doctor swallowed hard and steeled himself to approach. "Sir, the lattice test results are out. The indicators show that she is only suffering from dietary issues." "Shut up." Before the doctor could finish, Xun Jiao, lying on the bed, suddenly let out a weak yet piercing scream. This scream effectively interrupted the doctor's report and sent Huasyan shivering with fear. At this moment, Xun Jiao's heart felt like a heavy-duty bomber running at full throttle. It was pounding fiercely against her chest, almost leaping out of her throat. This is deadly. This oblivious quack. If he dares to utter the words acute gastroenteritis caused by eating crayfish right now, the heartfelt pregnancy and peace theory she had just presented would be instantly exposed. By then what awaited her would not be a golden ankle bracelet, but likely the crematorium. She absolutely could not let this quack speak the truth. At this moment, all of Huasyan's attention was focused on Xun Jiao. Fearing that her emotional state might harm her health, he awkwardly patted her blanket, not daring to turn back to look at the doctor. Xun Jiao accurately seized this fleeting moment of distraction. Just a second ago, Xun Jiao had appeared weak and pitiful with tears in her eyes. The moment Huasyan lowered his head, she suddenly raised her gaze and fixed her eyes fiercely on the doctor, standing not far away. In her clear, watery eyes, the sense of grievance and tears vanished in an instant. What replaced it was a chilling, menacing warning filled with murderous intent. Her gaze seemed to say, "If you dare speak the truth today, they'll drag you down to hell with me." To ensure the doctor received the signal accurately, Xun Jiao pretended to clutch her stomach in pain while using the hand hidden outside the blanket to make an extremely standard and threatening cutthroat gesture at the doctor. Her thumb fiercely traced across her fair neck, her eyes fierce like a protective she-wolf. She even silently mouthed the words, "If you dare expose me, you'll get you." The doctor was taken aback by this sudden change of expression, gasping in shock. The report in his hand crumpled under his grip. What was going on? Why was the lady threatening him to conceal the gastroenteritis? The doctor was caught in a fierce internal struggle between confusion and his professional ethics. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of wood cracking which made one's teeth ache abruptly echoed in the quiet master bedroom. Crack. The doctor instinctively turned his head to follow the sound. He saw Mr. Ho kneeling on one knee by the bed because of extreme tension and fear. His large hand resting on the redwood pillar at the head of the bed was unconsciously tightening. That was a bed frame made from a century-old golden silk nanmu, incredibly sturdy. Under Huasyan's terrifying grip, visible cracks began to appear on it. Fine wood shavings rained down. Huasyan seemed to feel no pain. He was just staring intensely at Xun Jiao on the bed, his voice hoarse as he roared. "What are you standing there for? Can't you see the lady is in discomfort? If anything happens to the child in her belly, I will have your entire medical team buried with her." Boom. The doctor's mind felt as though it had been struck by a massive hammer, instantly buzzing with confusion. Child, when did the lady get pregnant? The report clearly stated that the HCG levels were completely normal. The doctor glanced at the authentic report in his hand, then at Shun Jiao, who was wildly signaling him to cooperate with her performance. Finally, his gaze fell upon the solid wood bed frame, which had deep fingerprints from Huaxian's grip. A chill shot up from his feet to the crown of his head. In an instant, the doctor understood. If he spoke the truth now and exposed the lattice lie of not being pregnant, she would surely find a way to kill him. And even more terrifying was Huaxian. If he realized that he had just experienced such immense joy, only to find out it was merely due to the lady overeating crayfish. This living tyrant who suffered from severe mania would undoubtedly explode on the spot, ripping off his head and using it as a ball to kick. Professional ethics may be valuable, but life is worth even more. In the face of this life and death test, the survival instinct of this chief private physician completely overtook his intellect. He rapidly reconstructed an entirely new medical theory in his mind. Ahem. Sir, please don't panic. The doctor forced a professional smile, secretly crumpling the authentic report into a ball and stuffing it into his lab coat pocket. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and steeled himself to meet Huaxian's murderous gaze. Congratulations, sir. The doctor's voice trembled slightly, but his words were exceptionally clear. After our medical team's most meticulous joint consultation, it has been confirmed that the lady is indeed pregnant. Hearing this, Huaxian's tall figure trembled violently. The fervent and incredulous light erupted in his scarlet eyes. Really, Jiao did not deceive him. He was really going to be a father. But why is she in so much pain? Huaxian looked at Shun Jiao's pale face with a pained expression, his tone urgent and irritable. The doctor took a deep breath, facing Shun Jiao's oppressive gaze, beginning the most absurd fabrication of, Sir, here's the thing. The lady is still in the early stages of pregnancy, and the embryo is extremely fragile. Coupled with possibly catching a chill last night, this led to mild gastrointestinal discomfort. The doctor spoke earnestly, employing medical jargon in a convincing manner. These two situations combined have resulted in the lattice current pulse being very unstable, causing precursory abdominal pain and spasms. Although there is no major issue at the moment, the situation still requires close monitoring. Huaxian's heart tightened as he carefully held Shun Jiao's hand, afraid of hurting her. Then what should be done? Do we need the best medication? No, sir. Medications should never be used indiscriminately in early pregnancy. The doctor hurriedly waved his hand, simultaneously receiving a well-done appreciative look from Shun Jiao. He cleared his throat and presented the ultimate life-saving medical advice. What the lady needs most right now is not medication, but psychological relaxation. The mother's emotions directly affect the fetus development. Any shock, oppression, or even the bondage of lack of freedom. The doctor deliberately emphasized his tone, casting a pointed glance at Huaxian, will lead to the mother experiencing intense stress reactions, thus resulting in severe consequences. Therefore, remember. The doctor took a deep breath, throwing out the most crucial concluding statement. The mother must not be subjected to any stimulation. She must be allowed absolute freedom. She can go wherever she wants and do whatever she wants. Only by maintaining absolute joy can this fragile child be preserved. These words were delivered with conviction and righteousness. Shun Jiao wanted to give this clever doctor a thumbs up in her heart. This assist was simply extraordinary. This was not just medical advice, it was clearly a golden ticket to save her life bestowed upon her by heaven. After hearing this, Huaxian felt as though he had received a wake-up call. Absolutely must not let her be under stress. Must ensure absolute freedom. He abruptly turned to look at the butler Stefan, who was standing outside the door. In his mind, the heavy golden ankle bracelet and the microchip intended for implantation beneath the skin flashed before him. He had almost personally destroyed her and their child. Cold sweat instantly soaked through Huaxian's shirt. His fierce eyes were filled with profound fear and endless regret. Stefan. Huaxian's voice thundered down the hallway, filled with undeniable resolution. Immediately destroy all those damned things in the basement. Melt them down to iron water. Remove all surveillance on the lady inside the manor. Dismantle the backup tracking system in her room. He was like a penitent believer, madly trying to atone for his sins before the divine. From today on, no one is allowed to restrict her freedom without her permission. Following a series of thunderous commands, Huaxian slowly turned around, facing the still pale Shun Jiao on the bed. This mixed-blood tycoon who was once imperious and controlled the pulse of the global economy. In the astonished gazes of everyone, he slowly bent his noble knee. Huaxian immediately ordered the destruction of all chains and surveillance, then knelt on one knee by the bed, kissing the back of Shun Jiao's hand. Shun Jiao not only cleared her name, but also gained unprecedented privileges. Since that extremely perilous incident of gastroenteritis turning into a joyous pulse, that night the sky over the Hua family manor has completely changed. Shun Jiao's status has transformed from a canary that could be locked away in the basement at any moment to one with absolute amnesty and freedom. In just 3 days, the acute gastroenteritis that had caused her immense suffering was completely cured. Rejuvenated Shun Jiao now strides confidently through the manor. The black-clad bodyguards who used to glare at her and were always ready to draw their guns have changed completely. Now, as soon as she approaches, even from 10 meters away, the bodyguards bow in unison at 90 degrees. They dare not even breathe, fearing that the sound of their breath might startle this fragile pregnant woman. Even the most stoic and rigid English butler Stefan, who once wanted to throw her into a shark pool, has made a complete 180 in his attitude. This cold butler, who usually only dealt with family secrets and assassination lists, now spends his mornings guarding the purple sand pot in the kitchen. Madam, this is a prenatal medicine brewed from century-old top-quality wild ginseng from Chombai Mountain. Stefan, wearing pristine white gloves, respectfully presented a steaming white porcelain bowl to her. On his wrinkled old face, he managed to force out a kind smile. You should drink it hot. The doctor said that stabilizing the mother's emotions is the most important thing. You mustn't get upset. Shun Jiao lazily leaned against the genuine leather sofa, looking at the old man, who just a few days ago wanted to give her an anesthetic injection. Inside, she was overjoyed, but she feigned a delicate demeanor and reluctantly took a sip. The most significant change in the manor was undoubtedly the mixed-blood tyrant suffering from severe mania. Hua Xian's masculine virtues have seen an epic surge in these few days. He moved all the multinational high-level meetings to the conference room next door, ensuring that no trace of work-related negativity entered the master bedroom. In the past, he always resembled a large, ferocious beast eager to meld Shun Jiao into his very bones. Now, although he still could not bear to be away from her calming pure scent, his actions had become cautious, even tinged with a hint of fear. Every night, as he slept, he dared only to gently encircle her waist from behind, maintaining a slight distance. He even deliberately slowed his breathing, fearful of pressing against her flat belly. Moreover, this tycoon, who regarded money as worthless, had undertaken a shocking feat that rattled the entire business community of City A. On the night following the pregnancy confirmation, the legal team of Hua Corporation mobilized en masse, working overnight to acquire the top 3 private maternity hospitals, both domestically and internationally, at a price 300% above market value. All the top obstetric experts, nutritionists, and even geneticists were lured to the Hua family manor with high salaries, forming a maternity medical team on par with that of a national leader. Hua Xian himself even turned down business deals worth billions. Every day, he wore radiation-proof glasses with gold rims and sat beside Shun Jiao. Instead of holding decisive merger plans, he was now engrossed in thick books on maternal psychology and newborn care guidelines. His expression while reading was focused and reverent, as if he were studying a top-secret document capable of changing the world order. The book states that pregnant women are most susceptible to depression and anxiety in early pregnancy. Hua Xian closed the book, slightly furrowing his well-defined brows as he looked at Shun Jiao, who was eating grapes. She must participate in more social activities that bring her joy and a sense of ceremony to maintain her mental and physical well-being. To perfectly implement the doctor's advice of absolute freedom and joyful emotions, Hua Xian immediately summoned Stefan and issued a sensational command. Prepare for it. In a week, I want to hold a grand luxury cruise dinner that will attract the attention of the whole city. Announce to all of City A that the Hua family may be expecting. He wanted to give her a grand show and ample security. He wanted the whole world to know that Shun Jiao was the rightful mistress of Hua Xian's heart. Within 2 hours of issuing the order, an invitation to the cruise embedded with dozens of small diamonds and crafted by a top designer was respectfully delivered into Shun Jiao's hands. Shun Jiao leaned against the daybed, casually opening the opulent invitation to its fullest extent. At first, she simply wanted to see what extravagant stunt this tyrant was pulling. However, when her gaze swept over the dinner location printed on the invitation, Shun Jiao's pupils constricted slightly, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The invitation clearly printed 2 gilded characters, International Waters. The venue for the dinner was a super luxurious cruise ship with a displacement of 100,000 tons heading directly to the center of International Waters. Shun Jiao lowered her head, her thick eyelashes hiding the flicker of fervor that erupted in her eyes. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably and wildly curled upwards, nearly unable to suppress the laughter bubbling at her lips. International Waters. It was actually International Waters. Surrounded by water on all sides, far from any land or continental shelf. The most critical thing was that above the International Waters, not only was there no dense coastal surveillance radar, but also turbulent undercurrents and unfathomable depths, making it a natural breeding ground for missing persons. This was truly a piece of prime escape territory sent to her by the heavens. Previously, she was worried about how to vanish without a trace under the watchful eyes of Hossein, even with the overseas student approval and 30 million in cash. If she were on land, as long as she left the manor, the hundreds of bodyguards and tracking systems under Hossein would find her within half an hour. But what if she were on the cruise in international waters? As long as she found an opportunity to create a perfectly staged accident and fell from the several dozen-meter high deck into the surging depths of the Pacific Ocean. In the vast deep sea, even if Hossein had extraordinary abilities, finding a person in this vast ocean would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Once she fell into the water, even the body would be lost. This was undoubtedly the most perfect foolproof escape plan. Thinking of this, Xinjiao felt her breathing become easy. The previous feeling of being watched completely swept away. The antagonist and the male lead had unwittingly set up a splendid stage for her escape. Could there be a more ironic and exhilarating thrill than this? Hossein believed this was a grand celebration of declaring ownership, unaware that it was her meticulously prepared farewell performance. Xinjiao took advantage of Hossein's absence to quickly lock the door. She pulled out the hidden mini-hacking phone, her fingers dancing rapidly over the screen. She directly accessed the depths of the international dark web's secret trading market. Without any hesitation, she utilized the dirty money from Shun Jiangwo to make a full payment for the most advanced and pressure-resistant deep-sea escape pod available on the market. Moreover, she precisely located the escape pod's secret docking coordinates in the crucial sea area along the cruise's route. Following that, she contacted the overseas accomplice she had already identified through a secure channel. Xinjiao immediately ordered the most advanced underwater escape pod on the dark web and contacted her overseas accomplice. Everything was ready, only waiting for the right moment. However, in order to avoid exposure, she decided to inspect her assets at the mall under the guise of a pregnant woman seeking relaxation. In the most luxurious shopping mall of City A, the air conditioning was set to a chilling level. In the top-floor SVP private lounge, Xinjiao held a cup of warm milk, leaning languidly against a leather sofa. Before her stood two overseas elite lawyers, impeccably dressed in suits, with a stack of thick English asset transfer agreements spread out on the table. These were the last few hidden assets that Shun Jiangwo had concealed overseas before the Shin family was seized. Xinjiao gracefully set down her milk cup and picked up a pure gold Parker pen. In the signature area, she smoothly signed her false identity. As the last stroke fell, all the assets were completely transferred, becoming legally hers under Xinjiao's name. Well done. Xinjiao pushed the documents toward the lawyer, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. For this pregnant woman's outing, Hossein had practically mobilized half of the estate's security forces. The mall was surrounded in layers, making it impenetrable. Xinjiao insisted that the large group remain in the mall's first-floor lobby, citing that too many people were distracting and would affect fetal education. She only brought 2 personal female bodyguards upstairs to sign. Now that the signatures were complete, she planned to take the exclusive VIP elevator directly to the private garage on the 3rd underground floor. The bulletproof Maybach and its driver were already waiting there. Ding! The elevator emitted a crisp, alert sound as the metal doors slowly slid open on the 3rd underground floor. The underground garage was dimly lit with a faint scent of exhaust and damp concrete in the air. Xinjiao, in her flat leather shoes, had just taken less than 5 steps out of the elevator. Her instinct, honed from years in the dark web and almost perverse in its sensitivity to danger, suddenly blared an alarm. Something was off. It was too quiet. Even if this were a VIP exclusive garage, it shouldn't be so silent that even the sound of the ventilation fan couldn't be heard. More importantly, the air pressure around seemed to have turned oppressive and heavy. This was a kind of killing intent that only a top assassin could sense after experiencing countless life and death struggles. Xinjiao subtly slowed her pace. She slightly lowered her eyelids, the corner of her eye quickly sweeping over several high-definition surveillance cameras in the corners of the ceiling. The cameras, which should have been blinking with red operational indicators, were now all shrouded in a dead silence of darkness. Not only that, but the angles of the cameras had been forcibly twisted, all aimed at the meaningless concrete wall. The entire 3rd underground floor had turned into a complete surveillance blind spot within just a few minutes. Xinjiao's heartbeat quickened slightly, but her mind remained extraordinarily calm. The 2 female bodyguards behind her had also sensed something amiss, their hands already reaching for their weapons at their waists. "Madam, something's wrong. Please return to the elevator." Just as the bodyguards' words fell, several shadowy figures, swift as phantoms, suddenly emerged from behind the dark pillar. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled gunshots, silenced by suppressors, rang out. The 2 rigorously trained female bodyguards of the Hua family didn't even have a chance to draw their guns. They were precisely hit by several specially made powerful tranquilizer darts in the neck arteries, collapsing limply to the ground. Xinjiao halted, her eyes turning completely cold. Accompanied by the sound of steady yet oppressive tactical boots, 6 heavily armed, tall, and burly men emerged slowly from the shadows of the garage. They wore unmarked black tactical vests and gas masks. In their hands were uniform military-grade submachine guns from foreign armies. Tactical movement, cross-covering, and flawless blocking lines. This was definitely not the caliber possessed by street thugs or ordinary bodyguards in City A. These were a group of real top overseas mercenaries who had seen battle and tasted blood. Shen Jiao stood still, her icy eyes swiftly assessing the situation before her. 6 men, heavy firepower, and extremely high tactical training. If she unleashed her full firepower now, relying on her hidden combat ability, a forced breakout wouldn't be entirely impossible. However, the cost would be too great. If she unleashed a massacre here, it would not only expose her top-tier skills which she had hidden for years, it would also raise even more terrifying suspicions in Huasiyang, the ever-suspicious tyrant. More importantly, she was now a fragile pregnant woman with a risk of threatened miscarriage. If Huasiyang found out that a pregnant woman could single-handedly take down 6 mercenaries, all her carefully laid medical privileges, immunity tokens, and the upcoming cruise escape plan would be utterly ruined. For the sake of a perfect exit, she absolutely couldn't afford to confront them head-on. Weighing the pros and cons had to be done in the blink of an eye. Shen Jiao instantly made a decision to give up resistance and go with the flow. She immediately put on a look of sheer terror, her face pale, like a frightened deer. "Who are you? Don't come any closer," she screamed while stumbling backward, her hands clutching tightly to her. She portrayed the image of a protective, helpless pregnant woman to perfection. The leading mercenary looked down at her with disdain, clearly not taking this seemingly delicate Eastern woman seriously. He gestured. One of his subordinates immediately sprang forward like a cheetah. In that man's hand was a white handkerchief soaked in high-concentration medical ether. He swiftly covered Shen Jiao's mouth and nose from behind. The pungent chemical odor instantly invaded her nostrils. Shen Jiao complied, struggling symbolically a couple of times, emitting 2 weak whimpers from her throat. Then her eyes rolled back, and she inhaled a small breath of the tranquilizer. Her body went limp, losing all strength as she naturally collapsed into the mercenary's arms. "Target has been secured, retreat." The leading mercenary coldly issued the retreat order. A black unmarked van that had been waiting in a blind spot quickly drove up. Shen Jiao was roughly tossed into the back seat of the van like a sack of potatoes. The door slammed shut with a bang, and the tires screeched against the ground. This ghostly van carrying the woman, who was the apple of Huasiyang's eye, quickly vanished into the intricate underground passageways of City A. Uncertain how much time had passed, Shen Jiao's consciousness gradually awakened amidst the bumps. In fact, the dosage of the tranquilizer was insufficient to knock her out for long, given her high drug resistance. She merely closed her eyes in the car to rest while mentally reviewing the recent situation. She slightly moved her fingers, feeling the rough friction against her wrist. Shen Jiao slowly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. What greeted her was a scene of dimness and decay. Moldy walls, a dilapidated metal roof, and a pungent, oppressive smell of mildew and rust filled the air. She was in an abandoned industrial warehouse on the outskirts. Shen Jiao found herself sitting on a rickety wooden chair, her hands bound behind the chair back, and her ankles tightly tied to the chair legs with coarse hemp rope. The ropes were tied tightly, causing her tender skin to ache somewhat. But Shen Jiao only let out a cold laugh in her heart. Such a level of binding technique was inferior to that of a Boy Scout. With just a slight twist of her joints, she could break free in 3 seconds. However, the show had just begun, and she didn't intend to end it so quickly. In the empty warehouse, several mercenaries were smoking cigars and cleaning their firearms. And directly in front of Shen Jiao stood a tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreign man. He was dressed in an expensive tailored suit, which looked out of place in such a shabby environment. The blonde foreigner's gaze was filled with a sinister and arrogant glint as he toyed with a black satellite encrypted phone. Upon hearing Shen Jiao's movements, he turned his head, looking down at her. "Beautiful Miss Shen, you finally woke up." The foreigner's Chinese was somewhat awkward, and a nauseating cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Don't be afraid. As long as Huasiyang obeys, I guarantee I won't harm you or the child in your belly." Shen Jiao feigned a terrified expression, hunching her shoulders, and remained silent. The blonde foreigner seemed quite pleased with her fear. When Shen Jiao opened her eyes again, she found herself bound with rough hemp ropes to a rickety chair surrounded by the pungent mildew smell of the abandoned warehouse. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner was dialing Huasiyang's number with a cold smile on his face. Inside the derelict industrial warehouse on the outskirts, a pungent stench of mold and rust hung thick in the air. A few faint rays of light filtered through the high corrugated iron roof, casting pale beams through the floating dust. The blonde, blue-eyed mercenary leader exhaled a thick cloud of cigar smoke, the haze swirling around him. He strode with arrogant steps toward Shen Jiao, looking down at his prize with condescension. "Let me introduce myself, beautiful Eastern doll." The blonde foreigner spoke in broken Chinese, a cruel and smug sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "We are hired by the largest underground arms dealer in Europe. Your master was mortal enemy overseas." Shen Jiao was tied to a worn wooden chair, and she cooperatively shrank her shoulders. She pretended to be confused and terrified, a flicker of panic flashing through her eyes at just the right moment. But inwardly she couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Wasn't this villain's opening speech far too cliché? He might as well have had, "I'm a cannon fodder," written on his face. The coarse hemp rope chafed against her delicate skin, stinging with each tug. But if she simply dislocated the joint of her right thumb, she could slip her hand free in less than 3 seconds. Then she could use the microblade hidden in her heel to cut the ropes around her feet. Dealing with these mercenaries armed with submachine guns would be child's play for her. But Shen Jiao couldn't do that. Right now she was a fragile pregnant woman with a risk of threatened miscarriage. The blonde foreigner was pleased with her fearful reaction and continued to boast about their grand plan. "Capturing you took quite a bit of effort. But it was all worth it. Our boss has his eye on the international port control rights in Huaxian's hands, which connects the Asian and European continents. That shipping route is strategically invaluable, the golden throat of underground arms transportation." The foreigner lifted Shen Jiao's chin with his cold gun barrel. "Using Master Hua's beloved treasure to trade for a port. This deal seems quite profitable, doesn't it?" Shen Jiao was forced to tilt her head up, her eyes rimmed with red, looking fragile, as if she might cry at any moment. But her mind was racing, rapidly calculating the actual value of that port. It was an absolute gold mine with an annual throughput generating hundreds of billions in profit. These kidnappers had huge appetites. They weren't afraid of choking themselves to death. However, this indirectly proved that in the eyes of this mortal enemy, Shen Jiao was extremely important to Huaxian. The blonde foreigner withdrew his gun and pulled a black encrypted satellite phone from his suit pocket. His fingers quickly pressed a series of complex encrypted numbers on the keypad. "Now let's see in the heart of that cold-blooded tyrant. Which is more important, you or the power and the port in it?" The connection tone for the video call rang monotonously in the empty, dead-silent warehouse. At that moment, in the heart of a city on the 120th floor of the Hua Group headquarters building. Inside the spacious, luxurious circular conference room, the air pressure was so low it felt as if it could crush bones. Dozens of core executives sat upright, not daring to breathe, cold sweat soaking their backs. Huaxian sat at the head of the table, his face cold as ice, a hint of irritation flickering in his deep black eyes. Shen Jiao had been gone for over 3 hours to sign documents at the mall. Without the soothing comfort of her pure, alluring scent, the skin hunger inside him was raging wildly. Irritation, aggression, and even a trace of barely perceptible panic surged through his blood. He propped his chin on one hand while the other toyed with a priceless custom-made pure black pen. The metal body spun between his slender fingers, leaving trails of afterimages. It revealed the mixed-race tycoon's extremely volatile mood, on the verge of eruption at any moment. "If you can't secure that land plot south of the city by tomorrow, your entire development department." Huaxian's cold, ruthless voice had only just begun. Suddenly, the massive LED screen covering the entire wall at the front of the conference room flickered violently. The data for the cross-border merger case being displayed vanished without a trace. In its place, a forcibly injected, heavily static-ridden, encrypted video feed appeared. The executives were stunned. The head of the tech department, drenched in sweat, frantically pounded his keyboard, trying to intercept the signal. But the next second, when the image on the screen fully cleared and stabilized, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The screen showed a dimly lit, dilapidated, even leaking, abandoned industrial warehouse. And right in the center of the frame, the delicate mistress whom Master Hua cherished in the palm of his hand, never speaking a harsh word to, and who enjoyed absolute privilege due to her pregnancy, was now tied tightly to a broken wooden chair with rough, dirty hemp rope. Her usually silky hair was slightly disheveled, and traces of still fresh tears clung to her pale, stunningly beautiful face. She looked pitiful, helpless, like a desperate lamb fallen among wolves. The moment he saw Shen Jiao's pale face in the video, Huaxian felt as if an invisible claw had brutally crushed his heart. The sudden tearing agony surpassed even the splitting headaches of his manic episodes. The hand he had resting on the table, the one that had held a gun for years, trembled violently beyond control. Then, with a sharp, spine-tingling crack that exploded in the dead silence, the custom pin forged from high-strength aviation alloy was actually snapped in two by his bare hand. The jagged, uneven metal edge instantly pierced the delicate skin of his palm. Crimson, scalding blood gushed out wildly between his knobby fingers. Drop by drop it splattered onto the precious black walnut conference table. A shocking sight, yet carrying a strange, bloody beauty. But Huaxian seemed utterly oblivious to the pain that would make anyone gasp, not even furrowing his brow. He slowly rose to his feet, his tall, imposing figure casting a suffocating, terrifying shadow under the ceiling lights. His deep dark eyes were consumed by a complete scarlet in a single second. The rage churning in his gaze was pure unrestrained madness, a desire to destroy everything in the world. The thread of reason snapped clean and complete. His mania spiraled into an unprecedented, devastating loss of control. With a thunderous crash, Hossein suddenly kicked out his long leg, wielding a force that could crush anything in its path. He viciously slammed his foot into the massive conference table made from a single slab of imported marble. The table, weighing 1,000 caddies, let out a pained groan. It toppled over from the force of his kick, sending documents and computers flying and shattering. The executives screamed in terror, scrambling for cover, crawling to the corners, trembling. They looked at Master Hua at that moment, as if he were a bloodthirsty demon crawling out of the Avicii, hell, surrounded by an impenetrable black mist of death ready to slaughter the world. Lock down a city. Hussein's voice was hoarse, rough, as if his vocal cords had been scraped with sandpaper. Every word dripped with a soul-chilling, murderous intent. Contact the dark web, activate the highest-level Sky Eye system. Mobilize all of the Hua family's private armed forces. He stepped on a shattered computer screen, his eyes fixed on the blonde man in the holographic video. Cut off all routes out of the city, sea, land, and air. I want the exact coordinates of that warehouse within. Hossein narrowed his scarlet eyes slightly, like the Grim Reaper delivering a final verdict. Today, not even a single fly will leave a city alive. On the other end of the video, the blonde foreigner clearly felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the screen. Yet, emboldened by Shun Jiao as his trump card, he recklessly danced on the edge of the abyss. This was the confidence given to him by the European underground arms dealer. He didn't believe Hossein would dare to ignore the woman's safety. Master Hua, don't be so angry. A deeper, older voice, distorted by a voice changer, came through the video. It was the mastermind behind the scenes, the mortal enemy in Europe, personally cutting into the channel. Seeing your precious darling safe and sound, you should thank me. The voice dripped with nauseating greed, and the foreigner zoomed in the camera, deliberately lingering on Shun Jiao's flat belly for 2 seconds, a gesture full of menace. As Hossein watched the scene on the screen, the violence in his eyes coalesced into solid blades. His hands clenched tightly, blood dripping continuously through his fingers. But he didn't speak to compromise. He just stared at the screen with the eyes of a dead man. The mortal enemy laughed wildly on the video. Master Hua, hand over the port control rights, or he'll kill your precious darling in 10 minutes. The video was forcibly cut off without warning, the large screen plunging into a dead, pitch-black silence. Only the grim laughter of the kidnappers echoed in the warehouse. At the moment the video was forcibly cut off, the large screen plunged into a suffocating darkness. The last crisp sound of a pop became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The conference room was silent, the air seemingly solidified into blocks of ice. Dozens of core executives huddled in the corner with their hearts pounding like drums in terror. Hossein did not utter another word. He casually pulled over the black long trench coat draped over the back of the chair and strode out of the chaotic conference room. Wherever he passed, a murderous aura felt like tangible icy blades, causing pain to the skin and trembling the soul. In just a brief span of 3 minutes, the entire city, usually bustling with life and noise, fell into an unprecedented, suffocating panic and stagnation. The piercing sound of the highest-level air raid sirens suddenly shattered the tranquility of the sky. Ordinary citizens looked up in horror, witnessing a scene they would never forget. In the sky, dozens of heavily armed helicopters painted with the Hua totem swarmed like black locusts. They flew at an extremely low altitude, thunderingly searching the entire city. Massive searchlight beams like the eyes of death ruthlessly swept across every street. Meanwhile, all major traffic arteries on the ground were forcibly cut off. The traffic police didn't even have time to react as armored black vehicles, fully armed, stormed onto the streets. The heavy treads crushed the asphalt, producing a bone-chilling rumble. The Hua family's private armed forces moved out in full force. Mercenaries with real guns and ammunition swiftly sealed off all land, sea, and air access points out of the city. No entry and certainly no exit. Not even a fly could hope to escape the airspace of City A today. And on the elevated bridge leading to the west, a black SUV modified with top-notch military-grade bulletproofing was racing forward at a nearly insane speed. Hossein gripped the steering wheel himself, pressing the accelerator all the way to the floor. The speedometer's needle was wildly jumping, directly approaching the red zone on the far right. The heavy SUV wove through traffic like an enraged ancient beast. The engine roared under the strain, the exhaust pipe spitting out a bluish flame. If any vehicles in front failed to yield, he had no intention of slowing down, simply scraping past them brutally. Sparks flew as the harsh sound of metal grinding echoed into the sky. In his deep black eyes, crimson veins had already spread like a bloodthirsty azura. The wound in his palm, pierced by a pin, was still bleeding, with bright red blood sliding down his fingers. It stained the black leather steering wheel, creating a shocking sight. Yet he felt no pain. His mind was solely occupied with the pale image of her tied to a chair in the video. On the radar screen in the car, the red dot representing the coordinates of the abandoned warehouse was flashing frantically. Hossein fixed his gaze on that red dot, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Anyone daring to touch his beloved. Today he would tear apart everyone in that warehouse inch by inch, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned industrial warehouse in the western suburbs, the atmosphere was starkly different from the bloody chaos outside. As the video call was unilaterally disconnected, a burst of unrestrained laughter erupted in the warehouse. The blonde, blue-eyed kidnapper leader played with his satellite-encrypted phone, laughing so hard he was nearly in tears. "Ah, did you see Hussein's expression just now? Doesn't he look like a mad dog protecting its food? This is just too delightful." He turned around, picked up a bottle of beer from the nearby broken table, and opened it with his teeth. A few mercenaries holding submachine guns joined in, laughing loudly as they raised their beers in celebration. In their eyes, this mission was as easy as a vacation on an island, especially with this delicate, helpless Oriental woman in their grasp. The once arrogant mixed-blood tyrant had no choice but to obediently hand over the billion-dollar international port right. They had even begun fantasizing about how to spend the exorbitant commissions they would earn. However, just when they were laughing the loudest and reveling in their triumph, Shen Jiao, tied to a rickety wooden chair, suddenly sighed long and helplessly. Alas! This crisp sigh stood out starkly amidst the raucous laughter in the room. The blonde foreigner paused, his laughter halted as he frowned and turned to look at her. The fear, helplessness, and tears on Shen Jiao's face had vanished without a trace. In her once pitiful, watery eyes, only a strong disdain and silence remained. She glanced down at the rough hemp rope binding her, unable to resist voicing her complaint. "To be honest, you tied this rope way too poorly." The room instantly fell silent, with only the sound of the wind howling over the broken tin roof. Several mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances, doubting whether their ears had malfunctioned. What was this seemingly terrified, trembling pregnant woman talking about? Had she gone mad from fear? The blonde foreigner sneered, about to step forward to give her a lesson she'd never forget. In the next moment, a scene that would send chills down everyone's spine and shatter their worldview occurred. Shen Jiao completely ignored their shocked and fierce gazes. With a sudden painful crack, her hands bound tightly behind the chair back produced a bone-crunching sound. Shen Jiao's right wrist and thumb joint dislocated at an extremely bizarre and inhuman angle. Without the bones to hinder her, her already slender and flexible wrist slipped free like a slippery eel. With just a gentle and effortless pull, those coarse hemp ropes, which were said to be unbreakable even by special forces, simply slid off her wrist. The entire process of her escape was fluid, taking less than a mere 3 seconds. Thud! The heavy hemp rope fell onto the dusty concrete floor with a light sound. Shen Jiao leisurely rubbed her wrist, which bore a red mark from the binding, her brow slightly furrowed. Then with a soft snap, she expressionlessly reset her dislocated joint. This seamless operation left all the mercenaries present utterly dumbfounded. What in the world was this Eastern sorcery? The blonde foreigner was the first to react, his face instantly changing, his pupils constricting violently. "Fuck! Capture her! Don't let her get away!" he shouted angrily, abruptly tossing away the beer bottle in his hand and raising his gun. The dark muzzle of the gun was directly aimed at Shen Jiao's head. The surrounding mercenaries also snapped out of their daze, hurriedly releasing the safety on their submachine guns and rushing forward like ferocious beasts. Faced with the threat of over a dozen real guns, Shen Jiao didn't even flinch. She did not choose to engage in a heated brawl with these muscular men. To protect the 2 unborn life-saving cards in her belly, she would never resort to violence if she could solve the problem with her wits. Shen Jiao's toes suddenly flicked, flipping over a nearby cluttered wooden table. Crash! Using the moment, the heavy wooden table fell to the ground as cover her figure moved like a nimble black cat, executing a swift tactical roll. She slid directly behind the iron oil drum where the blonde foreigner had just been standing. On that rusty oil drum, a military-grade laptop was running. Bang! 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 A few bullets whizzed past Shen Jiao's scalp, smashing into the concrete wall behind her, sending sparks flying. Fire! Break her legs! The blonde foreigner roared in exasperation. He never expected that this seemingly delicate woman was a skilled fighter. Crouched behind the oil drum, Shen Jiao's hands were already firmly placed on the keyboard of the laptop. Taking a deep breath, the cold light in her eyes ignited with the fervor of a top hacker. Her long, fair fingers blurred into a series of swift movements on the keyboard, the sound of her typing as rapid as a torrential downpour, even surpassing the sound of gunfire outside. Without any hesitation, she directly logged into the back end of the notorious top hacker's alias that sent Interpol into a frenzy. 1 minute. Green code poured down the black screen like a waterfall. She bypassed the local firewall of the military computer and traced back to the frequency band of the blonde foreigner's satellite phone. 2 minutes. Through the vulnerabilities in the phone's underlying code, she successfully extracted the overseas encrypted contact network key of the mercenary organization. 3 minutes. With the final crisp and forceful keystroke, the pride of Europe's largest underground arms dealer, Huaxian's sworn enemy, had its absolute defense wall crumble like paper under Shun Jiao's level of attack. The gunfire had unknowingly ceased. Several fierce mercenaries, guns in hand, cautiously and sweating profusely approached the oil drum, only to find that Shun Jiao had not attempted to escape at all. She had even somehow procured a somewhat cleaner folding chair. Sitting on the chair, Shun Jiao crossed her legs, gazing at the numbers in the bank account on the screen, and smiled slightly at the stunned kidnappers. Would you like to make some big money? Several dark gun muzzles were still aimed squarely at Shun Jiao's head. Despite having just witnessed the terrifying hacking skills of this woman, which could only be described as a dimensionality reduction strike, yet the professional ethics of the mercenaries and their instinct for the mission compelled them to keep their fingers tightly on the triggers. The blonde foreigner swallowed hard, trying to suppress the inexplicable unease rising in his heart. Put away your little tricks, woman, he threatened fiercely, pushing the gun barrel further forward. So what if you've hacked? You are in our hands now. There's no way you are leaving here alive. Facing this group of fierce and ruthless outlaws who could fire at any moment, Shun Jiao showed no signs of panic. Instead, she comfortably leaned back against the folding chair. She casually crossed her legs, her posture relaxed, as if she were sipping afternoon tea in the back garden of her estate. Don't be so tense, just put the guns down, be careful of firing accidentally. Shun Jiao's cold gaze swept over the room, her tone as flat as one bargaining for cabbage at a market. Everyone is out here risking their lives, all for the sake of making money, right? Tell me, how much did that old man selling arms in Europe pay you to take my life? The blonde foreigner snorted coldly and gritted his teeth, stating an amount he believed to be astronomical. $50 million. To buy you and the port route in the hands of old Master Hua. This amount is enough for our entire squad to retire comfortably and enjoy the rest of our lives. 50 million. Shun Jiao raised a beautifully shaped eyebrow, as if she had heard the greatest joke in the world, and chuckled lightly. Is such pocket money really worth the trouble of coming all the way to City A, wading through this murky water and dying for nothing? Her fair fingers casually tapped twice on the keyboard of the military notebook. That old man is too stingy. It's simply an insult to your professional integrity. How about this? I'll offer 10 times that amount. 10 times. The surrounding mercenaries collectively gasped in shock, exchanging glances with one another. 10 times $50 million is a whopping $500 million. The blonde foreigner's eyes wavered violently, but soon vigilance replaced it. You filthy bitch, do you think we'll believe your nonsense? You're trying to buy time with such a worthless promise. Shun Jiao couldn't be bothered to waste another word. Send over an overseas high-level anonymous account quickly. My patience is limited. In her once clear and pure eyes there now glimmered a unique and haughty arrogance of a capitalist. The blonde foreigner gritted his teeth, half convinced, and stammered out an extremely complex, encrypted Swiss bank account number. After all, they had guns and weren't afraid of this woman flying away. Shun Jiao's fingers quickly inputted the lengthy account number on the keyboard. Her movements were fluid and decisive, as if executing a massive international transfer were as simple as buying a cup of milk tea. With the confirmation of the last firewall command, she pressed the enter key firmly. Ding! The personal communication phone in the blonde foreigner's pocket suddenly emitted a crisp sound, indicating that funds had arrived. He incredulously pulled out his phone, staring intently at the long string of dizzying zeros on the screen. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. He counted 3 times before daring to confirm he wasn't seeing things. $5 million. The first deposit arrived instantly. The blonde foreigner gasped sharply, his eyes nearly bulging out. His voice trembled violently as he spoke, and the hand holding the gun began to uncontrollably shake. Shun Jiao looked at their stunned expressions, seemingly unfazed, as she casually adjusted her slightly wrinkled sleeve. A slap followed by a sweet date, and now the sweet date was already in their mouths. It was time for the big stick. You've seen the money. Shun Jiao never make empty promises in business. She retracted her smile, her gaze suddenly sharp like a knife, piercing through their psychological defenses. However, you need to use your muscle-filled brains to think carefully and thoroughly. You kidnapped me today and provoked that irrational madman Huaxian. Do you really think you can leave City A alive? This sentence hit them like a bucket of icy water, mercilessly dousing them. Now the air, land, and sea of City A must have been completely sealed off by the Hua family. Not even a bird can fly out. Shun Jiao's voice echoed in the dead silence of the warehouse like a death knell, each word piercing the heart. Your employer is in Europe. A distant water can't quench a nearby fire. You are now like fish in a barrel, just waiting to die. Cold sweat the size of soybeans instantly appeared on the foreheads of several mercenaries, trickling down the edges of their masks. Having licked blood on the knife's edge for years, they naturally knew the terrifying methods and bloody style of Huasiyuan. Falling into the hands of that living Yama death would be the most luxurious form of relief. It would undoubtedly be an endless torment worse than death. The money-addled minds finally began to feel a chilling dread. Shun Jiao saw that the time was ripe and threw out her final ultimate bait. However, since I've paid, I am now your new boss. Work with me, and not only will I pay you 10 times the commission without fail, but I can also use my hacking network to ensure your safe exit. Plus, upon success, each of you will receive a tropical seaside villa with a massive swimming pool. There's only one condition: immediately turn traitor. Shun Jiao leaned back in her chair, her gaze surveying the entire room with an air of undeniable queenly authority. Now I'm giving you 10 seconds to consider. Who's in favor and who's against? The dilapidated warehouse fell into an eerie silence for 5 seconds. Only the sounds of heavy breathing and rapid heartbeats intertwined violently in the air. This didn't even require consideration. On one side was a stingy arms dealer thousands of miles away who only knew how to make empty promises, and on the other was a super-rich woman right in front of them with a deposit that had just arrived and a tenfold commission for a seaside villa retirement. Anyone with a functioning brain knew how to answer this multiple-choice question. Clatter. The blonde foreigner was the first to drop his micro-submachine gun, pointing it firmly at the ground to show his submission. He knelt on one knee, his right hand placed on his left chest, performing the most standard and formal mercenary salute. Boss. From now on, all members of the Wild Lion Squad are at your service. The muscular men behind him also unhesitatingly dropped their weapons, kneeling in unison. Loyalty. In the face of absolute capital and the thirst for survival, loyalty was a cheap joke. Shun Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Very good, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The blonde foreigner was very savvy. To demonstrate his complete loyalty, he immediately revealed all the cards of his former employer. Boss, that old man not only targeted the port, but also placed 4 high-level insiders in the Hua family's European branch. Here's the list of insiders and their overseas contact codes for your review. Do whatever you want with them. Shun Jiao took the invaluable confidential list, glanced at it, and casually tossed it onto the table. With the crisis completely resolved, the tense nerves that had been taut for half a day finally relaxed. You've finally come to your senses. I'm hungry, and this shabby warehouse doesn't even have air conditioning. It's suffocating me. Shun Jiao rubbed her stomach and complained casually. The group of ruthless foreign bandits who had just moments ago appeared fierce instantly transformed into the most attentive and humble personal servants. In less than 10 minutes, a soft Persian carpet stolen from who knows where was laid down on the dirty concrete floor. The blonde foreigner even ran to fetch a steaming Michelin-level king crab takeout. Wearing disposable gloves, he carefully peeled open the crab legs and placed them on a delicate porcelain plate, presenting it to Shun Jiao. 2 muscular men over 2 meters tall squatted on either side of her feet. Their rough, calloused hands, accustomed to holding guns, now treated her small, sore calves as if they were fragile treasures, gingerly massaging her. Boss, is this pressure okay? Is it too hard for the little baby? The burly man asked in a deep voice, trying to flatter her. It'll do, just a bit more pressure on the left side. Shun Jiao closed her eyes, directing them confidently. Another mercenary had somehow found a large fan and stood by, sweating profusely as he frantically fanned her. This scene was simply absurd to the extreme. Shun Jiao sighed comfortably and picked up a piece of sweet crab meat to put in her mouth. However, she hadn't even had the chance to swallow this delicious bite. Screech, bang. Outside the warehouse, a deafening and hair-raising sound of heavy off-road tires screeching to a halt suddenly echoed. Immediately following was a series of earth-shattering explosions. The sturdy industrial warehouse exterior seemed to have been bombarded by heavy artillery, violently shaking. The heavy, rusted, and massively thick iron door of the warehouse, with a thickness of over 10 centimeters, was suddenly kicked in with a deafening bang, twisted and deformed by a terrifying force from the outside. The 1,000-pound iron door crashed heavily onto the concrete floor, stirring up clouds of choking dust and sparks. Amidst the rolling smoke and dust, the outside of the warehouse resounded with piercing screeches and explosions. Huasiyuan, drenched in the scent of blood, kicked open the heavy iron door of the warehouse like a death god ready to wash the place in blood. Boom! A massive iron warehouse gate weighing over 1,000 jin was violently kicked open by an overwhelming, earth-shattering force. The twisted metal slammed onto the concrete floor, sending up a choking cloud of dust. Huasiyuan strode in like a blood-soaked demon risen from the Avicii hell itself, his boots crunching through the rolling smoke and debris. His deep black eyes were entirely consumed by crimson veins radiating a feral, annihilating madness. Clutched tightly in his hands was a fully loaded micro-submachine gun, his finger rigidly locked on the trigger. Behind him surged dozens of elite Hua family special forces, fully armed, battle-hardened, and brimming with lethal intent. They flooded in like a tide of obsidian tactical flashlights, piercing the gloom and flooding the dim warehouse with blinding clinical light. Hossein had already braced himself for the worst. He had even steeled himself to slaughter every soul present, to carve them limb from limb, inch by bloody inch. Yet, as the dust slowly settled and clarity returned to his vision, the half-blood tycoon poised to unleash unrestrained carnage froze mid-stride, his entire body locking in place. Behind him, dozens of elite soldiers halted simultaneously, rifles raised petrified, as if struck by a binding curse. A collective gasp echoed sharply across the derelict warehouse. The sheer jaw-dropping absurdity of the scene before him short-circuited Hossein's brain, already teetering on the brink of detonation. There was no brutal interrogation, no shrieks of agony, no grisly hostage execution. Instead, at the very center of this crumbling, rain-leaking industrial ruin, its air thick with the acrid scent of mildew, lay an opulent hand-woven Persian carpet, plucked it seemed from some billionaire's penthouse, and his so-called imprisoned, life-endangered delicate wife sat languidly reclined on a folding chair, utterly at ease. Before her, on a weathered wooden table, rested a steaming, aromatic, Michelin-starred delivery of imperial king crab. That was not all. 2 towering mercenaries, over 2 meters tall, their bulging muscles rippling beneath scarred skin, knelt obediently on either side of her feet, their calloused, weapon-worn hands trembling with reverence as they massaged her calves. Beside them stood a blond, blue-eyed foreigner, sweat glistening on his brow, wielding a tattered palm leaf fan, fanning her frantically, his expression one of abject sycophancy. The sight was surreal, bizarre beyond measure. Plop! Just as Shun Jiao popped a succulent morsel of crab into her mouth, she turned and met Hossein's stunned, dazed gaze. Oh no! She'd been too absorbed in feasting to switch into victim mode. Now, before this notoriously suspicious despot, her innocence would be impossible to prove. But who was Shun Jiao? A master of composure, unflappable even as mountains crumbled before her. Her reflexes rivaled those of an Oscar-winning actress. Without hesitation, she spat out the crab meat, flinging the leg onto the table. In less than a second, her crystal-clear, dewy eyes welled with tears, bright red streaming down her cheeks like pearls spilling from a broken string. Barefoot, her pale, delicate soles gliding across the Persian rug, she darted forward like a startled swallow and buried herself in Hossein's smoke-scented chest. Husband! She clung fiercely to his neck, sobbing uncontrollably, her voice raw with anguish, her grief tearing at the heartstrings. Save me, husband. You're finally here. They were so terrifying. They pointed guns at my head. I was terrified. As she wept, she smeared her crab oil-stained fingers unapologetically across his exquisitely tailored bespoke trench coat. Her face pressed against his chest, her lament so heartrending it moved listeners to tears. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought our baby would grow up without a father. Her expression, utterly shattered, inconsolable, betrayed no trace of the woman who moments earlier had dined luxuriously and commanded mercenaries with regal nonchalance. Having received tenfold payment and the promise of a seaside villa, they had no choice but to play their parts to perfection. The blonde foreigner promptly dropped his fan, raised both hands high, and nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, we were terrifying. He delivered the line in stiff, earnest Mandarin, committing wholeheartedly to Shun Jiao's script. We nearly frightened Miss Shen to death. Our sins are unforgivable, but Miss Shen's noble magnanimity redeemed us. We've chosen to abandon darkness and embrace righteousness. Hossein, his entire squad of elite guards. He looked down at the petite woman sobbing convulsively in his arms, her hiccuping cries making his lips twitch faintly. His gaze drifted past her shoulder, to the half-eaten king crab on the table, and to the ferocious bandits now raising their hands in surrender. In that instant, his murderous aura curdled into profound, awkward dissonance. This performance had rubbed his intellect raw, yet strangely, when her soft body collided with his chest, and when her tender, dependent whisper of husband escaped her lips, the violent, roiling fury within him dissolved, as if swept away by a gentle spring breeze. Miraculously, instantly it vanished. Let her be acting. Let this kidnapping be pure farce. So long as she stood unharmed in his arms, so long as she still nestled close and leaned on him, all logic, all truth ceased to matter. Hossein sighed, a quiet, resigned exhale, his black eyes now free of crimson haze shimmering with deep, boundless indulgence. He tightened his arms around her, pulling the little liar, whose lips dripped with lies, into an embrace so fierce it felt as though he sought to fuse her into his very bones, forever inseparable. It's over, Jiao Jiao. I'm here. His voice, low and gravelly, carried the raw relief of survival. His broad palm moved soothingly across her back. The crisis dissolved. not with gunfire or bloodshed, but with theatrical absurdity. The blonde foreigner, ever the opportunist, eagerly handed over the former employer's top-secret informant list and overseas cipher codes. Hossein scanned the document coldly, the glint in his eyes sharp as frozen steel. His European archenemy hadn't only failed to seize control of the coveted port, he'd also lost his entire decades-long network, razed to the ground by these mercenary turncoats lured by greed. What awaited that underground arms dealer was nothing less than Hua Group's relentless cross-border annihilation. Half an hour later, the armored Maybach glided smoothly along a city's hushed moonlit avenues. Inside the cabin, the privacy partition rose silently. Shen Jiao, exhausted from the day's theatrics, curled comfortably in Hussein's arms, eyes closed in apparent repose. He gazed down at her serene, tranquil face, lit only by the soft amber glow of ambient lighting. His long fingers gently brushed aside stray strands of hair clinging to her cheek. After today's near loss, this harrowing illusion of losing her, his pathological possessiveness had swelled to an irrepressible, all-consuming magnitude. No more delay. Only by making her legally, irrevocably Mrs. Hua. Only by fastening upon her the strongest possible bond could he bind her to himself forever, legally, absolutely, beyond any rival's reach. A feverish, obsessive gleam flickered deep within his dark eyes. He resolved then and there at the city's most lavish, highly anticipated gala aboard the luxury cruise liner. 2 days hence, he would kneel before her before all witnesses and formally propose, crowning her unequivocally as the mistress of the Hua clan, ensuring she could never escape, not in this life nor the next. Meanwhile, nestled quietly in his arms, Shen Jiao was not truly asleep. She cracked open one eye just a slit, watching the city's glittering nightscapes blur past the window, her lips curling into a subtle anticipatory smile. Passports, official clearances, capital transfers, even a submersible escape pod, were all prepared and ready. All that remained was the gala aboard the cruise liner, 2 days away. Gazing out the window, Shen Jiao thought the main act is about to begin. In the master bedroom of the Hua family manor, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the soft Persian carpet. Shen Jiao nestled deep into the sofa, her slender fingers flying over the mini hacking terminal. Green lines of code flowed like a waterfall, but her brows furrowed slightly. Although she had made a hefty profit by tricking the kidnappers yesterday, the expenses of international money laundering and darknet commissions were exorbitantly high. Moreover, the deep-sea escape pod was a top-tier custom military product which had burned through most of her savings. She calculated the total amount in her offshore account. She was still far from her ultimate retirement goal of purchasing the most luxurious waterside estate in Jiangnan and supporting several handsome bodyguards. She was missing a whole 30 million in funding. This wouldn't do after dying and escaping. She absolutely couldn't settle for less. That 30 million had to be made up before the cruise dinner. But at this critical moment, where could she find this 30 million ATM? Shen Jiao irritably ran her fingers through her hair and stored away the hacking terminal. To avoid raising suspicions with Hossein, she decided to put on a thin jacket and take a stroll along the tree-lined path outside the manor. The early autumn breeze carried a slight chill, and leaves from the century-old sycamore trees outside the manor cascaded down. As Shen Jiao walked, her mind raced to find targets for accumulating wealth. Suddenly, a faint red light indicating an intrusion flickered in the nearby security system. Shen Jiao sharply halted, her gaze instantly turning vigilant. Before the patrolling bodyguards arrived, a rustling noise suddenly erupted from the nearby bushes. 3 ragged, dirty figures sprang out from the thicket like hungry wolves. They directly blocked Shen Jiao's path. When Shen Jiao took a closer look, she nearly burst into laughter. These 3 individuals, looking even worse than street beggars, were none other than her uncle Shen Jiangwo, who had been high and mighty just days before along with her aunt, and that illegitimate sister Shen Ro. Huaxian's command to make the Shen family disappear within half an hour had evidently been executed thoroughly. The Shen family had not only gone bankrupt and liquidated, but their houses and cars had also been seized by the bank. Judging by their demeanor, they were likely still fleeing from violent loan sharks. Shen Jiao, you little bitch, we finally caught you. Her aunt with disheveled hair glinted with a crazed malice and greed as she lunged forward. Her long nails nearly poked Shen Jiao's nose. Did you think that hiding in the Hua family as a rich lady meant we wouldn't be able to do anything about you? Shen Jiangwo's face was equally grim as he sneered, pulling out a crumpled brown paper file from his pocket. Shen Jiao, don't think we don't know what you've been planning. Shen Jiao took a step back to evade her aunt's claws, feigning a look of terror. Uncle, what do you want? This is the Hua family manor, and the bodyguards will be here any moment. Bodyguards? Call them. Even if you scream until your throat is raw today, you'll have to listen to us. Shen Jiangwo smugly raised the file in his hand. Take a look at this. This is the medical record you intentionally had forged in the black market to escape the family marriage. It clearly states that you were born with a uterine deformity, severe infertility. Hearing those 4 words, a glint of secret excitement flashed in Shun Jiao's eyes. This thing hadn't been destroyed yet. Her current identity was that of a legitimately protected pregnant woman in the Hua family requiring absolute freedom. If this infertility medical record made it into Hua Xian's hands, her false pregnancy would be immediately exposed. Seeing Shun Jiao's silence, Shen Zhengwo assumed she was frightened and became even more arrogant. So, are you scared? Hua Yi is treating you like a treasure now, and isn't it just because of what's in your belly? If he finds out you can't conceive at all, he'll realize he's been made a fool of. Her aunt sneered in response. Do you think that living hell of a man will spare you? Tearing you apart to feed the dogs would be the lightest punishment. Shen Jiao lowered her head, her shoulders slightly trembling, appearing as if she was terrified. In reality, she was desperately holding back laughter, afraid of ruining her exquisite performance. What? What do you want from me? Shen Jiao's voice quivered perfectly. Her aunt's eyes gleamed with greed as she said, very simple. Hand over that unlimited black card Hua Yi gave you, and transfer us 50 million in cash, as compensation for raising you all these years. 50 million. Shen Jiao rolled her eyes internally. These desperate fools really dared to ask for it. However, they had delivered themselves right to her door. Shen Jiao did not immediately agree, but continued to look at them with fear in her eyes. Besides money, what else do you want? Seeing a glimmer of hope, her aunt immediately pulled out the illegitimate daughter Shen Ro, who had been hiding behind her. Besides the money, you must give up your position beside Hua Yi. Our Ro is younger and prettier than you. She's the real candidate to bear Hua Yi's children. As long as you cooperate and let Ro take your place, we'll destroy this medical record forever. Her aunt's scheme was loud and clear. Not only did they want money, but they also wanted to push their own daughter onto Hua Xin to continue sucking the Hua family's blood. Shen Jiao looked at these 3 oblivious fools, and there wasn't a trace of fear left in her eyes. In its place was the starved wolf-like gleam of a top predator spotting 3 fat sheep ready for slaughter. What was missing was finally here. She had been worried about how to cover that 30 million funding gap, and now this living ATM had delivered itself to her doorstep. Although the Shen family had gone bankrupt, the skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Shen Zhengwo's private stash that he had secretly moved over the years was definitely worth more than 30 million. Shen Jiao suddenly stepped forward, completely changing her previous weak and pitiful demeanor. Not only was she not angry, but she also tightly grasped her aunt's dirty hands. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had just seen her long-lost mother. Aunt, you're absolutely right. This position should be given to my sister. This extremely unusual behavior completely stunned the 3 members of the Shen family. Her aunt was frozen in place, looking at Shen Jiao as if she were insane. However, Shen Jiao turned enthusiastically, sizing up the silent, illegitimate daughter Shen Ro. Sister, your figure and face are simply tailor-made for Hua Yi. Shen Ro was flattered, but still cautiously Sister, don't think that just because you're saying nice things will let you off the hook. Let me off? No, I'm begging you to take over quickly. Shen Jiao lowered her voice and leaned closer. Do you think Hua Yi is an easy man to please? He has severe manic episodes. I live by his side every day, and it's a living hell, a constant state of fear. To make these sheep willingly part with their money, Shen Jiao didn't hesitate to smear Hua Xian's reputation. If my sister is willing to suffer in my place, I would be eternally grateful. As long as my sister can rise to power, the issue with the medical record will be easy to negotiate. The 3 members of the Shen family exchanged glances, feeling that something was off, but greed ultimately triumphed over reason. Her aunt snorted coldly. You finally have some sense. Since you agreed, then hurry up and teach Ro how to seduce Hua Yi. A sly smile crept onto Shen Jiao's lips. No problem. Leave it to me. However, she rubbed her fingers together, making a gesture that implied money. I know exactly what Hua Yi likes. This is proprietary business intelligence. If you want the information, you have to pay for it. A flat fee of 30 million. Once the money is in, I'll immediately create an opportunity for my sister to meet him, ensuring Hua Yi brings her back to his master bedroom tonight. Hearing about the money, Shen Zhengwo immediately erupted in anger. Are you crazy? We're bankrupt now. Where are we going to get 30 million? Uncle, stop pretending. You've got at least 50 million in that private account in Switzerland opened under someone else's name, right? Shen Jiao revealed the secret, and Shen Zhengwo's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet. He looked at Shen Jiao in disbelief. How? How do you know? Don't worry about how I know. 30 million to buy a path to success is a deal that's well worth it. Shen Jiao released her aunt's hand, casually crossing her arms. If you're unwilling to part with this little bit of capital, then just take your medical record and get lost. After all, I have a get-out-of-jail-free card in my belly. We can all die together. The 3 members of the Shen family fell into an intense psychological struggle. It said you can't catch a wolf without letting go of a child. As long as Shen Ro could rise to power, what was 30 million? Once she became the matriarch of the Hua family, Hua Yi would surely leak more than this amount through his fingers. In the end, greed won over. Shen Jiangwo gritted his teeth and with trembling hands took out his phone. He immediately transferred 30 million to the overseas account Shen Jiao provided. Watching the notification sound of funds received on his phone, Shen Jiao's mood instantly soared to the highest point. The 30 million gap was perfectly filled. Jiangnan's seaside villa, here I come, handsome bodyguard. Having received the money, Shen Jiao naturally had to fulfill her obligation. She pointed to a private driveway not far away. Hua Ye's convoy will be passing by shortly. Sister, it's time for you to shine. Shenro took a deep breath upon hearing this, her eyes gleaming with ambitious determination. She abruptly zipped down the worn gray jacket she was wearing. The jacket fell to the ground. Underneath, she wore a high-slit moon-white chi-pao identical to the one Shen Jiao wore when she first met Hua Xian. Her fair thighs were barely visible in the autumn breeze, exuding a cheap, yet provocative vibe. In the distance, Hua Xian's black Maybach convoy was slowly approaching. In the distance along the private driveway, a convoy of 12 black bulletproof Maybachs resembled a colossal black steel dragon. With a suffocating sense of terror, they steadily and slowly approached the main entrance of the Hua family estate. The setting sun cast its afterglow on the black car bodies, reflecting a cold and lethal metallic sheen. The Shen family was hiding behind the bushes by the roadside, their eyes fixed intently on the main car positioned at the center of the convoy. Shenro took a deep breath, the autumn wind brushing against her bare thighs, raising a layer of goosebumps. But she couldn't care less about the cold. Her mind was filled with wild fantasies of becoming the mistress of the Hua family. She tightly clutched the cheap light blue high-slit chi-pao, ready to spring into action. Hurry! The convoy is coming. Ro, get ready. Her aunt urgently pushed Shenro from behind, whispering excitedly. Remember the trick Shen Jiao taught you. Make sure to fall beautifully, looking pitiful. Just as the main Maybach was less than 10 meters away from them. Shenro seized the moment, darting out from the bushes and directly blocking the wide asphalt road. Drawing from her poor imitation of a wealthy family drama, she attempted to strike a graceful pose. Then she deliberately executed an extremely clumsy falling down. Ah! Shenro let out a high-pitched cry which she believed to be charming, but was actually sickeningly sweet. She fell heavily onto the hard pavement, her knees hitting with a painful thud. But to entice Hua Xian, she stubbornly suppressed a scream. Instead, she quickly twisted her body on the ground, displaying what she thought was the most flattering shaped curve. She even deliberately hiked up the high slit of her chi-pao, revealing a large expanse of her pale thigh. Her gaze was fixed intently on the slowly stopping bulletproof Maybach, throwing flirtatious glances. Screech! The driver of the Maybach demonstrated top-notch special forces driving skills, smoothly applying the brakes. The heavy front of the car was now less than 10 centimeters away from Shen Rao's face, which was smeared with low-quality foundation. The convoy was forced to halt, and the air seemed to freeze in that instant. Seeing the car stop, Shen Jiangua and his aunt hiding in the bushes rushed out like they had been injected with adrenaline. They scrambled to the front of the Maybach, waving a manila envelope high in the air. Like two clowns, they shouted at the tinted windows of the car. Master Hua, do not be deceived by that little vixen Shen Jiao. She is not pregnant at all. She has a congenital uterine deformity and is unable to have children. Shen Jiangua shouted, his voice harsh and shrill in the empty driveway. Yes, Master Hua. We have her forged infertility medical records from the black market. The evidence is irrefutable. She deceived your feelings and now wants to swindle the Hua family's fortune. She is nothing but a complete fraud. The couple frantically slandered Shen Jiao while tirelessly promoting Shenro. Master Hua, take a look at our Ro. She is younger than Shen Jiao, cleaner too. Isn't the outfit she's wearing today just your favorite style? As long as you are willing, our Ro can serve you tonight, and I assure you, she can give you several healthy sons. Outside the car, the Shen family barked like wild dogs, staging a ridiculous farce. Meanwhile, inside the soundproof, incredibly luxurious cabin of the bulletproof Maybach, the atmosphere had dropped to a chillingly absolute zero. Hua Xian was leaning back against the wide, soft leather seat, originally resting with his eyes closed. He had just finished handling the follow-up liquidation of a European consortium and was eagerly anticipating returning to the estate to embrace his soft, pregnant wife. However, he had not expected to encounter such nauseating garbage at his doorstep. Through the one-way bulletproof glass, Hua Xian slowly opened his deep dark eyes. His gaze was icy, cruel, devoid of any human emotion as it fell upon Shenro standing in front of the car. When he recognized the outfit she was wearing, Hua Xian's pupils suddenly constricted, an overwhelming aura of rage erupted within the cabin. It was a light blue high-slit chi-pao. The style, color, and even the placement of the fastenings were all deliberately mimicking the battle robe that Shen Jiao had worn the first time she caught his attention. But it was utterly disgusting. On this woman, that originally cool, pure, and exuding a fatal sense of innocence chi-pao, turned into a piece of cheap vulgar cloth reeking of lewdness. Her coy demeanor in Hua Xiyan's eyes resembled a fat maggot writhing on decaying flesh. Especially since she dared to imitate and attempt to desecrate the beautiful memories of Shun Jiao in his mind with such methods. It was unforgivable. The crimson fury in Hua Xiyan's eyes exploded in an instant, his rage erupting like a volcano. Accompanying the fury was his extreme and pathological cleanliness addiction. Merely looking at that woman through the glass made Hua Xiyan feel a physiological wave of nausea. That feeling surged from his stomach to his throat, making him want to retch. He felt as if the air outside had been completely poisoned by this lowly creature. Dirty. Hua Xiyan's lips parted slightly, his hoarse voice carrying a chilling aura of death. Too dirty. Sitting in the passenger seat, steward Stefan saw the overwhelming intent to kill and disgust in Master Hua's eyes through the rearview mirror. Having served Hua Xiyan for many years, he understood better than anyone. Once Master Hua displayed such an expression, it meant someone was about to be completely erased from this world. Stefan's typically stoic British face showed no sign of emotion. He calmly and expressionlessly picked up the intercom inside the car, pressing the full communication button connecting the entire security convoy. All security personnel be advised, an unidentified source of contamination has appeared in front of the gate. Stefan's voice was cold and mechanical, as if announcing orders to dispose of a pile of industrial waste. Immediately prepare the high-pressure water guns for physical cleansing. At the same time, contact the shark pool caretaker in the backyard. Fresh feed will be delivered today. The moment the order was given, the 11 black security SUVs that had been quietly parked around the Maybach opened their doors in unison. Dozens of fully armed bodyguards wearing black sunglasses surged out, not even bothering to issue a... The crisp and deadly sound of guns being loaded echoed densely in the empty driveway. The dark gun muzzles instantly locked on Shunro, who was still posing in front of the car, as well as her shouting parents. Meanwhile, 2 industrial-grade high-pressure water guns had been swiftly dragged out. The thick water hoses snaked like black pythons, aiming at the 3 on the ground, with the water pumps producing a deafening roar. Shun Jiangua and his aunt had initially been daydreaming about soaring to greatness. Upon seeing the dozens of fierce bodyguards and their cold weapons, their minds went blank. A violent panic drenched them like icy water. What was happening? This wasn't how their script was supposed to go. Master He was supposed to be captivated by Ro Rao's beauty and angrily chase Shen Jiao out of the house. Why were they already pulling guns and water guns? On the ground, Shinro was even more terrified. Her earlier graceful demeanor completely vanished. She let out a shriek, scrambling to escape, but was firmly pinned to the ground by several bodyguards. Just as a guard's finger was about to squeeze the trigger, and the high-pressure water gun was set to unleash a water jet capable of shattering bones. At the moment they were about to physically eliminate these 3 clueless pieces of trash, Mr. What? A heart-rending, despairing scream suddenly cut through the murderous air surrounding the estate. Seizing the opportunity as the convoy approached, Xinjiao had quietly returned to the estate, changed her outfit, and was now like a cannonball shot from a cannon. Just as the bodyguards were about to take action, Xinjiao, barefoot and wearing a silk nightgown, burst out from the estate's main gate, tears streaming in parabolic arcs, and let out a heart-wrenching cry, Mr. Well, please do not harm them. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry, Xinjiao surged forward like a white whirlwind, breaking through the impenetrable security of the manor's gates. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes, her delicate pale feet directly stepping onto the rough, cold asphalt. The thin silk pajamas trembled in the autumn chill, as if they might be blown away at any moment. She completely ignored the dozens of black submachine guns around her, and the 2 high-pressure water guns poised for action. Shun Jiao resembled a protective hen, or a martyr who had become humble to the dust for the sake of love. She threw herself against the cold black door of the bulletproof Maybach. Tears fell like scattered pearls, splattering against the luxurious paint, bursting into droplets. Mr. Well, my uncle and the others are right. I deceived you. Shun Jiao's voice was piercingly sorrowful, filled with despair, pleading, and profound guilt. The severe infertility medical report is real. I truly have a congenital uterine deformity and cannot bear children. I am nothing but a useless person who cannot give birth. My flawed body does not deserve to enter the Hua family's door, and I am even less deserving of your affection, unworthy of enjoying the privileges you have given me. She cried, using the back of her reddened hand to wipe away her tears. She played the role of a deeply self-abased family, abandoned, yet still trying to hold on to her kindness to perfection. Outside the car, Shin Jiangwo and Aunt were overjoyed at hearing this. They thought Shin Jiao had genuinely feared the wrath of Master Hua, and realizing that the truth could not be hidden, had opted to confess willingly. However, the smug smiles on the faces of the Shen family had not fully unfolded. Suddenly, Shun Jiao shifted her tone, turning to look at Shun Ro, who was sitting on the ground trembling. She took a deep breath, as if making an extremely difficult and heart-rending decision in her heart. Mr. But since my sister likes you so much, even wearing the same clothes as me just to see you, I am willing to withdraw. I am willing to give the position of the Hua family matriarch to my sister, as long as it makes Mr. Hua happy, as long as it ensures the Hua family has descendants. Jiao Jiao is willing to fulfill your wishes. Upon hearing this, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Even the trained black-clad bodyguards couldn't help but look at Shen Jiao as if she were a monster. Is this woman insane? Does she even know what she is saying? How dare she in front of the living king of hell treat Master Hua like an item and offer him around? But Shen Jiao didn't care what others thought, as she was here to make money. She wiped her tears, turned around, and extended her delicate white hand towards Shen Jiangwo. Her voice remained choked, but her words were exceptionally clear. Uncle, since I have already agreed to give the position of the Hua family's young mistress to my sister, then the conditions you just agreed to should be fulfilled immediately, right? As long as you compensate me with the last 3 core technology patents of the Shen family and the 2 overseas properties. I promise that after I receive the items, I will immediately disappear from City A. I will absolutely not be a third wheel. I will definitely not disturb my sister and Master Hua's happy life. Wishing you a harmonious marriage and a prosperous offspring. This series of smooth, logically cohesive moves left Shen family's parents utterly dumbfounded. Shen Jiangwo's eyes filled with bloodshot veins widened in shock, his mouth agape, as if it could fit a large duck egg. When did he ever agree to give away core patents and overseas properties? Those were the last cards he had secretly transferred after the Shen family went bankrupt. They were what he had prepared to use for a comeback after the storm had passed. This dead girl dared to directly extort him at this moment right in front of the living king of hell. This was not merely giving way, she was clearly using the excuse of selling a husband to extort money. Moreover, she was cutting straight into the main artery, trying to squeeze out the last drop of blood from the Shen family. Aunt shook with anger, pointing at Shen Jiao and angrily cursing. Shen Jiao, you shameless little wretch. What nonsense are you spouting? When did we ever agree to give you patents and you are extorting in broad daylight? Shen Jiao immediately shrank her shoulders like a startled quail, and her tears fell even more fiercely. And you clearly didn't say that in the bushes just now. You said that as long as I let Master Hua go to Ro, I could choose anything from the Shen family's belongings, and that was your promise. Are you unwilling to give me even this meager compensation? She cried harder, her sobs tearing her heart. She forcefully molded herself into a tragic, pitiful creature cruelly abandoned by her family and exploited for her remaining value. Shenro sat on the cold ground, watching Shen Jiao's shameless act, her teeth grinding in anger. But she didn't dare to speak, as the dozens of cold gun barrels were still steadily aimed at her head. She could only stare with a hopeful, self-deceptively charming and aggrieved gaze at the tightly closed Maybach door. She anticipated that Master Hua would step out like a deity descending from the heavens, see through Shen Jiao's greedy nature, and kick her aside. Click! A very faint sound, yet one that seemed to strike at the depths of everyone's soul, echoed abruptly as the car door unlocked. At that moment, the entire world seemed to be muted. The breathing of the 3 members of the Shen family halted instantaneously, their eyes bursting forth with uncontainable joy. Master Hua was finally coming out. He was finally going to punish this useless Shen Jiao, who was full of lies and couldn't even bear children. The heavy bulletproof door of the car was slowly pushed open from within. A long leg wrapped in pure black custom pants stepped out of the vehicle first. The expensive handmade leather shoes made a chilling sound as they struck the asphalt. Following that, Hua Siyuan's tall figure, as if emerging from the depths of hell, was fully revealed in the autumn wind. He wore no coat, only a black shirt with 2 buttons undone. The biting cold wind stirred his clothes, but could not disperse the terrifying aura of destruction surrounding him. The man's deep dark eyes were now completely consumed by a crimson hue. The murderous intent swept around him like a tangible storm, crazily engulfing the surroundings. The air temperature plummeted, as if even the falling leaves had ceased to flutter under this pressure. The expressions of joy on the faces of the Shen family instantly froze when they met Hua Siyuan's gaze. That was not the gaze of a lover, it was the gaze of a grim reaper. Hua Siyuan didn't even bother to listen to Shen Jiao's absurd and rebellious resignation proposal. What infertility, what overseas properties, what core patents, what money to leave. In his mind, all these words were automatically filtered out, leaving not even a punctuation mark. This tyrant, suffering from severe mania at this moment, only had one glaring image in his mind. His Jiao Jiao. The little lamb he cherished so much that he couldn't bear to speak harshly to her, fearing she might tire herself walking. At this moment she was barefoot, her delicate feet standing on the cold, rough, gravel-strewn road. She wore only that thin silk nightgown, shivering in the biting autumn wind. Her eyes were red, her face streaked with tears of grievance, despair, and panic. And the culprits behind all of this were the 3 worthless social pests before him. This disgusting group of pests not only came to pollute the air at his manor's entrance, But they even dared to conspire to use that baseless medical report to force and bully his Jiao Jiao into such a pitiful state. They even forced her to run out without even putting on her shoes, crying for mercy. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Hua Siyuan didn't even spare a glance at the collapsed Shenro, as if looking at her once more would damage his eyes. He strode up to Shun Jiao, moving with the utmost gentleness. Without hesitation, he removed his valuable custom suit jacket. Wrapping the still sobbing woman tightly in his embrace, infused with his warm body temperature and the cold scent of ebony incense. It's cold on the ground. Why did you run out without shoes, eh? His hoarse voice was thick with guilt indulgence. The fiery crimson gaze that had just been filled with murderous intent transformed into extreme tenderness as he looked at Shen Jiao. Shen Jiao stared at him blankly, even her pretended sobs getting stuck in her throat. No, this script is going in the wrong direction. Didn't he hear me say I wanted to take the money and leave, that I was selling him? Hua Siyuan ignored her shock and directly bent down, sweeping her and her clothes up in one motion. He turned around and carefully placed her in the warm, luxurious back seat of the Maybach. Stay in the car and wait for me. Don't look outside, it will dirty your eyes. The man's voice was low and gentle, yet it carried a chilling foreboding of death. The car door slammed shut with a bang, completely cutting off Shun Jiao's prying gaze. Hua Siyuan slowly turned around, facing the three members of the Shun family, who were already terrified and trembling. The warmth around him instantly dissipated, replaced by a brutal, bloody, and cruel demeanor. He stepped forward one step at a time, toward the collapsed, illegitimate sister. Hua Siyuan approached the crumpled, illegitimate sister on the ground, lifting his foot clad in custom leather shoes, his gaze icy. Shinro, slumped on the ground, was seized by a perverse surge of excitement. She could scarcely attend to the searing pain of her scraped knees. She stared up, entranced at Hua Siyuan, looming before her like a descended deity. His deep-shadowed black eyes were fixed on her, churning with emotions she could not comprehend. Shen Rao's heart hammered as she convinced herself that her deliberately contrived appearance had finally captured the tyrant's attention. Bracing against the pain, she forced herself into another pose of fragile coquettishness. With eyes rimmed in cheap glitter, she cast toward Hua Siyuan what she fancied to be an irresistibly seductive. Mr. Hua, Ruru really hurts. She croaked, her voice viscous to the point of dripping. My sister cannot give birth, Ruru can. Ruru will do anything for you. However, Shen Rao's ambitious confession never reached its end. A fierce tearing sound suddenly cleaved the air. Hua Siyuan wasted no words. Even the last flicker of human warmth in his gaze had been extinguished. His long legs, sheathed in bespoke trousers, swept out with the terrifying force of a wrecking blow. With no trace of mercy, he lashed it across Shen Rao's nauseating face. A dull, bone-jarring impact detonated along the silent avenue. Shinro flew like a ragdoll struck by a speeding heavy truck. Her body sketched a shameful, miserable parabolic arc through the air, sailing some 10 meters before slamming into a distant plane tree like a heap of filthy mud. A spray of blood burst from her lips. Before she could cry out, she rolled her eyes and lost consciousness. The moon-white qipao was instantly stained by blood and soil into a filthy dark crimson. Silence fell over the scene. Shun Jiangwo and his aunt were terror-stricken, collapsing to the ground, their throats as if plugged with lead, utterly voiceless. This was a city's living wraith. When he struck, he never distinguished between men and women. Hua Siyuan slowly withdrew his leg and glanced at the handcrafted leather shoe that had just contacted Shinro. A profound revulsion burned in his eyes, as if he had touched some unspeakable filth. The physical nausea swelled so fiercely that his murderous intent seemed to congeal into a tangible black mist. Site Fan. Hua Siyuan's voice was hoarse and cold, exuding a bone-chilling aura of death. Immediately, with the strongest industrial disinfectant, wash the car hood and this ground 3 times. Anywhere that trash touched, not an inch may be missed. He paused, his tone carried a near-pathological fastidiousness. And burn those shoes, filthy. Butler Site Fan bowed respectfully, and without objection. In less than 30 seconds, scores of cleaners in white protective suits, each carrying disinfectant tanks, swarmed in. The acrid scent of disinfectant instantly filled the gate area. Hua Siyuan did not spare the 3 with even a side glance. He turned and strode to the Maybach, open. Seeing Shun Jiao curled in the back seat, still sobbing softly, the frost in his eyes thawed for a moment. He bent slightly and extended his long, powerful arms. With a tenderness reserved for the world's only treasure, he cradled Shun Jiao across his arm's jacket. Shun Jiao buried her face in his neck, pale fingers clutching his lapel, trembling. Mr. Hua, Jiao Jiao is so scared. Do not be afraid, Jiao Jiao. I will make them pay. Holding Shun Jiao, Hua Siyuan looked down at the Shun parents, trembling like shaking grain. In that death-like stare, Shen Jiangwo realized with utter despair that they had provoked the most fearsome demon of their lives. You have 10 minutes. Hua Siyuan sneered, his tone absolute and domineering. If you do not comply, I will show you that death is in truth an extravagant mercy. No sooner had the words fallen than 3 black executive cars roared up the drive and pulled crisply to the curb. Dozens of elite lawyers in fine suits, briefcases in hand, and austere expressions on their faces filed out. This was Hua Group's top legal team, nicknamed the Commercial Meat Grinder. Without pleasantries, they set up makeshift desks on the asphalt. Stacks of heavy documents and portable fingerprint scanners were placed before Shen's father. Mr. Shun Jiangwo, these are the remaining 3 core patents of Shun Construction Materials and the transfer deeds for the 2 overseas estates registered in your name. The head lawyer adjusted his glasses expressionlessly, his voice ice cold. Please, immediately, sign and seal. Shin Jiangwo looked at the contracts, his whole heart felt as if it were bleeding. They were his last talisman, the Shun family's sole hope of resurgence. Lord Hua, I beg you spare us a way to live. Before his plea finished, 2 burly bodyguards stepped forward. One on each side, they pinned Shin Jiangwo's trembling hands, as if restraining a beast bound for slaughter. With a sickening crack, his thumb was forced open and slammed onto the fingerprint scanner. A red light flashed, the transfers completed. Nestled in Huasian's arms, Shun Jiao watched as one by one the asset transfer boxes displayed green check marks. Her inner self was already cavorting, popping champagne. 30 million. No, those patents in the 2 estates were worth at least 200 million. The final piece of the family's asset puzzle had brazenly flown into her pocket. Shun Jiao laughed wildly inside while biting her lip to keep her face convincingly stunned. Uncle, Jiao Jiao doesn't want these. Jiao Jiao only wants you safe. Her words nearly made Shin Jiangwo spit blood with fury. Don't sign if you do not want them. I do not put on that act. Yet when Huasian heard her, his pity only deepened. His Jiao Jiao was too kind. At a time like this, she was still praying for those beasts. Jiao Jiao, this is what they owe you and what they owe the unborn baby. Huasian kissed the top of her head. His voice was unbearably tender and equally cruel. 10 minutes later, all asset transfer procedures were complete. Shin Jiao's offshore account balance surged to a staggeringly high figure. The Shun family of 3 looked ashen and hollow like soulless corpses. Shin Ro remained unconscious, thrown beside her parents by the bodyguards like a sack. The paperwork is done, so. Can we go? Shin's father asked, trembling. Go. Huasian turned, holding Shun Jiao, a chilling bloodthirsty curve touching his lips. Of course. I have prepared an exceedingly long journey for you. He flicked his hand. In the distance, several massive trucks thundered in their beds, laden with tightly sealed international shipping containers. Dozens of bodyguards, without a word, bundled the Shun family into the pitch-black containers as if packing refuse. Bang! The container doors were slammed shut and locked, cutting off the Shun parents' final pleas and screams. Butler Site Fan hurried forward, holding a shipping timetable. Sir, the freighter bound for Africa's most lawless mining region is ready. Those mines are in dire need of several batches of lifelong manual laborers. No identification, no means of contact. They will remain there until their lives are spent. Huasian nodded in satisfaction and carried Shin Jiao toward the estate's interior. This was the price of offending Huasian. Physical annihilation would be too merciful. He meant them to live every second in a hell of endless darkness and toil, drowning in regret. As the sun set, the estate bloomed with lavish lights. Shun Jiao obediently leaned on Huasian's shoulder, and in the motion of turning subtly hid the wild lift at the corner of her mouth. Assets secured, the disappearance site confirmed, all obstacles physically removed. The crew's dinner in 2 days marked the countdown to her escape from misery and her voyage toward the grand villa in Jiangnan. Huasian, oh Huasian, go on and wait to fish for your beloved wife and posthumous child on the high seas. Shun Jiao hummed a merry tune inside. Meanwhile, along a hidden corridor inside the estate, the chief private doctor, originally bribed by Shun Jiao to cooperate in the charade, ran frantically down the hall. His once pristine white coat was now disheveled. In his hand, he clutched the latest blood test report for Shun Jiao, just retrieved from the expedited laboratory. The doctor's face was paper white, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his brow. The report displayed several abnormal values in glaring red. His steps halted before Huasian's study door. His hand trembled so badly he could hardly grip the handle. With a grave expression full of terror and despair, he drew a deep breath and dashed into the study. In the opulent master bedroom, Shun Jiao sat cross-legged on the spacious leather sofa, humming a cheerful tune that was slightly off-key, her slender fingers dancing rapidly over a miniature hacking terminal. The green code on the screen flowed chaotically like a waterfall, finally freezing on an extremely complex encryption interface. With a chime that only she could hear, the last stroke of a staggering 200 million overseas assets was perfect. This sum was precisely the core patents and real estate she had just legally extorted from her uncle Shin Jiangwo. Shun Jiao looked at the long string of zeros in her offshore account, her beautiful fox-like eyes squinting in satisfaction. As a result, the total amount in all her secret accounts had reached an astonishing astronomical figure. The final payment for the deep-sea escape pod and the fees for overseas contacts had all been settled. There was even enough money for her to buy a grand mansion in Jiangnan for the rest of her life. All the funds for her escape had been completely secured. She could even afford to pamper a few male models with 8-pack abs, swapping them out daily to watch them swim. Shun Jiao happily closed the terminal and fished out an extravagant invitation card for a luxury cruise encrusted with dozens of small diamonds from under her pillow. The invitation card's gold-embossed words "High Seas" shimmered alluringly under the chandelier, as if at this time tomorrow, my dear aunt will already be sipping top-tier champagne in the escape pod deep. She kissed the invitation card and began to plan her packing like a cheerful little hamster preparing for an escape. Since she certainly couldn't take large items, a few of the top-tier jewelry pieces gifted by Hua Siyuan would suffice. Consider it compensation for the mental anguish of playing along with this living tyrant and being taken advantage of in various ways. Everything was progressing smoothly according to her flawless plan, and this cage-like life was finally coming to an end. However, Xin Jiao was unaware that the wheels of fate often turn fatally at the moment one is most complacent. At that moment in the study at the other end of the corridor, the atmosphere was starkly different from the relaxed comfort of the master bedroom, oppressive enough that the air seemed to freeze into blocks of ice. Bang! The chief private doctor didn't even knock, but instead burst through the heavy oak door of the study. He was drenched in sweat, his lab coat in disarray, clutching tightly to the latest blood test report that had just been rushed out. Stumbling from running too fast, he almost knelt before Hua Siyuan's large mahogany desk. The doctor gasped heavily, his voice trembling with extreme shock and excitement. Hua Siyuan leaned back in his executive chair, coldly flipping through a confidential report on dealing with the remnants of the Shin family. Seeing the doctor's panicked expression, a terrifying killing intent and malice flashed in Hua Siyuan's dark gaze. If anything happens to Jiao Jiao, I assure you that your entire family will be fed to the sharks in the depths of the ocean. No. It's not a mistake. Sir, it's tremendous news. The doctor scrambled forward, presenting the blood test report with both hands, so excited that his tongue was getting tangled. The previous report was inaccurate because the lattice gestational age was too small, coupled with severe acute gastroenteritis interfering with the indicators. This led to a temporary misjudgment by our standard medical instruments, thinking she only had simple gastrointestinal discomfort. However, just now the latest blood test results produced by the highest precision centrifuge in the laboratory show. The doctor took a deep breath, his eyes nearly popping out. The lattice HCG levels are rising exponentially. Sir, the lady is not faking pregnancy, nor is it a stress response caused by gastroenteritis. She is genuinely pregnant. All hormone levels are soaring. It is a true palpable pregnancy. Boom. This statement struck Hua Siyuan's mind like a massive asteroid capable of annihilating everything. His tall and upright figure trembled violently, his deep and dark eyes contracting to the extreme. The acquisition document, worth over 10 billion in his hand, was subconsciously tightened. Rip! A sharp sound echoed as the expensive document was crushed into a ball of waste paper by his terrifying grip. Hua Siyuan slowly stood up, incredulously staring at the blood test report on the desk with the vividly rising indicators. Indeed, his Jiao Jiao was truly nurturing a small life within her, one that carried Hua Siyuan. It was neither a lie concocted for her survival, nor an excuse fabricated by the doctor to appease his anger. An indescribable fervor, greed, and obsession erupted from the depths of his soul. The man's eyes instantly ignited with a terrifying crimson glow. The malice that once radiated around him was wholly consumed by a pathological ecstasy. This was the absolute shackles bestowed upon him by the heavens, a perfect means to keep her forever by his side. With this child, she could never escape his grasp in this life or the next, and for generations to come. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Shun Jiao finished packing her belongings and felt a bit thirsty. The Evian water in the room had just run out, and she slipped on her soft bunny slippers, preparing to go to the tea room in the corridor for a glass of water. As she pushed open the heavy door of the master bedroom and reached the corner of the corridor carpeted with Persian rugs, she overheard the suppressed conversation between the butler Stefan and the private doctor, who had just rushed out. Are you sure? This latest report absolutely won't have any errors. Stefan's usually stern and cold English face showed a trace of uncontainable excitement. Absolutely. Butler Stefan, I swear on my family's lives that the lady is truly pregnant. Quick. Immediately instruct the staff to bring the most advanced medical-grade portable ultrasound machine here. The sir wants to personally watch the lady undergo the examination to confirm the fetal heartbeat with his own eyes. As soon as the fetal heartbeat is confirmed, the entire estate's security level must be elevated to the highest SS level. The doctor's voice, though deliberately lowered, was still clear in the empty corridor. Meanwhile, Xun Jiao, who stood in the shadows at the corner, felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. She froze in place, her blood seemingly flowing backward, her limbs cold, as if plunged into an ice cavern. Pregnant for real? How is that possible? This must be a miracle or a medical accident. She had always secretly taken emergency contraceptive pills after being tormented by that tyrant. Wait. Xun Jiao's mind raced, suddenly recalling the uncontrollable yacht incident from half a month ago. That was the worst and most frenzied outbreak of Hua Siyuan's manic disorder. He had locked her in the yacht's dark room like a complete madman, not allowing her to step out for 3 days and nights. Those 3 days were pure hell. Afterward, she had no strength even to lift a finger and fell into a deep sleep. There was no opportunity or energy to get the medication. Could it be that it was during that time that damn life-threatening pregnancy actually took root in her belly? Xun Jiao felt her vision darken, her legs soften, as if about to collapse against the cold marble wall. It's over. This is really the end. The fake pregnancy she had always considered her strongest shield, used to buy time for her escape plan. Now it had turned into a real pregnancy. A chain of death, the most lethal noose shackled around her neck. Given Hua Siyuan's pathological obsession and desire to protect her, if at this crucial moment the fetal heartbeat and sac were confirmed with the ultrasound machine, forget about attending any luxurious high-seas banquet tomorrow night. That tyrant would definitely order the construction of a super fortress underground using titanium alloy and bulletproof glass, creating a completely sterile environment. He would treat her like a rare treasure, welding her tightly within that fortress, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Not even a fly would be allowed to enter, let alone giving her a chance to jump overboard and escape. Once that ultrasound machine crossed the door of the master bedroom, her future, along with her grand escape plan, would be utterly finished. Run. She must escape this cannibalistic estate immediately, without waiting until tomorrow night. Fear coiled around Xun Jiao's heart like a cold, venomous snake, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Just as she turned sharply to rush back into the master bedroom, grabbing the hacking terminal to jump out the window, a heavy, hurried, and synchronized sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound of leather shoes on the carpet rang like the death knell of a hellish messenger to Xun Jiao's ears. Bring all the vital signs monitoring equipment. Not a second to waste. Hua Siyuan's hoarse and frenzied voice penetrated the corridor's air, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. At the corner of the corridor, Hua Siyuan's tall figure appeared, striding with purpose. He was accompanied by a fully armed elite medical team. They were pushing the mobile ultrasound machine, glinting with cold metallic sheen. The man's eyes sparkled with an obsessive dark red light, like a beast ready to devour its prey, menacingly approaching the master bedroom. As Xun Jiao looked at the increasingly close ultrasound machine, her scalp tingled. She had to escape the estate immediately. The heavy footsteps of leather shoes on the carpet sounded like the death knell struck by a messenger from hell. 10 meters, 5 meters. Hua Siyuan's hoarse and fervent urging mingled with the metallic rolling sounds of medical equipment approached, with an unstoppable sense of terrifying oppression. Xun Jiao's body was covered in goosebumps, and her blood rushed back through her veins like a raging torrent. She could not be caught. Absolutely must not have an ultrasound. Once the fetal heartbeat was confirmed, she would truly be welded into a sterile fortress of titanium for the rest of her life. Xun Jiao suddenly turned around and sprinted back to the master bedroom like a panther cornered. With a dull thud, she used all her strength to firmly lock the heavy redwood door. Her mind, in a state of extreme panic, erupted with unprecedented survival instincts. Outside the door, Hua Siyuan's deep voice could be heard, seemingly instructing the doctors to prepare the coupling agent. Less than 30 seconds left. Xun Jiao grabbed the Hermes handbag on the sofa, filled with escape essentials and a hacker's terminal. The front door was absolutely out of the question. That would be walking straight into a trap. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the spacious outdoor terrace of the master bedroom. For a top hacker who had once escaped by climbing over walls, she was already well acquainted with the layout of the estate. With one hand bracing against the marble railing, Xun Jiao leaped. Her light body traced a neat arc in the air, landing steadily on the sturdy branch of a century-old phoenix tree. She quickly slid down the trunk to the ground, avoiding the blind spots of patrolling security, and sprinted towards the private helipad at the back of the estate. On the helipad, a heavy helicopter prepared for the crew's dinner tomorrow night was undergoing routine maintenance. The pilot had just checked the dashboard and was about to disembark. Start the engine immediately. Take off right now. Xun Jiao rolled and crawled into the helicopter, quickly fastening the seatbelt around her. Breathless and pale, she shouted angrily at the bewildered pilot. "Madam, what are you?" The pilot was startled, stuttering as he tried to inquire. "Stop the nonsense. Master Hua sent me to the cruise to try on the dress for the environment." Xun Jiao clutched her stomach, brandishing the ultimate immunity card with a piercing voice. "I am a high-risk pregnant woman. If the schedule is delayed and it affects the fetus, you will never be able to repay it in your lifetime. Fly. Upon hearing affecting the fetus, the pilot was so frightened that he nearly lost his mind. In the entire estate, who didn't know that this ancestor carried Master Hua's lifeblood? He didn't dare to consult, reflexively yanking the control stick. The rotor blades erupted with a deafening roar, stirring up a tremendous gale. The helicopter shot upwards like an arrow from a bow, soaring into the clouds. And at the moment the helicopter ascended from the ground, boom. The solid wooden door of the master bedroom, which had been locked, was violently kicked open by Hossein. The man, filled with a terrifying aura and wild joy, burst into the room only to find an empty space and the open terrace door. Hossein strode to the edge of the terrace, his deep black eyes fixated on the helicopter rapidly disappearing into the sky. His long hand gripped the cold railing tightly, knuckles turning white. She ran away. The moment she heard about the ultrasound, she had recklessly jumped onto the helicopter heading for the cruise. Why did she escape? What was she feeling guilty about? The sickly joy in the tyrant's eyes froze, instantly replaced by a suffocating gloom and storm. A few hours later, in the open sea, a luxurious cruise ship, like a moving castle on the ocean, floated serenely on the deep blue waters. Inside the cruise ship's opulent banquet hall, the lights were dazzling, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fine clothing. To celebrate Hua family's joy, nearly all the prominent dignitaries from City A had boarded in advance. Yet as the absolute leading lady of the evening, Xinjiao was hiding in the least conspicuous corner of the banquet hall. She wore a black velvet long dress that she had casually thrown on for ease of escape. Her hair was casually pinned up, and her fair neck and wrists were bare, lacking even a single decent piece of jewelry. She held a glass of non-alcoholic soda water, her gaze fixed intently on the watch on her wrist. 3 hours left. In 3 hours, the deep-sea escape pod she had ordered on the dark web would precisely adhere to the cruise's bottom hatch. At that time, she would only need to change into a diving suit and jump into the sea. She could completely end this heart-pounding game of captivity and soar freely in the sky. However, just as she was anxiously counting down, in her mind a strong stench of cheap perfume wafted over, accompanied by several sharp mocking laughs. "Oh, isn't this our future Hua family young mistress?" Several glamorous socialites from City A approached, holding high-stemmed glasses and swaying gracefully. They directly surrounded Xinjiao on the corner sofa, their eyes filled with disdain and venomous sarcasm. This group was the core members of the socialite circle that had previously suffered a huge loss alongside Linya at the top auction. Even though the Lin family had gone bankrupt, their jealousy and hatred for Xinjiao had only intensified. Today they finally seized the opportunity to corner her in this isolated open sea. Why is the future young mistress hiding alone in the corner? Where's Master Hua? Why isn't he with you? A socialite in a red deep V dress covered her mouth and giggled, her gaze critically scanning Xinjiao. Tisk, look at this shabby outfit, not even a decent necklace. Another socialite chimed in gleefully, her voice loud enough for the entire room to hear. I said it long ago, Master Hua man at the pinnacle is just looking for something fresh. A bankrupt heiress, an underground lover with no title, really thought that getting pregnant would elevate her status. Exactly, maybe that piece of flesh in her belly Master Hua won't even acknowledge. This group of women exchanged barbs, attempting to see expressions of downfall, inferiority, and humiliation on Xinjiao's face. They were completely immersed in the perverse pleasure of trampling on others, staging a mocking carnival. However, Xinjiao merely lounged lazily against the back of the sofa, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. She gently swirled the soda water in her hand, her gaze cold, as if looking at a group of intellectually deficient earthworms. This group of women, who only knew how to vie for attention, had no idea they were standing on a powder keg. Her mind was entirely focused on how to escape, with no time to deal with such low-level sarcasm. Are you done? Xinjiao yawned, glancing at her watch, her tone dismissive to the point of being infuriating. If you're done, could you step aside? You're blocking my view of the sea, affecting my prenatal education. The socialite in the red dress was completely infuriated by her nonchalant attitude. Xinjiao, stop pretending here. Do you think you still have any trump cards? She suddenly raised the wine glass in her hand, intending to pour it on Xinjiao with malice. In that tense moment, bang! A loud, dull metallic crash erupted from the back of the banquet hall. The two 5-meter pure copper doors of the banquet hall were violently slammed shut from the outside in a brutal manner. Click, click, following that several thick metal bolts were forcefully locked from the outside. The air in the entire banquet hall completely froze in that instant. The guests, who had been clinking glasses and chatting, suddenly stopped their conversations and looked in terror towards the direction of the door. The few socialites who had been flaunting their power were also stunned by this sudden turn of events, their hands holding wine glasses frozen in the air. What was happening? How could the door be locked? A sense of terrifying oppression like heavy dark clouds enveloped everyone's. Xinjiao's heart skipped a beat at that moment. A sense of despair more terrifying than facing the deep sea gripped her heart tightly. She knew that man had arrived. Bang! The locked banquet hall door was pushed open from the outside. Blinding corridor lights poured in. Huasian's tall figure appeared at the door. He wore a pure black custom trench coat exuding a terrifying and murderous aura, as if it were palpable. He did not hesitate to abandon a multi-billion-dollar multinational negotiation, even mobilizing military helicopters to speed after the cruise. He appeared as a vengeful spirit stepping out from the depths of hell, entering this opulent banquet hall with a pressure that made souls tremble. And behind him followed dozens of heavily armed elite bodyguards along with a whole team of trembling medical professionals. In the center of the medical team was a mobile ultrasound machine glowing with cold metallic sheen akin to the scythe of death for Xinjiao. Silence. Absolute silence. No one dared to make a sound, even their breaths were forcibly stifled. Huasian's deep crimson-black eyes searched through the crowd, accurately locking onto the pale-faced Xinjiao in the corner. He strode forward, his leather shoes echoing on the marble floor like the countdown of death. He did not even glance at the socialites who had just mocked Xinjiao, his cold, hoarse voice ringing out like a death sentence over the entire banquet hall. Seal off the medical room for the entire ship. The man's gaze was fixed firmly on Xinjiao, his eyes swirling with sickly obsession and madness. Jiao, come over for an examination. In the dead silence of the banquet hall, the air seemed to solidify into heavy blocks of lead. The socialites from City A who moments ago had been mercilessly mocking Xinjiao now covered their mouths tightly. They were frightened into weakness by Huasian's terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens. Yet beneath their overwhelming fear, their eyes sparkled with barely suppressed glee. Bringing a medical team to the banquet hall for an immediate examination. What does this signify? It signifies that Master Hua must have sensed this woman's deceit. He was definitely here to publicly expose this impoverished family's false pregnancy act. The socialites screamed in their hearts, eagerly anticipating seeing Xinjiao being unmasked and tossed into the sea like a dead dog. Xinjiao stood quietly in the corner, her face as pale as paper. She ignored the malicious gazes and fixed her eyes on the mobile ultrasound machine that flickered with a cold light. It's over. If the cold probe were to touch her abdomen, now the unexpected life within her would be complete. Once the sound of the fetal heartbeat echoed in this room, her life would truly be over. Mr. Hua. Xinjiao forced down the tumultuous waves in her heart, attempting to squeeze out a faint, weak smile. This is the banquet hall with so many people watching. Isn't it inappropriate to conduct an examination here? She tried to make a final struggle, her voice tinged with a perfect tremor. However, Huasian didn't give her any chance to refuse. He stepped forward, grabbing Xinjiao's delicate wrist with a grip strong enough to nearly crush her bones. The moment his hand made contact with her cool skin, the madness swirling in his eyes calmed down slightly. Yet what replaced it was a chilling pathological fervor and obsession. He suddenly pulled her into his embrace, lowering his head, his heated breath brushing against her ear. Conduct the examination right here. Huasian's hoarse voice carried an undeniable command reminiscent of a tyrant lost in madness. Make sure it's clear. If it turns out she's really pregnant. His gaze swept across the luxurious giant cruise ship, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. This ship will be your maternity room for the next 10 months. You won't be going anywhere. You will give birth to my child. Boom. Xinjiao's brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and her vision darkened. Turn the entire cruise ship into a delivery room. Lock her away on the vast sea for 10 months. This is what this madman is capable of. If she was truly diagnosed, she wouldn't even be able to set foot on this ship again. Huasian half-forced Xinjiao into his arms, and surrounded by a group of armed bodyguards, they headed towards the cruise ship's top VIP medical room. The corridor was covered with thick carpets, muffling all footsteps. Yet it couldn't muffle the frantic drumming of Xinjiao's heart. The door to the top medical room swung open. Inside, a complete array of cutting-edge medical equipment was ready, and the glaring shadowless lamp illuminated the room in a pale light. The deadly mobile ultrasound machine had already been pushed to the examination beds beside the screen, glowing with a faint blue light. The doctor held a tube of transparent medical coupling agent standing by the bed, sweating profusely as he waited. Take off your clothes and lie down. Huasian stood before the bed, looking down at her, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. A dead end. This was a thoroughly hopeless situation. Yet Xinjiao was the kind of top hacker who remained terrifyingly calm the more desperate the situation became. Her watery eyes drooped slightly, her long eyelashes obscuring the frantic glimmer beneath. Mr. Hua, this dress is a one-piece. The zipper is at the back. Xinjiao bit her lip, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her skirt, feigning extreme shyness and embarrassment. There are so many doctors here. I would like to go behind the screen first to change into a loose examination gown. Is that all right? She pointed to the heavy white medical screen in the corner of the medical room. Her voice was soft and pitiful, carrying a hint of pleading. Hossein frowned slightly. His perverse possessiveness naturally wouldn't allow his woman to expose even an inch of extra skin in front of other men. He cast a cold glance at the several terrified male doctors. 3 minutes. Hossein raised his wrist, glancing at his $1 million Richard Mille watch. If you're not out in 3 minutes, he'll personally go in and strip you. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Shen Jiao felt as if she had been pardoned, immediately turning and quickly stepping behind the screen. The moment her figure was completely obscured by the screen, her pitiful facade shattered in an instant. In its place was an extreme calmness that was cool, focused, and utterly insane, akin to a top-level agent. There were only 3 minutes left, or 180 seconds. Shen Jiao didn't even touch the medical examination gown on the hanger next to her. She suddenly raised her left hand, her slender fingers rapidly pressing down on the hidden button on the side of her seemingly ordinary mechanical watch. Click. A faint sound echoed as the watch's face flipped, revealing an extremely tiny holographic projection mini keyboard. This was the ultimate life-saving equipment she had custom-made on the dark web, a mini hacking terminal. Cold sweat cascaded down her forehead like a waterfall, instantly soaking her temples. But Shen Jiao's fingers showed no signs of trembling. She took a deep breath, her 10 fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard, forming fleeting shadows that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Step 1. Forcibly access the cruise ship's internal local area network. Amid the silent tapping, green code flashed wildly on the tiny holographic screen. The cruise ship's security system was very advanced, but before Shen Jiao, a top hacker who once swept through the dark web, it was as flimsy as paper, and within just 30 seconds a breach was forcibly torn open. 2 minutes left. Outside the screen, Hussein's cold, oppressive voice urged like a countdown from death. The suppressed restlessness in his voice seemed on the verge of exploding at any moment. Shen Jiao bit her teeth tightly, tasting a hint of blood on her tongue. Step 2. Using the local network's permissions lock onto the internal device IP of this medical room. Found it. The underlying imaging transmission system code of the ultrasound machine appeared on her mini screen. Sweat dripped into her eyes, causing a sharp sting, but she didn't dare to blink. 1 minute left. The air pressure outside had dropped to an extreme low. Hussein's leather shoes clicked ominously on the tiles as he paced back and forth. The doctor was so frightened that even his hand holding the coupling agent trembled violently. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. Shen Jiao's hands danced rapidly on the holographic keyboard, as if performing a dazzling death waltz on the edge of a knife. She had to forcibly cut off the physical signal transmission between the ultrasound probe and the display, then establish a virtual interception node in between. Jiao, my patience is limited. Hussein's voice had completely darkened. His footsteps stopped right in front of the screen, and through the thin white cloth, she could even feel the terrifying malice radiating from him. 30 seconds. Signal interception successful. The final step, data forgery overlay. Shen Jiao immediately accessed the world's largest medical imaging database via satellite network. She didn't need images showing a fetus that would directly end her chances of survival. She needed an image that could perfectly explain all her previous symptoms while absolutely proving that she was not pregnant. She rapidly input keywords into the search box. The several seconds felt infinitely prolonged at this moment, just as the countdown reached the last 10 seconds. An extremely complex pathological ultrasound image displaying severe endocrine disorder accompanied by pelvic effusion was successfully captured. 10. Outside the screen, Hossein began the final countdown to death. 9. Shen Jiao instantly injected this pathological image into the virtual node of the ultrasound machine. Set to real-time loop playback mode. Overlay complete. A green success prompt popped up on the Shen Jiao let out a long breath as if all her strength had been completely drained in that moment. But she had no time to rest. Only 5 seconds left on the countdown. At her fastest speed in her life, she ripped off the troublesome black velvet long dress. In a flurry, she slipped into the oversized medical examination gown that carried the smell of disinfectant. 3. 2. Outside, Hossein had completely lost his patience. The red veins in his eyes burst forth, and the restless malice shattered the last barrier of his reason. Time's up. Crash. The heavy medical screen was violently pushed aside by the man's gloved hands, collapsing to the ground with a loud. Shen Jiao had just buttoned the last button on her examination gown when she turned around in panic. Before she could see the figure in front of her, Hussein's tall and imposing figure loomed over her like a mountain. He grabbed her wrist with no pity and forcefully slammed her down onto the cold examination bed. The man's chest heaved violently, his gaze locked onto her face with a feverish pathological obsession. Examine. Without even looking back, he issued a cold, fatal command to the nearly fainting doctor beside him. The doctor, legs trembling, approached with shaky hands, squeezing out a large amount of ice-cold coupling agent. The transparent gel was smeared on Shen Jiao's flat, fair abdomen, causing her to shudder. Huasyan gripped her hand tightly, his strength astonishing, his dark eyes fixed intently on the display screen. The doctor took a deep breath and pressed the ultrasound probe heavily against Xun Jiao's abdomen, covered in coupling agent. Buzz, accompanied by the faint sound of the machine operating the previously black screen, lit up in an instant. Under everyone's breathless gaze, on the screen a picture suddenly appeared. An eerie blue light flickered and refreshed on the black monitor. Within the medical room, a deathly silence prevailed, broken only by the faint hum of the ultrasound machine echoing in the air. All eyes were riveted on that small square screen. Huasyan's tall, imposing figure stood rigid beside the examination bed like a cold, hard sculpture. One of his hands tightly gripped Xun Jiao's wrist with astonishing force, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. The man's deep, dark eyes didn't dare to blink. The tyrant who was decisive in business wars and unflinching even in the face of billions in losses was now so nervous that his breath had completely stopped. His chest no longer rose and fell. All his senses, fervor and anticipation, were poured without reserve onto the ultrasound screen generating the image. He was waiting for a tiny life carrying his stubborn blood to appear within the black and white shadow, waiting for the faint sound of a fetal heartbeat that would forever bind this woman to him. However, as the probe slid over Xun Jiao's flat abdomen, the image on the screen finally became clear. There was no round, full gestational sac, nor any trace of new life. What appeared on the screen was a large, murky, irregular, chaotic shadow. The image was complex and messy, like a tangled knot occupying a large area of the abdominal cavity's imaging region. The chief personal physician holding the probe froze as if struck by lightning. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes wide as they nearly pressed against the screen. But no matter how he adjusted the probe's angle or tried to discern the image, the dark shadow stubbornly remained. The air in the medical room fell into a long, eerie silence. There was no expected fetal heartbeat, no congratulations from the doctor. Only a bone-chilling pre-storm oppressive dread filled the space. Huasyan's brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't read the complex medical images, but he could read the doctor's ashen face slick with cold sweat. The man's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding seized him. Where is it? Huasyan's voice was hoarse as if scraped over sandpaper. He stared at the screen, the wild hope in his eyes beginning to cool and freeze. Speak. Where is the gestational sac? He turned his head, his dark eyes now gleaming with murderous intent, locking onto the doctor like a reaper's blade. If your eyes are useless, I don't mind having them gouged out right now. The doctor, terrified by the deathly stare, felt his legs go weak, the ultrasound probe nearly slipping onto Xun Jiao's belly. His clothes were instantly soaked through with cold sweat. What the hell was this? Just tens of minutes ago, the HCG levels in the blood test were skyrocketing. That was a solid indicator of pregnancy. How could the ultrasound show this thing inside her belly? The doctor swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing, feeling as if he was about to meet his maker. With trembling hands, he grabbed a tissue to wipe the torrent of sweat from his forehead. Sir? His voice quivered like a leaf in the wind, laced with desperate sobs. Madam, she is not pregnant. Boom. Those 4 words struck Huasyan like a heavy, blunt blow to the back of his head. His tall frame swayed violently, barely believing his ears. Not pregnant. Then what was that ecstasy that had nearly consumed him? What about the billion-dollar deals he had abandoned, the military helicopter he had commandeered to the high seas? What did you say? The man's murderous aura erupted, plunging the room's temperature to freezing point. He grabbed the doctor by the collar, lifting him off the ground. It was you who swore by the blood test back at the manor that and now you say she's not. Do you think I have such a good temper that you can toy with me? The man's furious roar echoed in the room, hurting the ears. Calm down, sir. Let me explain. There's a reason. The doctor choked and, rolling his eyes, kicked his feet and screamed with all his might. Madam's HCG levels spiking abnormally is real, but in extremely rare cases a severe endocrine disorder can cause a false positive. To save his life, the doctor's words raced like a rap. With trembling hands, he pointed frantically at the dark, chaotic shadow on the screen. As for the large dark area on the ultrasound, it's not a gestational sac. Madam has severe gastrointestinal bloating. Plus pelvic fluid is causing an image overlap. Under the threat of death, the doctor abandoned all He blurted out the simplest, most down-to-earth explanation. In layman's terms, Madam has had a bad stomach for the past couple of days and her intestines have stopped working. Right now her belly is full of gas. Silence. Absolute silence. This silence was longer and more suffocating than before. The originally tense, terrifying atmosphere ripe for a tyrant's outburst and potential bloodshed plummeted absurdly after the diagnosis of a belly full of gas. It was like a hot air balloon inflated to the point of a devastating explosion being deflated by a needle labeled scatological. With a silent hiss, it leaked away completely, leaving nothing. Xun Jiao, lying on the examination bed, bit her lower lip, hard, her hands gripping the sheets. She turned her face away, her shoulders shaking violently from suppressed laughter. Perfect. She had just randomly grabbed an ultrasound image of an endocrine disorder with gastrointestinal pathology from the medical library. She never expected this terrified doctor, desperate to absolve himself of misdiagnosis, to explain the results so refreshingly in front of Hossein. Hossein's hand holding the doctor's collar froze in midair. His terrifying dark eyes were filled with confusion, disbelief, and even a hint of existential doubt. His gaze darted between the dark shadow on the screen and Shun Jiao's flat belly. His rage and murderous intent lost all footing in the face of this absurd diagnosis. The child he had anticipated all night. He had even planned the delivery schedule for the next 10 months and thought of naming. Yet in the end it was all for nothing. The so-called child was just a mass of trapped gas. The immense disappointment plunged Hossein from the peak of paternal joy into an abyss. He let go of his hand dejectedly. The doctor fell to the floor with a thud, gasping for air, as if spared from death. Hossein fell silent. He stood quietly by the bed, gazing at Shun Jiao, who had her eyes tightly shut, her face a mask of shame and despair. A full half-minute passed. Finally, the last traces of red in the man's eyes dissipated. He let out a deep, helpless sigh, his voice filled with resignation and tenderness. He waved his hand, signaling everyone else to leave. Relieved, the doctor and bodyguards scrambled out of the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Only the two of them remained. Hossein slowly sat down by the examination bed. He didn't lose his temper or blame her for escaping on the helicopter. He simply reached out his large hand with distinct knuckles, gently placing it over her thin examination gown. He began to rub her belly slowly clockwise. "Does it still hurt?" His hoarse voice lacked its usual dominance, filled only with concern and helplessness. "Eating so much junk you didn't even know your stomach was upset. Jiao Jiao, how could you be so foolish?" Hossein plummeted from the peak of paternal joy. After a long silence, he sighed helplessly and with tenderness dismissed the doctor and sat by the bed to rub Shun Jiao's belly. The crisis was resolved in this absurd way. Shun Jiao obediently lay in his arms, but her gaze discreetly flickered to the countdown on her wrist. A faint victorious smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Only half an hour remained until her feigned death. The heavy metal door of the medical room was slowly pulled open. Shun Jiao lowered her head and walked out slowly. A hint of disappointment and sorrow hung on her fair little face. In fact, she was just lowering her head to confirm the countdown on the micro-terminal on her wrist, hidden by the hem of her skirt. The main door was unlocked and the air in the banquet hall began to circulate again. The socialites of City A, who were originally frightened by the terrifying aura of Hossein upon seeing Shun Jiao emerge alone, looking like a frostbitten eggplant, felt a surge of courage. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly the moment Shun Jiao's fake pregnancy act was exposed. Mr. Ho must have been furious and thrown this shameless woman out. A group of women led by the socialite in a red dress immediately surrounded her, like sharks sensing blood. "Oh, isn't this Miss Shun, who just relied on her child to gain favor?" The red-dressed socialite covered her mouth, emitting a sharp and bitter laugh. "Why do you look like a drowned rat now? Could it be that the fake flesh meant to deceive has been exposed by Mr. Hua?" A burst of unrestrained laughter erupted around. "I said, what kind of person is Mr. Hua to be fooled by such a clumsy trick? Did you really think that with a face like a vixen you could run rampant in the Hua family? Now that your dreams of marrying into a wealthy family are shattered, you are just a barren woman. What a shame." They exchanged malicious words, pouring out venom like garbage, trying to reclaim the frustration and fear they had experienced behind the closed door on Shun Jiao. She stood still, neither refuting nor showing anger. She simply listened quietly, her gaze betraying a hint of pity for the foolish mortals. This group of idiots was determined to push their luck to the extreme. Since they were so eager to provoke her before she left, she might as well do a little justice. Just as the socialites were in the midst of their insults, preparing to shove Shun Jiao, the temperature in the banquet hall suddenly dropped to freezing point. Bang! The door of the medical room was pushed open again from the inside. Hosein's tall and imposing figure stepped into the banquet hall with a chilling aura that sent shivers down spines. He had already removed his suit jacket and wore only a perfectly tailored black shirt. His deep black eyes were no longer filled with previous rage, but instead held a more terrifying and oppressive possessiveness. Upon seeing Hosein appear, the socialites, who were previously arrogant, instantly turned into frightened chickens. Their voices fell silent, retreating in fear of being caught in the crossfire of his rage. They all thought Mr. Ho would directly order Shun Jiao to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. However, under the shocked gaze of all the wealthy families in the city, this mixed-blood tyrant, who controlled the lifeblood of the global economy, actually walked straight up to Shun Jiao. Then, without hesitation, he knelt down on one knee. The entire venue fell silent. All breaths were completely halted in that moment. The heads of dozens of top financial tycoons didn't even notice when their wine glasses fell. Hossein knelt gracefully and reverently. He took out a black velvet brocade box from his shirt pocket. With a click, the box opened. Inside was a uniquely cut red diamond ring larger than a pigeon's egg. Under the luxurious crystal chandelier of the cruise ship, it exploded with dazzling brilliance. This red diamond was the legendary treasure heart of the ocean, which had fetched a sky-high price at an auction in Europe not long ago. Jiao Jiao. Hua Siyuan lifted his head, his usually cold black eyes now holding only her reflection. It doesn't matter that there are no children, I only want you. His voice was low and hoarse, yet it echoed clearly throughout every corner of the banquet hall through the microphone. Marry me, be the only and absolute matriarch of the Hua family. He didn't ask if she was willing, but felt more like a domineering declaration that brooked no refusal. He took Shen Jiao's slightly stiff left hand, and without further ado slid the priceless red diamond ring onto her ring finger. The size fit perfectly, like a magnificent shackle locking her in place. The entire venue erupted in gasps, everyone shocked by this turn of events. The socialites who had just mocked Shen Jiao were now pale-faced, their legs trembling like noodles. Mr. Hua not only didn't blame her, but actually proposed in public. Shen Jiao looked at the heavy red diamond on her ring finger, her heart screamed wildly. If she could pry it off and take it away, how many Ocean View villas would it be worth? Unfortunately, time was running out. This thing was too conspicuous, and wearing it would definitely act as a locator. However, it was still necessary to put on a show before leaving. Shen Jiao immediately entered character, becoming a dramatic actress in an instant. She suddenly threw herself into Hua Siyuan's arms, burying her head in his chest, her shoulders shaking violently. Husband. That cry of husband was filled with twists and turns, reaching the extremes of grievance. Hua Siyuan's heart raced, and he tightly embraced her, his gaze instantly turning as cold as a blade. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Shen Jiao poked her head out from his embrace, extending a delicate finger. She pointed accurately at the few socialites who had just insulted her. Husband, they are bullying me. Shen Jiao sobbed, tears falling freely. They said I am a barren woman, and that you would throw me into the sea to feed the fish, woo woo woo. Hua Siyuan's aura erupted violently at that moment. He didn't even have the patience to turn around and see what these women looked like. His crimson-black eyes narrowed slightly as he issued the coldest orders to the head of his bodyguards behind him. Since they love the sea so much, let's fulfill their wish. The moment his words fell, dozens of wolf-like bodyguards sprang into action. They stormed into the group of socialites without mercy, as if catching little chicks. What are you doing? Let go of me. Mr. Hua, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Mrs. Hua, please spare us. Screams and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the banquet hall, but could not stop the bodyguards' ruthless actions. The bodyguards each grabbed one, treating them like a pile of unrecyclable trash. They marched out of the banquet hall and onto the spacious outdoor deck of the cruise ship. There a massive luxury outdoor swimming pool awaited. Splash, splash, splash. There was no mercy for their delicate selves. The bodyguards directly put these socialites, dressed in expensive couture gowns and wearing sky-high heels, into orange life rings, tossing them into the icy swimming pool one after another like dumplings. Huge splashes of water shot up over 2 meters high. These young ladies, who usually held themselves high and cared for every strand of hair, were now struggling helplessly in the pool, their precious makeup ruined and resembling drowned rats. They choked on water, letting out piercing cries, yet not one of them dared to step forward to plead. The entire venue was stunned. Those business tycoons and wealthy wives stood at the edge of the deck, frozen in fear. No one dared to meet Shen Jiao's gaze as she was held in Hua Siyuan's embrace. This simple and brutal slap in the face, this direct bestowal of supreme power, made everyone deeply realize that aboard this ship in this city, it was better to offend Hua Siyuan than to provoke the newly appointed matriarch of the Hua family. Shen Jiao leaned against the man's embrace, watching the floundering, drowned rats in the pool. There was not a shred of sympathy in her eyes, only a hidden sense of satisfaction. Go ahead, insult her, let it all out. After all, they were soon to be enjoying the sea breeze on the cruise ship all night. She slightly turned her head, glancing past Hua Siyuan's broad shoulder at the pitch-black sea night outside the porthole. The waves surged unfathomable. Shen Jiao lowered her head, and from the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of the mechanical watch on her wrist, which was still ticking. A barely noticeable, resolute smile crept onto her lips. There were only 5 minutes left until her set unexpected explosion and the activation of the diving pod. With a thunderous bang, a magnificent giant firework exploded over the open sea. A cascade of resplendent colors rained down like a splendid meteor shower, scattering into the dark ocean surface. The cruise ship gala had reached its climax. The dazzling multicolored flames illuminated the pitch-black night sky and the entire 100,000-ton luxury liner. The symphony orchestra's performance soared to its most passionate crescendo. On the deck and in the banquet hall, every guest was instantly captivated by the sea of brilliant fireworks. No one paid any attention to the shivering, struggling socialites in the pool. Even fewer noticed the newly crowned mistress of the Hua family who had been nestled in Master Hua's arms, the envy of the city. Shun Jiao, adorned with a rare red diamond ring and basking in glory, had quietly vanished from the crowd's sight. The 5-minute countdown was ticking with extreme urgency. Using the perfect excuse of being frightened and needing to freshen up in the restroom, Shun Jiao successfully slipped away from Hua Xian's suffocating gaze while he answered an urgent encrypted call. As a top hacker who once dominated the international dark web, she had memorized the internal structure and security layout of this giant cruise ship down to the last detail. She knew the blind spots of every camera and the patrol intervals of every guard better than the captain himself. Like a nimble black cat blending into the night, Shun Jiao darted swiftly through the corridors of shifting light and shadow. She even helped herself to a sterling silver steak knife from a serving cart, hiding it in her sleeve just in case. Evading 3 rounds of patrolling black-suited bodyguards, she moved unimpeded as if through an empty fortress. The most secluded and dangerous outdoor deck at the ship's stern was now within reach. As she pushed open the heavy iron security door, fierce sea winds howled in. Shun Jiao's black velvet dress billowed in the wind, flapping loudly. Here there was no decadent music, no hypocritical clinking of glasses. Only the deafening roar of waves crashing against the hull and the terrifying, unfathomable darkness. Shun Jiao hurried to the metal railing at the deck's edge, leaning halfway over to look down. Below was the black Pacific Ocean, like a prehistoric beast opening its abyssal maw. The waves churned cold and deep, capable of swallowing all traces of this world without leaving a ripple. Yet gazing into this abyss that could trigger thalassophobia, Shun Jiao's eyes held no fear. Instead, they burned with the fervent excitement of imminent freedom and liberation from shackles. She raised her left hand, her slender fair fingers swiftly pressing a few hidden commands on the miniature watch face. The watch's tiny screen lit up, switching to deep-sea sonar detection mode. A faint but distinct electronic beep transmitted through the micro-bone conduction earpiece into on the screen. A green dot pulsed rhythmically. It was 30 meters below the sea surface, directly beneath her. That was the world's most advanced military-grade deep-sea diving escape pod she had ordered from the dark web, costing her most of her savings. It had stealthily attached itself to the predetermined coordinate on the ship's bottom, completing the final docking signal confirmation. Its internal life support and oxygen circulation systems were fully operational, awaiting its master's entry. Everything was set save for a flawless, seamless accident. Shun Jiao glanced down at the heavy, coldly gleaming heart of the ocean ring on her ring finger. A sly, triumphant smile curled at the corner of her exquisite lips. The tyrant's engagement ring would serve as compensation for the months of mental torment and anxiety he had put her through. Once she reached the safe shores across the ocean, she'd pry this worthless stone off and sell it on the black market. The money would allow her to hire several more male model bodyguards with 8-pack abs by the riverside in Jiangnan. Fireworks continued to burst in the night sky, producing earth-shattering explosions. This deafening noise was the perfect natural screen to conceal all sins and schemes. Shun Jiao took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, filling her lungs with the air of freedom. Without hesitation, she pressed the hidden red virtual detonation button on the side of her watch again. A string of red numbers began to pulse mercilessly on the micro screen, executing the final destruction. 30 seconds later, a modest but panic-inducing accidental explosion would occur in the abandoned cargo hold at the ship's bottom. The violent tremor and towering flames would instantly cut off the power to the stern's surveillance cameras, while drawing the attention of all bodyguards and Hua Xian. And she, amidst the chaos and darkness, would conveniently stumble over this railing, plunging into the turbulent depths of the Pacific. Falling from a deck dozens of meters high into the sea on a deep night in the open ocean. Medically, the survival rate was virtually zero. Hua Xian would never retrieve her body. He could only watch helplessly as his most beloved, most obsessive caged bird vanished forever into these icy waters. This was the perfect death-faking drama she had meticulously planned and endured for so long. 29, 28. The red countdown numbers jumped across her retinas, each beat striking her nerves. Shun Jiao's hands gripped the cold metal railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Adrenaline surged through her blood, her body trembling slightly from extreme excitement and tension. The ultimate thrill of a long-planned scheme, nearing success, coursed through her limbs like a powerful electric current. Freedom. She was about to shake off that paranoid, insane, skin-hungry living devil for good. No more daily terror of acting alongside that moody tyrant. 25, 24. The countdown numbers shrank, and the docking hatch of the escape pod was now half up and standing by. Shun Jiao had even placed one foot on the lowest railing, poised to jump. She was waiting only for the explosion that would mask the sound of her splash. But then, just as the countdown hit 20 seconds, something unexpected happened. A familiar, bone-deep, oppressive, and invasive cold scent of agarwood and sandalwood. suddenly without warning pierced through the salty sea wind. From directly behind her it descended, like an impenetrable black net enveloping everything. The moment Shen Jiao caught the scent, the blood in her veins reversed, and then froze solid. Her heart felt as if a large invisible hand in a black leather glove had violently and mercilessly crushed it. Before she could even react or turn around, a black cashmere coat, still carrying a man's scorching body heat and familiar scent, was draped tightly over her shoulders from behind, instantly blocking the raging wind. Then a tall, iron-hard body pressed closely against her back. The man's powerful arms encircled her waist, trapping her completely between the railing and his chest. No retreat, no escape. A cup of warm, fragrant milk was brought to her lips by a slender, bony hand. The man's cold, chiseled chin lightly rested on the crown of her head with a morbid attachment. His presence enveloped her entirely, stark and lethal in the howling night of the deep sea. Hua Xian's voice, cold, hoarse, and filled with a spine-chilling obsession and insane desire for control, drifted into Shen Jiao's ears with the wind. Jiao Jiao, standing so high, what are you waiting for? Accompanied by the chillingly low and hoarse question, the relentless ticking of the countdown echoed. 19. 18. At this moment Shen Jiao felt her entire bloodline freeze, even her breath came to a complete standstill. The hard, warm chest behind her felt like a deadly purgatory. Hua Xiang's coat wrapped around her, tightly shielding her from the biting sea breeze. But it also felt like an airtight iron prison, trapping her firmly in front of the metal railing at the edge of the deck. She had left the noisy, chaotic banquet hall on the first floor, filled with the scent of powder and the machinations of fame and fortune. In this secluded, deserted stern of the ship, amidst the howling wind, Hua Xiang finally shed the chilling guise of brutality. He resembled a beast that had finally found its exclusive territory. His chin rested naturally atop Shen Jiao's head, and he even rubbed against her, as if marking his possession. The suppressed skin hunger that had built up throughout the night found immense satisfaction the moment he touched her. He simply wanted to hold her tightly, to press against her, and to indulgently absorb the pure, soul-soothing fragrance of her. Yet Hua Xiang was savoring the tranquility. Shen Jiao, however, was facing death heated. 17. 16. The red countdown on the micro-watch flashed like a death warrant in Shen Jiao's eyes. This was it. This madman who could lose control at any moment. He didn't come early or late, but chose to approach her during the last 20 seconds before she detonated the bomb. The miniature explosives in the abandoned cargo hold of the ship were military-grade high explosives she had purchased at a high price. Once detonated, while they wouldn't sink this 100,000 in luxury cruise ship, they would certainly destroy the entire stern deck and create a massive breach and chaos. By then, forget about staging the perfect death scene. She and the mixed-blood tyrant behind her holding milk would be blown into two brilliant human fireworks, directly turned into a midnight barbecue feast for the sharks in these international waters. 15. 14. Extreme panic made Shen Jiao's body tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat rolled down her forehead, like a waterfall, dripping down her pale cheeks and into her collar. Even her thin, delicate spine trembled noticeably in Hua Xiang's embrace. As sharp as he was, how could Hua Xiang not notice the unusualness of the little woman in his arms? Why are you shaking so much? He slightly furrowed his handsome brows, moving his chin from her head and leaning down to touch her icy cheek. Is it too windy out here, feeling cold? The deep, hoarse voice of the man carried a hint of reproach, but more so it was filled with tenderness and indulgence. He had no idea that beneath his feet lay a high-explosive landmine about to detonate. As Hua Xiang spoke, he shoved the warm, sweet milk into Shen Jiao's stiff hand. Then his powerful arms tightened abruptly, pulling her coat and all even closer into his embrace, attempting to warm this shivering little darling with his burning body temperature. Running around like that now, you know. He even lightly bit her earlobe in a punishing manner, sending a wave of tingling shivers through her. Shen Jiao felt like she wanted to kneel and bow down to him right there. Cold. Cold, my ass. I'm scared because of you. Scared because of the bomb. Being held so tightly by him, her hands were almost completely trapped against her chest and waist, unable to move. 12. 11. Time had entered the critical last 10 seconds. If she didn't cut off the detonation program immediately, they would really be heading to the underworld together. Shen Jiao gritted her teeth tightly, tasting a metallic tang of blood on her tongue, forcing herself to remain absolutely calm. Mr. What? She trembled and spoke, her voice slightly off-key due to the extreme tension. To prevent Hua Xiang from suspecting, she worked hard to feign a delicate, shivering figure, as if she were, "This cup of milk is too hot, I can't hold it." As she spoke, she deliberately tilted the glass cup in her hand, pretending to spill it onto Hua Xiang's expensive designer pants. Hua Xiang's brows furrowed slightly, and almost instinctively, he subconsciously released one of his hands, reaching out to catch the milk cup that was about to fall from her hand. Now's the time. Taking advantage of that brief moment of relaxation in the man's arm, Shun Jiao's one hand quickly slipped from her chest like a soft loach suddenly moving behind her. Her left wrist was encircled by the man's other hand, while her right hand struggled to reach the micro-watch on her left wrist. 10, 9, 8. The time left for her was only single digits. Each second was tolling the death knell. With Huaxiang holding her tightly from behind, Shun Jiao simply couldn't lower her head to see the watch's display as her line of sight was completely blocked by the man's chest. She could only rely on the terrifying muscle memory of a top hacker. With her right hand, she blindly typed on the holographic keyboard on her left wrist, which was barely the size of a 7, 6. Her fingertips danced rapidly on the virtual keys, and with each command, she pressed Shun Jiao's heart would spasm violently. To cancel the explosion program, she needed to input a complex dynamic password of 12 digits. If she pressed the wrong number, or her fingertip deviated even a millimeter, the tamper-proof system would immediately conclude that it was under hacker attack, resulting in an instant detonation. 5, 4. Cold sweat had completely soaked Shun Jiao's back. Even Huaxiang felt the unusual dampness beneath his coat. Jiao Jiao, why are you sweating so much? Huaxiang held the milk with one hand while his free hand brushed against her forehead, his tone finally carrying a hint of urgency and concern. Are you feeling unwell? I'll have a doctor come right away, he said, about to turn to grab the encrypted intercom clipped to his waist. No, Shun Jiao cried out in fright, desperately pressing down on Huaxiang's hand that was about to move. If he turned around or moved now, her blind typing would definitely hit the wrong key. I'm fine. I just got too excited seeing the fireworks, and I had a bit to drink earlier, feeling a little hot. Shun Jiao stumbled over her words, grasping at an utterly ridiculous excuse, while her right hand made the final deadly dash behind her. The last 3 digits of the password. 3. Beep. A faint electronic sound barely audible could only be heard through the bone conduction headphones. In Shun Jiao's mind it rang like a heavenly melody. It worked. All 12 dynamic passwords were entered correctly. The detonation program and the launch program of the underwater escape pod. In the moment when the countdown had only 3 seconds left, it was abruptly halted. 30 meters deep underwater, that standby escape pod re-entered a state of deep slumber. The fuse was cut off and the deadly alarm was completely disabled. In the night sky, the last magnificent firework burst open, then transformed into countless shooting stars falling onto the sea. The sea surface remained shrouded in deep cold darkness, only the sound of waves lapping against the hull. No explosion sounds, no earthquakes or tremors. Everything was calm. Shun Jiao felt as if she had been pulled out of the water, all her strength completely drained in that second. Her legs went weak like a pile of boneless mud. Completely exhausted, she collapsed softly into Huaxiang's wide, hard embrace. Jiao Jiao. Huaxiang was startled by her sudden loss of strength. A flash of intense panic crossed his eyes as he hurriedly tossed aside the milk cup in his hand and caught her sliding body tightly with both hands. The glass cup shattered on the deck with a crisp sound, white milk splattering everywhere. But Huaxiang couldn't. He directly lifted Shun Jiao in his arms, his deep, dark eyes filled with anxiety and guilt. Looking at her pale face and damp hair soaked in cold sweat, he wished he could punch himself. Knowing full well that her health was weak and that she had suffered at the hands of those women in the banquet hall, how could he let her endure such a cold wind on the deck for so long? It's all right, Jiao Jiao, I'll take you back to your room right now and immediately call the top medical team. He held her tightly and strode towards the most luxurious VIP suite inside the cruise ship. His pace was astonishingly quick, radiating a chilling aura of someone who would kill anyone who dared to block his path. Meanwhile, nestled in Huaxiang's embrace, Shun Jiao. Though her body was exhausted to its limits, her mind was eerily clear. She closed her eyes, feeling the rapid heartbeat of the man, growing frantic with worry for her. There was not a shred of sentimentality in her heart, only a profound, powerless despair. It was too difficult. Pulling off the perfect death scene under Huaxiang's watchful eyes was 1,000 times harder than climbing to the heavens with bare hands. If it weren't for her quick fingers, both of them would have turned to ashes in the international waters. As long as this sickly tyrant with severe skin hunger who always wanted to cuddle up was within 10 kilometers. Even if she had wings, even if she had 100 top-notch deep-sea escape pods, she wouldn't be able to take away even a punctuation mark, let alone disappear silently from his side. This man's controlling desire and clinginess had completely surpassed the bounds of humanity. If she wanted to execute the death scene perfectly, leaving no trace behind, if she genuinely wanted to run towards freedom and live a life of a rich woman with a muscular bodyguard, she had to find a way to completely send him away. Leaning against the man's burning chest, Shun Jiao bit her lower lip tightly. A crazy and bold new strategy began to form rapidly in her mind. Creating an accident domestically was no longer feasible. Shun Jiao, weakly leaning in Huaxiang's embrace, deeply realized a desperate fact. As long as this sickly tyrant was within 10 kilometers, she wouldn't be able to take away even a punctuation mark. She had to find a way to get him out of City A. The cruise ship completed a massive tailspin on the pitch-black open sea, cutting through the white waves as it sped back towards the port of City A. In the ultra-luxurious master suite on the top floor, the heavy blackout curtains were drawn tightly, isolating the room from all external noise and the sound of the waves. The indoor lights were set to a soft, warm orange. Shun Jiao resembled an exquisite cloth doll stripped of all resistance, securely nestled into the wide, soft quilt by Hua Xiang. Her eyes were tightly shut, even her breath slowed deliberately as she struggled to calm the heart that was still racing wildly in her chest. The 30 seconds on the deck where life hung by a thread had nearly drained her of all energy and rationality. Just the thought of the near-exploded deep-sea bomb made cold sweat seep uncontrollably from her back. This man was simply a lunatic prone to arousal at any time without regard for the situation. Right now her mind was consumed by a single thought: how on earth could she kick this clingy, relentless man out of the country? As Shun Jiao racked her brain, desperately trying to devise a new plan in a dire situation. In the corner of the room, a highly encrypted communication device exclusive to the Hua family suddenly erupted with a piercing red alarm. The alarm was sharp and brief, like a blade slicing through the tranquility of the master suite. This was a direct line representing a catastrophic crisis which would never sound unless the family faced life-and-death circumstances. The door to the master suite was violently thrust open. Stefan the butler rushed in without even bothering to knock, his face pale and dripping with sweat. "Sir, there's a major issue." Stefan's voice was laced with unmistakable terror and urgency. "The European headquarters has sent an urgent message. A severe rebellion has erupted within the family. Third Master and Fifth Master have joined forces, bribing 3 heavily armed mercenary units stationed there, and are attempting to forcibly take control of the core treasury." This was undoubtedly a meticulously planned coup. Taking advantage of Hua Xiang's presence in the country and the vacuum in the European headquarters, those unyielding uncles finally showed their fangs. If the core treasury fell, the entire Hua family empire would face imminent destruction. However, half reclining at the head of the bed, Hua Xiang, upon hearing news capable of shocking the global financial world. His narrow, deep-set black eyes merely flashed with fleeting annoyance at being disturbed. He didn't even raise. The man simply extended his strong, powerful arm and pulled Shun Jiao, who was facing away from him, into his embrace. He held her tightly against his chest like a ferocious beast protecting its food, claiming his territory. After the panic on the deck, where he thought she might be blown away by the sea breeze, his skin's craving had entered an unprecedented phase of addiction. That overwhelming sense of loss of control made him want to merge her into his very being. Even if the sky were to fall and the European continent were to sink, he would never release the woman in his arms. "Activate the holographic projection." Hua Xiang issued the command coldly, his hoarse voice carrying an undeniable aura of absolute dominance. Stefan dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately pressed the remote in his hand. A beam of ghostly blue light illuminated the area in front of the large double bed, instantly unfolding into a gigantic holographic screen in midair. On the other side of the screen was the chaotic and devastated top-level conference room of the Hua family headquarters in Europe. A dozen or so overseas core executives, sweating profusely and with disheveled suits, were trembling in front of the screen. Upon seeing Hua Xiang's figure, the executives all thudded to the ground, kneeling in unison before the screen. "Master Hua, the third line of defense around the treasury has already been breached by the rebels. Please rush back to Europe on a private jet to take charge. Only your physical key and retinal scan can completely suppress them and regain the highest control of it." The executives cried out, their voices filled with desperate pleas. In the background audio of the screen, the dull sounds of gunfire and explosions could even be clearly heard. The situation had reached a critical juncture, and time was of the essence. Yet, Hua Xiang leaned lazily against the leather headboard. He completely pressed Shun Jiao's petite body into his quilt, treating her like a large, fragrant pillow. Faced with the life-and-death pleas on the screen, the brutality in his gaze froze instantly like glacial ice. "You want me to board a plane now? To cross half the globe to manage those old men's lives?" Hua Xiang let out a chilling laugh that sent shivers down the spine, his voice filled with cruelty and mockery. "Tell them I'm busy." The overseas executives turned pale, trembling like leaves in the wind, hardly believing their ears. Had Master Hua gone mad? That was the core treasury which controlled the economic lifeblood of Europe, a trillion-dollar empire built by generations of the Hua family. Was he really going to watch the entire empire fall into the hands of rebels just to hold a woman in bed? Hua Xiang paid no further attention to the desperate wails of the executives. He lowered his head, gently rubbing his chin against Shun Jiao's soft hair, greedily inhaling her pure, alluring scent. His restless nerves found great solace in this fragrance. The man held her delicate waist firmly with his left hand, while his right hand leisurely played with a strand of her long hair, casually toying with it between his bony fingers. He sat in the quilt facing the massive holographic projection screen, commencing a one-sided remote massive. Cut off the third backup power supply of the European headquarters and locked down all electronic gates in the core areas. Hua Xiang's tone was as flat as if discussing tomorrow's breakfast, yet every word carried a lethal scent of blood. Deploy the dark web's secret fund pool. Within 10 minutes, I want to see all the assets under those two old men fully shorted. Cut off all their overseas supply chains and freeze their offshore accounts. He strategized in the quilt, showcasing a terrifying commercial power that could only be described as a dimensional strike. Hearing the directives, the executives on the other side of the screen immediately pounced on their keyboards like they had grasped a lifeline, frantically executing the orders. The family rebels who had come on strong just moments ago were met with an instantaneous collapse under this series of lethal financial blows. The European financial magnates who had joined the rebellion saw their proud assets evaporate billions of euros within just a few minutes. On the holographic screen, the symbols of the old aristocracy, the financial emblems, were rapidly turning to ashes. The plunging green data lines cascaded down the screen like an uncontrollable waterfall. The uncles who had been hiding behind the scenes, orchestrating the rebellion, finally realized the kind of devil they had angered. Panic set in as they frantically dialed various internal lines to plead for mercy. Cries, pleas, and even desperate curses resonated through the holographic screen. Xiang, I'm your third uncle. You can't be this heartless. Stop. Please stop. My funding chain is broken. Hearing the wails of these cornered dogs, Hua Xiang didn't even lift his eyelids. He continued to play with Shun Jiao's hair, his gaze focused on the quiet woman with her eyes closed in his arms, as if all the money and power in the world paled in comparison to the sheen of her hair. At that moment, Shun Jiao, who had been pretending to sleep under the covers, was churning with inner turmoil. She quietly poked her head out from under the quilt, revealing a pair of clear, lively eyes. Her gaze pierced through the dim, warm light, fixed firmly on the holographic screen, displaying the rapidly collapsing data. Shun Jiao gasped, her back instantly soaked with a layer of fine cold sweat. This madman was absurdly strong. This severe armed rebellion, which could potentially overturn the entire Hui Empire, was about to be effortlessly quelled by him lying in bed holding his wife, casually utilizing pure capital means from a distance. If he truly didn't need to return to Europe to completely suppress this disaster, then what on earth could pull him away from City A? If he remained glued to her side like a conjoined twin, then wouldn't her escape pod parked at the bottom of the open sea have been a wasted purchase? She would never have the chance to slip away in her lifetime. No way. She absolutely could not let him win this war so easily. She had to find something more intense to entertain him, to forcibly interrupt his remote suppression. Only by forcing him into a situation that required his physical presence to resolve could she hope for a sliver of opportunity. Shun Jiao took a deep breath, her small face instantly scrunching up. She pinched her thigh hard, forcing out a few drops of real tears. Then she suddenly clutched her stomach with both hands and began to writhe and struggle painfully in Hua Xiang's embrace. Ouch! Shun Jiao let out a delicate yet agonizing cry. Though the sound was not loud, it was like thunder on a clear day, precisely interrupting Hua Xiang's imminent final directive. Hubby, my stomach hurts so much. She buried her face deep into the man's hard chest, wailing loudly with a thick cry. It must be the seafood from the banquet earlier. I must have eaten something bad. Just moments ago, Hua Xiang had been commanding with decisive authority before the holographic screen, but suddenly his movements froze. The cold-blooded ferocity in his eyes dissipated, instantly replaced by a hint of confusion and tension. He immediately dropped the long hair he had been toying with and cupped Shun Jiao's sweating little face with both hands. Jiao, what is happening? The man's deep voice carried a rare sense of panic. Shun Jiao took the opportunity to express her distress, her little face scrunched up in pain. She clutched her stomach tightly with both hands, rolling back and forth in the man's large bed with agony. While my stomach hurts, it must be that the oyster wasn't fresh. It hurts so much, or I need to go to the bathroom. Seizing the brief moment of distraction from Hua Xiang, she slipped out of his embrace like a slippery loach. Without even putting on her shoes, she stepped barefoot onto the thick carpet. Shun Jiao scrambled towards the luxurious double-door bathroom of the master bedroom. Doctor, get the medical team here immediately. Hua Xiang roared furiously behind her just as he was about to throw back the blanket and chase after her. Don't come over. You're not allowed to follow me. As she ran, Shun Jiao yelled at the top of her lungs, her voice tinged with an embarrassing sob. The man's footsteps halted abruptly, fearing that his assertive approach would frighten her. With a loud bang, the bathroom door was locked tightly from the inside by Shun Jiao. Immediately, a furious cry from the girl echoed from within. I have a bad stomach, but smelly. If you dare to come in, it'll make you regret it. Give me 10 minutes. No, 20 minutes. No one is allowed to come near. Outside the door, Hua Xiang stood there with a dark expression, his brows tightly knitted together. He had a severe obsession with cleanliness, but at that moment he couldn't care less about the smell. He was only concerned about whether her delicate body could endure such excruciating pain. However, inside the door, Shen Jiao leaned against the cold door, gasping heavily. The delicate, pained, and humiliated expression on her face vanished without a trace the moment the lock clicked into place. In its stead was absolute calmness, sharpness, and a burning madness in her eyes. She quickly walked to the sink and turned on the luxurious gold-plated faucet. The sound of rushing water cascaded out, perfectly masking any subtle sounds that might arise within the room. Then she lifted her invaluable handmade silk nightgown. At the root of her pale, slender thighs was a concealed leg ring with a strikingly cyberpunk style. Shen Jiao fished out a black metal cylinder the size of a lipstick from the hidden compartment of the leg ring. This was certainly not a cosmetic item. It was a miniature supercomputer that she had spent a fortune on and personally modified. Shen Jiao swiftly sat on the expensive smart toilet, placing the cylinder on her knees. She gently pressed a hidden switch. A miniature holographic laser keyboard and a cool blue floating screen unfolded in the air. Then she pulled out a Bluetooth invisible earphone as thin as a cow's hair from her earring and inserted it into her ear canal. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jiao's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, as if she had transformed into a different person. At this moment, the weeping financial magnate's canary was completely dead. What emerged was a top-tier hacker that had long occupied the top of the international most wanted list. Her fingers danced like the wind. Shen Jiao's fingers on the cool blue laser keyboard instantly turned into indistinct afterimages. Though striking the virtual keys produced no mechanical sounds, the enormous waterfall of code leaping in her eyes signaled the onset of a silent, yet deadly war. She had only one target: the core defense system of the Hua family's vault in Europe. Just moments ago, Hua Xin had used his high-level permissions to suppress those rebellious uncles and cousins outside with overwhelming authority. He didn't even need to leave City A to uproot the rebellion in Europe. How could that be acceptable? If he didn't leave, how would she have the chance to activate the escape pod underwater? Was she to be treated as a mere cushion trapped in this paranoid man's bed for the rest of her life? Honey, I'm sorry. Shen Jiao gazed at the layers of red warnings popping up on the screen, a wicked smile curling at her lips. If you don't leave, I'll have no choice but to blow up your lair myself to force you to leave. The scene of a wife blowing up her husband's vault was simply absurd to the extreme. Yet Shen Jiao's hands on the keyboard showed not a trace of hesitation, not even for a millisecond. The Hua Group's firewall boasted a staggering 88 layers, each maintained day and night by the world's top security experts. It was touted as an absolutely unbreakable digital fortress. But in Shen Jiao's eyes, these were merely slightly complex puzzles. The first line of defense fell. The 10th line of defense shattered. The 30th line of defense collapsed in an instant. She understood Hua Xin too well, even comprehending the underlying logic of the cybersecurity team under his command. The cool blue screen illuminated Shen Jiao's exquisite and cold beauty. Time passed minute by minute. The sound of rushing water outside continued, masking her rapid breathing. Outside the door, Hua Xin's increasingly restless footsteps echoed. Faintly, one could hear him barking orders for the doctor to prepare to break down the door. Almost there. Only 10 more to go. Sweat beads formed on Shen Jiao's forehead, trickling down her cheeks. This was not just a depletion of physical strength, but a frenzied overdrive of her brain's calculations. Finally, with the input of the last line of cracking code, the 88th ultimate firewall came crashing down. The absolute core of the European vault was laid bare before her eyes. Shen Jiao hesitated not a moment and directly summoned a program hidden deep within the motherboard. This was a doomsday self-destruct Trojan that she had personally written, currently unsolvable anywhere in the world. The function of this Trojan was incredibly straightforward and brutal. Once activated, it would completely sever all network connections to the vault, refusing any form of remote control. It would forcibly trigger the highest level of physical lockout. The 10th Asantan titanium alloy blast door would be permanently welded shut, and all funding channels would be entirely cut off. There was only one way to unlock this deadlock. That was for the highest authority holder, namely Hua Xin himself, to personally stand before the vault door while undergoing a triple live detection of retina fingerprint and venous blood. As soon as she pressed the enter key, even Hua Xin, no matter how powerful, would have to immediately hop on a private jet and fly back to Europe. This was a reverse operation that could be deemed as righteous indignation against family. Shen Jiao looked at the flashing red execute button on the screen. Outside, the heavy knocking of Hua Xin, who was gradually losing patience, resounded. Jiao, you've been in there for 8 minutes. The doctor has arrived. Open the door. The man's voice was low and gloomy, carrying an undeniable sense of terrifying pressure. They'll count to 3. If you don't respond, he'll break down the door. 3. Shen Jiao took a deep breath, a hint of resolute madness flashing in her eyes. Honey, I wish you a smooth trip to Europe. 2. Without hesitation, she decisively pressed the virtual enter key. Ding! The success prompt for the command echoed crisply in her invisible earphone. With the successful implantation of the Trojan program, a chilling dead silence briefly enveloped the entire cruise ship. It was the most terrifying calm before the storm. Then with a piercing, heart-stopping shriek, the highest-level red alarm blared, instantly tearing apart the tranquility outside the bathroom. The alarm echoed throughout the cruise ship's night sky, causing people's eardrums to thrum. In the corridors, the master bedroom, and on the massive holographic screen outside. All the lights at that moment transformed into frantically flashing blood red. Bang! Steward Stefan rushed in from outside in a panic. He even collapsed from weakness, crashing through the expensive carved wooden door of the master bedroom. Bang! Stefan the butler crashed headlong through the exquisitely carved wooden door of the master bedroom, tumbling violently onto the thick carpet. He did not even attempt to rise. Instead, he knelt there screaming in utter despair. "Sir, it's the apocalypse. This is the end of days." He brandished a tablet, flashing violently red, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as if sieving grain. The vault system has been infected by an unknown hacker with a top-tier doomsday self-destruct Trojan. All remote network connections severed completely within 2 seconds. Remote control rendered entirely inoperative. On the holographic screen, senior executives from the European headquarters had already descended into complete hysteria. Behind them, searing crimson countdown digits bathed the conference room in hellish light, transforming it into a living inferno. Stefan's voice cracked with raw, unfiltered anguish. "The tech division confirms it. A wholly unsolvable variant virus. 12 hours. It grants us precisely 12 hours. If you fail to arrive in Europe personally within that time, and stand before the vault's entrance." Stefan swallowed hard, his voice twisting into a shrill, broken cry. "You must perform a dual manual reboot using your physical key and live iris scan. Otherwise, the blast-proof doors will be permanently welded shut, and over 100 billion euros in liquid assets will vanish in an instant. The very foundation of the Hua dynasty, nearly a century of imperial power, will collapse utterly." This was no crude scheme concocted by those inept uncles and elders. This was a unilateral, digitally orchestrated act of terror, targeting the Hua family's lifeblood with ruthless, overwhelming precision. Hossein stood motionless amid the room's frenzied, blood-red strobes. His face, godlike in its sculpted perfection, bore not a trace of expression. Yet the air itself seemed to freeze, plunging toward absolute zero. A palpable, suffocating aura of slaughter coalesced like black mist, instantly enveloping the entire master suite. Without glancing once at the holographic screen, he slowly turned his head. Those bottomless black eyes locked unflinchingly onto the tightly closed bathroom door. The timing was too precise. Jiao Jiao had entered less than 10 minutes ago. Then, without warning, the supposedly impregnable vault suffered catastrophic breach. Coincidence? Or was this delicate, seemingly defenseless canary cradled in his arms, concealing a secret powerful enough to shatter the heavens? He strode forward, long, powerful legs silent upon the carpet, yet radiating lethal, crushing pressure. Each step drew him closer to the bathroom, veins on the backs of his hands bulged with fury and suspicion. Just as he raised his hand, poised to smash the door open and drag the woman out for interrogation. Click. A soft, decisive sound. The bathroom lock disengaged from within. Shen Jiao stood barefoot at the threshold, her normally rosy cheeks now ghostly pale. Beads of glistening sweat still clung to her forehead, strands of hair clung damply to her temples. Exhaustion, sweat born of frantic keystrokes and mental overexertion moments earlier. Bathed in the blinding crimson alarm light and confronted by Stefan's kneeling figure, she flinched violently, like a terrified snow hare caught in sudden merciless light. "Husband." Her voice trembled with unmistakable tears as she stumbled into Hossein's embrace, fingers clutching desperately at his bespoke shirt until her knuckles whitened. "What's happening out there? Why is the alarm wailing endlessly? I'm so afraid." She shook uncontrollably, her body still faintly damp with the humid warmth of the bathroom. Hossein looked down, gaze fixed upon the fragile, trembling woman in his arms. Her limpid, guileless eyes reflected pure dependence and raw, unmitigated terror at the unfolding chaos. It was the posture of total vulnerability, the surrender of one who lived solely by his protection. Before such fragility, the storm of murderous intent and suspicion churning in his depths faltered, briefly stilled. Impossible. His Jiao Jiao wept actual tears when seafood disagreed with her stomach. How could she possibly be a world-class hacker? Time permitted no further idle probing or hesitation. The disaster unfolding in Europe demanded his immediate, brutal intervention. Only bloodshed would quell it. "Prepare the aircraft." Hossein tightened his iron grip around her, pressing her fiercely against his chest as he ground out the two words. Stefan bolted away like a man granted divine reprieve, bellowing orders for the fastest international flight available. Half an hour later, the yacht slammed ashore at breakneck speed. A massive convoy of black armored vehicles sliced through the night, like phantoms roaring up the mountainside toward the Hua family estate. Huasaiyan's absolute dominion in City A, a fortress resembling a medieval citadel. Cold night wind howled outside. Inside the master bedroom, silence pressed down like suffocating lead. Shun Jiao sat obediently on the opulent leather sofa, watching Huasaiyan approach with a face dark as thunder. He said nothing, merely bent one long leg, and knelt, single knee to the floor, before her feet. For a man who ruled European financial dynasties with effortless dominance, the gesture reeked of profound, unsettling submission. Yet his next move betrayed a terrifying obsessive need for control. From an inner jacket pocket he withdrew a small metallic device, pulsing with faint cobalt light. "Husband, what is this?" Shun Jiao stared at the cold metal ring, her heart lurching violently. Instinctively, she tried to draw her foot back. But his hand seized her slender alabaster ankle like an unbreakable iron clamp. "A parting gift," Huasaiyan murmured, his voice low, tender, yet chilling in the hushed night. Click. A sharp crystalline metallic snap echoed clearly. The custom-built biometric tracker locked seamlessly around her delicate ankle. Its icy interior pressed against her warm skin, instantly reading and locking onto her pulse temperature and heartbeat. A single cobalt pulse flickered across the metal band. "Don't even think about removing it." His long fingers traced the cold metal ring, caressing it like a priceless artifact destined never to escape his possession. "It contains microexplosives." He lifted his gaze, those fathomless black eyes swirling with pathological, all-consuming obsession. "Should you attempt to tamper with it, or step beyond the estate's designated safety perimeter, it will detonate, instantly severing both those lovely legs. Since you're disobedient, you'll have no choice but to be carried everywhere, from now on." Shun Jiao's pupils contracted sharply. A real cold sweat broke across her spine. That madman, he truly meant it. It was in every sense a physical shackle. Huasaiyan rose tower. Outside, the synchronized thunder of military boots shook the ground. 300 elite overseas mercenaries, fully armed, had encircled the vast estate, sealing it tighter than a steel drum. Dense networks of infrared sniper points, glowing like blood-hungry rubies, covered every high vantage point. Not even a fly could escape that layered, impenetrable siege tonight. "Jiao, I'll only be gone a few days." Huasaiyan leaned down, cradling her ashen face in both hands. From the estate's helipad, the roar of helicopter blades swelled, demanding the tyrant depart immediately to salvage his crumbling billion-euro empire. Without warning, he seized her lips in a savage, devouring kiss. There was no tenderness, only brutality, conquest, and a desperate, ravenous hunger to consume her utterly flesh and bone. Like a wild beast forced from its territory, he branded his ownership upon his most precious possession, leaving behind a crimson, bloody sigil. A thin trace of coppery blood bloomed between their locked mouths. Shun Jiao gasped helplessly, tears of involuntary distress spilling from her eyes and tracing glistening paths down her cheeks. At last Huasaiyan broke away, breathing raggedly, and roughly wiped the blood from her lips with his callous thumb. He pressed his lips to her ear, whispering with devastating tenderness the most lethal command imaginable. "Wait for me." His gaze swept coldly across the endless night beyond the window, as if surveying corpses. "Step 1 foot outside this estate, and I will kill everyone." He straightened, never glancing back. His tall, commanding silhouette dissolved into the waiting darkness. Wind roared. The helicopter surged skyward, its thunder fading into the distance, until swallowed whole by the dense, starless clouds. Silence returned to the master bedroom, thick, absolute, suffocating. Shun Jiao remained seated on the sofa, head slightly bowed, loose strands of hair veiling most of her face. Seconds passed. Then gradually the mask dissolved. The fragile, petrified pallor vanished, replaced by serene, calculating composure. She lifted a hand, casually wiping away the smear of blood. The single perfectly rendered tear clinging to her lashes vanished, retracted as if it had never existed. The deafening roar of the helicopter blades finally faded away into the dense night. The thick clouds swallowed the last flicker of the red navigation light at the tail of the private jet. The grand and luxurious Hua family manor, after experiencing a brief turmoil, fell back into an eerie silence. Shun Jiao sat quietly on the priceless leather sofa in the master bedroom. She slightly lowered her head, her thick black hair cascading down like seaweed, obscuring most of her face. From the outside, she appeared like a desperate canary, isolated and helpless, having lost her owner's protection. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes passed, confirming that the manor's security system had not emitted any abnormal alarms. Shun Jiao slowly lifted her head. The once pitiful little face, scared and bewildered, bore no trace of tears now. She extended her slender fingers and casually tidied the disheveled strands by her cheek. The feigned softness and panic in her eyes vanished in an instant. In its place was absolute clarity, cunning, and a hint of thrilling excitement at the prospect of breaking free from her cage. Finally gone. Shun Jiao slightly parted her red lips, uttering a cold remark that was completely at odds with her innocent appearance. She lazily stood up, her bare feet sinking into the soft, thick Persian carpet. Her whole being resembled a completely relaxed cat humming an unknown cheerful tune as she swayed her way to the large double bed. She fell back onto the bed, sinking comfortably into the soft covers, letting out a long sigh. There was no oppressive low pressure from Hua Siyuan, the obsessive ruler, beside her. In this master bedroom, even the air she breathed instantly became sweet and free. However, she did not let this brief respite cloud her judgment. Shun Jiao turned over, propping her chin on one hand, her gaze coldly fixed on the lawn outside through the half-open, floor-to-ceiling window. Even though Hua Siyuan was not in City A, the security level of this manor remained terrifying. In the night breeze, 300 fully armed top overseas mercenaries patrolled with the highest level of vigilance. They resembled a group of emotionless killing machines encircling the entire manor as if it were a sealed iron barrel. In the darkness, faint red reflections occasionally flashed from distant high points. Those were infrared sights on high-precision sniper rifles. Shun Jiao didn't even need to deliberately observe, she could accurately guess the positions of those snipers. As long as she dared to step out of this main building, countless high-explosive infrared points would immediately lock onto her forehead and heart. Not even a single fly could escape. This was definitely not a threat from Hua Siyuan before he left. He had truly issued an indiscriminate kill order. Shun Jiao withdrew her gaze and slowly curled her right leg. She rested her fair and proportionate calf on the edge of the bed, her calm eyes fixed on her ankle. There, tightly clasped, was a metal ring emitting a faint blue glow. This was Hua Siyuan's ultimate trump card to keep her locked, his farewell gift. Shun Jiao extended her finger and gently tapped the surface of the metal ring, producing a dull yet solid thud sound. This material was extraordinary, made of aerospace-grade special titanium alloy. Ordinary cutting machines or high-pressure hydraulic shears could not possibly break it in a short time. More critically, its internal structure was extremely complex. It was a biometric tracker dubbed the highest technology in the world. Forcibly disassembling it would trigger an explosion. It not only connected in real time to the Hua family satellites, monitoring her pulse, heartbeat, and body temperature. It also contained a highly sensitive anti-tamper self-destruct program at the nerve terminal level. Once external force was detected attempting to dismantle it, or trying to leave the designated safe coordinates of the manor, the micro-high-explosive device inside would detonate within 1/100 of a second. Its power was enough to blow her legs into a bloody pulp. In this world, aside from Hua Siyuan himself, who was the living dynamic password, any top security expert would be at a loss against this iron block. A slight misstep would mean certain death. This was a literal death lock in the physical sense. However, as she looked at this high-tech lock that could plunge any fugitive into a pit of despair, Shun Jiao's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, she curled her lips in disdain. Is this all? She let out a scornful laugh, her voice filled with mockery. Hua Siyuan, do you have some misunderstanding about my abilities? This so-called world-class cutting-edge technology indeed worked to intimidate ordinary socialites. But in front of her, a top hacker who dominated the international most wanted list and a master lockpicker, the defensive capabilities of this thing were laughable, even more so than a $5 padlock at the neighborhood entrance. The seemingly impregnable copper wall in the male protagonist's eyes leaked everywhere in hers. Shun Jiao couldn't even be bothered to get out of bed to find those expensive micro-tools. She simply raised her hand, weaving through her thick black hair. Her delicate fingertips accurately fumbled for a moment among the strands, then gently pulled. An ordinary black hairpin appeared at her fingertips. Such hairpins could be bought for 10 yuan at a convenience store. Shun Jiao brought the hairpin to her mouth, biting one end with her white teeth. With a strong tug, the black plastic anti-slip tip enveloping the hairpin was bitten off, revealing the sharp and hard metal wire inside. Next, she pinched both ends of the hairpin with her hands, exerting pressure with her fingertips to gently straighten it. The originally curved hairpin was instantly transformed into a straight needle-like wire. Shun Jiao lowered her head, her clear eyes now sharp and focused like a top predator. She leaned closer to the faintly glowing blue metal tracker, carefully observing its inner edge. In an extremely hidden position adhering closely to her skin, there was a tiny gap that almost blended with the metal texture. This was a physical emergency backup lock hole, reserved to prevent total electronic system failure. For those who weren't knowledgeable, even with a high-powered magnifying glass, they could search for a day and night without finding it. But in Shun Jiao's eyes, it stood out like a spotlight in the darkness. Without any hesitation, she steadily inserted the straightened black hairpin into the tiny gap. There was no connection to any computer terminal, nor any use of high-tech cracking devices. She slowly closed her eyes, completely cutting off visual distractions. All her attention focused solely on the two fingers gripping the hairpin. Through the thin cheap wire, she acutely sensed the complex structure of the micro-mechanical lock core inside the metal ring. The first pin is misaligned. The second pin needs to be lifted half a millimeter. Shen Jiao silently recited in her mind. Her wrist began to make tiny, almost imperceptible adjustments following her brain's instructions. This was an extremely delicate process, testing both touch and mental fortitude. Even a tremor of 1/100th of a millimeter could trigger the nearby anti-tamper alarm. Her legs would immediately say goodbye to this beautiful world. But Shen Jiao's movements flowed smoothly, like flowing water, without a hint of hesitation. Her wrist finally tilted slightly upward, and her fingertips felt an extremely faint resistance feedback. The breakthrough point had been found. From inserting the pin to cracking it, barely 3 seconds had passed. Without hesitation, Shen Jiao pinched the hairpin and gently turned it. Click! A crisp mechanical spring release echoed pleasantly in the silent master bedroom. Following that, the top tracker, which was said to explode upon forced disassembly. The biological shackles, valued at over 100 million, which was Siyuan regarded as unbreakable, suddenly lost all its deterrent power, like a soft-bodied creature caught by its 7 inches. The faint blue glow on its surface instantly extinguished, and from the perfectly sealed interface in the middle, a large gap sprang open. Effortlessly, without a scratch. The globally top-notch anti-theft lock worth over 100 million was thus defeated by a 2-cent hairpin. Shen Jiao couldn't be bothered to even glance at it. She simply extended 2 fingers, grasped the now inoperative metal ring, and casually removed it from her ankle. This tracker, embodying the ultimate desire for control of the sickly tyrant, was tossed aside by her, as if it were garbage landing on the nearby rosewood table. Having completed all this, Shen Jiao jumped off the bed and walked straight to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. She reached out and pushed open the heavy glass window. The originally tranquil night breeze was now mixed with a restless humidity, violently rushing into the room, causing her thin silk nightgown to rustle. Shen Jiao looked up at the rapidly gathering dark clouds in the sky, as if thick ink had been spilled. Even the starlight was completely swallowed, and the air was thick with a terrifying sense of impending storm. According to the latest top-secret weather forecast from the International Meteorological Organization, an unprecedented super typhoon was set to make landfall on the coastline of City A in 3 days. Facing the raging wind, Shen Jiao's red lips curled into a stunning yet dangerous smile. The wind has risen, she whispered, gazing at the night outside. It's time to announce the show. On the 3rd day after Huaxian's departure, the meteorological station in a city issued the highest-level red typhoon warning. The originally clear blue sea and sky seemed to have been drenched in thick ink. Heavy dark clouds pressed down low over the Hua family manor, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. The howling winds carried the salty scent of the sea, ruthlessly battering the ancient trees surrounding the estate. The treetops swayed wildly in the wind, producing hoarse wails that echoed like the cries of ghosts. For all the mercenaries trapped in the manor, this was undoubtedly a nightmarish weather scenario. But for Shen Jiao, this storm was a perfect farewell gift from the heavens. The typhoon not only masked the massive water fluctuations caused by the activation of the escape pod, it could completely wash away all traces of her existence in this world. It's almost time. Shen Jiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the master bedroom, watching the trees being blown about chaotically by the wind. She extended her slender finger, lightly tracing the condensation on the glass, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. Before she officially made her escape, she needed to confirm one last thing. That was to thoroughly dismantle the psychological defenses of the bodyguards outside, granting herself absolute freedom of movement. Over the past 3 days, these mercenaries had been like electronic eyes glued to her. Wherever she went, even to the kitchen on the 1st floor for a glass of water, for expressionless black-clad men followed closely behind. Such airtight surveillance, if left unchecked during the final moments of her escape plan, could spell disaster. Thus, Shen Jiao decided to show them a bit of intensity. Starting from the afternoon of the 2nd day, she began her wild performance. First, she went on a hunger strike. The top-quality bird's nest porridge, French foie gras, and wagyu steak sent from the kitchen were all returned untouched, her eyes red with tears. I want to eat. I will wait for Sign to come back and eat together. She curled up in the corner of the sofa, clutching a suit jacket left by Huaxian, crying pitifully. If he doesn't come back, then I might as well starve to death here. She even unwittingly acted as if she were suffering from severe depression. All day long she spoke not a word, staring blankly out the window, tears streaming down like beads on a broken string. This frightened the housekeeper and servants responsible for her care. What was even more alarming was that early this morning, amidst the howling winds, Shen Jiao was only wearing a thin silk nightgown, barefoot, as she ran to the cliffside observation platform at the edge of the manor. It was the highest point of the entire estate where the wind was the strongest. She stood there like a desperate stone waiting for her husband, swaying precariously against the fierce wind. "Madam, please come down quickly. It's too dangerous." The leader of the mercenaries was in a cold sweat, frantically circling below the observation platform with dozens of his brothers. They were hardened men accustomed to killing in the line of fire, facing the most ruthless drug lords without bat, yet now confronted with such a delicate little creature who could be blown away by a gust of wind. They were utterly at a loss. They dared not grab her, nor even touch her. Before leaving, Huiyi had issued a strict order: anyone who harmed a single hair on Madame's head would have their entire family pay the price. If Madame caught a cold from the wind, or worse, slipped off the cliff, they might as well just swallow their guns and commit suicide on the spot. "Don't come any closer. Stay back," Shun Jiao shouted in the wind, her long hair flying chaotically, her pale face looking pitiful. She clung tightly to the railing, crying out, "I want to see the sea. I want to see when Xian's plane will come back. If he doesn't come back, he'll just stand here waiting for him." Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, the mercenary captain anxiously tugged at his own hair. 300 armed elite mercenaries. In just a day and a half, Shun Jiao had driven them to the brink of neurosis. In despair, the captain gritted his teeth and dialed the highest-level encrypted line directly to the European headquarters. At that moment, at the Hua headquarters in Europe, Xian sat at a massive circular conference table, surrounded by dozens of top cybersecurity experts. For 3 days and nights, he had not slept a wink. His originally deep and cold black eyes were now filled with terrifying red veins. He typed frantically line by line, repairing the lower-level firewall that had been destroyed by that perverted hacker. The man exuded an aura that kept others at bay, like a bloodthirsty demon ready to erupt at any moment. The executives at headquarters had to be careful even about their breathing, fearing that a single loud breath might get them thrown out of the window by Huiyi. In this tense and oppressive atmosphere, the encrypted communication device beside Xian suddenly vibrated. He abruptly stopped typing, his gaze slicing through the screen at the flashing words "Manner Direct Line." As the call connected, the howling wind and the desperate report from the captain came through. "Huiyi, Madam has gone crazy." The captain turned the camera towards the cliff observation platform. On the screen, Shun Jiao, dressed in that thin nightgown, trembled like a leaf in the wind, yet stubbornly clung to the railing. "Madam has been on a hunger strike for 2 days. She says she misses you so much that she insists on standing at the edge of the cliff waiting for your return. We dare not touch her, the wind is too strong, and if this continues, Madam will lose her life." Hearing these words and seeing the pallid, swaying figure on the screen, Xian's iron-hard heart felt as if it had been crushed by an invisible giant hand. The pent-up rage from days of intense work transformed in an instant into overwhelming pain and panic. His dear Jiao, the one who would be frightened by thunder and seek refuge in his embrace, was willing to starve herself and suffer in the howling wind just to wait for him. How much did she miss him? How much did she love him? Xian's breathing grew heavy, veins bulging on the back of his hand, gripping the communication device. "A bunch of useless fools," he roared furiously at the screen, his voice deafening. "As long as she stays within the manor's perimeter, she can do whatever she wants. Immediately, everyone retreat 50 meters. No one is allowed to approach her. Do not startle her. Raise all the windbreak nets around her. If she loses even a single hair, I'll skin you alive when I return." With Huiyi's highest order, it felt as if they had received a pardon. The mercenaries below the cliff breathed a sigh of relief, as if granted amnesty. "Retreat. All personnel fall back 50 meters. Quickly." The captain waved his hand, retreating with his men to a safe distance, as if avoiding a plague. Watching those annoying black-clad figures retreat, like a tide standing far away behind the windbreak net, Shun Jiao let out a long breath. In her eyes, which had just been glistening with tears, there was no trace of sadness left. What replaced it was a coldness and clarity after her scheme succeeded. These fools. She was not waiting for Xian's plane. She was waiting for the super typhoon that was about to sweep everything away. Shun Jiao withdrew her gaze, looking down at the furious sea below, churning and frothing with white waves soaring several meters high. Under the cover of the storm, a tiny black dot shimmering with a faint blue light was riding the waves from afar. It was the deep-sea escape pod she had programmed for automatic navigation. The prey has fallen into the trap. The howling wind raged in her ears, akin to an ancient beast stirred to fury, emitting a heart-wrenching roar. Shun Jiao stood quietly at the edge of the cliff's viewing platform, allowing the cold rain to lash against her. The thin, expensive silk nightgown was thoroughly drenched, clinging tightly to her graceful curves. Yet the water-filled eyes that usually brimmed with innocence and sorrow now reflected no trace of weakness. Through the thick mist of rain, she fixed her gaze on a tiny black dot cutting through the waves on the horizon. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a cold, cruel, and even slightly frenzied arc. The fleeting azure glow she had seen moments ago was indeed the standby signal of the escape pod being activated. However, the solid black dot charging towards the cliff's base with resolute determination was far from the escape pod. It was the carefully chosen leading male supporting role for today's grand performance of Death Escape. A genuine desperado, a madman driven to the edge. The man steering the speedboat amidst the typhoon was named Shin Chong, a distant cousin of the Shin family, with whom he had become somewhat estranged. Back when the Shin family had not yet gone bankrupt and still wielded power in city, a Shin Chong was an incorrigible gambler using the Shin family name to swindle and deceive. He had accumulated an insurmountable debt from high-interest loans in various underground casinos. Later, to escape, Shen Jiao ruthlessly uprooted the entire Shin family with the formidable influence of Huasiyu. The so-called towering tree of the Shin family collapsed overnight. The parasites that had once fed on its trunk faced their own swift demise. Naturally, Shin Chong, stripped of the family's protection, was no exception. The ruthless debt collectors from underground banks pounced on him like sharks scenting blood. In just half a month, Shin Chong was captured and had his tendons severed, living a life of misery, constantly fleeing and suffering. On the eve of his despair, preparing to jump into the sea, he received an anonymous email with no signature in his secret encrypted inbox on the dark web. This email was of course sent by Shen Jiao while she sat in Huasiyu's bed using her hacker alias. The email's content was brutally simple, yet like a whisper from the devil it ignited the most twisted flames of revenge in Shin Chong's heart. The email detailed how Shen Jiao had manipulated Huasiyu step by step to bring down the Shin family, along with damning evidence. To make matters worse, an attachment included a confidential defense map of the Hua family estate. On this map, a red mark accurately circled a lethal blind spot at the bottom of the estate's cliff. It was a radar defense gap caused by the unusual pressure changes and magnetic interference from the typhoon. Of course, such coincidences do not exist. This so-called blind spot had been quietly integrated into the estate's lower security system by Shen Jiao a month prior. A concealed backdoor unearthed through sheer coding prowess to ensure her dear uncle could smoothly deliver the goods. Shen Jiao also thoughtfully transferred a substantial amount of Bitcoin to Shen Chong's anonymous account via an overseas onion router, enough to buy a life. However, Shin Chong did not use this fortune to repay his debts. He understood that even if he repaid the gangsters, he would not survive. Driven by overwhelming despair and deep-seated hatred for Shen Jiao, he fell into madness. With this money, he purchased a high-powered military-modified speedboat at a premium price on the black market. In the narrow hold of the boat, he madly stuffed in 300 kilograms of high-explosive dynamite. Today, taking advantage of the unprecedented super typhoon as cover, he intended to violently smash the supporting rock layers at the bottom of the cliff using the blind spot route indicated on the map. He aimed to drag down that bitch Shen Jiao, who had ruined the entire Shin family, into obliteration. At this moment, the speedboat's engine emitted a desperate howl under the weight of the furious sea. Shen Jiao looked down from her high vantage point at the crashing waves below. Through the grayish rain curtain, she seemed to clearly see Shen Chong's twisted face in the cockpit, his vengeance about to be fulfilled. What a fine blade indeed, Shen Jiao remarked coldly to herself, gathering her drenched hair against the villain believed his seamless, desperate counterattack was a grand gesture to drag his enemy into hell. In reality, it was merely a part of Shen Jiao's elaborate bait-and-switch strategy. She had worried about finding a reasonable and tragic cause of death under the watchful eyes of so many mercenaries. This diligent uncle was impatiently transforming into the most responsible deliveryman. Braving 12-level winds, he had traveled thousands of miles to deliver her a bomb capable of obliterating everything. This was the perfect loop she had meticulously crafted. Not only did it conveniently eliminate the last repugnant remnant of the Shin family, but it also provided impeccable physical cover for her impending discreet escape. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning split the dense clouds, instantly illuminating the entire Hua family estate and the tumultuous sea below. The speedboat's speed had been pushed to its limit of 70 knots. Riding on the towering white waves stirred up by the typhoon, it shot straight towards the estate's defenses like a black arrow of death. Only 3 nautical miles remained to the cliff base. Meanwhile, deep within the estate in the fortified underground security control center, due to the typhoon's strong electromagnetic interference, the clutter on the radar screen had doubled, filled with chaotic static. But just as the speedboat broke through the edge of the blind spot, "Captain, we have an emergency situation." The radar monitor suddenly leapt from his chair, his voice splintering with shock. 6 o'clock on the sea, high thermal source entity detected. Speed is outrageous. It's heading straight for the cliff directly beneath the viewing platform. Just earlier, the mercenary captain had been tormented into a nervous wreck by Shen Jiao, and he dashed to the monitoring station. He pushed aside the monitor, bracing himself on the table, fixated on the flashing screen. The infrared thermal imaging radar, after penetrating through the heavy rain, finally captured the deadly silhouette clearly. It was definitely not some giant driftwood swept away by the waves. It was a suicide assault boat operating at full power with clearly visible armored structures. What sent chills down everyone's spine was the radar's deep scan revealing that the boat's hold was radiating the distinctive, high-frequency thermal radiation of gathered explosives. Enemy attack. It's a speedboat loaded with explosives. The captain's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads in that instant, and his blood ran cold. The direction is the viewing platform. The target is the lady. His voice was hoarse like rusty metal scraping, filled with unprecedented terror and despair. The deadly order from Master Hua echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. If the lady lost a single hair, they would all have to accompany her in death, including their families far away in Europe. And now a desperate criminal was piloting a bomb boat to blow up the cliff beneath her. Whoa! In the next moment, the piercing, shrill, highest-level enemy alert instantly drowned out the roaring winds of nature. Like the horn of death, it resounded over the entire Hua family estate. This alarm was different from the previous alerts triggered by system hacks. This represented absolute physical destruction, a brutal fight to the death. Originally forced to retreat 50 meters outside the windbreak net to avoid suspicion, the 300 elite mercenaries. Upon hearing this alarm, their suppressed frustration was completely replaced by overwhelming combat fervor. Protect the lady. Act immediately. The captain issued a heart-wrenching roar over the encrypted communication channel, rolling and crawling out of the underground control room. Team 1 at all costs rushed to the viewing platform to cover the lattice evacuation. Heavy Fire Team immediately turned that scrap on the sea into a sieve. We must not let it approach the cliff. The sound of gun slides being pulled back merged into a chilling metallic symphony in the downpour. In that moment, 300 armed mercenaries unleashed their full firepower. 6 heavy machine guns stationed at various vantage points and bunkers around the estate instantly spewed half-meter-long crimson flames. The dense barrage of incendiary armor-piercing shells rained down on the turbulent sea below like a torrential storm. The entire scene descended into deafening gunfire and utter chaos. Amidst the chaos of the villain's suicide attack, the once impenetrable, flawless defense line of the estate finally exhibited the fatal 3-minute vulnerability Xin Jiao had desired. The gunfire on the surface of the sea surged like streams of deathly magma erupting from the depths of hell. 6 heavy machine guns positioned in the dark fortress roared madly at a terrifying rate of thousands of rounds per minute. The interwoven dark red tracers illuminated the pitch-black night sky ravaged by the typhoon. The dense armor-piercing incendiary rounds, shrieking with a piercing wail, fell like a deadly storm of metal. They poured down in torrents upon the modified speedboat, which was charging forward at high speed. Even though the boat's exterior was covered with military-grade bulletproof steel plates, it appeared as fragile as paper under such terrifying firepower. Bang! 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 A series of grating metal tearing sounds erupted on the sea surface. The speedboat's special bulletproof glass finally reached its limit after being struck, repeatedly shattering into countless tiny cold shards. Sharp shards of glass mixed with the tumultuous sea wind surged directly into the narrow cockpit. Xinchang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast. His left shoulder and right thigh had already been ruthlessly penetrated by 2 large-caliber bullets. Blood, warm and sweet-smelling, gushed out madly from the fist-sized wounds. It instantly stained the leather seat beneath him red, only to be washed away by the cold seawater rushing in. The excruciating nerve pain caused his entire body to spasm uncontrollably, twisting his facial muscles into a grotesque expression. Yet he did not reduce speed. Instead, he slammed the throttle to the floor. Shoot. Keep shooting. You dogs who serve Ho Si Yin. As Xinchang spat out blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, he let out a crazed and desperate laugh. His blood-soaked right hand trembled as he pulled out a black detonator from his pocket. Looking at the observation deck, faintly visible above the cliff, his eyes filled with malicious intent for mutual destruction. Xin Jiao, let's go to hell together. With a deafening roar, Xinchang pressed down hard on the red button of the detonator, symbolizing destruction. A sharp electronic beep abruptly sounded amidst the roar of the engine. In the lower cabin, the 300 kilograms of high-explosive volatile explosives were instantly stripped of all safety devices, entering the irreversible final countdown to detonation. At this moment, the 12th-level Super Typhoon finally unleashed the most terrifying destructive power of nature. Boom! Suddenly, a black, giant wave rising 10 meters high surged on the sea surface. This wave resembled a solid wall of water crashing down on the cliff's rock face with unmatched force. The deluge of seawater instantly surged upwards, mingling with the torrential rain, completely depriving everyone of visibility. The howling of the gale even momentarily drowned out the deafening roar of the heavy machine guns. In the face of this apocalyptic natural force, even the well-trained top mercenaries were blown off balance. "Cease fire. All of you stop shooting." The mercenary captain lay in a muddy puddle, wiping the rain and mud from his face, desperately shouting into the communication channel. "That's an explosive-laden boat. Detonating it up close will blow the cliff's foundation." The captain's eyes widened, cold sweat mixed with rain pouring down his body. The deadly command issued by Ho Yi before leaving weighed heavily on his spine like an invisible mountain. If anything were to happen to the lady, all 300 of them, including their families far away in Europe, would be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. He abruptly threw away his heavy assault rifle and pushed aside a subordinate who tried to shield him. Battling against the terrifying winds that could uproot a person, the captain sprinted madly toward the observation deck. The wind was like a sharp blade mercilessly cutting at his cheeks, but he dared not pause for even a second. "Hold on to the railing. I'm coming to save you." As the captain ran desperately, he shouted hoarsely, trying to confirm Shun Jiao's location amidst the torrential rain. Meanwhile, on the cliff's observation deck, Shun Jiao was barefoot, clinging tightly to the cold metal railing. Her expensive thin silk nightgown had already been drenched by the downpour. It clung closely to her graceful curves, rustling in the wind. From the captain's perspective, she looked like a fragile leaf about to be completely torn apart in the storm. Teetering on the edge, it seemed that she would be swept into the bottomless black abyss at any moment. However, with her back to all the mercenaries, Shun Jiao, in her clear, water-like, beautiful eyes, there was no trace of fear in the face of death. Instead, they sparkled with a cold-blooded madness, displaying absolute control over the situation. Her gaze pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, fixating on the speedboat below, flashing with red light, now approaching a dead end. The prey was completely in position. This grand act of death evasion, which she personally directed with the villain playing a heartfelt role, had finally reached its perfect climax. She quickly withdrew her gaze, her peripheral vision catching the captain, who was recklessly rushing toward her. "The timing is just right," Shun Jiao calmly whispered to herself. The right hand hanging at her side under the cover of her flowing nightgown swiftly reached for the pocket. In that secret pocket lay the biological sign tracker that she had easily unfastened with a 2-cent black hairpin just moments ago in the master bedroom. This was the get-out-of-jail-free card that Ho Si Yin used to control her. It was also the most crucial prop in her perfect death evasion plan. If she simply vanished into the sea amidst the explosion, leaving not even a bone behind, Ho Si Yin, with his paranoid and obsessive nature, would never believe she was truly dead. He would surely dig 3 feet into the ground like a mad dog, using global resources to turn the world upside down to find her, to sever that man's pathological obsession and gain absolute freedom for the rest of her life. She had to leave behind some irrefutable remains to prove that she had been obliterated in the explosion. Shun Jiao's movements were quick to the extreme. In the final second before the captain reached the observation deck, she slightly bent down and reattached the glimmering blue titanium alloy tracker to her fair ankle. However, this time the so-called indestructible high-tech lock was not truly locked. The faint sound of a barely noticeable click was perfectly masked by the sound of the rain. The lock of the tracker was merely loosely fitted together in a state of extreme looseness and disguise. As soon as the shockwave from the underwater explosion hit, this priceless tracker would be instantly ripped away by the massive shockwave, crashing down heavily onto the ruins of the observation deck. It would become the only solid evidence left for Ho Si Yin after her obliteration. After completing all these intricate physical disguises, Shun Jiao abruptly raised her head, her exquisitely beautiful face instantly switching channels. She immediately donned an expression of extreme fear, tears streaming down her face from despair. "Don't come over. The wind is too strong. I can't hold on," she screamed, matching the fury of nature with a heart-wrenching cry full of helplessness. Her slender body huddled tightly in the corner of the railing, trembling. The captain, seeing her terrified and pitiful appearance, felt as if his eyes were about to burst, bloodshot with urgency. "Lady, don't be afraid. Give me your hand. He'll pull you back to safety," he roared, extending his strong arms, trying to step through the gale to reach the last few steps of the observation deck. However, Shun Jiao bit her lip tightly, her fingers gripping the railing as if they had taken root. With her tear-filled big eyes, she shook her head in despair, refusing the captain's rescue. Because she knew the time had come. At that moment, just half a meter away from the captain's fingertips, near the edge of Shun Jiao's clothing, the speedboat, already riddled with holes and laden with 300 kilograms of high-explosive volatile explosives, surged forward with Shun Chang's madness for mutual destruction. It violently collided with the bottom of the cliff, the hardest load-bearing reef. Boom! A terrifying roar surpassing thunder and capable of shattering human souls erupted at the bottom of the abyss. 300 kilograms of high-explosive volatile explosives instantly released a terrifying energy capable of annihilating the world. A blindingly bright light, like a sun suddenly rising and expanding at the bottom of the sea, forcefully dispelled all darkness and rain, illuminating the entire sky as bright as day. Immediately after, the soaring orange flames mixed with countless high-temperature rock fragments reduced to powder, carrying a destructive shockwave that tore through everything like a tsunami. At the end of days, it surged along the steep cliff walls, sweeping up toward the observation deck in a cataclysmic fashion. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. At the foot of the cliff, a fierce wind howled, carrying with it the icy strands of rain. Those raindrops were like sharp blades crazily scraping across the viewing platform at the edge of the cliff. Xin Jiao stood at the brink of the abyss, her thin nightgown flapping wildly in the wind. She lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes trembling slightly. It perfectly concealed the cold, crazed, and disturbingly precise calculation lurking in her eyes. "Madam, don't." The mercenary captain's eyes widened in despair as he let out a desperate roar. He lunged at Xin Jiao like a beast driven into a corner, disregarding everything. He stretched out his powerful arms, veins bulging. His fingertips were less than 10 centimeters away from the fluttering hem of Xin Jiao's garment. Just a fraction of a second faster, and he could have grasped her. As long as he could grab her, even if it meant crushing her wrist. As long as she was alive, Mr. He wouldn't skin them all alive and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. However, that fraction of a second became an insurmountable chasm between life and death. Beep. A piercing electronic alarm rang out, sharp enough to burst eardrums. It abruptly pierced through the roar of the torrential rain. Following that was a deafening explosion. Boom! The earth shook and the entire cliff trembled violently. It was a powerful explosion coming from the direction of the villa. The terrifying orange-earth flames instantly tore through the pitch-black night. Like a roaring ancient beast, it opened its massive jaws and ruthlessly devoured everything around it. A visible, translucent shockwave, carrying temperatures of over 1,000 degrees and a destructive force that could obliterate everything, it surged towards the viewing platform. Bang! 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 The special bulletproof glass claimed to withstand large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. In the face of such overwhelming violence, it shattered like fragile candy. Cracks appeared inch by inch, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Then it exploded into a cloud of powder. Countless sharp glass shards refracted the blinding explosion's light. Like a dazzling and deadly rain of crystals, they burst forth in all directions. 300 fully armed, battle-hardened elite mercenaries. In the face of this devastating shockwave, they were like withered leaves swept away by a violent wind. They were violently thrown to the ground, rolling in pain on the steel deck. The brittle sound of breaking bones. The dull thud of bodies hitting metal, accompanied by piercing screams. The scene instantly transformed into a hell on earth. But Xin Jiao did not evade. She not only did not huddle down like the others. Even at the moment the scorching shockwave arrived, she actively abandoned all resistance of her body. She took a deep breath. Like a feather so light it had no weight, she tilted backward, surrendering to the violent force. She accurately calculated the angle, completely entrusting herself to the most dangerous edge of the shockwave. Boom! The violent tremor mercilessly struck Xin Jiao's delicate spine. A strong sense of weightlessness immediately enveloped her, stripping away all sense of solidity. Her feet finally left the hard ground completely. 100 meters. This was a sheer drop of exactly 100 meters from the sea surface. Below lay the black, turbulent sea, rolling with the breath of death. It was a bottomless abyss riddled with reefs that could tear apart even large cruise ships. And in the mercenary captain's line of sight, the scene before him became a striking image that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Xin Jiao was thrown high into the air by the tremendous explosive force. The blaze of flames illuminated her stunningly beautiful face, pale as paper. Her loose white nightgown billowed and tore in the fierce wind. The flapping fabric seemed on the verge of shattering. She resembled a white butterfly with its wings cruelly broken in the tempest. Tragic, broken, exuding a sense of lifeless fragility. She fell rapidly, facing upward into the abyss that offered no return. "No, madam." The captain knelt on the ground amidst the shards of broken glass. The sharp fragments pierced through his tactical knee pads and into his flesh, yet he remained oblivious. His eyes were bloodshot, almost bulging from their sockets. A desperate howl like a beast on the verge of death erupted from his throat. He leaned out, nearly suspended in midair, desperately trying to grasp at the elusive shadow. However, all he grasped was the cold, biting wind and rain. He could hold on to nothing. But in midair, as Xin Jiao plummeted, a cold and enchanting smile curled at the corner of her lips, hidden from everyone's view. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The angle of the jump, the force of the explosion, the calculation of wind speed. Even the position of the invisible speedboat waiting below. All were perfectly aligned without a single error. But merely escaping wasn't enough. Since she was to run, since she was to sever ties with the past, Since she had to leave a lasting psychological scar on the obsessive control freak Hossein, she must put on a grand show. To elevate the emotional impact of this death escape to the extreme, she wanted Hossein to live forever in regret and self-loathing, so that whenever he closed his eyes he would see the tragic image of her dying for him. To make him feel unbearable pain, sleepless nights. The aesthetic of a beautiful tragic ending was the highest form of punishment for a scumbag and a madman. The script was already written. The antagonist was already in place. Now it was the peak moment for the actress Xinjiao. The speed of her descent was increasing. The wind howled fiercely by her ears, cutting into her cheeks, painfully, nearly blinding her. But Xinjiao suddenly opened her eyes. The originally clear and cold depths of her gaze instantaneously transformed into a perfect portrayal of sorrow. It brimmed with heart-wrenching despair, brimming with the pain of being driven to a dead end, and a hint of deeply rooted morbid affection for that man. Tears mixed with the cold rainwater flowed freely down her beautiful tragic face, scattering in the air. She embodied the image of a pure and innocent flower, loving but unable to attain heart, turned to ashes, ultimately choosing death to fulfill each other. Every micro-expression could withstand the scrutiny of the highest definition cameras. Tell Mr. Hua. Xinjiao took a deep breath of the salty sea air. Facing the storm, she poured all her strength from her chest and hoarsely shouted the carefully prepared ultimate farewell message towards the cliff above. Her voice trembled violently from extreme fear. It was on the verge of breaking due to profound despair, yet it carried a resolute and tragic determination like a moth to a flame. I will always love him. This heart-wrenching cry pierced through the torrential rain, instantly overshadowing the deafening roar of the explosion behind her. It even drowned out the roar of the waves crashing against the rocks at the cliff's base. It resonated clearly like a curse into the ears of every mercenary on the cliff. Every word was heart-wrenching. Every sentence struck at the core. What profound and desperate love was this? Taken by Mr. Hua by force, imprisoned in a gilded cage, treated as a plaything without dignity. Yet even at the last moment of her life, facing the abyss that could shatter her to pieces, she shouted, I will always love him. She sacrificed her young and vibrant life in the most tragic, resolute manner. All to prove this love to that violent man. On the cliff, the mercenaries who had been howling and rolling fell into a deathly silence. Even their breathing had ceased. Everyone was utterly stunned, their souls shaken by this scene. They stared, wide-eyed, bloodshot eyes fixed on the delicate white figure. A few tough and ruthless men who had killed without blinking found their eyes reddening, their hands gripping their assault rifles, trembling uncontrollably. They had gone mad. Truly mad. Everyone's minds buzzed. This farewell message akin to a blood-curdling curse. If it reached Mr. Hua intact, the already obsessive, violent, and cold-blooded man, suffering from severe skin hunger, regarding his lady as the only remedy, would undoubtedly go mad on the spot. The entire Hua family, the entire Paradise Island, even the entire underground world would face an unprecedented storm of blood and gore. Everyone would pay the price alongside the lady. What Xinjiao wanted was this extreme contrast effect. She closed her eyes contentedly in the howling wind as she fell. The tears from the corners of her eyes flew into the night sky, transforming into sparkling shards of diamond. Hossein, I hope you like this grand gift of death escape, she coldly murmured in her heart. Don't look for her anymore. Your canary has completely died from this day forth. The wind by her ears grew sharper, almost transforming into a deathly shriek. The suffocating black waves of the sea were now just a hair's breadth away. The icy, piercing moisture struck her face hard. 100 meters under the influence of gravitational acceleration was merely a countdown of a few seconds. Boom. A pale lightning bolt violently split the night sky, illuminating the entire world as bright as day. It also illuminated the Black Sea, roaring and rolling at the cliff's base. It was a massive underwater vortex, turbulent waters, as if connected to the gates of hell. The next second, that fragile, blinding white figure, like a powerless tear, it fell into the dense ink pool. It instantly slammed into the cold, raging sea water. No huge splash erupted. There were no signs of struggle. Not even a ripple was left in this terrifying vortex. The turbulent, rolling black waves were like a greedy abyssal maw, mercilessly and completely swallowing Xinjiao's figure. The surface of the sea remained tumultuous. The storm continued to rage. The pitch-black night once again enveloped the foot of the cliff, as if the vibrant life that had just fallen had never existed. Only the phrase, I will always love him, that was shredded by the wind lingered in the cold cliff wall, echoing for a long time. It was sorrowful, pleading, the aftersound unending. At the viewing platform of the cliff, silence. A silence as grave as a tomb. Only the sound of heavy rain pounding on the twisted metal fragments. 300 fully armed elite mercenaries. At this moment, they seemed to have had all their souls forcibly drained. They were like lifeless clay sculptures staring blankly at the rolling black sea below. It was over. This was the only thought that simultaneously arose in everyone's mind. The mercenary captain fell heavily to his knees crashing against the sharp shards of bulletproof glass. The sharp glass pierced through the fabric. Blood instantly flowed out, staining the water on the ground red. Yet he seemed to feel not a hint of pain. He clung tightly to the edge of the cliff, to the twisted and deformed remains of the steel railing from the explosion. His nails cracked and flipped due to excessive force. Blood dripped through his fingers. But he only stared wide-eyed, fixated on the sea surface that had swallowed Xinjiao. In those eyes which had never blinked, even in the face of countless bullets and death. At this moment they were filled with a thick, unshakable fear and despair. The lady was dead, right before their eyes. To prove her innocence and love to Mr. She resolutely jumped off the 100-meter cliff. There would be no remains. Completely swallowed by the sea. Not even a shred of her clothing left behind. Mr. Hua valued the lady more than his own life. Even on ordinary days, if just a single hair was broken while combing the lattice hair, a life would be demanded in compensation. Now, she was gone. Watch them, a bunch of useless fools, drive her to her death. Just thinking about how Mr. Hua would react upon receiving the news. The terrifying wrath capable of destroying the world and slaughtering every living thing on the island. The captain shivered violently. A chilling wave surged up his spine, reaching the crown of his head. He looked, letting the icy rain pelt down on his face, pale as paper. A wail erupted from his throat, piercingly desperate. It's over. All is lost. Plopped. The bone-chilling seawater surged violently from all directions in an instant. The tremendous impact of the fall nearly shattered Xun Jiao's internal organs. She kept her eyes tightly shut, holding her breath with all her might, letting the turbulent undercurrent drag her frail body downward. All around was an impenetrable darkness. Only the muffled roar of water filled her ears. But Xun Jiao's mind was clearer than ever. 3 seconds. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Just as the oxygen in her lungs was about to run out, Xinjiao snapped her eyes open and, relying on the memory of countless rehearsals, nimbly twisted her body underwater. Beneath a submerged reef 10 meters ahead, a concealed black steel cable glimmered faintly in the weak underwater light. It was her key to freedom. Like a graceful mermaid, Xinjiao furiously parted the water and grabbed hold of that life-saving cable. Following it downward, a streamlined deep-sea escape pod lay quietly hidden in the crevice of a massive reef. Xinjiao swiftly swam to the hatch and pressed a concealed fingerprint lock. With a soft click, the heavy alloy waterproof door slowly opened. Xinjiao swam into the cramped yet secure cabin and immediately hit the close button. The hatch sealed shut again. A powerful water pump whirred to life, and in just over 10 seconds, all the seawater inside was drained. Dry, warm air filled the space once more. Xinjiao collapsed into the pilot's seat. She wiped the salty seawater from her face, and a wild grin finally broke out uncontrollably at the corners of her mouth. Safe. Free from the obsessive gaze of that control freak Huasyan. She had finally completely escaped. Xinjiao wasted no time. She swiftly peeled off her soaked nightgown and changed into a clean, warm tracksuit. Then she bent down to look at her pale ankle. There, firmly locked in place, was a black biometric tracker. This was the dog leash Huasyan had personally put on her. It not only provided real-time location, but also precisely monitored her heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature. Xinjiao took out a specially made small cutting tool from a storage compartment. In a few quick moves, she removed the tracker intact. A faint red light blinked dutifully, sending signals. Xinjiao turned and opened a small ejection port at the rear of the pod. The port connected to the seawater outside and held a net bag she had prepared earlier containing several freshly dead deep-sea blind fish. Xinjiao pinched the tracker and without hesitation stuffed it into the belly of the largest dead fish. Mr. Huahei raised a little gift for you. She smiled as she pressed the eject button. The dead fish, carried by the current, was silently expelled from the pod. Coincidentally, a massive Pacific sea turtle weighing a full 200 pounds was slowly lumbering past the reef. The turtle seemed ravenous. Spotting the dead fish drifting out of the pod, its small pea-like eyes lit up. It swam over and opened its serrated beak. With a single gulp, it swallowed the dead fish, along with Hua Corporation's most advanced tracking device, skin bones and all. The turtle let out a satisfied silent water burp, then flapped its massive flippers and slowly swam toward the depths of the Pacific Ocean, carrying Hua's precious treasure. Watching the sea turtle swim away on the monitor, Xun Jiao burst out laughing. She settled comfortably into the pilot seat and activated the pod's autopilot mode. Destination, Jiangnan Water Town. The deep ocean's silence isolated all external noise. Xun Jiao fished out a box of spicy beef, self-heating hot pot she had been craving. She added water, put in the seasoning, and closed the lid. Listening to the hot pot bubble and smelling the long-missed bold aroma of beef tallow, Shen Jiao nearly closed her eyes in bliss. As she ate the steaming hot pot, she imagined the look on Huaxian's face right now. Life couldn't get better than this. At the same time, half a world away in Europe at the whole corporation headquarters, in the top-floor circular conference room, the atmosphere was suffocating. The air felt like viscous mercury clogging the throats of every executive. Over a dozen core members of the conglomerate, all in high-end tailored suits, kept their heads bowed, not daring to breathe too loudly. At the head of the conference table, Huaxian slumped wearily in a pure black leather chair. His shirt collar was slightly open, revealing his sharp, cold collarbone. His face, handsome as a deity, yet shrouded in morbid gloom, was covered in a frosty chill. The defense systems of Paradise Island had suffered a devastating attack from an unknown hacker. All communication signals and surveillance networks were instantly paralyzed. Huaxian had practically smashed his pure silver coffee cup, forcing the tech department to restore systems in the shortest possible time. Beep. A crisp electronic prompt sounded. The massive LED screen on the wall finally lit up again. The servers were restored. The tension in Huaxian's jawline eased slightly. His deep, cold gray-blue eyes locked onto the vital signs monitoring system at the center of the screen. It was what he cared about most, the only thing that could calm his raging emotions. His Jiaojiao's heartbeat. But before Huaxian could even catch his breath or see the numbers on the screen, something went terribly wrong. The red dot on the screen representing Shun Jiao's location suddenly plummeted at a terrifyingly unnatural speed. The altitude dropped frantically: 0 meters, -10 meters, -50 meters, -100 meters. Finally, the dot sank completely into a deep-sea region thousands of meters below. Meanwhile, the real-time heart rate graph, after a violent fluctuation, as if in a death struggle, let out a piercing, flat, long beep, die-thigh. The once vibrant, undulating line representing life instantly turned into a straight, cold line, a line of death. Cardiac arrest. Vital signs 0. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. The executives' faces turned pale as they looked in horror at the man at the head of the table. Huaxian froze in his seat. His deep pupils constricted to the extreme, as if he had witnessed the most terrifying sight in the world. His mind went blank. What happened? Where was Jiaojiao's heartbeat? It was beating fine just a moment ago. How could it suddenly become a flat line? Was the tracker broken? Yes, it must be a malfunction. Huaxian's fingers trembled violently as he reached for the communicator on the table. Just then, the highest-level satellite phone in Steward Stefan's pocket, who had been standing respectfully nearby, suddenly vibrated. It was an emergency line from Paradise Island in a city. Stefan swallowed hard and answered with trembling hands. The voice on the other end spoke only a few brief sentences. Thud. Stefan's legs gave way, and he fell heavily onto the cold marble floor. The phone slipped from his sweaty hand and crashed to the ground. He looked up, his usually composed face now filled with undisguised terror and grief. Patriarch. Stefan's voice trembled uncontrollably, thick with tears. Paradise Island reports. Madam Shi. Huaxian abruptly stood up. His tall frame was like an active volcano about to erupt, exuding a terrifying pressure. What happened to her? Speak. His voice was hoarse and terrifying, like air squeezed from the depths of hell. Madam, to prove her innocence. Stefan prostrated himself, closing his eyes in despair. She voluntarily threw herself into the blast wave, was blown off a 100-meter cliff, and fell into a deep-sea whirlpool. Nothing left. Those 4 words struck Huaxian's heart like 4 poisoned daggers. Bullshit. Huaxian's eyes blazed with fury as he kicked over the heavy solid wood desk in front of him. Impossible. My Jiaojiao can't die. She's so afraid of pain. How dare she die? It's true, Patriarch. Stefan trembled like a leaf in a storm. The mercenary captain saw it with his own eyes. Before Madame jumped, she shouted her last words toward the cliff. Stefan paused, each word like a knife slicing Huaxian's nerves. Madame said, "Tell Mr. Well, I will love him forever." Those words were the final straw. I will love him forever. The words echoed wildly in Huaxian's mind, magnifying infinitely, turning into countless steel needles stabbing into his brain and organs. The girl he had imprisoned in a cage, driven to a corner with no way out, had chosen such a desperate way to prove her love at the last moment of her life. She used death to punish him thoroughly. Huaxian stared at the flat line on the massive screen. His eyes were bloodshot, the madness and agony in his gaze intertwining into a terrifying storm. A suffocating pain exploded violently from deep within his chest. It was thousands of times more intense than having his flesh torn apart. A strong metallic taste rose in his throat. Huaxian's body swayed violently. A mouthful of bright red blood sprayed from his mouth without warning. The hot blood arced through the air in a tragic line, splattering onto the silver-white, high-tech keyboard. A shocking sight. Patriarch. Mr. Hua. The terrified executives scrambled to rush forward and support him. Get away. Huaxian, like a mad tyrant, shoved everyone aside. He yanked the gun from his waist. Bang. Bang. Bang! 3 consecutive shots shattered the priceless crystal table in the center of the conference room. Shards of glass flew and screams erupted. But no one dared to flee. Everyone cowered watching the demon who had completely descended into madness. Huaxian's mouth was covered in blood. He pointed the gun at the ceiling, veins bulging on his forehead, and let out a desperate roar like a dying beast. Commandeer a private jet now. Force a return to a city. Mobilize all submarines. Seal off the entire sea area. His eyes were bloodshot like a demon crawling out of hell, grinding his teeth as he roared. Even if I have to drain the entire Pacific Ocean, I will find her. In the waters of City A, the super typhoon Poseidon made landfall ahead of schedule. The fierce winds acted like tangible blades, whipping up towering waves over 10 meters high that crashed violently against the hidden reefs at the base of the cliffs. Yet this terrifying sea, capable of swallowing everything, was forcibly illuminated as bright as day. Over 100 military-grade salvage ships adorned with the dark golden emblem of the Hua family had been anchored in formation. They resembled unyielding steel behemoths, forming an intricate web amid the raging storm. Countless high-intensity searchlights swept frantically across every inch of the pitch-black sea surface. In the sky, the roar of engines instantly tore through the storm. A private jet originally bound for the European headquarters like a wild raptor out of control disregarded all air traffic control. It swooped dangerously low, skimming over the salvage fleet. The cabin door swung wide open. The fierce winds rushed into the fuselage. A tall, slender figure emanating an aura of boundless ferocity showed no hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he leaped from a height of 1,000 meters into the superstorm that could even disrupt radar. The parachute was severely deformed in the typhoon, nearly sucking the person into a deadly spiral of airflow several times. However, the individual managed to control his descent with an almost freakishly powerful physique, crashing down onto the main ship's flight deck. With a dull thud, the deck trembled. Master, Hui. The fully armed salvage team members immediately knelt down, not daring to lift their heads. Huaxian tore away the parachute cords that were tightly wrapped around him. His thin white shirt, without even a windbreaker, was instantly drenched by the icy rain. The fabric clung tightly to his broad and sturdy chest, exuding an almost self-torturous chill. His handsome face, resembling that of a deity, bore no trace of color, pale as a glacier in the polar region. Stains of bright red blood remnants from the European conference lingered along his jawline. At that moment, washed away by the rain, it flowed down his neck, a shocking sight. Yet he seemed oblivious to the surrounding cold and the intense pain in his body. Striding past his kneeling subordinates, he headed straight for the railing at the edge of the deck. Huaxian stared intently at the roiling black whirlpool below. His eyes, usually high and filled with a gray-blue cold light, were now completely bloodshot. It was like a beast that had its heart brutally ripped out, flowing with tears of despair. An aura of terrifying death emanated from him, as if he had crawled out of the inferno of Azura. Did you find anything? Huaxian's voice was hoarse and terrifying, like sandpaper scraping against a rough wall. The team leader knelt in the water, trembling in fear. Reporting to Huayi, we have already deployed 50 deep-sea submersibles. However, there are far too many reefs in this sea area, and the typhoon has caused the underwater currents to be completely chaotic. Visibility is nearly zero, and we... Bang! Before the team leader could finish, Huaxian kicked him to the ground. His heavy military boots pressed mercilessly against the leader's chest, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of bitter water. I don't want to hear this nonsense. The veins at Huaxian's temples throbbed furiously, his rationality completely shattered. People must be found alive. She cannot be dead. My Jiao Jiao is most afraid of the dark, most afraid of the cold. She must be down there crying and waiting for me to rescue her. Suddenly the man drew his sidearm, chambering around. With a click, the gun barrel pressed firmly against the team leader's forehead. He resembled a tyrant driven to madness, issuing a death order through the intercom to the entire fleet. Continue deploying the submersibles. Even if it costs lives, I want a path opened up. Even if I have to drain every drop of water from the Pacific Ocean. I want my Jiao Jiao brought back safe and sound. The torrential rain poured down. The entire sea echoed with the man's desperate and brutal roar. It was a chilling, tragic sound, suffocating like the end of the world. However, the scene shifted. Right below the feet of this group of people. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, in the tranquil water layer 30 meters deep, a completely different scene. Inside the deep-sea survival pod, warm yellow protective lights illuminated the interior. A miniature fresh air system hummed as it circulated dry air, faintly scented with citrus. The temperature inside was maintained at a comfortable 24 degrees. Compared to the apocalyptic, tragic atmosphere above the sea, this place felt like a blissful sanctuary, completely isolated from the world. Shun Jiao was comfortably sprawled on a soft leather sofa. She was draped in a fluffy cashmere blanket, her long, fair legs casually intertwined. On her stunningly beautiful face, she wore a dark mask. It was a top-tier anti-aging mask made of caviar purchased at a high price by Huaxin. Tisk, although Huaxin is a controlling freak, his taste in skincare products is indeed impressive. Shun Jiao extended her slender fingers, gently patting her cheeks to ensure the expensive essence was fully absorbed. She looked content, showing no trace of the tragic self-awareness of a heroine who had just performed a noble sacrifice. In front of her on the folding table, a spicy beef hot pot was bubbling vigorously. The red oil in the pot churned wildly, making cheerful bubbling sounds. The overpowering aroma of beef mingled with the spicy kick of chili and pepper. It instantly filled the cramped pod, tempting her taste buds. Shun Jiao took a pair of pure silver chopsticks and picked up a piece of fresh tender beef tripe covered in bits. In the red broth, she expertly dipped it up and down. The moment the tripe curled slightly, she couldn't wait to pop it into her mouth. Crunch, crunch, spicy and crispy, bursting with flavor. Shun Jiao couldn't help but close her eyes, letting out a sigh of happiness. Her feet joyfully swayed beneath the blanket. While chewing on the crispy tripe, she reached for the waterproof tablet beside her. The screen lit up. Shun Jiao skillfully entered a long string of complex dynamic commands and retinal verifications, successfully logging into a confidential offshore account at a Swiss bank. Looking at the balance numbers popping up in the center of the screen, the smile in Shun Jiao's eyes could no longer be contained. The mask almost peeled off at the edges due to the muscle tension. 320 billion. This was the cash she had washed out step by step from several overseas major projects of the Hua family during her 3 years of captivity, thanks to Huaxian's unbounded indulgence and the privileges of being his fiancée. She had done it quietly without anyone noticing. If I'm going to escape, I can't do it without enough funds. She was not the kind of tragic heroine who left with nothing and ended up selling goods under a bridge. This cash flow of hundreds of billions was enough for her to buy an entire antique street in the picturesque Jiangnan watertown. She could afford to pamper a dozen handsome, obedient young men with broad shoulders and narrow waists and 8-pack abs every day. Shun Jiao picked up a cold drink beside her, happily sipping a big gulp. Images of the surface flashed in her mind. That tyrant Huaxin, who was imperious and suffered from severe. At this moment, he was probably raging like a mad dog against the shattered cliff, drenched like a drowned rat in the rain, coughing up blood while searching the world for her corpse. Oh dear, just thinking about it makes me feel so sorry for him. Shun Jiao perfunctorily mourned for him in her heart for half a second. Then joyfully she tossed some wide rice noodles and quail eggs into the hot pot. This life was truly one that even the gods would envy. Listening to the faint sound of flowing water outside while enjoying the hot, spicy hot pot, Shun Jiao felt exhilarated beyond measure. She couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune in this small but safe space, celebrating the pure joy of a scheming woman successfully escaping with the loot. It was so simple and yet so satisfying. Just as Shun Jiao slurped up the wide noodles, happily planning her future life as a wealthy woman, choosing her suitors, an anomaly suddenly emerged. Outside the transparent porthole on the left side of the escape pod, made from the highest pressure-resistant materials, the previously dark and tranquil deep-sea waters suddenly darkened without warning. It was as if some enormous presence far exceeding the known size of ordinary marine life had passed by. Silently and swiftly brushing against the metal shell of the escape pod, it caused an unusual turbulence as the entire several-ton escape pod was swept up in the violent currents. Shun Jiao's chopsticks with the wide noodles froze in midair. Her smile stiffened on her face. At the same time, above, over 100 meters up on the sea surface, in the control room of the salvage ship battered by the raging winds, the military-grade sonar radar, previously scanning the complex underwater terrain at full power, suddenly erupted with a piercing high-frequency alarm that seemed capable of piercing eardrums, emitting a series of sharp beep-beep-beep sounds. The piercing high-frequency alarm abruptly shattered the stormy night sky. That sound, like a death knell, tightened everyone's nerves aboard the silent salvage flagship. Bang! The anti-explosion door of the control room was violently pushed open. The radar operator scrambled onto the rain-soaked deck. Soaked to the skin, he clutched a military waterproof tablet tightly, his voice cracking with extreme excitement and fear. Target locked. Mister, but we have locked onto the target. The operator knelt in a puddle, raising the tablet high with both hands. It's the biological signal tracker on Madame's ankle. The signal has reappeared. This announcement struck like a thunderbolt on the deck. The entire world seemed to be paused in that moment. The once howling storm seemed to recede in an instant. Over 100 fully armed salvage team members held their breath. Huaxin stood frozen in place. His bloodshot gray-blue eyes were fixated on the screen in the operator's hands. On the screen, the red dot representing Shun Jiao was flashing. At a depth of 30 meters, less than 50 nautical miles from the flagship. Found it. Finally found it. Huaxin's chest heaved violently, his throat constricting painfully. He wanted to step forward, but found his legs weighed down like they were filled with lead. A dizzying sensation swept over his mind. Is it ecstasy? No. What followed was a deeper, heavier fear. Because the vital signs data beside the screen still displayed a cold straight line. Heartbeat 0. Blood pressure 0. Body temperature the same as the icy seawater. The tracker is still there, indicating that the person is right there. Yet there were no signs of life. Steward Stefan stood not far behind Hwasiyun, his face as pale as paper. He glanced at the data on the screen, and then at the violently churning dark sea. As the most composed steward of the Hwa family, he understood better than anyone what this meant. 100 meter, a super powerful explosive shockwave, and the underwater currents and reefs like a meat grinder in this storm. The survival rate under such extreme destructive conditions is absolutely zero. What will they pull up now? A swollen, deformed corpse? Or remains shredded by water pressure and Stefan closed his eyes, a drop of hot tears spilling from the corner of his eye, instantly washed away by the cold rain. Such a delicate girl like Madame who would turn red at the slightest scrape. Yet now she faced such a tragic and brutal fate. Stefan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging pain in his chest. He turned to face all the waiting bodyguards and salvage team members on the deck. Everyone attention. The steward's voice was not loud, but it carried a suffocating sense of solemnity and authority. Remove your sunglasses. Bow your heads, mourn in silence. This was a command that instilled despair. In that moment, everyone was mentally prepared to face Madame's disfigured body. There are no miracles. In the face of absolute natural forces and disasters, the power of the Hwa family cannot bring back a living soul. Swish. The synchronized movement. Over 100 tough men who licked blood on the edge of a knife silently removed their black tactical sunglasses in the pouring rain. They bowed their heads, letting the fierce wind and rain lash against their faces, paying silent tribute to the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. It felt as if the air had turned into heavy lead blocks, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Activate the heavy crane. The salvage team leader with red-rimmed eyes issued the final command over the intercom. The target's weight is abnormal, and its volume is immense. Slow down the winch speed, make sure to preserve the body intact. Boom. The heavy machinery aboard the flagship began to emit a deafening roar. The thick alloy steel cables, as robust as an adult's arm, snapped taut in the storm. The winch turned slowly, emitting a grating sound. The steel cable retracted inch by inch toward the surface of the sea. With each turn, it felt like Hwasiyun's nerves were being tortured. He finally moved. Hwasiyun walked like a soulless zombie to the railing at the front of the deck, step by step. He didn't carry an umbrella or wear protective gear. His thin white shirt was thoroughly soaked, clinging to his pale, cold skin. He extended his long, pale hand, gripping the massive steel railing tightly. Those hands, once in control of the global economic lifeline, now trembled pitifully. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. As the cables retracted, huge white bubbles began to rise from the surface. Hwasiyun stared intently at the water, his eyes shot through with terrifying red veins. His breathing was rapid, akin to a dying fish. A sharp pain in his heart felt like it was about to tear him apart. That pain nearly sent him into shock. He recalled the soft feeling of Shun Jiao when she was held in his arms. He remembered her in a qipao with red-rimmed eyes, pitifully asking him to be gentler. His dear Jiao Jiao, who loved beauty the most. How heartbroken would she be if she knew she had turned into a mangled form? Crack. A faint sound of metal breaking. Hwasiyun's fingers, overexerted, turned ghostly pale. The pure steel ship's helm handrail was actually dented and deformed by his bare hands. Sharp metal splinters pierced his palm. Blood instantly gushed out, mingling with the rain and dropping onto the deck, creating a series of tragic blood blooms. But he felt no pain. All his pain receptors were completely numb at that moment. Splash. A huge sound. Under the focus of several high-intensity searchlights, the surface of the sea was finally breached. A massive shadow, tightly wrapped in thick cables, was forcibly dragged out from the deep sea vortex. Due to its immense size and the accumulation of seabed mud and seaweed, it was impossible to discern what it truly was. Everyone present felt their hearts drop to the abyss. Such a large mass. Could it be that Madame was caught up in some gigantic sunken ship wreckage? Or trapped with the rocks? It was unimaginable what that delicate body would become under such pressure. Jiao Jiao. Hwasiyun's Adam's apple moved violently. He opened his mouth to utter those two words. His voice was hoarse and broken, filled with an overwhelming stench of blood. It sounded like a desperate whimper, as if someone had crushed his throat. Don't be afraid. He gazed at the massive shadow suspended in midair, a sickly madness and profound affection surging in his eyes. I will take you home, even if it's a pile of broken bones. Even if it's a puddle of flesh. I will bring you back, locking you in the ice coffin of Paradise Island, accompanying me for eternity. The crane's arm slowly moved. Finally, it steadily placed the incredibly heavy behemoth in the center of the deck. Bang! The dull impact made everyone's hearts tremble violently. Several bodyguards rushed forward, gently covering the massive object with a large black waterproof cloth. This was the last dignity and respect for the deceased. They could not let the raging wind and rain further destroy Madame's last shred of dignity. Water mixed with mud flowed down the black cloth, staining the deck. Even the howling of the typhoon seemed to be isolated by this tragic atmosphere. Hwasiyun released the deformed railing. His palms were a bloody mess, droplets of blood falling to the ground. He dragged his heavy steps one by one towards the massive object covered by the black cloth. With each step his expression grew more ashen. It felt as if he was not walking towards a corpse, but towards the grave of his buried soul. Two deep divers in heavy diving suits had already knelt beside the black cloth. Their task was to assess the condition of the body. One of the divers swallowed hard. His hands, used to the terrifying sight of underwater corpses, trembled like leaves in the wind. He dared not look up at Hwasiyun's ghastly face. He could only take a deep breath, grit his teeth, and tremblingly grasp the edge of the black cloth. Then, under the despairing gaze of everyone on board, he slowly, little by little, lifted a corner of the water. The black rain cover was slowly lifted by the trembling hands of the deep diver, inch by inch. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Every subtle sound of friction felt like it was tugging at the nerves of those present. The torrential rain continued to rage, pounding on the deck with deafening roars. Yet at that moment, everyone's heartbeat collectively stopped. They widened their eyes, afraid to even breathe, fearing that even a breath would dissipate the last dignity the lady left in this world. The rain cover had slipped halfway, revealing no unexpectedly pale and swollen skin. There was no gruesome flesh shattered by the rocks, nor any fibers belonging to human clothing. What came into view was a large piece covered with greenish seaweed, even attached with several barnacles the size of an adult's fist. A hard shell. The deep diver was stunned, the action of lifting the rain cover frozen in midair. A hot tear hanging at the corner of Butler Stefan's eye was stuck in the wrinkles. All the members of the retrieval team, who were on high alert and had prepared for the most tragic psychological scenario, were collectively dumbfounded under the focus of several glaring military searchlights. The enormous black rain cover finally slipped off completely, with a splash landing on the deck. In the center of the deck, a corpse was blatantly exposed to everyone's gaze. It was an extremely large Pacific Sea turtle weighing over 200 pounds. It seemed very uncomfortable with the sudden bright light. Slowly and sluggishly from that heavy dark green shell it stretched out its wrinkled head. In its green bean-sized eyes there was a clarity of stupidity and deep bewilderment. It looked around with a dazed expression, gazing at the terrifying upright apes dressed in black combat gear, wearing headsets and holding assault rifles. Seeing their bloodshot eyes and tragic expressions, as if mourning a loss, the turtle's small eyes seemed to flash with great confusion. Even the howling of the typhoon felt somewhat superfluous at that moment. Hundreds of battle-hardened elite bodyguards and mercenaries. The worldview collapsed in that second, shattered to pieces without a trace. What was happening? Where was the lady? That delicate darling cherished in the hands of Master Hua. How could such a huge turtle be pulled up? Could it be the lady turned into a turtle after falling into the water? No, that's too absurd. Just as everyone was madly questioning their lives, their brains completely crashed. The Pacific Sea turtle, forcibly awakened from its deep-sea slumber, seemed to find the atmosphere around it a bit awkward. It slowly opened its serrated mouth towards the group of dazed men in black. Burp. It let out an extremely loud burp, carrying the strong stench of deep-sea dead fish. With that burp, a crystal-clear bubble emerged from its mouth, bursting in the air with a pop. And at the moment it opened its mouth, everyone, including Hwasiyun, who was staring intently, clearly saw. At the corner of the turtle's slimy mouth, there was a small black device the size of a fingernail stuck there with a red signal light on it. It was flashing cheerfully and diligently, emitting a beep, beep, beep light. A mini biological signal tracker reputed to be the world's highest technology, costing a 9-figure sum. The deck fell into a bizarre silence once again. This time, even the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard clearly. The case was solved. There was no tragic drowning, no beautiful martyrdom. Just a complete and utter confusion, playing everyone like monkeys in a shocking blunder. Butler Stefan stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling into the puddle. His face, once filled with grief, now turned pale and flushed, a spectacle to behold. He glanced at the innocent-looking turtle, then awkwardly turned to look at Hwasiyun, who stood not far away. Hwasiyun remained still. He looked like a statue frozen in the rainstorm, staring intently at the turtle that was still slowly blinking. His brain had completely crashed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds. In Hwasiyun's mind, everything that had happened in the past few hours played like a revolving lantern. The earth-shattering explosion on the cliff. Shun Jiao's heart-wrenching figure plummeting like a kite with a broken string. In the howling wind and rain, her heart-rending, blood-curdling last words. Tell Mr. Hua that I will love him forever. For this sentence, he was in unbearable pain, his heart shattered. He spat blood and went mad. He acted like a mindless tyrant, disregarding all international laws, hijacking a private jet to parachute. He even prepared to spend the rest of his life holding her memorial tablet, living in solitude on Paradise Island. Every drop of blood he shed for her, every bit of heartbreak he felt. At this moment, before the burping Pacific sea turtle, it became a loud, crisp, unrelenting slap in the... It struck the face of this powerful hybrid overlord of the Hua family. What fidelity and martyrdom! What forever loving him! All of it was nonsense. All of it was the heartless woman crafting a grand lie to escape. She didn't even destroy the tracker. Instead, she casually stuffed it into the fish's belly, feeding it to a passing turtle, making the esteemed master Hua, commanding hundreds of warships, pay tribute to a turtle in this stormy weather. Thud. A sound only Hossein could hear. The string named reason in his mind snapped completely. Extreme sorrow was instantly replaced by extreme humiliation and rage. His previously pale face turned a frightening dark red from the surge of blood. In his gray-blue eyes there was no longer despair from a broken heart. Instead, a blazing fire ignited, almost capable of evaporating the entire ocean. Good. Hossein squeezed out a low and chilling word from deep within his throat. The temperature around him seemed to drop to freezing point. The bodyguards were so frightened that they all retreated, not daring to breathe. Perfect. He suddenly lifted his foot. His long legs, clad in heavy military boots, bore terrifying power. Without mercy, he stomped heavily on the nearby steel deck. Boom. A deafening sound. That special steel deck, half a meter thick, which even armor-piercing rounds found difficult to penetrate. It was actually kicked out into a terrifying dent by his furious foot. The surrounding metal even let out a mournful cry, unable to bear the sudden pressure. Hossein laughed in anger. He tilted his head, letting the rain wash over his blood-stained face. From his throat came a low, mad laughter filled with endless desire for destruction. Ha ha. The laughter echoed in the gale, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Hossein was actually toyed with by a canary raised in a cage. Not only did she steal his heart, but she also played him like a monkey. What a forever love for me. Hossein gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be spat out through crushed teeth, carrying a strong, bloody scent and unabashed possessiveness. Shenjiao, you've grown capable. Daring to disturb the Great One, daring to stab at my heart with such matters. You better pray to never fall into my hands again in this life. Otherwise he would definitely break her legs with his own hands, using the thickest pure gold chains to lock her forever to the bed, rendering her unable to do anything but cry for mercy. The violent rage completely ignited the blood of this tyrant. Hossein abruptly turned around. His tall figure resembled a lion, thoroughly enraged, exuding a terrifying oppressive aura. He grabbed Butler Stefan by the collar, with such force that the over 50-year-old butler was lifted off the ground. Hossein's eyes aflame with hellfire fixed on the butler. His voice was like a death warrant from the depths of hell. Send out the order. Activate all of Hua's overseas forces. Retrieve all the sea turtles in the Pacific and investigate each one. A few days later, in the Jiangnan water town 2,000 kilometers away from City A, the morning mist like a layer of soft white gauze enveloped this ancient town with a 1,000-year history. There was no storm, no terrifying Pacific tsunami, and certainly not that half-blood plutocrat who bit everyone like a mad dog across the world. Only a gentle drizzling rain trickling down the black tiles and white walls dripping onto the blue flagstones. A breeze blew by, filling the air with the faint scent of osmanthus unique to Jiangnan. By the edge of the rippling canal, a private smuggling boat, its exterior mottled and hung with tattered fishing nets, docked silently. The rusty iron anchor sank into the water. The gangplank was laid onto the moss-covered stone steps. Shun Jiao, dressed in an unremarkable black hooded tracksuit and a baseball cap, pulled low, strode out of the cabin. She carried a seemingly ordinary black backpack. In her hand, she held a heavy silver briefcase. Boss, we've arrived. The smuggler captain, his face full of rough features, rubbed his hands together, looking at the unusually young and beautiful girl with awe in his eyes. Shun Jiao did not speak. She pulled a heavy gold bar from her pocket and tossed it to him casually. Appreciate the hard work. You know the rules. I was never on your boat. The captain scrambled to catch the gold bar, wiped it vigorously on his clothes, and bowed and scraped. Got it. Got it. Take care, and may you strike it rich in Jiangnan. Shun Jiao adjusted her cap, turned, and stepped onto the solid blue stone path. She breathed in the free air devoid of gunpowder, the stench of blood, and the domineering male pheromones of Hossein. The corners of Shun Jiao's mouth curled up uncontrollably. Escaped. Completely escaped. Not only had she successfully shaken off that 9-figure tracker, but she had also used a deep-sea escape pod and secret black market waterways to sever all of Hua conglomerate's radar surveillance networks. Even if Hossein turned every sea turtle in the Pacific upside down, he would never imagine that his beloved, whose body was never recovered, was now leisurely strolling through an ancient Jiangnan town 2,000 kilometers away. Xun Jiao followed the winding water alley skillfully, turning deep into the town. Behind a noisy underground mahjong parlor, she found a black internet cafe with no sign. Pushing aside the greasy plastic curtain, she entered a smoke-filled room reeking of cheap instant noodles and low-quality cigarettes. She went to the counter, tossed down 200 yuan bills, and requested a computer in the farthest corner without surveillance. Sitting down, she didn't touch the cafe's mouse. Instead, she pulled a tiny black USB drive from a hidden pocket in her backpack and plugged it into the computer's port. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. The screen flickered a few times before instantly switching to a dark web interface with a black background. Here she would completely bury the name Xun Jiao. She would begin the second phase of her life as a wealthy woman. The black market's top-tier identity forging system was expensive but incredibly efficient. Xun Jiao paid a deposit of 5 million Bitcoin. Click-clack. The crisp sound of the mechanical keyboard was insignificant in the noisy cafe. In just 3 minutes, a brand new clean identity was born. One with a perfect traceable lineage even in the national database. Name Wan Meng. Age 22. Registered residence, a small border town in the south. Xun Jiao looked at the ID photo automatically generated on the screen. The girl in the photo had the same features as her, but a completely different temperament. Before uploading the photo, Xun Jiao had deliberately used a special AI algorithm to subtly adjust the facial muscle structure. She erased the coldness and stubbornness from her eyes. She added a layer of pitiable, gentle, and fragile charm. She was the spitting image of an innocent, lovable little Jiangnan flower, naive to the world. Wan Meng. Soft and adorable. Xun Jiao was very satisfied with this deceptively sweet new name. Who would imagine that behind this soft, easily bullied name lurked a ruthless figure who had made off with hundreds of billions from a mafia boss? Next came the final step in perfecting her personal file, and the most important one. To legitimize the hundreds of billions in her account and avoid attracting the attention of money laundering agencies. Xun Jiao crafted the perfect persona for herself, a gentle young widow who had inherited her late husband's vast fortune. In this day and age, what could be a more delightful and perfect start than getting promoted, getting rich, and having your husband die? A mandatory electronic form popped up on the screen. Please briefly describe the cause of death and pre-mortem characteristics of the deceased spouse for insurance fraud coincidence check. Looking at the input box, Xun Jiao's fingers paused on the keyboard. Involuntarily, Huaxian's strikingly handsome, yet gloomy and violent face surfaced in her mind. She recalled his mad dog demeanor, how he'd pull a gun at the slightest provocation. She remembered his perverse behavior of locking her in bed, readied, sniffing her neck like a dog. Xun Jiao snorted coldly, a glint of sly, dark, cunning flashing in her eyes. A rare chance to legally slander that tyrant. How could she let it slip by? Her fingers flew unceremoniously, typing furiously into the input box. Pre-mortem characteristic 1, irritable temper. Irritable. He was a human nuclear bomb that exploded at the slightest touch with a temper so foul, it was beyond belief. Pre-mortem characteristic 2, advanced mania. He was always smashing things and locking people up. Apart from her, his tranquilizer, even doctors dared not approach him. If that wasn't advanced, what was? Pre-mortem characteristic 3, clingy. Xun Jiao almost laughed out loud as she typed these words. The mighty head of the Hua conglomerate, the decisive underground king, was in private a world-class, clingy pest suffering from severe skin hunger who absolutely had to hold her tightly to fall asleep. No one would believe it if she told them. After filling in the characteristics, she came to the most crucial part, the cause of death. Without any hesitation, with her most sincere blessing, she heavily typed 4 words: struck by lightning. Yes, struck by lightning. Who told him to be so evil and oppressive? Even the heavens couldn't stand it, and sent down a thunderbolt to fry him to a crisp. Looking at the screen filled with merciless mockery of Huaxian, Xun Jiao finally let out a comfortable sigh of relief, releasing the last of her pent-up anger. Enter. Ding. The system emitted a crisp notification sound. File entry successful. Identity verification passed. Welcome, Ms. Wan Meng. The green light reflected on Xun Jiao's beautiful face. From this second onward, Xun Jiao ceased to exist. Only Wan Meng remained. A single happy 100-billionaire young widow. Xun Jiao swiftly unplugged the USB drive, destroyed all browsing history, and walked out of the dim internet cafe. The rain outside had stopped. The early autumn sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden sheen on the mottled blue flagstones of the ancient town. Xun Jiao took a deep breath of the fresh, moisture-laden air. Shaking off the exhaustion of the past few days, she was radiant and full of vitality. Next, it was time to enjoy the wealthy life she had earned with her chaste martyrdom. She turned and walked into the busiest commercial street of the ancient town. Lining both sides were Ming and Qing-style antique buildings bustling with tourists. Xun Jiao headed straight for an extremely imposing storefront with a plaque reading Jiangnan's first residence. It was the town's largest high-end real estate agency. They specialized in providing top-tier private residences for the hidden wealthy who came to Jiangnan for retirement and leisure. Shun Jiao adjusted her cap, carrying the silver briefcase filled with cash. She swaggered through the door of the agency with an arrogant Dauntless stride. The receptionist, seeing her wearing a pilled tracksuit, shot her a look of disdain. Just as she was about to brush her off, Shun Jiao ignored her completely and walked straight to the central VIP reception desk. Bang! The heavy silver briefcase was slammed unceremoniously onto the rosewood table. A dull thud echoed, under the shocked gazes of several nearby agents. Shun Jiao's slender fingers fiddled with the combination lock. With a click, the case popped open. Inside were stacks upon stacks of neatly arranged, dazzlingly red, crisp 100-yuan bills. Several million in cash exuding the enticing scent of ink instantly blinded everyone. Shun Jiao took off her baseball cap. Her thick seaweed-like black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Leaning one hand on the table, her deceptively gentle and fragile face now bore the arrogance and domineering air of a top-tier plutocrat's fiancée. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice clear and crisp. Show me the best, most prosperous, and most auspicious three-courtyard mansion in your inventory. In this world, the power of money is the simplest, the most brutal, and the most immediate form of magic. A full 300,000 in cash was thrown down. The large courtyard in the ancient town, which was originally only for rent and not for sale, and had excellent feng shui, was transferred to the name of Runaway within just 2 hours. Not only that, this astonishing sum of money also set the top 8 soft decoration teams in the ancient town into a frenzy of activity all afternoon. From exquisite Wangwali wood furniture to stunning double-sided screens embroidered with Sioux embroidery. From the precious orchid just transplanted from the yard to the top-quality velvet carpet laid in the bedroom. Everything was arranged clearly and luxuriously before sunset. This is the joy of a wealthy woman. No need to watch anyone's expression, no need to cater to anyone's preferences. In the evening, Shun Jiao stood at the front gate of the outermost layer of the courtyard, watching the workers carefully hang a plaque carved from fine golden silk nanmu steadily above the door frame. The plaque displayed 6 large characters written in cursive and gilded, Ruan's Cheap House Studio. Shun Jiao crossed her arms, watching her own sign with satisfaction. There was no suffocating surveillance from Huaxiyin, no bodyguards keeping watch every few steps. She could finally do what she loved without fear. In the past 3 years, although Huaxiyin, that obsessive man, had bought her countless high-end kipeos, each designed slit height, and even the transparency of the fabric had to go through his extremely perverse scrutiny. Now she could wear kipeos with slits as high as she wanted. She could make clothes for whoever she pleased. This feeling of completely mastering her own fate was more intoxicating than breathing oxygen. As the sky darkened, the nightlife of the ancient town in Jiangnan began to unfold with the glow of red lanterns. Shun Jiao changed into a comfortable silk loungewear, lazily leaning back in the rocking chair in the inner courtyard. To celebrate her successful death escape and the perfect debut of single wealthy woman Runaway, she spent a fortune to book the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the top restaurant in the ancient town that usually required reservations 6 months in advance. They sent their chef and entire service team to personally provide a private dinner. "Miss Wan, your dishes are ready." The manager of the restaurant, dressed in a traditional outfit, stood respectfully by the redwood 8 Immortals table as 4 trained waiters cautiously uncovered the exquisite blue and white porcelain food covers on the table. In an instant, a rich and irresistible aroma of top-tier delicacies wafted through the night breeze. At the center was a beautifully shaped squirrel fish. The golden and crispy fish meat resembled blooming chrysanthemums drizzled with a layer of crystal-clear, enticing sweet and sour sauce. The sour and sweet aroma was so appetizing that just a whiff could make one salivate uncontrollably. On the left was a bowl of crab meat lion's head, made from top-grade purple clay. The meatball the size of an adult's fist floated in a clear, yet exceptionally delicious chicken broth topped with a thick layer of golden crab roe extracted fresh from Yangqing Lake's hairy crabs. On the right was a plate of authentic dompa pork interspersed with fat and lean meat tied with straw in a cross pattern. The meat was braised to perfection. Under the light, it presented a semi-transparent amber hue, rich yet not greasy, tender and fragrant. Even a slight tremor of the table would cause the piece of dompa pork to shake enticingly. "Miss Ruan, this is the rare osmanthus wine that our restaurant has treasured for 20 years, a gift for you to taste." The manager respectfully placed the last white jade wine pot down. "Wishing you peace and prosperity in Jiangnan, may all your wishes come true." Shun Jiao waved her hand, signaling them to leave, and left a thick stack of tips on the table. The service team exited the courtyard with endless gratitude, closing the heavy door behind them. In the large 3-entry courtyard, only the sound of flowing water and the rustling of the wind through the bamboo forest remained. Above her head was a round moon, pure as jade. Shun Jiao took a deep breath of the air filled with the warmth of human life, her mood reaching its peak. She walked to the Eight Immortals table and gracefully took a seat. With her delicate white fingers, she grasped the warm, white jade wine pot. The crimson liquid poured down into the white jade cup. The rich osmanthus fragrance and the deep aroma of the wine instantly filled her nostrils. This is the life of a person. Shun Jiao sighed contentedly in her heart. Compared to being tossed around by that tireless man who was like a wolf in the big bed on Paradise Island every night, or playing the role of a fragile and innocent canary every day, the life of a wealthy woman now was simply paradise. Come on. Shun Jiao's eyes were filled with an irresistible smile. She raised the priceless cup of osmanthus wine towards the solitary lofty moon above her head. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice tinged with unabashed malice and pride. This first cup of wine. Cheers to my late husband Huasyin, who is far away and struck by lightning. May he find joy in searching for turtles in the sea. After saying that, Shun Jiao chuckled softly. She brought the wine cup close to her lips, just as she was about to tilt her head back and drink this wine, symbolizing freedom. Ready to enjoy this table full of mouth-watering top Jiangnan cuisine. However, just as her lips were about to touch the wine, a slightly cool night breeze blew in through the courtyard's corridor, gently brushing over the steaming plate of dompa pork on the table. It blew the rich sauce-covered aroma of the pork mixed with the faint seafood scent from the crab meat lines. Unceremoniously, it wafted directly into Shun Jiao's nostrils. This should have been an incredibly tempting aroma that could whet anyone's appetite. But at that moment for Shun Jiao, the scent suddenly took on a different flavor. The greasy, meaty smell felt like an invisible hand that brutally clawed its way down her throat. Then it seized her stomach. Ugh! Shun Jiao's smile instantly froze. The once rosy color of her lips faded rapidly. An unexpected and intense wave of nausea surged from deep within her stomach, crashing up towards her throat like a tsunami. She widened her eyes in shock, her pupils constricting violently. The hand holding the wine cup trembled violently. Bang! The white jade wine cup slipped from her fingers and smashed onto the bluestone floor, shattering into pieces. The rich osmanthus wine spilled everywhere. But Shun Jiao could no longer care about that. The overwhelming feeling of nausea came too fast, too fierce. It gave her no chance to react or suppress it. Ugh! Shun Jiao quickly turned her head, avoiding the table full of originally tempting dishes. She clutched the armrest of the redwood chair tightly, erupting in an extremely genuine, heart-wrenching dry heave. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. This dry heaving was completely beyond her brain's control. Her stomach was cramping violently, as if something inside was desperately churning, trying to turn all her internal organs inside out. Shun Jiao bent over in pain, her whole body almost curling into a ball. Physiological tears due to the violent dry heaving immediately flooded her eyes, rolling down her pale cheeks in large droplets. It was too unbearable. Really too unbearable. She felt a tightness in her throat rising with an indescribable sourness. The plate of dompa pork, which was originally so enticing, now appeared to her peripheral vision like a pile of disgusting poison. Just the smell of that greasy aroma. The upheaval in her stomach intensified with every whiff. Several minutes passed before this sudden fierce wave of nausea finally subsided. Shun Jiao gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. She leaned weakly against the back of the redwood chair, her body breaking out in a fine layer of cold sweat. Even a few strands of her long black hair were damp with sweat sticking to her paper cheeks. She looked nothing like the wealthy woman who had just raised her cup to invite the moon. She appeared completely like someone who had just recovered from a severe illness, weak to the extreme. Cough. Shun Jiao took a tissue from the table and wiped her mouth forcefully. She looked at the table full of top-notch cuisine worth 6 figures. Not to mention eating it. Just looking at it made her feel nauseous. Her heart raced rapidly. A sense of inexplicable panic crept up her spine like the tongue of a cold snake stealthily slithering upwards. What was happening? Her body had always been fine, and she had never experienced such an intense and nearly uncontrollable gastric reaction. This feeling, this sudden strong aversion to greasy meat. It seemed a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind, one that could instantly shatter her dreams of a wealthy woman. Shun Jiao's body stiffened for a moment. She instinctively lowered her head. That pale hand, still trembling slightly, slowly and tentatively, covered her flat, soft abdomen. It couldn't be. Absolutely impossible. Huasyin, that control freak, though a madman in bed, had always taken strict precautions against such matters. Except for the week before the escape. That insane man had torn apart all defenses in a frenzy to keep her by his side, branding her with his mark like a wild beast. Shun Jiao's breath quickened instantly, her face paler than the moonlight above. She bit her lower lip tightly, forcibly suppressing that terrible thought in her mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She took a deep breath, her cool fingers rubbed her belly hard, as if desperately trying to convince herself, or perhaps engaging in some form of self-hypnosis. It must be that the deep-sea escape pod was too cold, freezing my stomach. She murmured, her voice carrying a tremor that even she didn't notice. Yes. And the blind fish. It must be that I've been eating too much seafood lately, and my gastroenteritis hasn't fully healed. Xinjiao clutched her chest, slumping in her chair. Yes, it must be like this. The next morning, the thin mist over the ancient town of Jiangnan had yet to disperse, and only a few early risers walked along the bluestone path. Xinjiao pushed open the heavy red-painted door of the courtyard and slipped out, as if she were a thief. Her complexion was pale with faint dark circles under her eyes. Last night, she had a lavish six-figure dinner, but ended up not eating a single bite. Not only did she not eat, but even the smell of osmanthus cake made her gag in the bathroom for half the night. She spent the entire night plagued by nightmares. In her dreams, she was haunted by Huasyan, whom she had cursed to death. That obsessive tyrant pinned her against the rocks of the Pacific, his eyes red as he bit her neck, demanding to know whose seed was in her belly. Upon waking, Xinjiao was drenched in cold sweat. To completely dispel the terrifying doubts in her heart, she deliberately wore an extremely understated khaki trench coat today. On her head, she wrapped a vintage Hermes silk scarf, and over her face, she wore a pair of oversized black sunglasses that nearly covered half of it. She looked just like a person trying to hide from creditors. Following the route she remembered, she navigated through the winding alleys. Finally, at the end of an alley, she stopped in front of a slightly ajar, dilapidated wooden door. Hanging above the door was a weathered black sign with golden characters, Ji Shitang. It was said that the reclusive old doctor inside was once a national treasure on par with the heavens. He specialized in treating various difficult ailments, particularly in regulating the spleen and stomach, which was considered exceptional. Xinjiao pushed the door open. To her surprise, the strong, bitter scent of traditional Chinese medicine, usually somewhat pungent, managed to quell the turmoil in her stomach today, making her feel slightly better. In front of the medicine cabinet sat an old doctor, his hair and beard completely white, dressed in a blue long gown. He was wearing reading glasses and was leisurely flipping through a yellowed medical book. Looking for a diagnosis. Medication. The old doctor didn't lift his head, his voice was old yet resonant. Xinjiao stepped forward and pulled out a wooden chair to sit down. Doctor, I came to see about my stomach. She intentionally lowered her voice, tinged with an undeniable urgency. I ate some seafood yesterday and might have caught a chill. Since last night, I've been feeling nauseous and retching, unable to tolerate any greasy or fishy smells. Please prescribe me a few of the strongest stomach medications, preferably those that work immediately. Only then did the old doctor lift his gaze from the book, casting her a faint glance. His eyes lingered for 2 seconds on her exaggerated sunglasses and scarf. If the stomach is unwell, avoid strong medicine. The old doctor slowly took out a pulse pillow and placed it on the table. Extend your hand. Let me check your pulse first. Though Xinjiao felt anxious, she understood the old doctor's procedures. She unbuttoned the cuff of her trench coat, revealing a slender wrist, as pale as jade. She gently placed it on the pulse pillow. The old doctor was particular about his practices. He took a clean white silk handkerchief from the drawer and covered Xinjiao's wrist. He then extended 3 bony fingers, placing them steadily on her pulse point. The clinic was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the old-fashioned wall clock ticked softly. Each tick seemed to pull at Xinjiao's already taut nerves. Initially, the old doctor's expression was calm, even somewhat indifferent. But just a few seconds later, the old doctor's white eyebrows slightly raised. The fingers resting on Xinjiao's wrist unconsciously pressed a bit harder. The old doctor emitted a faint note of confusion. His half-closed eyes slowly opened, and his expression became somewhat serious. Seeing the change in his expression, Xinjiao's heart sank. A sense of foreboding spread wildly in her heart, like weeds. Doctor, what's wrong? Xinjiao swallowed hard, her voice feeling somewhat dry. Is my gastroenteritis? The old doctor did not answer her. His brows knitted tighter, as if he were confirming something unbelievable. His fingers pressed and probed the pulse repeatedly. The air in the clinic seemed to freeze at that moment. After a full half-minute, the old doctor's eyes suddenly widened, a flash of shock crossing his gaze. His hands, usually as steady as a mountain, trembled slightly, and then retracted abruptly. Madam. The old doctor took a deep breath, stroking his white beard. His expression drastically changed. The way he addressed her had shifted from patient to the respectful madam. What you have is not gastroenteritis. Xinjiao's breath hitched, and she gripped the hem of her trench coat tightly. Then, what is it? The old doctor looked at her, his tone extremely assertive, even carrying a hint of congratulations. The pulse flows smoothly, and the pressure feels round and slippery, like pearls rolling on a plate. This is a slippery pulse. It's a great joy pulse. This statement struck Xinjiao like a thunderbolt, smashing down on her head. But that wasn't all. The old doctor stroked his beard, his brows furrowing again, as he added another devastating bombshell. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the pulse and the vitality flowing vigorously, In my 50 years of practice, I would never misdiagnose. Madam, it's highly likely that you are expecting twins. Twins. Joy pulse. These two phrases hit Xinjiao like two powerful intercontinental missiles exploding in her mind that was still fantasizing about being a wealthy woman. With a bang, Xinjiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her whole body jolting up from the mahogany chair. The chair behind her screeched against the bluestone from her abrupt movement. You're talking nonsense. Xinjiao's voice broke, trembling and on the verge of collapse. What joy pulse? What twins? You're just a quack misleading people. My husband is long gone. The grass on his grave is 2 meters high. Where am I going to have twins? She denied this terrifying reality like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But she alone knew how cold her hands and feet were at that moment. Her mind raced. Memories flooded back from the time before she fled. While at the Paradise Island estate, to legitimately carry out the last step of her death escape plan at the hospital, she had bribed the estate's private doctor to tamper with the ultrasound. She forged a fake pregnancy ultrasound report to pacify and stabilize the controlling Hossein. That ultrasound was fake. She personally supervised the doctor to create it. But Xinjiao's face turned as pale as paper. She suddenly remembered that before the ultrasound, Hossein had forcibly drawn a tube of her blood for testing because he suspected she was a bit drowsy. When the blood test results came out, the HCG levels were indeed high, raising the doctor's suspicion. At that time, she thought it was the interference medication she had taken in advance that had worked. But now it seemed that blood test report was indeed real. It wasn't drug interference at all. Hossein, that sickly tyrant, had truly planted the seed in her belly. A direct hit. And it was too. I'm going crazy. Completely insane. Xinjiao staggered back a step, her back hitting the cold, hard medicine cabinet. That man who suffered from severe skin hunger, tirelessly prowled like a wolf every night, had truly gotten her pregnant. Just yesterday, she had spent millions buying the big estate. She had just hung up the sign for Wan's Chongsam studio. She had just begun her perfect life as a single widow with billions in assets. And now she was being told that she was carrying 2-time bombs that could explode at any moment. If Hossein found out, not only was she not dead, but she was also on the run with his 2 kids. That obsessive man, already on the brink of madness, would definitely drain all the seas in the world. Then he would break her legs and lock her forever in the basement of Paradise Island with the thickest gold chains. She would never see the light of day again. The immense panic and absurd sense of turmoil instantly shattered all of Xinjiao's calmness and rationality. What elegance, what gentleness, all of it could go to hell. She suddenly ripped off the exaggerated black sunglasses from her face, revealing eyes filled with murderous intent due to extreme shock and despair. Xinjiao lunged forward. Across the consultation table, she seized the old doctor's proud white beard with all her might. Old man, you better clarify this for me. She gritted her teeth, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. Say it again. How many are inside? The old doctor had never encountered such a situation. His chin was painfully yanked. Trembling in fear, his voice turned into a hoarse croak. 2. 2 of them. Xinjiao wandered through the bluestone-paved road, returning to her own 3-section courtyard. The morning breeze of Jiangnan carried a hint of cool moisture, yet it could not disperse the turbulent waves rolling in her heart. The old Chinese medicine doctor's resounding words, like pearls rolling on a plate, echoed madly in her mind. The heavy red-painted door closed behind her, completely cutting off the outside view. Xinjiao didn't even bother to change her shoes. Like a drained soul, she stumbled into the master bedroom, desperately locking the door. She took off her khaki trench coat and yanked the silk scarf from her head. Then she stood directly in front of the valuable brass, full-length mirror. The girl in the mirror still had a pale face devoid of color. Her gaze slowly descended, landing on her flat and firm abdomen beneath the silk nightgown, with not a trace of excess flesh. In such a quiet, seemingly ordinary place, 2 little lives that could take her life at any moment had already quietly taken root. Moreover, it was from that obsessive tyrant, the leader of the Hua family conglomerate. Get rid of it. As this thought emerged, it sprouted wildly in her mind like weeds. She absolutely could not leave behind Hua Siyuan's child. Those were 2 ticking time bombs. Once exposed in the future, she would never escape from the grasp of that man. Xinjiao took a deep breath, covering her face with her hands, sliding down in pain onto the thick velvet carpet. However, reason ruthlessly shattered this impulsive thought in an instant. Where's this? This is Jiangnan, an ancient town with relatively backward medical conditions where there isn't even a large tertiary hospital. Surgery at the small clinic in town. Just thinking about those possibly rusty medical instruments and the small workshop mixed with the smell of disinfectant and mold made Xinjiao shudder. The risks were too great. A slight misstep could lead to severe bleeding, dying directly on the cold operating table. Then what about the top private hospitals in the nearby big cities? That would be a dead end. With Hua Siyuan's crazy methods, it was only a matter of time before he discovered her escape. The current national medical system and transportation hubs must have already set up a web of traps laid by the Hua family conglomerate. As long as she dared to use any identity to go to a legitimate hospital and register for such a sensitive operation, in less than half an hour Hua Siyuan's armed helicopter would land directly on the hospital's roof. Then that tyrant would, with red eyes and a team of armed mercenaries, forcibly drag her out of the operating room. He would break her legs and lock her forever in the basement of Paradise Island with the thickest gold chain. There was no retreat. Trapped in a dilemma. Sitting on the carpet, Shen Jiao hugged her knees, caught in a 2-hour internal struggle. The sun outside gradually rose higher. The warm sunlight penetrated the intricately carved window, casting light on her shoulders and dispelling a hint of chill. Gradually, the panic and despair in her eyes began to fade away. In its place was the absolute calmness and rational calculation of a top businessman. Since she couldn't bear to get rid of it, she had no choice but to give birth. As someone who could endure for 3 years and successfully run away with hundreds of billions in Hua family assets, Shen Jiao was never a pushover who would just cry and fall into mental turmoil. She stood up again, walked to the wash basin, and splashed cold water on her face. When she lifted her head, the beautiful eyes in the mirror had regained their clarity and calculation. The mindset of a businessman reclaimed the high ground of her brain. She began to crazily calculate the return on investment for these 2 unexpected arrivals. Thinking positively, although Hua Siyuan was a madman with severe skin hunger who would draw his gun at any moment, his impeccable mixed race features with deep and three-dimensional facial features were like God's most perfect masterpiece. That 190 centimeters tall, ultimate inverted triangle body, coupled with a terrifying IQ that controlled the global economic lifeline. This gene was undoubtedly the peak of high-quality humanity. These 2 little ones, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, would definitely be exceptionally intelligent and beautiful like dolls. In terms of appearance and intelligence, it was a surefire investment. More importantly, Shen Jiao took a towel to dry her face, and a sinister smile suddenly curled at the corner of her mouth. There are no absolutes in the world. What if one day in the future she really fell into a bad stroke of luck and ended up in Hua Siyuan's hands again? With that man's brutal methods, if he found out not only was she alive, but that she had deceived him, the consequences would be absolutely horrifying. But what if she held too many versions of Hua Siyuan in her hands? Then these 2 little ones would be her most unassailable get-out-of-jail-free card. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Moreover, Hua Siyuan, being an obsessive with a deep-seated lack of security, craved to be the only one. With this unbreakable blood bond, even if he wanted to kill her, he would have to consider his own flesh and blood. By then her status would rise with her children. Perhaps she could even turn the tables and wield power over that tyrant. Heh. Shen Jiao looked down, gently caressing her still flat abdomen, letting out a cheerful laugh. Babies, you must be strong. Your mother's life may depend on you 2 little ones in the future. Having sorted out the pros and cons of the situation, the heavy stone that had pressed on Shen Jiao's heart was instantly kicked away. Not only was she no longer panicking, but she even felt a sense of exhilaration like a former surf singing. Since she had this unbeatable confidence, why should she hide? Her current legal identity was that of a gentle widow who had just inherited a huge fortune. Widow plus pregnant woman. These 2 powerful buffs stacked together, making her an invincible figure in the feudal ancient town. Who would dare to morally condemn her? Who would dare to use force against a pregnant and miserable widow? Shen Jiao completely let herself go, throwing all her concerns and fears to the winds. 3 days later, on the most bustling bluestone street of the ancient town, firecrackers erupted and drums resounded. A grand lion dance team leaped and tumbled in the middle of the street, attracting countless tourists and townspeople. The air was filled with the festive smell of gunpowder. Amidst the noise and excitement, the 2 heavy redwood doors of the Ruan's cheap house studio slowly opened, announcing its grand opening. Shen Jiao no longer wore those dull gray clothes that concealed her. She changed into a pure handcrafted light blue silk embroidered cheapao. On the silky satin, large white magnolias were intricately embroidered with silver thread. The extremely tailored cut perfectly outlined her delicate waist and proud curves, showing no signs of pregnancy. The side slit was just right, revealing a section of her fair and proportionate calf with her every move, coupled with her beautiful face that exuded a hint of gentle fragility. She looked like a wealthy lady stepping out of an old Republican-era magazine. Noble, aloof, yet carrying an air of untouchable allure. As soon as she appeared, she instantly captivated the entire ancient town. The originally noisy street fell into a brief silence. The crowd stared wide-eyed, gasping in awe. My God, this boss lady is too stunning. I heard she's from out of town, and she's so young, yet has become a widow. Oh, what a pity for such a beautiful face. Because of the boss lattice breathtaking beauty. On the first day of the Cheap House Studios opening, business was exceptionally booming. The town's wealthy ladies and young ladies flocked in, lining up to order custom kipeos for a hefty price. Meanwhile, outside the studio, circles of men gathered around, peeking and wanting to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Shenjiao sat calmly behind the redwood counter. While fiddling with an abacus, she happily received deposits until her hands were sore. She felt so good that she could sing a song on the spot. Making money was the best cure for all mental turmoil. However, this bold and unapologetic flamboyance, along with the astonishing wealth displayed, was like a piece of delicious meat exuding deadly temptation. It quickly attracted the covetous eyes of some unsavory forces lurking in the shadows of the ancient town. A beautiful and alluring widow clutching large stacks of cash. Without a man to back her up in the eyes of the local bullies, she was like a fat sheep ready to be slaughtered. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the originally lively street suddenly became eerily quiet for some unknown reason. The onlookers outside seemed to have seen something terrifying and quickly retreated. Shenjiao had just sent off a wealthy lady who ordered a custom silk qipao. She was bent over recording a hefty payment in the ledger. Bang! A loud rough thud suddenly erupted. The intricately carved redwood door of the studio was violently kicked open from the outside. The door slammed heavily against the wall, making a sound as if the wood could not bear the burden. A few thugs with dyed yellow hair and cheap tattoos on their arms strolled in cigarette in mouth, swaggering across the threshold. The heavy redwood door was forcefully kicked open, letting out a painful moan of distress. Broken wood splinters scattered across the marble floor. The studio, originally filled with a faint fragrance of sandalwood and a serene atmosphere, was suddenly torn apart by a surge of crude hostility. Four ruffians swaggered across the threshold. At the forefront was a young man with glaring yellow hair. He wore a floral shirt with the collar open, revealing a poorly tattooed dragon that resembled a loach on his chest. He also had a half-smoked cheap cigarette crookedly hanging from his mouth. Ashes fell carelessly onto the luxurious velvet carpet as he moved. He left ugly black marks. The young man wandered around the spacious and lavish studio. His murky eyes were filled with unmasked greed and desire. The prime location of the store, the room full of antique decorations, and those expensive fabrics hanging on the display racks shimmering under the sunlight. All of this signified how incredibly wealthy the owner of this place was. A once-in-a-lifetime fat sheep. The young man took a deep drag from his cigarette and casually spat the butt on the ground, extinguishing it with his shoe. In his hand, he held a heavy half-meter-long rusty iron rod. With a brazen gait, he marched straight toward the innermost rosewood counter. Bang! The iron rod was swung up and heavily slammed onto the expensive countertop. The dull thud echoed sharply in the quiet studio. Wood chips flew everywhere. The smooth, mirror-like surface of the rosewood was instantly marked with a deep, white scar. "You're new here, aren't you?" The young man leaned forward, hands planted on the counter, his tone as arrogant as it could be. "Do you understand the rules of this town? Opening a shop on this street, whether you're selling gold or rags, you have to pay homage to our Black Tiger gang stock." His three subordinates behind him immediately chimed in, with a few sinister chuckles, playing with a switchblade and intentionally making the blade click menacingly. The threat was unmistakable. The young man tapped his three rough fingers forcefully on the table. "I don't, considering the size of your shop, 30,000 in protection fees every month. If you fall short by even a single cent, it'll bring people to smash your shop to pieces tomorrow, and you'll be left with nothing for your rag business." 30,000. In this small town, where the average salary is merely a few thousand, that's an exorbitant demand. It's clearly an attempt to ruthlessly extort this woman who is just a lone outsider. However, sitting behind the counter, Shenjiao seemed to have completely ignored his threats. She was holding an expensive Mont Blanc fountain pen. With her head lowered, she focused intently on reconciling several large deposits she had received that afternoon, not even raising her eyelids. It was as if the fierce-looking ruffians standing in front of her were merely a void of air, devoid of presence. This utter disregard filled the young man with a profound sense of humiliation. "Damn it, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" The young man cursed angrily, instinctively wanting to explode. But when his gaze crossed the tall counter and landed completely on the female owner in a light blue qipao, the anger in his belly instantly transformed into a more lascivious flame. She was too beautiful. So beautiful that it was hard to look away. Her exquisite features, flawless skin, as delicate as the finest jade. Especially that form-fitting Sioux embroidery qipao. It perfectly accentuated her slim waist and alluring curves, even as she simply sat there, head down, calculating accounts. The innate coldness and charm about her was enough to drive any man mad. The young man swallowed hard. His eyes were nearly popping out, fixated on Shenjiao's subtly revealed collarbone. In all his years mingling in this ancient town, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was just a shampoo girl at a hair salon caked in cheap lipstick. When had he ever encountered such a stunning beauty? Moreover, he had heard that this wealthy widow who had come from out of town had just lost her husband. A widow without a man to back her, but clutching a treasure trove of wealth. This was practically a divine gift bestowed upon him. The young man immediately changed his strategy. The anger on his face vanished, replaced by a nauseatingly. He tucked away the iron rod, leaning forward in a more brazen manner, nearly invading Shun Jiao's personal space. Hey, the boss lady is quite a stunner. Look at this delicate skin, it's practically dripping with moisture. The young man's voice turned greasy, laced with unrestrained lewd teasing. Little widow all alone in this Jiangnan water town, it must be tough for you, huh? Sleeping alone at night, I bet it feels lonely and cold. He spoke while extending his hand, calloused and dirty, attempting to touch a lock of Shun Jiao's hair that lay on the table. Once you pay the 30,000 protection fee, you won't be at a loss. He'll personally protect you every night. I guarantee you'll be taken care of so well you'll know what a real man is. Huh. The three subordinates behind him erupted into even more vulgar laughter. Various profanities began to fly freely in the pristine studio. Just as that filthy hand was about to touch Shun Jiao's hair, she finally put down her fountain pen. She slightly tilted her head, just avoiding the young man's reach. Her pair of cold, beautiful eyes hiding an extreme danger finally slowly lifted to meet the young man's gaze. A real man. This street trash wasn't even worthy of shining Ho Xiyan's shoes. Shun Jiao chuckled coldly in her heart. But on the surface, this former top actress who had deceived a mixed-blood tycoon for 3 years with her superb acting skills instantly fell into character. A layer of panic quickly welled up in her originally cold eyes. Her shoulders slightly shrank, like a helpless and pitiful pure white rabbit targeted by a hungry wolf. What do you want? Shun Jiao shot up her fountain pen, dropping with a loud bang on the table. She pretended to be frightened, her voice trembling as she took 2 weak steps back, pressing her back tightly against the redwood shelf behind her. One hand appeared to shield her chest in terror, but in reality, it was intentionally covering her still flat abdomen. No way. After all, it concealed 2 priceless golden tickets for survival. If anything happened to them, these trashy men wouldn't be able to afford to dig for coal in Africa for the rest of their lives. Please don't make any rash moves. Shun Jiao bit her pale lower lip, looking pitiful and on the verge of tears. I am just a woman running a small business. This shop is the last memory my husband left me. She extended her fair fingers, trembling as she pointed at the few dazzling fabrics hanging on the nearby display rack. I beg you, please don't touch my Sioux brocade fabric that costs tens of thousands per meter. Those have all been fully paid for by customers, and if they get dirty, I can't afford to compensate. A classic act of playing the innocent to trap the predator. Shun Jiao deliberately lowered her stance to the extreme, appearing as weak as possible. She even kindly revealed the shocking prices of those fabrics. Indeed, upon hearing the words tens of thousands per meter, the young man and his subordinates' eyes instantly gleamed with greedy light. Tens of thousands per meter. This wasn't just fabric, it was practically a money-printing machine. The young man looked at Shun Jiao's trembling and weak demeanor. The arrogance in his heart swelled to its peak. So she was just a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. No matter how beautiful she was, how much money she had, what good was it? Without a man by her side, she was still at the mercy of these local ruffians. Today he wanted not just money. He wanted all the exquisite fabrics in this room, and this stunning widow right in front of him. Tens of thousands per meter. That's fantastic. The young man laughed arrogantly, his laughter grating on the ears. Since you can't afford to pay, why not just use your body to settle the debt? Don't worry, as long as you make me happy, no one in this town will dare lay a finger on you. The young man completely tore off his facade. He thought Shun Jiao had been thoroughly frightened and wouldn't dare resist at all. His lust clouding his judgment, he unhesitatingly stepped around the rosewood counter. With his body reeking of smoke and emitting a nauseating lewdness, he lunged straight at Shun Jiao. Come here, little beauty, let me take good care of you. He grinned maliciously, reaching out with his rough and dirty hands, intending to grab Shun Jiao's delicate and rounded shoulder. The movement was exceedingly crude, filled with impatient urgency. However, just as he lunged forward with claws outstretched due to the large movement, and his gaze completely glued to Shun Jiao, the young man failed to notice the objects on the ground. Bang! His muddy, worn-out shoes crashed heavily into a display rack base beside him. It was a half-percent high Wang Wali wood rack displaying precious porcelain. With such a heavy kick, the rack instantly lost its balance and shook violently. Then a blue and white porcelain double-handled vase from the Qing dynasty fell straight down due to gravity. Clang! A crisp and excruciatingly sharp shattering sound erupted within the studio. A priceless antique blue and white porcelain vase. Smashed against the hard marble floor, it instantly shattered into countless pale porcelain shards. The sound of shattering was sharp, abrupt. Like a pair of sharp scissors, it instantly severed the taut string that hung in the air. It also severed the last shred of sanity that the pregnant woman had already frayed and on edge due to pregnancy symptoms. With a crisp shattering sound, the spacious and luxurious studio echoed for a long time. A Qing dynasty Yangzinjira blue and white porcelain vase worth millions lay in pieces. It had transformed into a pile of pale, worthless, sharp fragments. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The yellow-haired man paused, glancing down at the scattered shards. Far from feeling guilty or panicked about destroying the priceless antique, he burst into even more brazen, unrestrained, piercing laughter. "Huh, smashing is good. Smashing brings peace." He crunched over the shards, his gaze growing more lecherous as he approached Xinjiao. "Little widow, this broken vase means nothing. If you please me well tonight, not just one vase. But from now on you can walk sideways on this street." The three lackeys behind him joined in with lecherous laughter. In their eyes the delicate beauty, cornered with no escape, was nothing more than tender meat on their chopping block. However, they failed to notice that the woman who had been trembling like a frightened rabbit with reddened eyes had suddenly ceased all trembling. Xinjiao lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes veiling the emotions in her eyes. She had truly intended to prolong her act. After all, she had only established the persona of a bereaved, fragile little widow less than 3 days ago. Yet these despicable dregs of society not only tried to rob her, but also dared to touch her with their nauseatingly filthy hands. Worse still, they had shattered her favorite blue and white porcelain vase, which she had bought just this morning to hold white magnolias. Crucially, she was pregnant. A pregnant woman carrying 2 bundles with wildly fluctuating hormones, irritable and barely able to eat. Even Huasyan, that tyrant who could overshadow the heavens, hadn't dared to break a cherished item of hers in 3 years. What right did these scumbags have? Whoosh! Xinjiao closed her eyes, deeply inhaling the lingering scent of sandalwood in the air. Then she slowly extended a fair and tender hand, placing it with extreme gentleness and maternal radiance over her still flat abdomen. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice as soft as if humming a lullaby. "Babies, be good. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Mommy is about to give you a little prenatal lesson now." This sudden, seemingly nonsensical statement left the yellow-haired man, who was about to pounce, utterly bewildered. What babies? What prenatal lesson? He was completely baffled, thinking the woman had gone mad from fright. "Stop your damn play-acting and get over here," he cursed, reaching out his dirty hand again to grab Xinjiao's collar viciously. In that instant, Xinjiao's eyes snapped open. In those once pitiful, tear-filled orbs, all weakness, panic, and helplessness vanished in a millisecond. Replacing them was a bone-chilling, unfathomable abyss of icy coldness and murderous intent. It was a terrifying gaze only found in those who had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood cultivated by top-tier financial magnates, courting death. A cruel yet stunningly beautiful cold smile curled at the corners of Xinjiao's lips. The next second, the little widow, who had seemed fragile enough to be blown over by a gust of wind, moved. Her movements were so fast that even the 3 lackeys seasoned in street brawls for years couldn't see how she struck. Xinjiao's hand, which had been protecting her abdomen, shot out like a venomous lightning strike, grabbing a pair of half-meter-long pure copper and gold scissors from the mahogany counter used for cutting top-tier Suzhou embroidery silk. The scissors were heavy, their blades honed to such sharpness they could split a hair blown against them, usually reserved for the toughest threads. Shing! A blinding golden flash of cold light erupted in the studio. The heavy gold scissors danced impossibly between Xinjiao's fair, slender fingers, leaving a blur that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a shrill whistle tearing through the air, they swept straight towards the yellow-haired man's cheek. He had no time to dodge, not even the instinct to blink. He only felt a bone-chilling gust of wind scrape fiercely past his eyelids. Thud! A dull, forceful impact sounded. More than half of the half-meter-long pure copper and gold scissors had been driven deep into the redwood pillar behind him. The handle still hummed violently in the air. Silence. Absolute silence. The yellow-haired man remained frozen in his forward lunge, as if petrified by a spell. A murky bead of cold sweat trickled slowly down his forehead. Meanwhile, a lock of dyed golden fringe drifted down, landing lightly on the tip of his nose, just 1 millimeter off. If Xinjiao's wrist had tilted even slightly, what would have been severed wouldn't be his fringe, but his eyeball. Or half his head. Gulp. The yellow-haired man swallowed hard, his legs beginning to shake uncontrollably. The 3 lackeys behind him were so terrified they even dropped their switchblades. Where was the fragile little widow? This was a cold-blooded female assassin crawling straight out of hell. Yet Xinjiao's prenatal lesson had only just begun, before the yellow-haired man could recover from this near-death terror. Xinjiao stepped out from behind the counter in one fluid motion. Her moon-white Suzhou embroidered cheongsam traced an elegant arc through the air. She extended her right hand, which looked delicate and boneless, even adorned with refined nude nail polish. Like lightning, she precisely seized the back of the yellow-haired man's neck. Crack! A sickening sound of bone cracking. Xinjiao's fair wrist erupted with terrifying wrist strength that defied biomechanics, like a steel vice clamping down on the man's fate. MMPH. Let me go. The yellow-haired man's eyes rolled back, instantly, painful gurgling sounds escaping his throat. He was over one. 8 meters tall, and weighed nearly 80 kilograms. Yet now in the hands of this slender woman barely won. 68 meters tall, he was like a defenseless chick awaiting slaughter. Shen Jiao couldn't be bothered to waste words on such trash. Holding the man by the scruff of his neck with one hand, she turned and strode towards the studio's backyard on her long, straight, jade-like legs. Scrape. The man's shoes dragged 2 harsh lines across the marble floor. He flailed his arms wildly, trying to pry open Shen Jiao's fingers. Yet that slender wrist remained as steady as a mountain. The backyard of the studio was a typical Jiangnan. In the corner stood a half-human-tall stone vat used to collect rainwater, filled with bone-chilling well water and rainwater, with a few patches of green moss floating on the surface. Shen Jiao carried the yellow-haired man straight to the stone vat. She stopped, her gaze coldly fixed on the struggling man in her grip, as if looking at a bag of reeking garbage. Since your mouth is so filthy, Shen Jiao tilted her head slightly, a stunning yet lethal curve on her red lips. Then I'll wash it clean for you on behalf of your mother. With that, her arms suddenly exerted force. Splash! Without mercy, she shoved the man's head with its disgusting dyed hair viciously into the icy rain. Water splashed everywhere. The freezing water instantly filled his mouth and nose. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A stream of large bubbles erupted from the vat. The yellow-haired man let out a piercing scream, which was muffled into a dull sob underwater. He struggled frantically, clawing at the air, kicking his legs wildly, trying to pull his head out of the water. But the small fair hand pressing on the back of his neck was like a 1,000-pound boulder, holding him down firmly. Shen Jiao stood expressionless by the vat. The hem of her moon-white cheongsam hadn't even been touched by a single droplet. She held the man's head with one hand and rubbed it against the moss-covered inner wall of the vat, scraping left, bumping right. Her relaxed, effortless posture was exactly like scrubbing a dirty rag in the courtyard. Brutal, cathartic, filled with a suffocatingly contrasting violent aesthetic. After a full 30 seconds, just as the man's struggles were fading and he was about to drown, Shen Jiao suddenly released her grip as if discarding trash. Thud! The yellow-haired man collapsed like a dead fish onto the wet bluestone slabs of the skywell. He vomited mouthfuls of dirty water covered in mud, hair plastered to his face, more wretched than a beggar on the cough, cough. Help! Help! He coughed violently, staring at the stunningly beautiful woman before him like a demon, with eyes filled with extreme terror. Crazy. This woman was an absolute she-devil. Outside the backyard, the 3 originally arrogant lackeys were utterly dumbfounded when Shen Jiao's cold, emotionless, beautiful eyes slowly swept over them. Thump, thump, thump. As if their spines had been ripped out, they fell to their knees in unison on the marble floor. Their knees ached from the impact, but they dared not even frown. Our Lady, living Buddha, we were blind not to recognize your greatness. We were wrong. We'll never dare again. Please let us go, just like you'd let a fart slip. The lackeys, pale with fear, kowtowed, frantically begging for mercy, not daring to even glance at their boss who had just been fished out of the vat. Shen Jiao withdrew her gaze. The brutality and murderous intent in her eyes receded like a tide. She took a pure white silk handkerchief from her pocket and with deliberate slowness wiped her right hand, which had just held the man's neck, finger by finger, as if it had been contaminated with some extremely disgusting virus. After cleaning it, she casually tossed the expensive handkerchief onto the yellow-haired man's face. Then she turned and walked back to the counter, gracefully picking up the steaming cup of top-grade Biluakan tea and taking a gentle sip. Get lost. One word, crisp and melodious, yet carrying an irresistible authority. The lackeys, as if granted amnesty, scrambled into the backyard, dragging their dog-like boss, fleeing through the Cheongsam Studio's door as if they had seen a ghost. Shen Jiao set down her teacup. Her slender fingers gently stroked her abdomen. Prenatal lesson over. A satisfied, faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth. It seemed this Jiangnan territory would be much quieter from now on. However, just as Shen Jiao was savoring this rare moment of cathartic violence, the camera cut abruptly, without warning. Instantly crossing 2,000 kilometers, it returned to the overcast sea area of City A, where even the sky seemed ready to collapse. At the base of the cliff, the wind howled and black, monstrous waves crashed madly against the rocks. In City A, at the bottom of the cliff, the furious sea raged. Gale-force winds whipped up 10-meter-high waves, crashing violently against the dark rocks, producing a deafening roar. Beneath the surface, turbulent undercurrents surged, resembling a colossal abyssal mouth ready to devour everything. Huaxin, clad in a black professional diving suit and carrying a heavy oxygen tank, plunged into the icy depths of the sea like a cold-blooded man-eating shark, undeterred. This marked the 3rd consecutive day of intense diving. The water pressure felt like a tangible 1,000-kilogram boulder relentlessly crushing his chest, and each breath was laced with a needle-like pain. The salvage team had long since abandoned hope. After all, under such a level of chain explosions and super typhoons, even an Iron Man would be torn to shreds by the violent shockwaves, leaving no room for miraculous survival. But he refused to believe it. Alive or dead, he needed to see for himself. The underwater light was dim and murky, littered with the shattered remains of the explosive speedboat. Hossein held his breath, searching through a pile of twisted and deformed scrap metal with his bare hands. Sharp fiberglass and metallic edges mercilessly sliced through his specially made diving gloves. Blood spilled into the seawater, but was quickly washed away by the cold undercurrents. He seemed impervious to pain, frantically tearing through layer after layer of debris. The oxygen reserve alarm emitted a rapid beep-beep sound echoing inside his helmet. The communicator crackled with the anxious voice of his butler, Stefan. "Sir, oxygen is running low. The undercurrents are intensifying, and there's a risk of being swept into a whirlpool. Please ascend immediately." Hossein turned a deaf ear. His black eyes shone eerily in the murky depths, like an unyielding machine stubbornly pushing aside a massive wreckage of a speedboat engine. Suddenly his movements halted. Deep within the crevice of two charred rocks, he spotted a rather inconspicuous metal fragment. Hossein extended his bloodied finger and forcefully pried it out. Upon contact, his heart, tormented by despair to the brink of exhaustion, skipped a beat. The sensation of this fragment felt off. It was not only far heavier than ordinary yacht fiberglass, but also showed no signs of melting or deformation despite having endured such terrifying high temperatures and explosions. Hossein's fingertips rubbed against the edges of the fragment. It was pressure-resistant titanium alloy. Splash! Hossein broke through the water and was forcibly pulled onto the deck of the salvage ship by ropes amidst the terrified, yet hopeful gazes of the bodyguards. He ripped off his oxygen mask, gasping for breath. The cold torrential rain pounded down relentlessly on his pale, stern face, flowing along the contours of his perfect jawline. Ignoring the elite medical team that immediately surrounded him, he fixed his gaze on the metal fragment in his palm. The fragment was only half the size of a palm, with extremely sharp edges. Under the harsh light of the deck's floodlights, one could faintly see a complex, dark-patterned logo remaining on it. It was the highly classified insignia of the Ho family. This level of pressure-resistant titanium alloy was prohibitively expensive, and the Ho group could only refine a very limited batch each year. And this batch of material was exclusively used to manufacture the highest safety-level deep-sea escape pods. There was absolutely no way such top-tier material would appear on the revenge-seeking explosive speedboat, unless someone had used his family's escape pod, emerging unscathed from the explosion and descending into the deep sea. Hossein's breath suddenly grew heavy. He gripped the titanium alloy fragment tightly, and due to the excessive force, its sharp edges deeply cut into his palm. Blood mixed with the cold rainwater dripping onto the steel deck. Yet he suddenly let out a low laugh. Initially suppressed, the laughter grew louder, sounding particularly eerie amidst the storm on the deck, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding bodyguards. "Good, very good." Hossein's eyes were bloodshot. The 3 days of silence and despair swept away. In its place was a chilling fervor and madness. His dear one was not dead. Not only was she alive, but she had also staged a perfect escape right under his nose, even in front of his 300 elite mercenaries. What tears in the wind, what self-sacrifice for him. Even her heart-wrenching words before plunging into the sea tell Mr. Ho I will always love him were all part of this heartless little trickster's premeditated script. He actually spent 3 days and nights like a madman searching in this sea, almost dying underwater due to the depletion of oxygen, all for that damn last words. At this thought, instead of being filled with rage to the point of losing his mind, Hossein's blood boiled with extreme excitement. At that moment, a black heavy-duty helicopter descended through the storm, forcefully landing on the main ship's helipad, its rotor blades creating a shower of water. The head of the Ho family's dark web intelligence center tumbled out of the helicopter, clutching a military-grade, encrypted tablet tightly in his arms, his face a mask of disbelief and urgency. "Master Ho, we have a significant discovery." The director rushed to Hossein, disregarding the umbrella, and directly displayed a complex wave of data on the tablet. About an hour after Madam's death was announced, our dark web surveillance system detected an unusual fluctuation at the junction of the underwater cables. It was a very covert transfer of a massive sum of overseas funds. The other party completed multiple rounds of money laundering and account jumping in just a fraction of a second. The hacker alias used by the other party after comparison and analysis by dozens of our top experts overnight. The director swallowed hard, reporting with difficulty the coding habits and underlying operational logic matched 100 with that top hacker who nearly crippled our European headquarters core vault on the cruise. Hossein's cold smile suddenly vanished, and the surrounding atmosphere dropped to freezing point. He snatched the tablet from the director's hands. On the screen, that familiar, outrageously arrogant base code seemed to be a naked provocation directed. There was no need for further doubt. The top hacker who had toyed with him, forcing him to fly back to Europe at night, thus creating an escape window, was none other than his seemingly weak and helpless wife, who claimed she couldn't even open a bottle cap. Have you traced the IP address? Hwasean's voice was hoarse like a cold wind scraping from hell, carrying a chilling, murderous intent. The director quickly stood upright, reporting the other party's methods are highly sophisticated, using extremely low-frequency communication in the deep sea to obscure the signal, and has set up thousands of proxy servers. But there was a lapse in their meticulous plan. During the final 0.01 seconds of the fund settlement, due to a brief delay from the local network base station, we managed to catch a glimpse of their tail. The director swiftly swiped on the screen. A thoroughly decrypted and restored electronic map popped. The red locked coordinates pointed unmistakably to an area rich in water networks 2,000 kilometers away from City A, Jiangnan Watertown. Hwasean fixed his gaze on the flickering red dot on the map. Jiangnan. No wonder she had been pestering him to look at travel magazines about Jiangnan Watertown every day. No wonder she had recently been making excuses about not having an appetite, seizing the opportunity to wash all of her uncle's company's assets into untraceable hard currency. Everything had clearly been premeditated. Hwasean closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the cold, biting sea breeze. When he opened them again, his black eyes surged with a morbid obsession and unmasked ruthlessness. He slowly raised his hand, stroking the sharp titanium alloy fragment. Blood flowed increasingly from his palm, trickling down his wrist and staining the white cuffs of his shirt, yet he remained oblivious. Riding in my escape pod. He squeezed these words out slowly through clenched teeth. Spending my money to become a widow in Jiangnan. Hwasean suddenly raised his hand, slamming the expensive military communicator against the steel deck with a deafening crash. The communicator shattered into pieces, glass flying everywhere. The surrounding bodyguards and intelligence director were so scared they dared not breathe, collectively lowering their heads and deliberately slowing their breathing. The hunting dog had finally caught the scent of its prey. The fury of being played for a fool intertwined with the madness of reclaiming what was lost, transforming into a terrifying pressure that threatened to destroy everything. Activate the highest level Tianwang system of the Hua family. Hwasean's voice rang like thunder crashing over the sea, an undeniable command resonating through the entire salvage fleet. Seal off all land, sea, and air traffic hubs in Jiangnan. Not a single fly is to be let out. He wiped the rain from his face, resembling a ferocious beast that had completely broken free from its chains. Conduct a thorough investigation of Jiangnan. Identify all young women in Haiyan Qipao who have appeared in the ancient town in the last 3 months. Even if I have to turn Jiangnan upside down, I want her back. At this moment, the camera zoomed infinitely outward. Across the long distance of 2,000 kilometers, the sky over Jiangnan Watertown, shrouded in mist, had unknowingly turned ominous with thick clouds. The fierce winds whipped up waves in the ancient town's rivers, crashing violently against the moss-covered bluestone bridge. With a dull thud, a man's scream echoed, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. The punk with yellow hair who had just been boasting and spewing foul language in the Chongsam shop was thrown out like a tattered sack. He crashed onto the bluestone street like a pile of mud, splashing muddy water everywhere. Holding his chest, which felt like it would burst from the water tank's suffocation, the yellow-haired man coughed violently in the rain, retreating on the ground, looking at the women in the shop as if they were deadly demons. Shen Jiao stood on the steps of the entrance, looking down with a cold smile. She leisurely dusted off non-existent dirt from her hands. Dare to act wild in my shop without knowing how much this piece of tile is worth. After dealing with these ignorant local snakes from Jiangnan, Shen Jiao turned around, ready to return to the counter to tally the accounts. The weather was bad today, making it perfect to take stock of the Sioux embroidery fabrics in the store. She hummed a tune as she walked to the Wang Wallywood counter. She picked up a freshly brewed cup of dragon Wall tea, just about to bring it to her lips, when suddenly strange ripples appeared in the tea. A low, resonating sound came from far off in the sky, instantly piercing through the layers of white walls and black tiles of the ancient town. Shen Jiao's fingers paused slightly. The next second, the low tremor transformed into a deafening. This was not thunder. It was the howling of heavy military machinery tearing through the air. Shen Jiao abruptly looked up, peering through the intricately carved window at the sky. Above the already gloomy Jiangnan Watertown, several huge machines had completely obscured the sky without her noticing. 3 pure black heavy-armed helicopters hovered arrogantly just below 100 meters above the violent gusts from the rotors turned over the oil paper umbrellas lining the streets and snapped the wooden signboards hanging outside the tea houses. Oh, what's happening? The tourists and townsfolk on the street were startled and screamed at this sudden, terrifying spectacle. People covered their heads and fled in every direction, turning the scene into chaos. But this was just the beginning. Accompanied by the immense pressure from the sky, a piercing sound of tires screeching suddenly erupted from the ground. The roadblocks at the outskirts of the ancient town were brutally smashed aside. 1 car, 2 cars, 10 cars. In less than 10 minutes. Hundreds of pure black heavy off-road vehicles, like a black steel flood breaking the dam, roared into this town that was supposed to be pedestrian only. They recklessly crushed the historic bluestone roads. The convoy was organized and trained to a terrifying. A portion of the vehicles directly blocked all land exits of the ancient town, while another quickly occupied every bridge and alleyway. Even on the intricate waterways of the ancient town, several black speedboats filled with armed personnel appeared out of nowhere, completely severing all water routes. No escape. These 4 words exploded in Shun Jiao's mind. Her hand holding the teacup trembled uncontrollably. Tea splashed onto the expensive carpet, but she was completely oblivious. Shun Jiao quickly ducked behind the heavy curtains and the intricately carved window. Holding her breath, she quietly peeked through the gap, looking towards the end of the street. There the front vehicle of the convoy came to a steady stop in front of an arched bridge. The door was pushed open from the inside. A pair of long legs wrapped in high-end tailored trousers stepped out. The black military-grade combat boots unapologetically splashed into the murky puddle. Then the man was fully exposed to the dim light. Just one glance, and Shun Jiao's heart felt as if it were grasped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly stopping the flow of blood. Hua Siyuan, the mixed-blood tyrant whom she had killed at sea, even his memorial tablet had already been set up. He actually found her so quickly. After a few days without seeing him, Hua Siyuan had lost weight. His originally sharp jawline was now taut like a murderous blade drawn from its sheath. Dark shadows loomed under his eyes, clearly indicating he hadn't slept for days. His deep mixed-blood black eyes were filled with frightening red bloodshot. He didn't carry an umbrella, letting the dense cold rain of Jiangnan soak into his tailored shirt. The aura he emanated was no longer that of a powerful tycoon. Instead, he resembled a completely irrational, vengeful ghost clawing its way out of the depths of hell. Even from over 100 meters away, Shun Jiao could feel the suffocating aura of rage and killing intent coming at her. Deprived of his antidote, Hua Siyuan's manic symptoms had evidently reached a critical point. His long fingers tightly clutched a sharp metal shard. It was a titanium alloy fragment from the Hua family's diving pod. Blood dripped from the gaps between his fingers, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Hua Siyuan coldly scanned his surroundings. Looking at the white walls and black tiles imbued with the gentle aura of Jiangnan, a flash of intense disgust and madness flickered in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand. Surrounding him, hundreds of fully armed black-clad bodyguards instantly straightened their backs, not daring to breathe. Hua Siyuan's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against rusty iron plates, carrying an irresistible pressure of death. Search every house. He tightened his grip on the metal shard, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. As long as they were young women, not a single one shall escape. The extremely cold command echoed through the empty street. Anyone who dared to resist, break their legs on the spot. Yes, sir. Hundreds of bodyguards shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The next second, this group of rigorously trained elite mercenaries scattered like hungry wolves, sensing blood rushing towards all corners of the ancient town. The violent inspection officially began. Bang! Crash! The wooden doors were mercilessly kicked open. Windows were brutally smashed. What are you doing? Who are you? Oh, don't touch my daughter. The once peaceful Jiangnan ancient town instantly transformed into a hell on earth. Crying, screaming, and the sounds of destruction mixed with the roar of helicopters filled every corner. Shun Jiao crouched behind the curtain, her scalp prickling. She bit down hard on her lower lip, instinctively protecting her flat abdomen with her hands. He's gone mad. This man has completely lost his mind. He actually dared to directly armed blockade a tourist hotspot in broad daylight. Was he planning to turn Jiangnan upside down, digging 3 feet into the ground to drag her out and whip her corpse? The terrifying pressure of a living hell king descending upon the novice village loomed over Shun Jiao like a tangible weight. She thought she had escaped to safety. But when she looked up, she found herself still hanging at the top of the wanted list across the entire server. This exhilarating sense of dancing on the edge of a knife sent Shun Jiao's adrenaline soaring. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy and orderly sound of military boots echoed through the rain, clearly reaching Shun Jiao's ears. She abruptly turned her head. A team of 7 or 8 muscular black-clad bodyguards was menacingly approaching the street where she was hiding. The powerful flashlights in their hands indiscriminately swept across the signs of every shop. The owner of the nearby Osmanthus cake shop, who had just poked her head out to see the commotion, was yanked out by 2 bodyguards by her hair. After roughly confirming her appearance, they tossed her back into the store like throwing away garbage. The footsteps grew closer. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. They had arrived outside the Wan's Chongsam studio. Shun Jiao glanced at the tightly closed back door. That door connected to the alley, but when the helicopter was circling earlier, she had already seen armed snipers stationed at both ends of the alley. As for the waterways, the searchlights of the speedboats outside illuminated the water's surface as bright as day. There was no way to escape. If she dared to push open the door and run now, she would definitely be shot dead by this group of bloodthirsty bodyguards. Even if she survived, she'd be immediately pressed into the muddy water dragged before that mixed-blood tycoon on the brink of rampage. In Hua Siyuan's current state, if he found out that not only was she alive, but she had been toying with him for so long, it would be a fate worse than death. Heavy military boots had already stepped onto the bluestone steps outside the Chongsam shop. The doorknob let out a strained click sound. Shun Jiao's scalp tingled, and her breathing quickened to the extreme. She suddenly reached out her hand and fiercely pulled the thick velvet curtain shut. It's over. Shun Jiao gritted her teeth, glancing around the room's furnishings, her eyes instantly filled with determination. I can only unleash the big move now. The heavy military boots stomped on the bluestone pavement. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated dully in the dense curtain of rain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression that made one's scalp tingle. The footsteps approached the entrance of the Qipao shop without hesitation. Shun Jiao stood behind the intricately carved window, tightly clutching the edge of the curtain. Her heart raced wildly in her chest, nearly bursting through her ribs. Run. Where to run now? The ancient town streets outside had already been completely sealed off by hundreds of black heavy-duty SUVs in just 10 minutes. The display of this living hell was even more terrifying than a military exercise. If she dared to push open the back door and step out even with half a foot, she would undoubtedly be pressed into the mud by the fully armed mercenaries outside. She might even be shot in the head by a sniper. This is the end. Shun Jiao took a deep breath, abruptly yanking the curtain shut, completely isolating herself from the suffocating murderous aura outside. She absolutely could not be recognized by him. Since escape was impossible on a physical level, she could only unleash her trump card on a magical level. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Jiao turned around. At a sprinting speed that pushed her limits, she lifted her skirt and rushed like a gust of wind towards the back courtyard of the Qipao shop. The courtyards of the Jiangnan water towns always had a certain amount of twists and turns. Shun Jiao skillfully navigated around the water vat in the courtyard, diving into the most secluded storage room in the back. It was filled with scraps of fabric and discarded wooden frames. A faint musty smell lingered in the air. But Shun Jiao couldn't care less about that. She aimed directly for the inconspicuous old redwood box in the corner. This was the last escape route she had left for herself when she first arrived in the Jiangnan ancient town. With a snap, she forcefully pulled open the heavy brass lock. Shun Jiao frantically rummaged inside, quickly pulling out a large bundle of pitch-black fabric. This was her pre-prepared emergency widow's outfit. A complete set of black mourning clothes made from coarse fabric that could chafe the skin, along with a thick, nearly opaque black mourning veil. Without hesitation, Shun Jiao swiftly unfastened the priceless Su embroidery qipao from her body. The moon-white silk slid down her slender waist, pooling around her ankles. She barely spared a glance at the expensive garment, grabbing the rough black mourning dress and hastily putting it on. The cut of this outfit could only be described as utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal. It was oversized and baggy like a burlap sack, completely concealing her graceful and alluring curves. The coarse fabric rubbed against her delicate skin, causing a slight sting. But at such a time, the uglier she looked, the safer she would be. Shun Jiao tugged at the wide neckline, ensuring that her fair neck was completely covered. The outfit was changed. The first step of her disguise was barely passable. However, when Shun Jiao glanced at the corner of the dimly lit storage room and saw the chipped dressing mirror, she froze. The woman in the mirror, though clad in a lifeless mourning outfit, appeared utterly desolate. But that face was anything but. Due to her frantic sprint earlier, her cheeks were flushed with a healthy pink. Most concerning were those eyes. Her amber eyes at that moment sparkled astonishingly due to the tension and excitement. They were filled with cunning clarity and a strong will to survive. Where was the slightest hint of grief over a dead husband? No, this expression is far too out of character. Shun Jiao gritted her teeth in silence. That man Hossein was no fool. He was ruthless in the business world, having encountered all kinds of monsters and demons. His eyes were sharp like the most precise lie detector. As soon as they met, even a fleeting glance from him could see through her clumsy act. She had to cry. She needed to cry with such despair that it would break her heart to cry in a way that even her own mother would not recognize her. Shun Jiao closed her eyes, desperately trying to build up her emotions. She thought of the Shun family that had been shorted before and the funds that had fled. It was useless. She had long since retrieved that money through hacking, even snatching away many of Huasian's valuable belongings as she left. The thought of that long string of zeros in her account made her not only unable to cry, but almost laugh out loud. No, she needed to change her approach. Shun Jiao took a deep breath, forcing herself to recall the terrifying visage of Huasaiyan when he went mad. She thought of his bloodshot eyes, of him crushing an obsidian ring with his bare hands, and of that backyard pool rumored to contain a great white shark. The sense of fear truly emerged. Every hair on her body stood on end. Yet frustratingly, her body functioned with peculiar rationality at this extremely dangerous moment. In a state of extreme panic and tension, it felt as though her tear ducts had been forcibly shut. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, reddening her eyelids. But her eyes were so dry that not even a single crocodile tear could be squeezed out. Her emotions were completely out of whack. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud suddenly echoed from the front hall. Someone was forcefully kicking the door of the cheap house shop. The heavy antique wooden door let out a groan under the strain. "Open up. Everyone inside come out for inspection." A gruff and cold voice pierced through the rain, directly striking Shun Jiao's eardrums. It was the voice of the Hua family's mercenaries. They were losing patience and preparing to break the door down. Shun Jiao's scalp instantly felt like it was on fire. There was no time left. In this desperate moment, Shun Jiao's peripheral vision caught sight of the half-open door of the small kitchen beside the storage room. That was the place where she occasionally cooked tonics for herself. Shun Jiao's eyes lit up. Time to activate her physical cheat. She lifted the troublesome black skirt and dashed into the kitchen like a whirlwind. On the stove there was a large bundle of fresh vegetables she had just bought that morning. Shun Jiao's gaze frantically swept over the pile of vegetables. There were no onions. Damn it, why was there no onion today of all days? Her gaze shifted, and she locked onto a large green onion in the corner of the vegetable basket. It was a type of green onion unique to Jiangnan, although not as thick as those from the north. Its spiciness was certainly not inferior. Shun Jiao grabbed the green onion without hesitation. Snap! The crisp sound echoed. She forcefully snapped the green onion in half. Fresh, pungent onion juice burst forth instantly. Shun Jiao didn't even have time to chop it. She held the dripping, pungent half of the green onion directly to her. Hiss! It was too close. The strong, irritating gas released from the green onion rushed towards her eyes unguarded. It felt as if someone had directly sprinkled chili powder into her eyes. A sharp pain shot from her eye nerve straight to her brain. Shun Jiao gasped in pain and instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. But the effect was remarkable. There was no need for any emotional buildup or acting skills. Her physiological defense mechanism was perfectly triggered at that moment. Tears surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Big tears like beads that had slipped off a string cascaded down uncontrollably. Woo! It hurts. Shun Jiao tossed aside the green onion, covering her eyes as she squatted on the ground. She was truly overwhelmed by the irritation. The spiciness not only stung her eyes, but also surged up through her nasal cavity. Not only were her tears flowing wildly, but she could hardly hold back her runny nose. Her current appearance was utterly disheveled. Her eye sockets were swollen like walnuts, her cheeks were smeared with tears and snot, and coupled with her oversized rough black morning clothes, she looked a sight. There was not a hint of the vibrant, beautiful Qipao lady of the Jiangnan water town left. She was nothing more than a pitiful widow who had lost her husband, fallen on hard times, and cried every day in absolute despair. The power of this physical tear gas was simply divine. As Shun Jiao sobbed, she fumbled in her sleeve for a tissue, wiping her nose haphazardly. Listening to the increasingly violent banging on the door in front of her, she grabbed the heavy black mourning veil. The black veil was pulled over her head. Half of her swollen red face and tear-streaked features were perfectly hidden behind the translucent black veil, revealing only a pointed chin and her shoulders that looked extremely fragile as they quivered. Shun Jiao took a deep breath of the onion-scented air and stumbled out of the kitchen. She leaned against the wall, as if she were a frail woman on the brink of collapse. Passing through the corridor, she arrived at the lobby of the Qipao shop. In the center of the lobby stood a valuable Wangwali Luohan bed. Shun Jiao approached the bed, her legs giving way, and she naturally collapsed onto the Luohan bed. She curled up into a ball, her shoulders heaving with sobs. She perfectly captured the fragile essence of a widow, just as she settled into her pose the next second. The door of the Qipao shop was violently slammed open with a bang. The heavy door latch emitted a cracking sound. The Hua family's menacing black-clad bodyguards could no longer wait and were ready to break in. A sense of desperate oppression enveloped the entire lobby like a tangible force. Through the black veil, Shun Jiao bit her lip tightly, preparing to face the gaze of the living hell. However, at this critical moment, a sudden, extremely arrogant curse sounded from outside the door. Bang! The sound of heavy military boots crashing against the wooden door struck Shun Jiao's heart like a heavy hammer. The ancient, intricately carved wooden door, already somewhat aged, emitted a painful cracking sound. Wooden splinters from the latch fell to the ground. Through the thick black mourning veil, Shun Jiao bit her lower lip tightly. She held her breath, her entire body tensed like a bow pulled to its limit. It's over. The door is about to burst open. With Huasiyuan's current frenzied state where he kills gods upon seeing them and slays Buddhas upon encountering them, once this door breaks, no matter how good her acting is, she can't ensure she won't show any flaws. She could almost imagine the dark gun muzzles outside all pointing directly at her head in the next moment. Just as she was prepared to accept her fate and close her eyes, suddenly a loud and crude voice of cursing erupted from outside. "Everyone get out of the way. Let's see who dares to stop me today. Anyone who dares to touch Wang Laohu, I say she's tired of living." The voice was so loud and abrupt that on the street where only the sound of rain and the heavy breathing of mercenaries could be heard, it was like a thunderclap. The suffocating action of breaking down the door miraculously paused due to this coarse roar. Xin Zhao's tense nerves jolted suddenly. She opened her eyes, reddened from the pungent smell of green onions in disbelief, and cautiously moved half a step forward. Through a small crack opened by the kicked door, she held her breath and peered outside. At the other end of the bluestone-paved street, splashes of water erupted. A group of people full of vigor stomped through the puddles, striding towards the cheap house store. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a pot belly. He wore a tight floral shirt, his belly so large it seemed ready to burst through the buttons. Around his neck hung a pure gold chain thicker than a dog leash, gleaming with the unique vulgarity of a nouveau riche in the dim rainy day. Though Xin Zhao had never seen this man before, she recognized him just by hearing his name. The biggest local tyrant in the ancient town, Wang Laohu. He was also the foster father and biggest supporter of the yellow-haired thug she had beaten up in the backyard water tank yesterday. Wang Laohu's face was now filled with shaking rage. In his hand, he arrogantly dragged a baseball bat as thick as his wrist. The bat scraped against the bluestone, emitting a piercing friction sound. Trailing beside Wang Laohu was the yellow-haired thug who had been single-handedly dealt with by Xin Zhao yesterday. He had been nearly drowned yesterday and currently had a bandage wrapped around his head. At this moment, he was swaggering beside Wang Laohu, pointing at the cheap house store's door while constantly "Foster father. It's this store? It's that little widow from out of town." The yellow-haired thug gritted his teeth, his face filled with resentment. Not only did she refuse to pay protection fees, but she also dared to lay hands on me. "She's slapping you in the face." Hearing this, Wang Laohu's coarse brows shot up. He had been dominating the Jiang, an ancient town, for over a decade, who in both the legal and illegal realms would not give him some face. Now a solitary widow who just moved in and lost her husband dared to shit on him. If this got out, would Wang Laohu still be able to mix in this business? "She's rebelling against me." Wang Laohu spat, striding forward with big steps. Behind him, more than 20 ruffians followed. Some of these men were wielding iron rods, others carrying machetes, each one looking menacing. They were used to bullying others in the ancient town and had no concept of fear. With the heavy rain today obscuring visibility, this ragtag group only focused on showing off their ferocity, completely oblivious to the extremely eerie atmosphere of the street. No shops were open. No tourists lingered. Even the stray dogs that usually barked had gone silent. In order to establish authority in front of his subordinates, Wang Laohu wore arrogance on his face. He stepped up the stairs in front of the cheap house store. The baseball bat in his hand smashed against the nearby stone lion, producing a loud crash. "Little widow, get out here!" Wang Laohu yelled with a voice like a broken gong, unleashing a deafening roar at the door. "Who dares to hit me? You should find out who runs the show in this town." He cursed while arrogantly waving the baseball bat in his hand. "If you don't pay the protection fee today and obediently come with me." Wang Laohu let out a lewd, cold laugh. "If I don't smash this store to smithereens and take you away today, I won't be surnamed Wang." This boast was truly powerful, overflowing with dominance. Normally, if the residents of the ancient town heard this, they would have long since run far away. Unfortunately today, he had chosen the wrong time and the wrong target for his bravado. While Wang Laohu was busy making threats, he completely ignored the group of people standing less than 2 meters in front of him. A group of fully armed mercenaries from the Hua family who had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment, the team of Hua family bodyguards who were about to enter and search suddenly collided with Wang Laohu's group of thugs. The air was terrifyingly silent in that instant. Only the cold rain continued to pelt down on the bodyguards' black tactical helmets. The bodyguard captain slowly turned his head. Behind the goggles, a pair of cold, emotionless eyes looked as if they were staring at a corpse. They were the private armed force of Huasiyuan, the world's top killing machine. Their order was to spare no effort in sealing off the ancient town and to search for that woman. Anyone who dared to obstruct them would be met with lethal force. The bodyguard captain looked at the beer-bellied nouveau riche waving a wooden stick before him and found it somewhat ridiculous. And Wang Laohu, he was utterly oblivious to the danger. Looking at the few men in black blocking the door, his first reaction was not fear, but that they were in his way. Because the opponents were wearing matching black raincoats and tactical gear, Wang Laohu did not recognize that these were military-grade outfits. He merely thought they were some security company from out of town that didn't understand the rules, or some other gang. Haven't you ever seen someone discipline others? Wang Laohu not only didn't retreat, but took a step forward, arrogantly pointing the baseball bat at the bodyguard captain's nose. Where did the gangsters come from? Dressed like you're at a funeral. Wang Laohu spat his face full of disdain. Get out of my way. The yellow-haired thug behind him followed suit, shouting, Did you hear that? Our boss Wang is doing business, so outsiders hurry up and roll. Don't waste our boss time stealing women. This was practically flipping over the table of the King of Hell, while also performing a tap dance on it. The bodyguard captain's gaze instantly dropped to freezing point. He said nothing, nor did he make any unnecessary movements. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Click. A very faint yet crisp mechanical sound echoed. It was the sound of a real gun with the safety switch disengaged. Immediately after, the dozens of originally silent men in black on either side of the street made the same gesture. Click, click, click. The cold sound of firearms merged in the rain, bringing with it a chilling countdown. The dark muzzles instantly locked onto Wang Laohu and his shouting subordinates from all directions. Only at this moment did Wang Laohu's face freeze in shock. Although he was a local tyrant, he had seen real weapons before. The uniform gleaming special submachine guns were definitely not toys. Wang Laohu's mouth fell open, his arrogant curses caught in his throat and turned into a series of wind-whistling gurgles. The baseball bat he was proud of suddenly felt like a ridiculous firewood stick. The bodyguards' gazes instantly became as cold as if they were staring at corpses. They needed no further words. With a single gesture from their captain, this group of trash would be turned into mush in a second. At this very moment, inside the cheap house store, just one door away, Xin Jiao peered through the small crack, witnessing everything happening outside. She looked at Wang Laohu's plump face, which had turned pale and comical from extreme fear. She then glanced at the Hua family's bodyguards, whose attention had already been completely diverted, successfully led away by Wang Laohu. A bright glimmer suddenly erupted from Xin Jiao's eyes, reddened from the pungent smell of green onions. She tightly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. She had originally been in despair, worried about how to deal with the impending search. This was as if heaven itself was assisting her. Behind the heavy black veil, Xin Jiao's lips curled up into a sly grin. What a perfect opportunity had presented itself just when she needed it. The spicy aroma of scallion juice ferments wildly in the eye sockets. That fiery sting feels even more unbearable than heartbreak. Xin Jiao took a deep breath of the air laced with the scent of rain. She pinched her thigh hard. Tears burst forth like a string of pearls, uncontrollably cascading down. The emotions were in place. Creak. Just as the bodyguard was about to kick down the wooden door, it was suddenly yanked open from the inside. Accompanied by this piercing sound of the door opening, a slender, fragile figure clad in coarse mourning clothes stumbled into the rain curtain. No! A shrill and desperate cry instantly pierced the dead silence of the street. The voice carried endless sorrow and terror. Like a small beast cornered with no way out, it let out its final wail. The bodyguards of the Hua family, preparing to pull the trigger, all halted in unison. Their orders were to search for all young women. The woman in black who had suddenly dashed out, although wrapped tightly, was clearly a woman fitting their criteria. The bodyguards, well-trained, slightly lowered their guns, avoiding a misfire that could harm this potential lead. And just as they lowered their guns, Xin Jiao threw herself recklessly into the midst of the two groups. She positioned herself perfectly, blocking the Hua family bodyguards from Wang Laohu. Thud! Xin Jiao's legs buckled, and she fell directly onto the muddy bluestone. The icy rainwater instantly soaked her heavy black mourning veil. The mourning veil clung tightly to her face, obscuring her true features. One could only see a frail shoulder violently trembling in the wind and rain. Boss Wang, please have mercy. Xin Jiao lifted her head, crying pitifully in the direction. Her voice, heavy with nasal tones, sounded hoarse and broken. I am a widow with no one to rely on, and I just moved to Jiangnan a few days ago. While she cried out in despair, she extended her delicate white hands, forcefully pounding the accumulated water on the ground. Mud splashed all over her, making her look even more pitiful and desperate. My poor late husband, his body is still warm. He left us mother and daughter without even a complete corpse. Xin Jiao cried her heart out, each word dripping with sorrow. The corners of her mouth, hidden beneath the black veil, twitched slightly from suppressing a laugh. I'm sorry, Mr. Hua, but I can only trouble you to die for now. Why did you bring so many people to block my... Why did you snatch away the money I needed for my late husband's funeral? Xin Jiao accused through tears, perfectly portraying a tragic widow bullied by a tyrant, utterly helpless. You're clearly trying to drive us, a mother and child, to our deaths. These few cries had a penetrating power. The townsfolk, who had originally been too scared to speak, heard her heart-wrenching wails. They couldn't help but quietly crack open their windows a little. Hiding in the shadows, they watched the scene through the rain curtain, observing the usually arrogant Wang Laohu. They looked at the black-veiled widow, sitting in the muddy water, utterly desolate. A spark of sympathy ignited in the hearts of the townsfolk. What a sin! Wang Laohu is bullying others again. Indeed, her husband just died, and he brings people to cause trouble. What kind of person is he? Yeah. This poor widow, how will she live in the future? Although no one dared to step in to help, the faint sounds of discussion and sighs floated out with the wind. The high ground of public opinion was firmly under Shun Jiao's control. Meanwhile, Wang Lao's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. He had been at the mercy of the Hua family's bodyguards, his soul nearly frightened away. His legs trembled, and he felt a damp warmth in his pants. He was even prepared to kneel and beg for mercy. But now this little widow suddenly rushed out, blocking the gun. Moreover, those men in black, exuding a murderous aura, really did lower their guns. Wang Lao's mind, clouded by ignorance, suddenly made a fatal misjudgment. He thought these men in black were too afraid to act in front of so many people, or simply didn't want to get involved in the local dispute. He could hear the faint murmurs and whispers of the townsfolk around him. After all, he was Wang Lao who ruled the ancient town of Jiangnan. If he were to be intimidated by a crying little widow in front of so many of his subordinates today, or even scared off by a few unknown bodyguards, how would he survive in this territory in the future? His face was more important than his life. The fear from before was instantly replaced by a strong sense of anger and humiliation. Wang Lao's malice surged from his heart, and he straightened his back. He completely ignored the dangerous aura from the bodyguards, directing all his rage towards the fallen Shen Jiao. You shameless wretch! Wang Lao swung the baseball bat in his hand, cursing wildly. Spittle sprayed everywhere in the rain. What are you pretending to be, a virtuous widow? If your dead husband knew you were flirting with wild men outside, even the coffin lid couldn't contain him. He pointed furiously at Shen Jiao. If I take a liking to you, it's your blessing. If you don't hand over the shop today and don't obediently come back with me, I'll make your life worse than death. Wang Lao became more and more agitated, as if he had regained his former dominance as a local tyrant. He even found the group of bodyguards blocking his way extremely annoying. They severely hindered his progress in capturing Shen Jiao. He stepped forward, intending to bypass the bodyguards and directly seize Shen Jiao on the ground. However, the Hua family bodyguards were not mere decorations. The bodyguard captain coldly stared at him like a lifeless iron tower, firmly blocking the way between Wang Lao and Shen Jiao. Not taking a step back, Wang Lao was eager to regain his dignity in front of his subordinates. He looked at the man in black who stood like a wooden post before him, feeling that his authority was being challenged. Rage completely burned away his reason. He impulsively reached out with his ring-laden greasy hand. He shoved hard at the bodyguard captain's chest. Get out of my way. Wang Lao glared with bloodshot eyes, letting out an extremely arrogant roar. A good dog doesn't block the way. I must kill this widow today. This reckless shove seemed like a death wish in the eyes of those around. The bodyguard captain was pushed back a step by this sudden brute force. The heavy tactical boots splashed into the puddles on the bluestone. A splash of murky, muddy water flew up. The air in that instant seemed to solidify. The bodyguard captain steadied himself and slowly lowered his head. Beneath the goggles, the last flicker of emotion in his eyes vanished. In its place was a coldness as gray as dead ashes. It was the kind of gaze that sentenced the fat man before him to death. He was a top-tier weapon of slaughter under Hua Xian's command. No one dared to lay a finger on him on the mercenary battlefields of Europe. Now he had been pushed by an ignorant local ruffian. The bodyguard captain said nothing. He merely slowly raised his right hand. 5 fingers clad in tactical gloves were distinctly knuckled. He gradually tightened his grip on the submachine gun's handle. The thumb emotionlessly rested on the cold trigger. The killing intent had reached its peak. In just half a second, this fat man's head would explode like a watermelon. In that tense moment of life and death. In the distant rain curtain, the black bulletproof Maybach that had been quietly parked at the end of the street suddenly emitted a cold and muffled sound. Bang! It was the sound of the heavy bulletproof door being pushed open forcefully from the inside. Immediately after, a pair of impeccably polished custom-made black leather shoes stepped into the cold puddles. The man, who was extremely irritated by the noise and had exhausted his last ounce of patience due to the disturbance caused by these ants, finally stepped out of the car. He finally got out of the car. Bang! The sound of the car door closing was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer carried by the rain, slamming violently against the nerves of everyone present. A pair of custom-made leather shoes, untouched by any dust, stepped mercilessly into the murky puddle. His long, straight legs were encased in cold, stiff black suit trousers. Hua Xian did not hold an umbrella. He simply stepped out of the bulletproof Maybach, allowing the dense cold rain of Jiangnan to fall onto his bespoke shirt. The rain instantly soaked his broad shoulders, outlining the explosive muscle lines beneath. He had not closed his eyes for 4 whole days. Ever since he watched the explosion from the cliff's edge, watched her vital signs vanish into the deep sea on the radar. The mania within him had become a bloodthirsty beast, thoroughly enraged and breaking free of its chains. It savagely tore at every shred of his sanity, pushing him to the brink of violent rage. He slowly raised his head. On that deep, handsome mixed-race face, there was not a trace of human warmth. His eye sockets were sunken with heavy dark circles underneath, making him look like a vengeful Azura crawling from the deepest depths of hell. His bloodshot eyes churned with a brutality capable of destroying everything. Hossein narrowed his eyes slightly. A glance of extreme coldness pierced through the dense curtain of rain sweeping over lightly. With the fall of that gaze, the surrounding air seemed to be completely drained in an instant, the pressure plummeting to a suffocating freezing point. Even the falling raindrops in midair seemed to instantly condense into sharp shards of ice. Wang Lao, his hand holding the baseball bat, froze stiffly in midair. He didn't even have time to utter a curse. A fear rooted in biological instinct like a venomous snake madly crawled up from the soles of his feet, causing the fat all over his body to tremble violently. But his long-standing habit of bullying and domineering meant his mind hadn't quite caught up yet. The head of the bodyguards, watching the clan leader get out of the car, immediately keenly sensed that his patience was completely exhausted. No unnecessary words were needed. No superfluous requests for instructions were required. For trash daring to disrespect the clan leader, the Hua family's mercenaries had only one rule: no quarter. The bodyguard leader's wrist flipped sharply. He didn't even bother pulling the trigger. Instead, he directly reversed the heavy customized submachine gun in his hand. His movement was so fast it left only a black afterimage in the rain. Bang! A sickening, the hard steel stock whistling as it cut through the wind smashed heavily and ruthlessly onto Wang Lao's forehead. This blow showed no restraint, carrying absolute force of physical suppression. Wang Lao let out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered. His huge fat body, like a pile of mud losing its support, crashed heavily backward onto the bluestone slab. Blood instantly gushed from his forehead, mixing with the rain and covering his face, looking hideous. Several of his teeth were directly shattered by the immense force. Mixed with thick blood, he spat them out painfully into the muddy water. The leader's blow was like a death signal. Dozens of Hua family mercenaries, standing on both sides of the street, moved instantly. They were like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on a flock of sheep, silent, cold, and every move lethal. 3 seconds. The whole process took only 3 seconds. More than 20 local thugs who had been swaggering behind Wang Lao just moments before didn't even have time to swing their iron bars and knives half an inch. They were subdued by this group of professional killing machines, using the most brutal grappling techniques, directly pressed into the muddy puddles. Crack! My hand. My leg is broken. The crisp sound of bones being forcibly snapped, accompanied by desperate screams, echoing one after another, resounded continuously in the torrential rain. This was a one-sided dimensional reduction strike. Also a one-sided violent massacre. No chance for mercy, only chilling physical annihilation. Wang Lao, clutching his bleeding head, collapsed into the icy accumulated water. He stared in terror, eyes wide, watching his usually proud thugs being trampled under military boots like dead dogs. Then he looked at the mixed-race man, who was like the Grim Reaper, not even blinking an eye. Wang Lao's eyes began to roll back, and a choking, gurgling sound came from his throat. A stream of foul yellow liquid uncontrollably flowed from his crotch, mixing into the water on the ground. This tyrant who ruled Jiangnan was actually scared so badly he wet his pants on the spot. Hossein didn't even glance at Wang Lao on the ground. Even looking for a second longer felt like dirtying his. He strode forward on his long legs, stepping over the pools of blood and groaning bodies. Step by step, he walked to the threshold of the Chongsam shop. In the shadows inside the threshold, Shen Jiao was curled up in the most inconspicuous corner. She held her body into a tiny ball, trembling violently, as if shaking with a fever. The thick black veil clung tightly to her face, hiding all her expressions and features. But in reality, her back was already soaked through with layers of cold sweat. Huaxian's presence was too strong. That familiar pressure etched into her very bones made even breathing feel like a sharp pain in her lungs. She knew better than anyone how keen Huaxian's senses were. If he smelled her unique scent that could soothe his mania, or sensed her familiar heartbeat, even if she were reduced to ashes today, he could recognize her at a glance. In this desperate situation, Shen Jiao's mind raced, initiating an astonishing control over her physiological functions. She forcibly suppressed her originally steady rhythmic heartbeat. Using alternating long breath holds and rapid shallow breaths, she made her heart rate abnormally chaotic and weak. She even deliberately bit hard, breaking the tip of her own tongue. The faint rusty smell of blood mixed with the strong pungent smell of green onions she had gotten on herself in the kitchen earlier, added to the earthy rain scent from the street and the stench of urine from Wang Lao. It perfectly masked her original pure and alluring body scent, leaving not a trace. Hossein stopped. He stood towering on the steps like an emotionless judge. His cold gaze swept over, as if looking at a piece of worthless trash. Glancing at this black-veiled widow who was shivering in the corner, wrapped up tightly. Too ugly. That cheap coarse morning dress was covered in muddy splatters. The woman was sobbing intermittently, her voice hoarse and unpleasant like a worn-out leaky bellows. The air was thick with the unpleasant smell of earth and the pungent odor of onions and garlic. Because the morning dress was too thick and wide, it completely hid whatever figure lay beneath. Added to Shun Jiao's deliberately altered breathing, she had feigned the appearance of a stupid peasant woman scared out of her wits. Hua Xian's sharp black eyes didn't flicker with even a trace of suspicion. How could he possibly connect this dirty rustic crying and utterly graceless country widow with his cunning, radiant, delicate little thing who even had a hint of calculation in her fake tears? Furthermore, that heartless woman had already sunk forever into the cold Pacific Ocean. A wave of intense annoyance and physical disgust surged in his heart. Hua Xian's severe misophobia made him almost unable to tolerate the turbid air here. He frowned deeply with disgust. His incomparably handsome face was undisguisedly filled with irritation. Wrong place. Apart from these nauseating pieces of trash and a pitiful widow, there were no clues he was looking for. Withdraw. Hua Xian coldly spat out a single word. His voice held no emotional fluctuation, only endless fatigue and coldness. He turned around, preparing to leave this noisy, shabby shop without any hesitation, ready to continue to the next street for that hopeless needle-in-a-haystack mad search. Shun Jiao, hidden behind the door, clearly heard that word, withdraw. Her nerves, taut to the breaking point, finally relaxed a fraction, almost imperceptibly. Hidden beneath the thick black veil, she let out a long breath of stale air she had been holding. Survived. This performance was worthy of an Oscar gold statuette. As long as he walked out of this courtyard and took his people away, she would immediately pack the gold bar, slip out the back door, and buy a standing ticket to flee Jiangnan's water towns overnight. Hua Xian turned around on his long legs. The hem of his black trench coat swept a cold, rigid arc in the wind and rain. He was about to step down. However, just as he was about to take that step, a draft of cold wind characteristic of Jiangnan's water towns suddenly rushed into the old Chongsam shop. The wind scattered the cheap sandalwood incense that had been lit to mask the odors. Hua Xian's peripheral vision inadvertently crossed the broken threshold, passed through the dusty main hall, and casually swept over a piece of clothing hanging in the very center of the shop. It was an unfinished, half-finished men's tang suit. Made of the finest Gambierd Guangdong silk, it gave off a low-key, restrained luster in the dim light. But what attracted Hua Xian's gaze was not the expensive fabric at all. It was the collar of that garment. There, sewn with exceptionally fine thread, was an unfinished knot button. The distance was far. The light in the shop was also dim. But for Hua Xian, a man with freakish observation skills who had carved a certain woman into his very bones. Just one look. Just that one casual glance. His foot, which was about to step down, seemed to hit a forced... It froze abruptly in midair. Time seemed to stop flowing entirely at this second. Only the rain dripped down his hair, hitting the cold bluestone slab, shattering into 1,000 pieces. It was a very inconspicuous, double-return spiral knot finishing stitch. That habit of threading the needle. That unique, forceful angle biased 0.1 millimeters to the left when finishing the stitch. In this world, he had only seen it on one person. That was in the study of his assiduous state, when that little liar was sitting astride his lap. He had watched her with his own eyes, stitch by stitch, so that unique trace onto his tie. Exactly the same. Hua Xian did not turn his head, but in his originally dead black eyes a blaze of crimson hellfire capable of burning everything instantly erupted. He stared fixedly at the knot button hanging in midair. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted again. His gaze became instantly extremely dangerous. The sound of military boots striking the ancient wooden floor of the Ruan family's Qipao shop echoed ominously. Hua Xian, who had originally walked to the door preparing to leave, abruptly halted his steps. His deep black eyes, like a cold pool, fixated on the half-finished male tang suit hanging in the center of the shop. More precisely, he was staring at the inconspicuous double spiral button at the collar of the tang suit. This peculiar stitching habit, the unique tension and secretive curve when the needle was pulled. Hua Xian's breath slightly caught, and a chilling aura suddenly crept across his frostbitten face. That woman, even if turned to ash, he would recognize her needlework. Hua Xian suddenly turned around. His tall figure carried an overwhelming sense of terror as he stepped back into the shop. Call out that widow from just now. The man's voice was deep and hoarse, as if a death knell had echoed from the surrounding black-clothed bodyguards immediately understood and quickly dispersed, encircling the hall of the Qipao shop, tightly, not allowing even a fly to escape. In the inner room, Shun Jiao had been clutching her chest, desperately calming herself, relieved to have escaped the disaster. Upon hearing that familiar voice outside, which had haunted her nightmares, she froze as if struck by lightning. Her heart raced wildly in her chest, almost bursting out of her throat. What was happening? Hadn't he already? That figure had clearly already crossed the threshold. Why had he suddenly turned back? Could it be that her earlier act had revealed a flaw and he had recognized her? Shun Jiao's mind raced, cold sweat sliding down her pale forehead. No, that couldn't be right. If he had truly recognized her with Xian's tyrannical and insane temperament, he wouldn't be outside wasting time. He would have kicked down the door to the inner room ages ago, grabbed her by the neck, slammed her against the wall, and directly packed her off to a city. Since he was still outside calling for someone, it indicated he was merely suspicious and wanted to summon her out for a face-to-face test. But that was precisely the most deadly issue. As long as the two faced each other once the distance closed, regardless of how thickly she dressed or how tightly she wrapped herself in coarse cloth. That unique, pure fragrance of hers which could instantly soothe Xian's rage would undoubtedly be exposed. This man was 1,000 times more sensitive to her scent than a hunting dog. In the manner he could accurately follow her scent, even from 2 rooms away, seeking her out for a cuddle. Once he caught a whiff of her fragrance today, even if she grew wings, she would not escape this Jiangnan water town. The bodyguards outside had already begun to impatiently knock heavily on the wooden door of the inner room. Whoever's inside, come out immediately. Don't keep Master Ho waiting. If you don't come out, we'll break down the door. The wooden door creaked under the strain as if it would collapse at any moment. In this dire situation, Shun Jiao's gaze frantically scanned the narrow inner room, trying to find something to mask the scent. Perfume. No pregnant women couldn't use that. Garlic. She had used all of it in the kitchen just now. Just as she felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, her gaze suddenly halted on a red plastic bag in the corner. It was a bundle of cheap moss-repelling sandalwood incense she had bought for 9 yuan at the morning market a few days. Due to its poor quality, it was mixed with unknown inferior essence with a pungent smell strong enough to faint someone. She had never dared to light it. But now this thing was like a lifeline sent from heaven. Without any hesitation, Shun Jiao grabbed the 3 bundles of inferior sandalwood incense. She didn't even bother to unwrap the red paper packaging, directly picking up the windproof lighter on the table and setting the incense head ablaze. Whooshed! The inferior incense burned violently, thick, pungent white smoke billowing upwards instantly. The smell was absolutely overwhelming. It was like burning rotten wood mixed with expired cheap essence, directly assaulting the senses. Shun Jiao was the first to suffer, her eyes watering as she coughed violently, clutching her chest. But she showed no mercy, waving the 3 burning biological weapons around the inner room, ensuring every corner was enveloped in smoke. In just a few seconds, the entire inner room was shrouded in swirling smoke, a white haze that was choking to the point where the opposite wall was barely visible. Not enough. Just having the smell wasn't sufficient. The distance had to be increased. Shun Jiao quickly rummaged through the drawer and pulled out a thick medical dust mask, pressing it tightly against her face. This would prevent her from suffocating from the toxic fumes and further obscure her facial features. After doing all this, she surveyed her surroundings, and her gaze precisely locked onto a large black and white frame on the treasure shelf. This was an abandoned prop left by the former shopkeeper, originally containing the business license, which she had removed, leaving it completely empty. Shun Jiao yanked a sheet of white paper, grabbed a brush from the counter, and dipped it in thick ink. With a flick of her wrist, she wrote the enormous character Dian dramatically on the paper. The brush strokes were sharp, exuding a sense of reckless madness and absurdity. She quickly stuffed the white paper into the black and white frame and clutched the frame tightly against her chest. The sound of kicking at the door outside had reached a peak, and it seemed the lock would soon be violently broken. Cough, cough, cough. Coming. Shun Jiao intentionally altered her voice, producing a hoarse, indistinct nasal sound. The wooden door of the inner room was slowly pulled open by her from the inside. As the door opened, an overwhelming, suffocating white smoke surged out like a flood breaching a dam. The first few black-clothed bodyguards were caught off guard, their faces enveloped in thick smoke. What the hell is that smell? Cough, cough. Is she releasing poison? Cough. The trained bodyguards were choking as they backed away, covering their noses, and tears streaming down their faces, causing chaos in the hall. In that choking, almost tangible inferior white smoke, a woman clad in black, coarse mourning attire with a black veil over her head and a thick mask on her face slowly emerged. She clutched the black and white frame with the large Dian character tightly in her arms, like a vengeful spirit rising from the underworld, stepping delicately through the thick white smoke. This scene was absurd and eerie to the highest degree, resembling a hellish joke. In the center of the hall, Huaxin, who had originally stood proudly, froze the moment the white smoke billowed out. The pungent smell of inferior essence mixed with burnt wood invaded his nostrils without warning. For a mixed-blood tycoon with severe cleanliness issues and an exceptionally keen sense of smell, this was akin to a devastating biochemical attack. Cough. Huaxin quickly turned his head, his long fingers pressing against his pale lips, coughing lowly due to the suffocating scent. His handsome brows furrowed tightly, almost tied into a dead knot. The agitation that had been suppressed within him surged uncontrollably after being stimulated by this inferior scent. The violent impulses in his blood screamed wildly, demanding the destruction of everything disgusting before him. Master Huo, what is this widow trying to pull? I'll have someone blow this smoke away. Butler Stefan, wearing white gloves, covered his mouth and nose, looking disgusted as he prepared to disperse the smoke. However, Huosin slightly raised his hand, making an extremely stern gesture to stop. His gaze pierced through the dense, pungent white smoke, sharp as a blade, locking onto the little widow, who was frantically trying to escape. Even though he was being suffocated to the point of his condition flaring up, and even though the smell made him physically nauseous, he did not turn to leave. Instead, he acted like a top-class hunting dog, stubbornly clinging to the scent of his prey, unwilling to let go. Huosin strode forward. His long, straight legs crossed over the chaos on the floor, and he sat grandly in the precious Wangwali chair at the head of the table. He folded his hands in front of him, his black eyes deep as an abyss, coldly staring at the woman before him amidst the swirling smoke. The pungent, cheap, white smoke swirled wildly in the hall, resembling an impenetrable net. Huosin sat grandly in the main seat, made of Wangwali, his long legs casually crossed. The handsome face, akin to a deity yet cold as a hellish figure, was mostly shrouded in the swirling smoke. He did not speak again. He simply fixed his unfathomable black gaze on the woman before him, through the white smoke, staring intensely and unblinkingly. His eyes were sharp, as if they could transform into tangible blades, slicing through the heavy layers of her disguise. The air in the hall seemed to have frozen. The only sounds were the faint crackling of low-quality sandalwood burning and the muffled coughs of the bodyguards outside the door. Shun Jiao stood stiffly in place, clutching the large frame with the character Dian on it. Though separated by a thick protective mask and a layer of obscuring black veil, she could still clearly sense how terrifying the man's gaze was. It was the gaze of a top predator locking onto its prey. It carried an evaluative, probing intensity along with a chilling sense of danger, as if he could devour her alive. Shin Jiao's back was completely soaked. Cold sweat streamed down her spine, causing her inner garment to cling tightly to her skin, bringing a wave of sticky chill. Stay calm. Absolutely do not lose composure. As long as she did not reveal any flaws, as long as her face remained unseen, this man would never find concrete evidence. Shin Jiao took a deep breath of the acrid smoke, forcing her trembling legs to stabilize. She had to take the initiative and break this deadly silence. Mr. Ho. As Shin Jiao spoke, she was almost nauseated by her own voice. She intentionally tightened her throat, gripping her vocal cords tightly, and deliberately added a heavy nasal tone. The sound that emerged was akin to a duck suffering from severe throat inflammation, its neck being tightly grasped. It was hoarse, thin, indistinguishable in gender, and unbearably unpleasant. Today is the 7th day since my late husband's passing. The store is closed to customers. As she struggled to squeeze out this sentence in her duck-like voice, she also bent forward in a very cooperative manner. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. She began to cough violently, her shoulders heaving as if trying to expel her lungs. Half of it was an act and half was genuine, as she was indeed affected by the low-quality sandalwood. On the main seat, Huosin's brows knitted tightly once again. That damned, unpleasant duck voice was akin to nails scraping across a blackboard, coupled with the overwhelming stench of burnt wood that stung the eyes. Huosin suppressed the waves of nausea rising from his stomach, gripping the armrest of the chair tightly. His knuckles turned pale from the excessive force. Normally, if anyone dared to speak to him in such a voice and produced such a nauseating smell, he would have had them thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. But today he did not move. Huosin slightly raised his chin, his crimson gaze locking onto the woman. Less chatter. His low, hoarse voice was like a malevolent spirit crawling out of the depths of hell, carrying an unyielding, chilling command. He could hardly be bothered to glance at this widow pretending to be mysterious. He simply raised his right hand, clad in pure black leather gloves. His long index finger pointed precisely at the half-finished men's tang suit hanging on the side wall. Who taught you the stitching technique on the collar of this garment? The man's voice was not loud, yet it thundered in Shun Jiao's ears. Shun Jiao's hand, clutching the frame, trembled violently, her nails nearly digging into the wooden frame. Stitching technique. Her brain buzzed as if countless alarm bells had gone off simultaneously. The case was cracked. No wonder he had left only to turn back like a vengeful spirit. No wonder he was fixated on that garment. It was that double-looped button. She had made that tang suit a few days ago out of boredom, using leftover fabric. When finishing it, she had unconsciously employed her usual discreet stitching method. That was the unique stitching technique she had used when she was a canary in the Ho family estate to please this mad tyrant while sewing tie clips for him. Who would have thought that this man, a mixed-blood tycoon controlling the global economic pulse, would remember even the details of a simple button stitch so clearly? Is he a domineering CEO or a psychopath? Shin Jiao internally screamed, wishing she could chop off her right hand for being so reckless. Yet on the surface, she was desperately maintaining the persona of a tragic widow. Stitching technique. Shin Jiao continued in that unpleasant clipped duck voice, stammering. The CPU in her brain was nearly overheating, frantically searching for the most reasonable excuse among 1,000 possibilities. Ho Xian's gaze grew colder, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze inch by inch. Don't make me ask a second time. The man's patience was clearly at its limit. This is the ancestral blind stitching method from Jiangnan. Blind stitching method. A glimmer of dangerous malice flashed in Ho Xian's eyes. Yes, it is the blind stitching method. Shun Jiao became more fluent in her fabrication, stubbornly continuing her story. This was taught to my late great-grandmother by a blind tailor she met while fortune-telling at the bridge. This stitching method requires wrapping the thread around the fingers twice, and it works on all kinds of fabrics. My great-grandmother passed it down to my grandmother, and my grandmother passed it down to me. As she fabricated her tale, she even pretended to sniffle, as if reminiscing about her deceased ancestors. My late husband loved this stitching method when he was alive, so I made him one, planning to burn it for him tonight. The hall was as silent as death. Only Shun Jiao's unpleasant duck voice echoed in the empty room. Ho Xian quietly listened as she rambled on. In his deep black eyes, rage intertwined with a peculiar mockery. What a blind stitching method. What a family heirloom passed down from a deceased great-grandmother. This little liar whose mouth was full of lies and slippery as an eel dared to perform in front of him even at such a moment. Heh! A chilling mocking laugh suddenly escaped from Ho Xian's throat. This laugh was more chilling than Shun Jiao's back tightened suddenly, her scalp erupting with a jolt. In the next second, Ho Xian pressed both hands on the Wangwali armrest, slowly rising to his feet. At an astonishing height of nearly 2 meters, clad in a perfectly tailored pure black haute couture suit, he resembled an insurmountable black iceberg, exuding a terrifying oppressive force. His military boots struck the wooden floor with a heavy, slow sound. Thud, thud, 1 step, 2 steps. Ho Xian crossed the disarrayed floor, moving through the layers of pungent white smoke, approaching Shun Jiao. As he drew nearer, the scent of mature man, mixed with a faint hint of blood, aggressively penetrated the low-quality sandalwood's cover. It pressed directly against Shun Jiao's nostrils. This scent was too familiar, so familiar that it nearly caused her body to shudder instinctively. Clutching the blackened white frame, her legs went weak, and she instinctively began to retreat. She took a step back, another step back, until her lower back pressed against the cold, hard countertop with no way left to retreat. The man's towering shadow completely enveloped her. From above, it was as if a deity were looking down upon a dying ant. Ho Xian stopped less than half a meter away from her. He did not speak again. He slowly raised his right hand, clad in pure black leather gloves. His long, powerful fingers, distinctly knotted, exuded an undeniable sense of absolute strength. He reached out towards the heavy black veil on Shun Jiao's face, inching closer. The movement was slow but carried a psychological pressure that could drive one mad. Shun Jiao's breath completely halted. Her mind went blank, leaving only the despair of watching that hand approach. It was about to be torn off. The veil was about to fall. It was all over. Once her face was exposed, once he got close enough to catch a scent, she would absolutely be skinned and dismembered by this madman, leaving not a single bone behind. The edge of the black leather glove had already touched the hem of the black veil. In that moment of extreme tension, when the air felt like it was about to ignite, suddenly from outside the open door of the hall came a series of abrupt, sharp sounds of high heels clicking against the bluestone pavement. Tap, 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 tap. Accompanying the sound of heels was an overpowering, nauseating smell of cheap Dior perfume, sharp enough to make one sneeze. It was like a sudden storm of fragrance instantly sweeping through the entire doorway of the cheap house store. Following that, a sweet, exaggerated feminine voice capable of raising goosebumps excitedly came in from outside the door. "Oh, Mr. Ho, why do you come to such an unlucky place?" The large hand, clad in black leather gloves, abruptly halted in midair, mere inches away from the thin black veil on Shun Jiao's face. Shun Jiao could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the black leather glove seeping into her skin in delicate threads. It was just a fraction away. Her disguise was on the verge of being completely torn apart, revealing her true self before this living embodiment of death. Outside the open door of the hall, the crisp sound of high heels tapping against the bluestone slabs became the only lifeline, breaking the suffocating silence. Accompanied by the hurried footsteps, an overwhelming scent of perfume thick enough to suffocate swept in. It was some sort of cheap imitation Dior fragrance applied excessively. It was sweet to the point of nausea, sharp enough to make one feel dizzy. This scent forcefully invaded the already pungent air of the hall, creating a catastrophic biochemical disaster as the two extreme odors clashed. Hua Siyuan's movements abruptly froze. A fleeting, unmistakable disgust flashed across his bottomless black eyes. As a mixed-blood tycoon with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, he could not tolerate the cheap, pungent scent of cosmetics. He slowly withdrew the hand that was about to touch the black veil. His tall and upright figure leaned back slightly, creating some distance, and his brow knotted tightly. Shen Jiao, having escaped the disaster, let out a long sigh behind the veil. The tension in her nerves suddenly relaxed. She nearly collapsed to the ground, her legs turning to jelly. But she couldn't afford to feel relieved, quickly gasping for breath through the thick mask. Seizing the moment when Hua Siyuan turned, Shen Jiao stealthily glanced outside the door. The newcomer was none other than the owner of another high-end qipao shop in the ancient town. This woman had always been envious of Shen Jiao's booming business, stealing her customers and often gossiping behind her back, setting traps. Today she must have heard the news that the influential Hua family bigwig from City A had suddenly arrived in the... How could she let such a prime opportunity to cling to the powerful slip away? This shop owner had deliberately changed into what she considered the most alluring fired low-cut qipao. The neckline was cut so low that it seemed she wanted to thrust her cleavage directly into someone's face. Her face was caked in thick foundation, and her lips were painted a vivid red, as if she had eaten a dead child. She twisted her curvy waist, teetering on sky-high heels, wearing what she thought was the most charming smile, and rushed in eagerly. Oh Huiyi, the sweetness of her voice was enough to make one's skin crawl. The surrounding black-clad bodyguards, armed to the teeth and exuding an air of danger, instinctively frowned at the sudden commotion. The head of the bodyguards immediately stepped forward, blocking the clueless woman. Stop! Huiyi is here. No outsiders are allowed to approach. The cold gleam of a gun barrel was faintly visible, radiating a chilling intent. However, the shop owner seemed blinded by her greed to climb the social ladder. She completely disregarded the fearsome bodyguards, mistakenly thinking this was just the normal entourage of a wealthy magnate. Oh dear, big brother, don't be so fierce. The shop owner exaggeratedly twisted her body and forced her way through the gaps between the bodyguards, fanning her face with her hand in a show of disdain. Cough, cough, cough. Oh my, what on earth is burning in here? It reeks. She scanned the hall filled with swirling white smoke with disgust, her gaze finally settling on Shen Jiao huddled in the corner. Upon seeing Shen Jiao's pitiful figure wrapped in black cloth and wearing a mask, the shop owner's jealousy instantly morphed into schadenfreude. Good. This shameless vixen, usually relying on her looks to captivate the men in town, is finally exposed before this top-tier bigwig. This was a rare opportunity to trample her down. The shop owner in her high heels swayed her hips as she approached. Although wary of the terrifying aura surrounding Hua Siyuan and not daring to get too close, she was still close enough. The intense scent of cheap perfume surged towards Hua Siyuan's nose. Hua Siyuan's expression had darkened to the extreme. He coldly turned his head, his crimson gaze sweeping over the shop owner as if viewing a corpse. The murderous intent in his eyes could almost freeze the air. Yet the shop owner, blinded by vanity, mistook this for the bigwig's special attention towards her. She excitedly raised her voice by an octave. Huiyi, please don't be fooled by her pitiful appearance. With her red-painted nails, the shop owner pointed rudely at Shen Jiao's nose. This woman is utterly... She burns incense and mourns her dead husband every day, pretending to be a tragic widow of virtue. In reality, she just wants to create a persona to deceive wealthy men for their sympathy and money. The hall was deathly silent. Only the sharp, caustic voice of the shop owner echoed. Shen Jiao hid behind the large black and white frame, her heart pounding like a drum. It's over. That fool. That mindless teammate. Shen Jiao cursed furiously in her heart. She desperately tried to signal the shop owner, even though no one could see through the black veil. Shut up. Please just shut up. Don't say any more. Cold sweat was trickling down Shen Jiao's back, a strong premonition of impending doom gripping her heart. However, the shop owner was oblivious to Shen Jiao's desperate mental waves. Seeing Hua Siyuan silent, she assumed the bigwig was turned off by the widow. To further highlight her righteousness and completely trample Shen Jiao underfoot, the shop owner decided to unleash her final trump card. With her arms crossed and chin held high, her eyes filled with disdain. Huiyi, you have no idea how outrageous her boasting usually is. She brags to everyone, claiming her husband was incredibly wealthy and powerful in the past. She also claims that although her husband had a bad temper and was possessive like a mad dog, he was exceptionally generous, never flinching when it came to giving her money. The shop owner spoke animatedly, saliva flying. Is that even reasonable? If her husband truly had such capabilities, how could she still be running a shabby tailor shop in this impoverished place? This woman is just full of nonsense, not a single word of truth. Hearing this, Hua Siyuan's previously furrowed brow slowly relaxed. The fury and murderous intent in his deep, dark eyes miraculously subsided for a moment, replaced by a chilling, unfathomable coldness. Bad temper. Possessive like a mad dog. Generous with money. These phrases sounded so familiar. Hua Siyuan slightly squinted, his gaze bypassing the incessantly chattering shop owner, and once again landed on Shen Jiao huddled in the corner. That gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of black veil, directly seeing through Shen Jiao's soul, which was trembling madly. At this moment, Shen Jiao had forgotten how to breathe. The alarms in her brain blared simultaneously. Shut up. Please just shut up. Don't say that sentence. Absolutely don't say it. Shun Jiao wailed in despair within her heart. However, it was clear that the heavens did not hear her prayers. To thoroughly tarnish Shun Jiao's reputation, the shop owner exaggeratedly sneered and raised her voice, delivering the devastating blow. Will you guess what? The shop owner's face was filled with schadenfreude, her tone exaggerated to the extreme. If her husband were truly rich and powerful, how could he have met such a gruesome end? I heard it's because she committed numerous sins outside, doing all kinds of bad things. Even the heavens couldn't stand it. On a stormy night, the shop owner deliberately dragged out the ending, her gaze maliciously fixed on Shun Jiao. Her dead husband was struck down by a heavenly lightning bolt. Boom! This sentence was like a powerful atomic bomb detonating in the already stifling hall. The shop owner, not satisfied, triumphantly delivered her final summary. Bad deeds will be punished. This is retribution. He deserved to die by lightning. A deathly silence ensued. Even the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Outside, the rain seemed to pour even harder, with large raindrops pounding against the bluestone, producing a dull echo. In that instant, the air in the hall was completely drained. The temperature plummeted as if entering a frozen cavern of winter. Hua Siyuan sat at the head of the table, resembling a cold statue devoid of life. He did not move, nor did he speak. Yet everyone could distinctly feel a terrifying, destructive pressure emanating from this man. Upon hearing the words "struck by lightning," Hua Siyuan's deep, shadowy pupils suddenly constricted to the extreme, as if pricked by a needle. Deep within his eyes, the previously suppressed tide of rage burst forth, shattering the cage of reason, erupting into a tangible, scarlet, murderous intent. Struck by lightning. Good. Very good. What a wicked person, struck dead by lightning. The veins on Hua Siyuan's hand bulged, resembling coiled snakes. He firmly gripped the armrest of the chair, the hard yellow pear wood creaking ominously under his grasp. In the corner of the hall, Shun Jiao clutched the black and white frame inscribed with the word "offering," soaked in cold sweat, as if pulled from the water. Her body trembled uncontrollably, shaking so much that even her teeth clattered. Her small face, hidden behind the tablet, was utterly pale, as white as paper. Listening to the shop owner's declaration of "struck by lightning," and feeling the terrifying, murderous intent erupting from the man across from her, Shun Jiao's legs went weak, completely losing all strength. She despairingly closed her eyes. This was true. The words of the landlady, "he deserved to be struck by lightning," still buzzed in the empty hall. She even raised her chin triumphantly, thinking she had accomplished something great. To please the powerful figure before her, she took another step forward. With her movement, the overwhelming pungent scent of cheap perfume surged like a tide. It rushed straight towards Hua Siyuan's face. Hua Siyuan closed his eyes. The frenzied, killing intent surging within his chest, mixed with the nausea churning in his stomach, reached its peak in that instant. He despised others touching him more than anything. He hated even more the cheap, filthy, and vulgar smell that polluted his breath. The acrid scent of low-quality sandalwood incense in the hall combined with the sickeningly sweet imitation Dior perfume. For a man with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder and mania, this was akin to the most brutal punishment. When his bottomless black eyes opened again, there was not a trace of human emotion left inside. Only pure, spine-chilling destruction remained. There were no warnings. Hua Siyuan didn't even glance at the grinning landlady. His long leg, wrapped in tailored black pants, suddenly lit. With the terrifying force of thunder, he kicked violently at the heavy solid wood coffee table between the two of them. The sound was deafening, as if thunder had struck the ground. The coffee table, weighing over 100 pounds and carved from a solid piece of wood, was shattered into pieces from his kick. The hard wooden panels exploded and splinters flew out like bullets. The blue and white porcelain tea set on the table was smashed to bits, shards mixed with tea water splattered everywhere. Oh! The smile on the landlady's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror. A sharp wooden shard grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of blood. She let out a piercing scream like that of a... Her legs went weak, and she collapsed uncontrollably onto the ground, covered in debris. One of her expensive red-soled high heels flew off. Her once proud low-cut Chong Sam was stained with mud and tea, and her exquisite makeup was distorted by fear. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The bodyguards outside, dressed in black, even held their breath, none daring to step forward to intervene. Hua Siyuan looked down from a height at the woman sprawled on the ground. His gaze was like that of a person looking at a pile of disgusting, foul-smelling garbage. His thin lips parted slightly, his voice as if steeped in eternal glaciers. He coldly spat out a word. "Get lost." The landlady trembled like a sieve, her teeth chattering. She couldn't even utter a plea for mercy, only producing meaningless whimpers from her throat. Hua Siyuan found it dirty to even look at her again, disdainfully, turning his head away. His indifferent gaze crossed the door, landing on the solemn-faced butler Stefan outside. "Make her store disappear from Jiangnan within 10 minutes. The man's tone was casual, yet it directly pronounced the death sentence for a person in this ancient water town. "Yes, sir." Stefan slightly bowed and immediately pulled out a secure communicator. Upon hearing this, the landlady, sitting on the ground, felt as if struck by lightning. She finally realized the kind of existence she had provoked. This was not some affluent power she could cling. This was a mad tyrant devoid of reason who would kill without blinking. Please spare me, Lord Hua. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. The landlady finally reacted, breaking down in tears. She couldn't care less that her hands were being pricked by the shards on the ground. She crawled and scrambled her way towards the door, desperately trying to escape. That disheveled figure bore no resemblance to the arrogant and tyrannical self from before. In less than half a minute, the piercing sound of her high heels disappeared into the rain-soaked alley of the ancient town. The hall was finally completely quiet. The nauseating scent of perfume also dissipated gradually with the cold wind blowing in. In the corner, Xin Jiao tightly held onto the black and white photo frame, her heart racing wildly in her chest. She looked at the mess on the ground and swallowed hard. This method of using a knife to kill someone was truly a case of striking twice. The annoying female supporting character had indeed been cleared out in an instant. However, Xin Jiao's crisis was far from resolved. Because Huaxiyin had not left, he still stood there, his tall and upright figure resembling an immovable black iceberg. Just now he had taken a large step forward to kick the coffee table into pieces. At this moment, he was infinitely closer to Xin Jiao's position, close enough for her to feel the chilling aura emanating from his perfectly tailored suit. So close that the dangerous bloody scent of agarwood forcefully occupied her breath once more. Xin Jiao didn't dare to make a sound. She buried her face deeply behind the photo frame, praying that this living hell would quickly turn away. However, contrary to her wishes, Huaxiyin leisurely adjusted his slightly disheveled suit cuffs. Then he slowly turned around. His deeply cold black eyes directly bypassed the scattered wooden debris. They firmly and precisely landed on Xin Jiao. Or more accurately, they fell on the black and white photo frame tightly clutched to her chest, which had the large character Dian written on it. The light in the hall was somewhat dim due to the gloomy weather outside. Yet Huaxiyin's exceptional vision sharply caught a glimpse of something unusual at that moment. The black and white frame, being a randomly found discarded object, had a back panel that was not tightly secured. Inside, a piece of white paper was slightly curled at the edges. Due to the proximity, through the faint light from outside, Huaxiyin clearly saw. On the back of the white paper, marked with Dian's several rows of densely packed black characters faintly leaked. It was a passage written in extremely neat small script that Xin Jiao had jotted down for the play. Huaxiyin's gaze abruptly paused. He slightly narrowed his elongated black eyes. His gaze, like a tangible X-ray, was firmly nailed to the back of that white paper, even if it was upside down. With his terrifying memory and discernment, it was enough to make out the contents on it. The atmospheric pressure in the hall dropped sharply in that moment, even colder and more oppressive than when that female supporting character had spoken arrogantly. Xin Jiao keenly sensed where he was looking. Following Huaxiyin's gaze, she suddenly realized what he was looking at. Boom. Xin Jiao's blood ran cold in that instant, and her scalp exploded. No. Don't look. No one knew better than her what was written on the back of the frame. If he saw those words, it wouldn't just be the end of her disguise. She would be turned to ashes by this tyrant on the spot. Xin Jiao instinctively tried to flip the frame over, desperately clutching it to her chest. My late husband. Huaxiying's deep, hoarse voice echoed eerily in the silent hall. The sound was not loud, perhaps even considered soft, yet it carried a chilling force that penetrated the eardrums. It was as if the rusty scythe of the Grim Reaper was slicing through Xin Jiao's taut nerves inch by inch. The cold wind in the hall blew across the remnants of the broken tea table. Xin Jiao clutched the heavy black and white frame tightly, feeling as if her bones had been drained, a chill creeping from her soles to the crown of her head. With a terrible temper possessive like a rabid dog, Huaxiyin enunciated each word. Every syllable detonated like a bomb, resonating explosively within the confined space. He even paused slightly when he reached the words rabid dog. The corners of his thin lips slowly curled into a strange, almost mocking arc. In those bottomless black eyes, crimson veins spread rapidly like a web. But generous with money. The man's gaze was fixated on the back of the white paper, his voice growing colder and heavier. The surrounding bodyguards in black were so tense, they dared not even breathe, cold sweat streaming down their stern faces. Everyone felt it, the terrifying malice emanating from Hua-Yi swelling uncontrollably, ultimately due to numerous misdeeds. Huaxiying's gaze fell upon the last few words. His handsome face under the dim light contorted into a chilling expression of illness and cruelty. He stared at the woman hiding behind the black veil. The last few words seemed to be forced out from between his tightly clenched teeth, thick with the scent of blood. Struck by lightning. Boom. As these 4 words fell, the pressure in the hall instantly plummeted below freezing point. The air seemed to be completely siphoned away, transforming the space into a suffocating vacuum hell. The muscles at the corners of Hua Xiang's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Veins bulged on his smooth forehead, pulsing violently, showcasing the edge of his fury. Struck by lightning. This little liar really dared to write that. Hua Xiang fixed his gaze on the woman before him, wrapped in coarse mourning cloth and wearing a heavy mask. That unpleasant quacking voice. That dowdy shabby outfit. That suffocating stench of inferior burn. Everything was challenging his obsessive cleanliness, proving to him that she was nothing but a crude rustic widow. Yet, for some reason, when he looked at this woman trembling and desperately shrinking back, while clutching them, a strong mad impulse arose in his heart, which was racing due to his mania. He wanted to reach out. He wanted to fiercely grip this woman's neck to hear her plead for mercy, then to press her tightly into his embrace, without leaving a single gap. To crush her, to destroy her, even if it meant choking her to death in his arms. He wanted to completely merge her into his blood and bones. This grotesque desire to inflict pain and possess was sudden, yet as unstoppable as a tsunami. Shun Jiao looked at the man opposite, whose forehead was bulging with veins and eyes nearly dripping with blood. She knew today she was doomed. Her cover was blown, totally exposed. What normal rustic widow would write such outrageous words, cursing her husband to be struck by lightning behind the memorial tablet? This was practically a direct transcription of Hua Xiang's ID number. Hua, Mr. Hua. Shun Jiao's legs weakened, unable to support her body any longer. Her knees buckled, and she nearly slid to the ground along the hard wooden counter. She had even given up her unpleasant quacking voice, despairingly closing her eyes, preparing to meet the man's hands gripping her neck, ready to face the tyrant's thunderous punishment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated feeling of suffocation did not come. A deathly silence enveloped the hall, only the continuous sound of rain outside. Shun Jiao trembled as she opened a slit in her eyes, cautiously peering forward through the black veil. To her astonishment, Hua Xiang did not pounce upon her like a wild beast. He stood in place, his long fingers still gripping the edge of the frame. After his chest heaved a few times violently, he actually managed to forcibly suppress the overwhelming rage and frenzy that could have toppled the roof. Hua Xiang slowly released his grip on the frame. He looked down at Shun Jiao, who was about to collapse. The crimson in his eyes had not faded, instead it deepened into a more profound and dangerous darkness. Heh! A low mocking laugh filled with endless derision escaped from the man's throat. This laugh was even more chilling than when he was angry. Your deceased husband. Hua Xiang leisurely straightened his body, adjusting the hem of his suit. He looked at Shun Jiao's comical, terrified expression and spoke deliberately. It sounds just like someone I know. Shun Jiao gasped sharply, her heart twisting tightly. He didn't expose her. He actually didn't confront her. Why? He had clearly recognized her. Given his temperament, why didn't he just tie her up and take her away? Shun Jiao's mind was a chaotic mess, utterly unable to fathom the thoughts of this maniac. And Hua Xiang did not give her any chance to breathe or think. After leaving that chilling remark, he turned. The man strode towards the half-finished Tang suit hanging on the sidewall. Swish! Hua Xiang reached out with his gloved hand, accurately gripping the double-looped button at the collar. Without any hesitation, he yanked it forcefully. Rip! The crisp sound of fabric tearing echoed, and the exquisite button, along with a small piece of the silk fabric below, it was mercilessly ripped off by him. Hua Xiang clenched the button tightly in his palm. He did not look back at the little widow hiding in the corner. Stepping on the shards of glass and with splinters, the man walked out of the Chong Sam shop with an overpowering sense of terror. Withdraw. Outside the door, Butler Stefan respectfully waved his hand. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards instantly retreated like a tide, disappearing into the misty rain of the ancient town. Outside the door, only the desolate street and the sound of rain remained. Shun Jiao, clutching the memorial tablet, slumped weakly to the ground. She stared at the empty door, gasping for breath, her back completely soaked with cold sweat. The calm before this was undoubtedly the most deadly calm before the storm. As night fell, the rain poured. The only hotel in the ancient town that barely met 5-star standards had been entirely booked by the Hua family. In the most luxurious presidential suite on the top floor, heavily shaded curtains were drawn halfway, revealing the dark night sky and the torrential rain outside. The temperature in the room was set very low, as cold as an ice cellar. On the massive redwood desk, there was a top-tier electronic microscope worth millions, urgently airlifted from City A. Hua Xiang sat in a wide leather swivel chair. He had already removed the coat that carried the scent of cheap perfume, wearing only a pure black silk shirt. 2 buttons at the collar were undone, revealing a sexy Adam's apple and a small patch of collarbone. But at this moment, the aura around him was colder than the storm outside. Hua Xiang leaned slightly forward, carefully placing 2 items on the stage of the microscope. One was the double-looped button he had forcefully torn off from the Chong Sam shop that afternoon, still attached to some fabric. The other was a dark blue, slightly wrinkled custom-made tie for men. It was the only tie that the little woman who always pretended to be delicate and fragile had sewn and repaired for him in the gilded cage of the Hua family estate. That was one of the few traces she left in this world. Hua Xiang's gaze lingered on the tie for several seconds, in indescribable pain and obsession surging in his eyes. Then he forced himself to look away and pressed the scan button on the microscope. Buzz. The sound of the precision instrument operating resonated in the quiet suite. The massive holographic computer screen on the desk instantly lit up. Two high-definition fiber images magnified thousands of times appeared clearly on either side of the screen. On the left was the mending trace on the tie. On the right was the stitching of the button made by the widow from Jiangnan. The intelligence system began rapid data comparison. Red scanning lines traversed up and down across the two images, extracting the smallest detail features. The angle of the needle, the slight arc when the thread passed through the fabric, the unique stress marks when tying knots to prevent unraveling. Even the microscopic compressions and deformations of the fibers caused by wrist strength habits while stitching. The comparison progress bar on the screen was wildly oscillating. 50%, 80%, 99%. Ding. An extremely crisp, emotionless electronic prompt sounded abruptly in the cold suite. In the center of the screen, a glaring green certification box popped up. Comparison result features highly match. Stitching habits not tension match 100%. Not a single bit of error. Even the world's top twin seamstresses could not achieve such astounding consistency in every stitch's tension and subtle habits. Unless these two items were crafted by the same person's hand. Hua Xiang's eyes were glued to the four words 100% on the screen. He sat in the swivel chair as if paralyzed by a spell, utterly motionless. But if one got close, they would notice. His hands resting on his thighs were trembling uncontrollably. The knuckles were turning white, nearly crushing his kneecaps. In the silent room, only his gradually heavy breathing like a bellows remained. Suddenly Hua Xiang stood up abruptly. The sudden movement caused the heavy leather swivel chair to topple over, making a dull sound. He strode to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the outline of Jiangnan's watertown blurred in the storm. Hua Xiang's gaze was like a sword piercing through the night. Piercing through layers of rain, it was fixed on the direction of the Chongsam shop deep in the ancient town, which lit a faint light. Boom! A pale lightning split the night sky, illuminating the man's face beautiful as a demon. At this moment, in Hua Xiang's deep black eyes, not a trace of rationality or calmness could be seen. A terrifying, maddening red light exploded in his gaze. That was the joy of having something regained. That was the rage after being thoroughly deceived. It was a terrifying possessiveness that wanted to swallow the prey whole, skinning and flaying it alive. Jiao Jiao. The man's Adam's apple rolled violently, squeezing out these two words that haunted his dreams and filled him with hatred. So you didn't die? So you really didn't die? Not only are you alive, but you also used my money to take on a new identity and comfortably became a little widow in this Jiangnan water town. Hua Xiang's palm pressed against the cold glass window, his fingertips turning pale from the force. Thinking of that scene from the day. Thinking of the black and white frame that read offering and the words on the back. The tyrant's lips curled into a smile more frenzied and cruel than the thunderstorm outside. He glared at the direction of the Chongsam shop, his molars grinding together. Struck by lightning, the man's low, hoarse voice echoed in the spacious, luxurious room, carrying a chilling obsession and illness. Jiao Jiao, you truly dare to write that? He took a deep breath as if already smelling the addictive scent of Let's play slowly. In the presidential suite, there was a deathly silence. The glaring 100 on the screen shattered the last vestige of rationality within Hua Xiang. However, he did not immediately draw his gun and order his bodyguards to raze the Chongsam shop to the ground as they had anticipated. On the contrary, Hua Xiang slowly leaned back against the wide leather chair. A low, hoarse yet chilling laugh escaped from deep within his throat. This laughter echoed in the cold, empty room, sending shivers down one's spine. He leisurely unfastened the diamond cufflinks at his sleeves. He pinched them between his fingers, rubbing vigorously until the sharp edges of the diamonds left red marks on his fingers. In his deep black eyes, a sickly madness began to settle, transforming into an impenetrable, suffocating web of darkness. Should he charge in with his men, snatch her back, and lock her in the basement of the manor with iron chains? No, that would be too lenient for this lawless little fox. With the unlimited black card he had given her, she was comfortably living as a wealthy widow in this picturesque Jiangnan water town. She even had the audacity to set up a shrine for him, cursing him to die from his misdeeds. Hua Xiang toyed with the glimmering cufflink, a cruel and excited light flickering in his eyes. Since she enjoyed playing dress-up so much, since she loved being the widow so much, how could he, as her husband, not indulge her in an exhilarating catastrophe? He wanted to personally, piece by piece, strip away all her disguises, watching her self-righteous cleverness crumble under absolute control. He wanted her to willingly walk into the cage he had woven for her. The next morning, the torrential rain in the ancient town of Jiangnan finally ceased, leaving the bluestone path still shrouded in dampness. The Ruan's Chongsam studio had just opened its intricately carved wooden door ready for business. Suddenly, a low, heavy rumble of a car engine shattered the morning tranquility. Several understated yet priceless black sedans came to a steady stop in front of the shop. The car doors opened and several bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses quickly formed a line scanning the surroundings warily. This display of wealth befitting a top tycoon immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding onlookers. Shen Jiao was sitting behind the counter calculating yesterday's earnings with a calculator. Hearing the commotion, she looked up thinking it was the remnant of the local tyrant from yesterday, returning to cause trouble, instinctively reaching for the self-defense scissors under the table. But what walked in was an elderly foreign man dressed in a silver-gray custom suit. He wore a pair of refined round-frame glasses. His lips were adorned with two neatly trimmed, slightly upward-curving fake mustaches. His steps were steady, and his demeanor was composed. It was none other than the disguised butler Stefan. Stefan entered the hall suppressing his physiological disdain for the shabby surroundings. Maintaining an impeccable British gentleman's demeanor, he approached the counter and slightly bowed. "Hello, may I ask if you are Wan Meng, the owner?" Shen Jiao scrutinized him warily, not lowering her calculator. "I am. What can I do for you?" Without any small talk, Stefan tilted slightly to the side and snapped his fingers. The two bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward. Bang! Bang! Two heavy silver aviation briefcases were slammed onto the yellow rose. They emitted a dull yet enticing sound. Stefan, with his white-gloved fingers, swiftly worked the combination lock. With a crisp click, the locks opened. Both cases sprang open simultaneously, revealing stacks of red bills exuding the fragrance of ink. They resembled two small golden mountains ablaze, instantly illuminating the dimly lit hall. They also completely brightened Shen Jiao's eyes, which had previously held a hint of wariness. Stefan smiled and handed her a gilded black business card. "I am the personal agent of an overseas Chinese tycoon. My boss has heard of your exquisite Su embroidery skills since arriving in Jiangnan for recuperation. Here is 2 million in cash merely as a deposit." Stefan's tone was steady as he threw out a bait that could drive anyone to madness. "My boss is willing to offer 10 times the premium. He wants to book your Chongsam shop for an entire month. During this month you will not need to nor can you entertain any other guests. 10 times the premium." Shen Jiao's breath quickened instantly, her pupils uncontrollably dilating. This was definitely not a small sum. With this money, she could completely fill the gap for funds to flee overseas and buy a top-tier school district house. She could even open a hidden high-end VIP account at a Swiss bank. The instinct of a miser, the Pichot instinct, overwhelmed all rationality and defenses at that moment. Yet she still forced herself to bite her tongue and feign calmness. Pretending to be reserved, she asked, "Of course 10 times the premium is great, but I have principles in business. This condition won't be too harsh, right?" Stefan adjusted his round glasses, a glint of light flashing behind the lenses. "The conditions are very simple. There is only one. My boss was in a serious car accident years ago, making him unable to move and relegated to a wheelchair. Due to his physical condition, he has a somewhat reclusive personality and is extremely averse to being touched by strangers." Stefan leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming serious. "Thus, one boss must either come to him personally or have him come to the shop to provide you with absolutely private, unknown, bespoke, fitting services." Stefan emphasized the words unknown. Shen Jiao was momentarily taken aback, her pen pausing in midair. Unable to move, reclusive personality, and a private fitting for one. This request sounded so much like an unreasonable demand from some perverted old man with special fetishes. She began to have doubts. Her gaze flickered between the two cases of bright red bills and Stefan's serious face. However, Shen Jiao lowered her head. The enticing gleam emitted by the 2 million in cash seemed to beckon her madly. The abacus in her mind was clattering away, sparks flying. For her baby's future milk powder money for a carefree life as a wealthy woman in Europe. What was wrong with taking measurements for a disabled old man in a wheelchair? It wasn't like she was losing a piece of flesh. Besides, a disabled old man in a wheelchair, if he really had any ulterior motives, she could flip him and his chair into the ditch with one hand. The instinct of greed instantly occupied the high ground. A perfect radiant smile blossomed on Shen Jiao's face, as warm as spring. "No problem. Absolutely no problem." She cheerfully snatched the intention contract from Stefan's hand, not even glancing at the exorbitant penalty clauses on the back. Without hesitation, she pulled out her pen and signed Wan Meng in flamboyant strokes in the Party B section. "The customer is God. Everything is entrusted to God. No, entrusted to me." Shen Jiao smiled widely, her teeth gleaming personally, seeing Stefan out the door. She was completely unaware that she had just signed a deadly trap that could lead her to ruin. She also did not see the hint of a cold, pitying smile that curved at the corners of Stefan's mouth as he turned towards the sedan. The day after signing, the sky was still drizzling with the fine rain of Jiangnan, carrying a hint of lingering chill. Shen Jiao had early cleaned the shop. She had deliberately changed into a plain, yet dignified pale blue work uniform, her hair neatly pinned up. She was on high alert, ready to use her most professional skills to welcome the overseas disabled client, who was foolish and rich. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, without a second's deviation, a low-key, yet luxurious black bulletproof sedan with a specially reinforced chassis slowly stopped on the Bluestone Road outside the Chongsim shop. The car door opened silently. A bodyguard quickly held up a huge black umbrella. Following that, the lift step of the trunk slowly descended. A meticulously crafted cold metallic custom wheelchair was steadily pushed down by the bodyguards. Shen Jiao stood on the steps wearing a standard smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. Just as she was about to step forward to greet him, however, when her gaze drifted through the misty rain and casually fell on the man in the wheelchair, her smile instantly froze as if turned to ice. The man was dressed in a perfectly tailored dark gray, his long legs casually crossed, exuding a lazy yet proud posture, radiating an air of calm authority. He wore a pair of refined half-frame glasses that obscured much of his brow and eyes. Yet that chilling aura emanating from his very bones felt like a tangible icy blade piercing straight into Shen Jiao's pupils. From a distance of several meters, Shen Jiao could even feel the surrounding air drop by several degrees. Her pupils began to tremble violently. The color drained from her face. In an instant, her breathing came to a complete halt. It felt as if her heart was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, nearly crushing it. Holy shit! Those broad shoulders, those heavenly long legs. The insane aura of madness that could be sensed even from 200 meters away. Why did this figure seem somewhat familiar? The professional smile on Shen Jiao's face cracked inch by inch like a frozen sculpture, shattering. Although most of his eyes and brows were obscured by those refined wire-rimmed half-frame glasses. Yet the familiar nightmare-inducing oppressive aura emanating from him pierced through all of Shen Jiao's defenses like an icy blade pressed against her throat. Broad, rigid shoulders, long and powerful legs. And that devastatingly mad aura that could be smelled even through the drizzle. Huasian. It was definitely that living demon Huasian. Shen Jiao's scalp exploded in that instant, her blood seeming to flow backward into her heart as cold sweat streamed down her spine. A trap. That talk of a tenfold premium and a reclusive, disabled old man overseas. All of it was a scheme set by this tyrant. Run. She had to run immediately. But outside the door, 2 rows of black-suited bodyguards with sunglasses had already blocked the entrance like an iron bucket. Butler Stefan was pushing the wheelchair slowly but steadily along the accessible ramp toward the door. A dead end. Shen Jiao's mind raced at lightning speed in this moment of life and death. Before the wheelchair could cross the threshold, she spun around like an elusive gust of wind and dashed straight into the inner room. In just 10 seconds. When Stefan pushed the wheelchair to a halt in the center of the spacious lobby of the Chongsam shop, what greeted this overseas VIP client was a strange creature wrapped up more tightly than in a biochemical crisis. Not only was Shen Jiao wearing a black baseball cap pulled down low, but her face was covered with an exaggerated medical-grade thick antivirus mask featuring 2 massive filter canisters. Moreover, she had on a pair of oversized black-rimmed sunglasses that covered nearly half her face. Not a single strand of hair or patch of bare skin was visible. She looked like a biohazard survivor just escaped from a nuclear radiation zone. Cough, cough, cough. Standing behind the counter, Shen Jiao let out a muffled, weak, and violent cough through the heavy gas mask. Sorry, esteemed client, she deliberately rasped, her voice muffled and indistinct. I suddenly came down with a highly contagious flu last night. The doctor said it's extremely infectious. For your safety, I have to be fully geared up like this. Butler Stefan stared at the gas mask creature before him, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This disguise was practically treating people like fools. Yet Huasian, seated in the wheelchair, slowly curled his lips into an unfathomable amused arc. This sly little fox was full of tricks. Did she think putting on a shell could escape his grasp? The man slightly raised his noble chin, his gold-rimmed lenses glinting with chilling light under the cold, pale illumination. No matter. A deliberately altered, somewhat aged, and low voice echoed through the lobby. Today, Huasian had specially affixed a flesh-colored miniature voice modulator over his Adam's apple. He was perfectly playing the role of that reclusive, disabled tycoon. Boss Juan's dedication to work despite illness is commendable. Our time is precious. Shall we begin the measurements now? Shen Jiao took a deep breath, gripping the yellow soft tape measure tightly in her hand. Whether she stuck her neck out or kept it in, it was the same fate. As long as he didn't expose her on the spot, she would play dumb to the end. Measure it is. She shuffled reluctantly out from behind the counter, approaching the wheelchair as if walking to her execution. Master, please raise your arms slightly. Let me measure your chest and shoulder width first. Huasyan said nothing, merely raising his arms cooperatively, allowing her to come close. Shen Jiao, tape in hand, forced herself to circle around his broad, straight back. When her fingertips, separated only by the thin layer of the dark gray custom shirt, inevitably brushed against the man's spine. Both of them froze simultaneously. Shen Jiao's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and her breathing beneath the gas mask became rapid. This perfectly matching terrifying texture. This hard, devastatingly explosive muscle memory. This was no disabled old man who had spent years in a wheelchair. The perfect contours of the chest and abs were exactly like that tyrant's. She could even feel the vigorous beast-like pulse of his heart beneath his clothes. For Huasyan, the moment her warm fingertips brushed against his skin through the shirt fabric, the skin hunger suppressed deep in his bones erupted like a volcano dormant for a century. Even through the heavy gas mask, even with the pungent disinfectant she had sprayed, that familiar, pure yet seductive scent that could instantly soothe all his frenzy still seeped into every one of his senses thread by thread. Huasyan's breath hidden beneath the mask grew heavy in an instant. The morbid obsession in his eyes nearly burst through the disguise of the gold-rimmed glasses, turning into tangible flames to devour her. He wanted to lift her up, to press her hard against the solid rosewood work table, to tear off all her ridiculous protective gear, grip her waist, and knead her into his very being, skin and bone. The man's hands clenched the metal armrests of the wheelchair fiercely. His long fingers turned a cold pale white from excessive force, even denting the steel armrests slightly. He was restraining himself, using all his live's self-control to suppress the mad, sadistic urge to take her right there and then. No, it wasn't time yet. This cat-and-mouse game had only just begun. Unaware that she had just danced on the edge of death, Shen Jiao felt the air around her growing colder, the suffocating pressure crushing her like a mountain. The tape in her hand felt like a scorching viper. Finish measuring, quickly take the money and leave. And master, the upper body is done. Please cooperate while I measure your leg length. Shen Jiao stammered, bending down eagerly. She knelt before the wheelchair, holding one end of the tape as she reached down along the man's immaculate trouser leg, hoping to end this suffocating torment as soon as possible. However, just as she lowered her head and bent over, Huasyan, who had been silently enduring like a dormant volcano, suddenly moved. He slowly raised his large hand, adorned with an expensive Richard Mille watch carrying an irresistible domineering force, directly grasping the back of Shen Jiao's head through the exaggerated heavy antivirus mask straps. Shen Jiao's entire body jolted violently, frozen solid, as if struck by lightning. The man's palm was warm, broad, and filled with absolute control. The heat from his palm seeped through the gaps in the mask, branding her skin and triggering an uncontrollable shudder. This posture was steeped in extreme ambiguity, like the most intimate, lingering caress between lovers. Yet it carried a deadly danger, as if he could snap her neck at any moment. Huasyan's long fingers slid casually up the back of her neck. With his other hand, he naturally brushed over his own Adam's apple. His fingertips moved slightly, discreetly switching off the miniature voice modulator used for disguise. He leaned his tall, straight body forward, his thin, cool lips nearly touching the large filter canister on Shen Jiao's gas mask. Then, in a volume only the two of them could hear, he slowly, word by word, uttered his original low, husky name. Boss Ruan's technique is truly skilled. This familiar timbre, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, it shattered Shen Jiao's skull. Her mind went blank. She jerked her head up, staring in terror at the gold-rimmed glasses so close. Behind the lenses, those deep, narrow black eyes held no trace of a disabled tycoon's frailty. Instead, they churned with chilling madness, obsession, and the cruel mockery of a predator cornering its prey. The corner of Huasyan's mouth twisted into a maliciously extreme arc. His warm breath sprayed aggressively onto the cold mask. This measuring technique, it's just like that of an old acquaintance of mine who was struck by lightning. The man's voice was deep enough to bewitch, yet laced with chilling, murderous intent. So similar. Those two words told like the death knell, shattering Shen Jiao's last pretense. Terrified, her mind went completely blank and her hands trembled uncontrollably. The yellow tape measure, which had been looped around Huasyan's neck for a remeasurement of the collar, suddenly tightened. The edge of the tape cinched the man's tie, nearly strangling this half-blood tyrant to death in his wheelchair. The tension between ambiguity and terror in the air had been stretched to the breaking point. Yet Shen Jiao's trembling hand nearly strangled Huasyan with the tape. Just as the air was about to ignite, a deafening bang suddenly erupted from outside the Chongsam shop. The front door had been kicked open. A deafening crash tore through the suffocating silence of the Chongsam shop. The ornately carved wooden door, which had cost a fortune, was violently kicked open from the outside. Wood chips flew as the two door panels slammed against the wall with a grating groan. The sudden upheaval made Shen Jiao shudder violently. She gasped sharply, and the soft measuring tape that had been tightly wrapped around the man's tie instantly loosened. Huasyan, seated in his wheelchair, let out a low, suppressed cough. His slender fingers casually tugged at the wrinkled custom tie, a hint of lingering dark pleasure flashing in his deep black eyes. So close. He had been just a hair's breadth away from tearing off his disguise completely before this little fox, and taking her right there on the work table. An unwelcome guest. Huasyan turned his head slightly, a cold, murderous glare refracting from behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sweeping toward the door as if looking at a corpse. Outside, a crowd of 30 or 40 people swarmed in. Leading them was a young man in a floral shirt with dyed yellow hair. This man was none other than the only son of the nouveau riche Tiger King, who had been pinned down and rubbed into the rain by the Hua family's bodyguards just yesterday. He was the infamous scoundrel of the ancient Jiangnan town, the little tyrant Wang. Yesterday, Tiger King had been scared out of his wits and stayed indoors. But this young Master Wang couldn't swallow his pride. Today, seeing no trace of those terrifying men in black on the streets, he had brought dozens of his hired thugs to the shop, swaggering in for revenge. Damn it, this is the shitty shop. Young Master Wang, carrying a baseball bat, swaggered across the threshold. He stomped onto the freshly cleaned bluestone floor, leaving a filthy, muddy footprint. Little widow, get the hell out here. Young Master Wang pointed the baseball bat at Shun Jiao, who was hiding behind the counter, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and lechery. You were lucky yesterday some random gangsters passed by and saved your skin. Today, let's see who can save you. He laughed arrogantly, and the dozens of thugs behind him joined in with lewd jeers. Today, I'm not just smashing this dump to pieces. I'm going to tie you up and make you my 18th concubine. Shun Jiao stood behind the work table, staring coldly through her heavy gas mask at these clueless fools. 18th concubine. With your sallow complexion from overindulgence, you think you're worthy of touching a single hair on my head. Shun Jiao's right thumb had already silently pressed against the metal buckle of her measuring tape. If these trash dared to take one step forward, she would have them kneeling and calling her ancestor within 3 seconds. But her gaze uncontrollably flickered toward the disabled VIP client sitting nearby. No, this man in the wheelchair was no ordinary old man. His aura was too terrifying, and the probing, aggressive way he had measured her just now had made her heart race. If she slaughtered them all in front of him, now fully exposing her combat prowess, her carefully crafted persona of a fragile little widow would collapse instantly. If she aroused the suspicion of this mysterious big shot, and he traced her background, it would all be over. She had to endure. Shun Jiao took a deep breath and instantly transformed into an award-winning actress. She stumbled back 2 steps, her slender shoulders trembling violently. Don't come any closer. Shun Jiao deliberately squeezed her voice, letting out a pitiful nasal sob. Young Master Wang, please have mercy. I'm just a poor, unfortunate woman who lost her husband. She cried as she shrank back into the corner, trembling. Her portrayal of a weak, helpless victim was so vivid, it was almost real. Huasyan, seated in his wheelchair, watched the scene in silence. The man's long, well-proportioned legs were crossed, his hands resting casually on the armrests. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his deep black eyes held not a trace of sympathy, but rather a keen interest. Keep pretending. This lying little fox could spin her tails without batting an eye. Steward Stefan stood behind Huasyan, his hand already reaching into his suit jacket, gripping the cold pistol. With just one gesture from his master, he would turn all these eyesores into corpses. But Huasyan gave no order. He simply watched. He wanted to see how long his Jiao Jiao could endure the harassment of these local thugs. A poor woman. I love pitying poor women. Seeing Shun Jiao's weak and easy-to-bully act, young Master Wang grew even bolder. He pushed aside a chair blocking his path and strode aggressively toward her. Since you don't appreciate kindness, boys, smash it all. With young Master Wang's command, the dozens of thugs lunged forward like wolves. With a crash, the expensive Suzhou brocade fabrics on the display racks were brutally torn to the ground. Blue and white porcelain vases were shattered by baseball bats, sharp shards flying everywhere. The once elegant Chongsam shop instantly became a chaotic disaster scene. Shun Jiao gritted her teeth, watching her store, which she had spent millions decorating, being destroyed, her heart bleeding. Hold on. Don't fight back. Don't expose yourself. She hugged her head tightly, preparing to crouch in a safe corner and wait out the destruction. But in that instant, an accident occurred. One of the thugs, eager to impress his master, lunged at Shun Jiao, and he aimed his kick at the massive rosewood work table that stood between them. This solid wood table, weighing hundreds of pounds, was sent flipping into the air by the immense force. A huge shadow loomed over Shun Jiao. The heavy solid wood corner of the table was hurtling toward her with a terrifying, vicious angle. It was aimed straight at her flat abdomen. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Shun Jiao's pupils contracted sharply. Her belly. Inside her belly were 2 precious babies, not yet born, but destined to be her strongest shields. If that 100-pound solid wood corner hit her, she'd lose not only the children, but half her own life. Disguise. Persona. In the face of absolute mortal threat, to hell with all of it. The killing intent of a top predator shattered the guise of a fragile widow. Behind her mask, Xinjiao's eyes turned into absolute zero ice. The solid wood table crashed to the ground with a dull thud. But the corner hadn't hit anything. Because Xinjiao, who had been standing there, had sidestepped half a meter with a ghostly, biomechanically impossible speed. Young Master Wang hadn't even seen how she dodged when his vision blurred. A piercing whistle split the air in the noisy shop. It was the sound of the soft yellow measuring tape in Xinjiao's hand being instantly pulled taut, slicing through the air. The soft tape became a whip, twisting like a venomous snake. Without a word, Xinjiao flicked her right wrist at an imperceptible speed. A yellow afterimage carved a sharp arc through the air. With a sharp crack, the tape precisely wrapped around young Master Wang's neck, the barbed buckle digging deep into his flesh. Then Xinjiao's slender arms suddenly exerted force. A horrifying scene unfolded. Young Master Wang, standing 1.8 meters tall and weighing 160 pounds, was lifted off the ground with one hand by Xinjiao. As if tossing a weightless ragdoll, she swung her arm and hurled him against the load-bearing wall 5 meters. With a thunderous crash, young Master Wang's body slammed into the wall. Before he could even scream, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, like a pile of mud, he slid down the wall and lost consciousness. Dead silence fell over the room. The dozens of thugs still smashing the shop froze as if a pause button had been pressed. They were all stunned. Was this something a weak woman who had lost her husband could do? Xinjiao gave them no time to react. She sprang forward, a ghostly figure charging into the crowd. The yellow measuring tape in her hand became a blur of yellow shadows. Every swing was accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones and pig-like screams. She was too fast. Only afterimages remained in the air. In less than 30 seconds, the dozens of burly thugs who had been swaggering moments ago were all lying on the ground in a heap. They clutched their broken ribs and limbs, wailing in agony. Huasyan, seated in his wheelchair, had 2 dark flames burning in his deep black eyes. He watched the woman wreaking havoc among the crowd. Her sharp moves, her ruthless methods, her indifference to human life, as if they were mere weeds. His breathing grew heavier, his blood roaring and boiling in his veins. This was his Jiao. Normally she acted like a little lamb who would cry at stepping on an ant. But in reality, she was a venomous queen, so fierce, so beautiful that he wanted to lock her up right now, just for his eyes alone. As the battle ended, a faint snapping sound was heard. Due to the extreme movements, the rubber strap of the medical-grade gas mask Xinjiao wore for disguise finally snapped under the tension. The heavy gas mask and black-rimmed glasses slid off her face, simultaneously clattering onto the bluestone floor. In the dim light, her stunning, utterly exposed face, flushed from exertion, was fully revealed to Huasyan's gaze. Huasyan's hand tightened on the armrest, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He was about to speak, to call out the name he had gritted his teeth over countless times in his dreams. But then Xinjiao, standing amidst the groaning thugs, suddenly turned pale and clamped her hand over her mouth. Then she bent over, turning her back on the blood and Huasyan, and burst into an uncontrollable violent. The nauseating feeling in her stomach surged violently, without warning, fierce and relentless. Xinjiao clutched her mouth tightly, her thin back hunched over, as she retched uncontrollably at the mess of bluestone slabs scattered around her. Physiological tears reddened her eyes. Her mind went blank for a brief moment. It was over. Earlier, in a desperate bid to protect her offspring, she had forcefully unleashed ancient martial arts techniques, which completely disturbed the already unstable pregnancy energy. The 2 little ancestors still forming within her protested in the most violent manner. But this was not the time for morning sickness. Behind her loomed an unknown overseas client whose intentions. Xinjiao took a deep breath of the blood-scented cold air, forcing down the acidity in her stomach. She wiped her pale lips, casually preparing to turn around and continue deceiving that old disabled man. However, the moment she turned back, she felt as if she had been struck by a petrifying spell, completely frozen in place. Not far away, the man in the wheelchair had somehow straightened his posture. His long, distinct fingers were leisurely removing the gold-rimmed glasses from the bridge of his nose. The precious glasses were tossed carelessly onto the floor, strewn with wood shavings. Without the lenses to obscure them, his deep, narrow black eyes were fully exposed to Xinjiao's gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Bloodshot and terrifying, they surged with a madness capable of annihilating the world, a pathological intensity suppressed to the extreme, and a crazed obsession that could devour a person whole after being lost and then found again. The face of Huasyan, handsome like a deity yet cold as a demon, was now bare before her. The tyrant had torn away all pretense, revealing his sharp fangs. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze like a tangible blade pinning down Xinjiao's hand that was still gently cradling her abdomen. Then that low, hoarse voice filled with endless danger slowly echoed in the silent shop. Jiao. He called her name, each syllable seemingly ground out between his teeth. Pregnant. These few short words struck her like thunder, shattering her very being. Her blood froze in that instant, her scalp tingling as if it had exploded. He recognized it. He knew everything. That so-called overseas tycoon, that wheelchair client, were all traps set by this madman. Run. This was the only thought that flashed through Shun Jiao's frantic mind. If she didn't run, this tyrant with skin hunger would torture her to death, or even lock her in a titanium cage for eternity. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Shun Jiao didn't even bother to offer a single excuse, as she abruptly turned and dashed away like a frightened rabbit towards the kicked-open door. Boom! Suddenly a thunderclap shattered the sky. The weather in the Jiangnan water town changed in an instant from a fine drizzle to a torrential downpour. The pouring rain soaked Shun Jiao's clothes instantly. Barefoot, she ran desperately on the slippery, cold bluestone street. The rain blurred her vision, but she dared not stop. However, as she rounded the corner of the long street, a feeling of desperate suffocation drowned her. There was no escape. The entire ancient town's streets, the bridges, alleys, and even the black straw boats in the river were filled with black-clad bodyguards holding black umbrellas, fully armed. The entire Jiang had already been encircled by Husayan, a tightly sealed iron barrel. Shun Jiao halted in terror, trembling as she turned back in the pouring rain. At the end of her line of sight, in front of the ruins of the cheap-house shop, stood the man who should have been a cripple, who should have spent his life in a wheelchair. He had actually stood up. Husayan, dressed in a deep gray tailored shirt, was without an umbrella. He stepped forward with his long straight legs like a leisurely reaper walking through the puddles of rain, inching closer to her. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, yet carried a suffocating aura of terror. It turned out that even his disability was a ruse. He was just waiting to see how this little clown would struggle to survive in his palm. Don't come over. Shun Jiao's voice trembled in fear as she turned frantically, dashing into a narrow dead. At the end of the alley stood a tall wall covered in green moss. There was no way to retreat. Shun Jiao pressed herself against the cold wall in despair, the relentless rain washing away the pallor of her face. The heavy, rhythmic footsteps of military boots came to a halt at the mouth of the alley. Husayan's tall and imposing figure completely blocked out all light from outside the alley. The man was soaked through by the rain, the fabric clinging to his well-defined muscles. The redness in his eyes was startlingly bright amidst the dim rain. He had been away from her for too long. The restlessness caused by skin hunger had long gnawed away at his skin. Husayan approached her without a word, enveloped in the cold, bone-chilling scent of rain and the familiar, spine-tingling fragrance of ebony. He did not directly reach for her. Instead, he slowly removed his oversized black suit jacket. He suddenly shook the jacket, the wide fabric spreading like a vast net, completely enveloping Shun Jiao from head to toe. The suit still carried the warmth of the man. Shun Jiao was plunged into darkness before she could even scream. A strong, powerful arm reached through the fabric, precisely encircling her slender waist. Husayan lifted her effortlessly with one hand. Her feet suddenly left the ground, and Shun Jiao gasped in shock, instinctively wrapping her legs around the man's strong waist, her hands gripping his shoulders tightly. Her back was pressed hard against the cold, rough bluestone wall, while in front of her was the man's scorching heart. The suit jacket completely wrapped the two of them together, blocking the view of all the bodyguards outside the alley and shielding them from the torrential rain. In this small, dark space filled with absolute control, Husayan's breathing was heavy like a raging. Without hesitation, he turned his head, his scorching lips filled with a ruthless intent, fiercely kissing her delicate neck. It was not a kiss, but a bite. Hiss! Shun Jiao gasped in pain, tears streaming down her face instantly. The man's teeth ruthlessly pierced her tender skin, a faint metallic scent of blood spreading between their lips. Yet with this punishing nip and the crazy closeness of their skin, the violent, killing intent within Husayan finally found a fatal solace. Like an addict, he greedily inhaled the unique, pure fragrance emanating from her neck. You tease, and then run away. The man's voice was hoarse, laced with a chilling madness. His large hand gripped her waist tightly, as if wanting to crush her into his very bones. Who taught you the— It's over. Husayan lifted his head from her neck, his nose brushing against hers in the darkness. The man scoffed, the tremor in his chest sending Shun Jiao's heart racing. Good girl, my illness can only be cured by you. His long fingers dangerously traced her flat abdomen, his tone possessive to the extreme. Dare to fake your death, dare to run away with my child. Jiao, in this life I can only lock you away. The torrential rain poured down, washing over the ancient town of Jiangnan. All struggles were futile. Half an hour later, a completely black, heavy-armed private warplane tore through the rain-soaked skies of Jiangnan, emitting a deafening roar. Shun Jiao was tightly wrapped in the man's coat, forcibly carried into the cabin like a sack of rice. The destination of the plane remained unknown. Inside the cabin, the temperature was comfortable, equipped with top-notch medical devices. The Hua family's core private medical team had been anxiously waiting here for a long time. Huasyan placed the drenched and trembling Shen Jiao on the spacious soft leather bed. He paid no heed to his own dripping hair, his gaze dark and commanding. Check. See what the situation is with her belly. The old doctor wiped his cold sweat and immediately pushed forward with a portable high-precision ultrasound machine. The cold coupling agent was applied to Shen Jiao's fair abdomen. The probe slowly moved. The atmosphere in the cabin was stifling, as if all the oxygen had been sucked out, while Huasyan fixed his gaze on the screen, not blinking. Seconds later, the old doctor, who had been staring at the machine, suddenly gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. This. The old doctor's hand holding the probe trembled violently, unable to believe what he saw on the screen, letting out a startled cry. Sir, the lattice belly. Upon hearing this, Huasyan, who had originally looked calm with eyes filled with pathological possessiveness, instantly changed his expression. The cabin's air pressure was so low it could kill. Speak, said Huasyan, his voice as cold as a knife tempered in ice. The old doctor's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees on the soft wool carpet. He held the trembling ultrasound probe in his hand, pointing at the two tiny black dots on the screen that were beat. Yes, sir. There are two in the lattice belly. T-twins. A deathly silence ensued. An absolute silence that lasted for 10 seconds. Huasyan's black eyes, swirling with malice and obsession, completely froze at the moment he heard those words. He stared intensely at the glowing screen before turning to look at Shen Jiao, who was curled up on the bed. In that instant, it felt as though someone had yanked the main power supply from his brain, causing it to crash instantaneously. This decisive and ruthless half-blood tyrant, who controlled the lifeline of the global economy, appeared utterly lost, like a naive young boy. His fingers trembled slightly, wanting to touch the screen, only to retract sharply. Finally, that blood-soaked hand, gently as light as a feather, rested on Shen Jiao's flat abdomen. 2. His Jiao was actually carrying 2 of his bloodline. The relentless skin hunger that had tormented him for years, the raging violence and murderous intent suppressed deep within his bones. In an instant, he was washed clean by an overwhelming wave of joy. Send the orders. Huasyan's voice for the first time bore a barely perceptible tremor. Reduce speed, clear the entire flight path. Have the highest level medical care team ready on the island. Anyone who dares to frighten the lady and the children will pay with their life. A few hours later, the pitch-black fighter jet landed steadily on Hua's private armed island. The defenses here were so strict it was alarming, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5, all armed to the teeth. Shen Jiao lay in bed pretending to be dead. She had thought that being captured back to the base would lead to a cruel imprisonment akin to the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Instead, Huasyan had carefully carried her into the luxurious master bedroom, not daring to take a single large step. Even the bedside was piled high with various expensive prenatal nutritional supplements. Just then, the tyrant had just left the master bedroom to deal with the backlog of European affairs. The rigid and conservative English butler Stefan appeared before her like a ghost, cold and expressionless. Stefan held a thick roll of parchment, his expression deadpan, his gaze sharp. Madam, although you are currently pregnant, the rules of the Hua family matriarch cannot be disregarded. As the future matriarch, you need to learn etiquette, flower arrangement, wine tasting, and... Stefan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. And how to obediently serve the sir, ensuring that you never again engage in foolish and shameless acts like running away. Shen Jiao leaned against the soft leather sofa, holding a cherry that had been air freight. She looked at the old butler who had looked down on her from the start, and slowly curled her lips into a harmless smile. Establishing rules, is it? Fine. Today she would teach this old butler what the rules for pregnant women truly entailed. The butler is right, who I should indeed serve the sir well. Shen Jiao stood up, feigning a humble and obedient demeanor, nodding repeatedly. Since I have learned a bit of cooking, why not let me go to the kitchen now and make a loving soup for the sir? Stefan looked at her coldly. He thought this woman had finally recognized reality and was preparing to curry favor with Huasyan. He arrogantly waved his hand, signaling the servant behind him to take her to the Michelin standard kitchen, which cost millions and was fully equipped with imported Topophthalene appliances. Half an hour later, Huasyan had just finished a cold international video conference in his study. Suddenly, a horrifying thunderous sound erupted from the first floor of the villa. The ground of the entire island seemed to tremble violently, and the windows vibrated with a buzzing sound. The piercing sound of the fire alarm immediately echoed through the air, and red warning lights flashed wildly in the corridor. The study door was suddenly slammed open. Stefan, covered in soot with even the corners of his signature tailcoat scorched, rushed in a state of disarray. Sir, it's bad. The lady. Huasyan didn't hear a word he said. The moment he heard the explosion, his heart nearly stopped. His long legs shot out like arrows, kicking aside obstructing chairs, and he dashed out crazily. The multi-million-dollar top-tier kitchen on the first floor had already turned into a tragic wasteland. Thick smoke billowed out continuously, the acrid smell of gunpowder and burnt food permeating the entire hall. This was no soup, it was practically a precision demolition. Stefan followed behind Hossein, covering his mouth with a handkerchief, secretly laughing. This foolish woman, unaware of her own limitations, had destroyed the facility that the Sir valued most. With the Sir's terrible temper and severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, he would undoubtedly explode in anger, even throwing her into the sea to feed the sharks. Yet, in the next moment, Stefan's cold smile froze on his face. Hossein didn't even furrow his brow, charging straight into the thick smoke and ruins. Seconds later, he emerged from the chaos, holding Shun Jiao, whose face was covered in soot, and still pretending to cough, as if she were a rare treasure. Jiao Jiao, are you hurt anywhere? Does your belly hurt? The tyrant's voice was filled with unprecedented panic and deep fear. He inspected Shun Jiao from head to toe, and seeing that she was merely a bit disheveled but uninjured, he finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Shun Jiao leaned against him, looking aggrieved as she clutched his expensive shirt. Darling, that gas stove is so hard to use. It scared me and the baby to death. As she spoke, she feigned tears, squeezing out 2 drops of golden beads. Hossein's heart ached and his eyes turned red as he held her tightly and whispered soothingly. He turned his head, and the gentle black eyes that had just been filled with affection transformed into blades of ice the moment they landed on Stefan. Slap. A loud and forceful slap hit Stefan's face mercilessly. The old butler was knocked to the ground by this slap, his gold-rimmed glasses flying far away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Who allowed her in the kitchen? Hossein's voice was like that of a raging inferno from the depths of hell, filled with a destructive fury. If the kitchen exploded, so be it. If Jiao Jiao and my baby were frightened, do you think your old life could pay for it? All the servants fell to their knees in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Stefan covered his swollen face, his worldview shattering into pieces in that moment. He finally understood. On this heavily guarded island, there were no rules of the Hua family matriarch. Shun Jiao was the only rule. From that day on, the atmosphere of the island completely changed. There was no such thing as the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty, nor was there any cruel imprisonment or forced love. That cold-blooded half-blood tyrant completely tore off the label, transforming into the head of a perfect gentleman's class. He unhesitatingly canceled hundreds of billions worth of overseas meetings every day. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a thick book of maternity care encyclopedia, he sat by the bed taking meticulous notes page by page. In order to prevent Shun Jiao from getting bored and blowing up the kitchen again, he even personally tied on an apron clumsily peeling shrimp and stewing bird's nest in the newly renovated kitchen. This extreme pampering made Shun Jiao increasingly radiant and more uncontrollable. However, this shamelessly peaceful time on the island lasted only a few days. That afternoon, Shun Jiao was lying on a beach chair, sipping juice freshly squeezed by Hossein. The piercing highest-level combat air defense alarm suddenly tore through the tranquility of the island like a blade. On the giant screen in the island's control room, radar flashed red frantically. Several heavy fighter jets bearing the ancient emblem of the Hua family from Europe were forcefully breaking through the island's outer defenses in a completely reckless manner, menacingly approaching. The piercing sound of an air raid siren suddenly shattered the tranquility above the island. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling window, several black heavy bombers emblazoned with the ancient emblem of the Hua family arrogantly circled at low altitude. The fierce winds whipped up the sea waves, and the island's defense system was fully activated in an instant. The tenderness in Hossein's eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling ferocity. He casually pulled on a pure black trench coat, his long fingers swiftly fastening the holster at his waist. Stay here obediently no matter what happens outside, do not come out. Hossein lowered his head and placed a soothing kiss on Shun Jiao's forehead. In his profound black eyes a fierce, murderous aura churned. Those old bastards in the family are tired of living. I will handle this and be back soon. Watching the man stride away, Shun Jiao touched her prominently rounded belly, lost in thought. However, Hossein had barely left for 10 minutes. The thick bulletproof glass door of the VIP lounge was suddenly pushed open forcefully from the outside, accompanied by a chaotic and heavy sound of footsteps. An elderly European man leaning on a pure gold dragon-head cane and with a full head of silver hair, yet still vigorous, walked in with a group of elite mercenaries, his expression as cold as water. It was none other than the current highest authority of the Hua family, Hossein's paternal grandfather, Old Master Hua. Although he was aged, the oppressive aura of a century-old wealthy family was heavy enough to take one's breath away. His murky yet sharp eyes scanned Shun Jiao coldly, as if examining a cheap commodity. Finally, his gaze settled on her remarkably large pregnant belly. You are the Oriental woman who has bewitched Sion to the point of even going to war with the family. The old man's Chinese was very rough, his tone filled with undisguised disdain and superiority. Shun Jiao leaned against the soft leather sofa, not even changing her posture. She leisurely swallowed the cherry in her mouth and pulled out a wet wipe to clean her fingertips. Elder breaking into someone's home is against the law. Shun Jiao smiled at him. Even if you are Huaxian's grandfather, you should understand some manners, right? Impudent. A European butler accompanying the old man sharply reprimanded. How dare you speak to the family head like that? Old Master Hua raised his hand to stop his subordinate. He stepped forward to stand before Shun Jiao, looking down at her from above with an icy gaze. The Shin family is bankrupt. You are merely a destitute heiress with no way out. With such a lowly bloodline, you are utterly unqualified to step into our Hua family's door, let alone become the matriarch of the Hua family. The old man heavily tapped the marble floor with his dragon head cane, producing a dull sound. Cyan is currently merely captivated by your face and the child in your belly. Once the novelty wears off, you won't even qualify as a concubine. Shun Jiao listened to this classic rich family's dismissal speech, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. This old man must have copied his lines directly from ancient domineering CEO novels. Seeing Shun Jiao remain silent, the old man assumed she was intimidated by his authority. He snorted coldly and pulled out a checkbook emblazoned with the secret emblem of a Swiss bank from his inner pocket. An assistant quickly handed him a customized Montblanc pen. The old man swiftly signed his name on the check, then arrogantly tore off that page. Smack! The lightweight check was disdainfully slapped onto the crystal coffee table in front of Shun Jiao. Here is 1 billion euros. The old man looked at Shun Jiao as if she were a beggar, his tone filled with condescension. Give birth to the child, leave the Hua family's bloodline, and take this money to completely roll out of Xian's world. For the rest of your life, do not appear before him again. 1 billion euros. Converted to RMB, that was a terrifying sum that could drive any ordinary person insane and even make a medium-sized country envious. The old man crossed his hands on the cane, confidently waiting. He had seen too many vain women. In the face of absolute wealth, what love and dignity were all became laughable jokes. He was certain that Shun Jiao would gratefully pick up the check and then leave in disgrace. However, the anticipated scene of tears did not occur. The expected ecstasy and greed also failed to appear. Shun Jiao merely yawned lazily and slightly straightened her posture. She extended her 2 long fair fingers and gently pinched the billion-euro check as if it were a piece of garbage. 10,000, 10,000. Shun Jiao actually began to slowly count the zeros on the check in front of the old man. After finishing counting, she hesitantly dug at her ears. Then she raised her head and looked at old Master Hua with a disdainful expression, as if she were looking at a pauper. Old man, you flew all the way from Europe and forcibly broke into my territory just to deliver this 1 billion. Shun Jiao clicked her tongue and casually tossed the check back onto the coffee table like it was scrap paper. Is this all there is to the Hua family's century-old wealth? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Old Master Hua was stunned. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had seen all kinds of storms. But he had never seen anyone dare to refer to 1 billion euros as dismissal of a beggar. You are simply outrageous. The old man, infuriated, trembled with rage, pointing his cane at Shun Jiao. You think it's too little, eh? As a woman from a bankrupt family, have you ever seen what 1 billion looks like? I actually have. Shun Jiao scoffed and directly pulled over the pure black, customized alien laptop on the coffee table. Today I will let you, an old fossil, open your eyes. Her fair fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard, even leaving trails of afterimages. 3 seconds. It took only 3 seconds. The disguise of the entertainment interface on the computer screen vanished, replaced by dense, wildly oscillating streams of green data. The top international hacker and a premier financial operator on Wall Street was instantly logged in. During the months she was in hiding, Shun Jiao was not merely a wealthy woman enjoying life. She used the startup funds extorted from her blood-sucking relatives and the black card Huaxian had once given her to short several rival conglomerates in the international financial market. The numbers in the capital pool had already multiplied countless times like a rolling snowball. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in the spacious lounge. Shun Jiao decisively hit the enter key and turned the computer screen 180 degrees, thrusting it in front of old Master Hua's face. On the screen was a freshly generated transfer voucher stamped with the highest electronic seal of the International Union Bank. The numbers on it were dazzling enough to make one dizzy. 200 billion. And all of it was liquid offshore cash that could be accessed at any time. Old Master Hua's pupils suddenly constricted, his murky eyes fixed on the screen, almost bulging out of their sockets. This is impossible. The old man exclaimed in shock, his voice faltering. How could a discarded child of the Shun family possibly have such a terrifying cash flow? Even for a century-old conglomerate like the Hua family, most assets are fixed industries and stocks. To take out 200 billion in cash at once would definitely be a major upheaval. And this woman, she casually threw out 200 billion. Shen Jiao crossed her arms looking down at the astonished old man, her red lips curling into a powerfully disdainful smile. The attributes of a protective wife erupted fully at this moment. Did you see clearly, old man? Shen Jiao pointed sharply at the number on the screen. This 200 billion is the money I bought your grandson with. From now on, Huasyan belongs to me. In life he is mine, in death he is still mine. She picked up that 1 billion check on the table and ripped it to shreds with a swift motion. Like snowflakes, it rained down heavily onto old Master Hu's face. Old man, take your money and go. Shen Jiao pointed towards the lounge's door, radiating an aura so powerful that it rivaled Huasyan's. The door is over there, no need to see you off. If you dare to bother our family of four again, I will short your entire European headquarters tomorrow. An unrelenting slap in the face. Old Master Hu was bombarded by the flurries of shredded paper raining down on him. He felt a wave of metallic sweetness surge up his throat. You. The old man pointed at Shen Jiao, his finger trembling violently. His blood pressure skyrocketed in that instant. He suddenly clutched his heart, his face turning a deep purple, his eyes rolling back as he nearly collapsed. Master, what's wrong? The surrounding bodyguards and butlers, horrified, rushed forward to support the swaying old man, frantically rummaging for heart-saving pills. Shen Jiao coldly watched this chaotic scene, disdainfully curling her lips. With this level of psychological endurance, they dared to throw checks at people. She reached out her hand, just about to press the call button on the table to summon the island's guard troops to drive these trash out. However, at the moment her fingertip was about to touch the button, an extremely sharp pain suddenly pierced from deep within her abdomen, as if her body was being torn apart. Ugh! Shen Jiao cried out in pain, her strength instantly drained, heavily collapsing back onto the sofa. Beads of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. She clutched her prominently rounded belly tightly, her face turning as pale as paper in an instant. A warm liquid surged uncontrollably down her inner thighs. Shen Jiao stared wide-eyed in terror. Her amniotic fluid had broken. Crimson blood mingled with warm amniotic fluid, instantly staining the reception room's pristine white Persian carpet. Pain. Shen Jiao clutched the leather sofa's armrest so hard that her knuckles blanched to a ghastly white. She gasped for air in ragged bursts, beads of sweat soaking the damp strands at her temples. This sudden calamity cast the entire top-tier reception hall into a deathly silence. The old man, who a moment before had been trading barbs with Shen Jiao and nearly had a fit from anger, now stood frozen in place. He looked at the woman curled in pain on the sofa and at that searing red stain. The head of a century-old financial empire, for the first time in his life, was thrown into panic. What are you waiting for? Call a doctor. Get the medical team here at once. Waving his dragon head cane, he roared hysterically at the stunned bodyguards and butlers. If my great-grandson suffers the slightest harm, you will all pay with your lives. The island's highest-level medical red alert sounded instantly. In less than a minute, the island's premier royal obstetrics team barreled into the reception, pushing a mobile sterile unit like a Madam is in premature labor. Critical condition. Immediately transfer to the underground sterile delivery suite. Shen Jiao was hoisted onto a stretcher by a dozen frantic hands. Violent contractions crashed over her like tsunamis, shredding her nerves. Her body convulsed in agony. She bit down on her bloodless lower lip and on the verge of losing consciousness clung to the chief surgeon's sleeve. Notify Huasyan. Meanwhile, 30 nautical miles from the island, in the storm-riven clouds, a fierce aerial engagement had just ended. Several intruding family fighters shot down. Inside a matte black heavy fighter scarred with scrapes and bullet pocks, Huasyan gripped the control stick with one hand. The murderous intent in his eyes had not yet faded. At that moment, the fighter's comms were abruptly hijacked by the island control's highest emergency channel. Sir, Madam has a sudden premature labor and massive hemorrhaging. She's in the sterile delivery suite. Boom. It was as if a million-ton bomb detonated inside Huasyan's skull. Those deep, merciless black eyes narrowed in an instant, and a web of scarlet rage crawled through his gaze. Jiajiao, my Jiajiao, clear the airspace, clear the whole line for me. Huasyan let out a hoarse roar like a cornered beast. He shoved the throttle to its absolute limit. The black fighter screamed under the strain, belching eerie blue flames from its exhaust. Disregarding every rule of flight safety, it tore through the raging storm at a near-suicidal speed, racing toward the island. 10 minutes later, without waiting for the runway to be cleared, the fighter executed a forced landing on the tarmac. Inertia sparked blinding flares along its belly, burning rubber filled the air. Before the hatch could fully open, Huasyan had already hurled himself out. He bore the wounds of aerial combat. His jet-black coat was soaked with the enemy's blood and his own wounds. The metallic stench of blood was yet he seemed oblivious to pain. His long legs pumped like a maddened beast's as he sprinted toward the underground sterile delivery suite. Bang! A deafening crash. The 10-centimeter thick bulletproof glass door of the hospital corridor splintered into a spiderweb of cracks from Huasai's kick. On the second blow, the glass shattered, shards scattering across the floor. Jiajiao. Huasai barreled into the corridor, drenched in blood. Like a lunatic, he surged toward the sterile operating room, bathed in red light. Sir, you can't. You're contaminated. There's blood and gunpowder on you. Several assistant surgeons, pale with fright, threw themselves in his path to stop him. Move. Get out of my way. Huasai's fury snapped beyond control. He kicked the guard aside and snatched the pistol from his hip. The cold muzzle pressed against the chief surgeon's forehead. The doctor had just stepped out carrying a plasma bag. How is she? Huasai demanded. Tell me. His eyes were so bloodshot they seemed to bleed, exuding a tangible, murderous aura. If anything happens to her, I will drag the entire medical team and the European branch of our family down with her. Do you understand? The chief surgeon trembled under the gun and could not form a coherent reply. Then, through the thick sterile glass, came Shun Jiao's unbearably suppressed primal scream. Oh! That cry, sharper than the keenest blade, tore through Huasai's heart. The gun in his hand clattered to the floor. He lunged to the glass, pressing both hands hard against it, peering through the transparent barrier at the woman drenched in sweat, racked by pain. Jiajiao, don't be afraid, I'm here, your husband is here. Huasai's voice was raw and broken. The ruthless, globe-commanding mixed-blood tycoon suddenly went weak at the knees. He slid down the cold glass and sank to his knees. Scalding tears streaked down his face, mingling with the blood that sullied his skin. He wept, like a mad dog stripped of shelter in a storm. Pressing his forehead to the glass shoulders, shaking violently, utterly debased to the bone. Nearby, Patriarch Hua stood with his cane, staring blankly at the scene. Inside him a tempest rose. He finally understood how absurd and foolish his earlier attempt to drive that woman away with 10 billion had been. To Huasai, that Eastern woman was not a possession. She was his life, his sole salvation and antidote in a mire of madness. If Shun Jiao had not survived, Huasai would have dragged the whole world into hell with him. Time crawled in excruciating slowness. After an interval unknown in length, then, wah! Two clear, vibrant infant cries finally pierced the heavy soundproof door and rang down the corridor. The red light above the delivery room flipped to a comforting green. The operating door opened. Nurses emerged, beaming, each cradling a tiny bundle wrapped in sterile blankets. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, head of the family. It's Dragon and Phoenix twins. Both mother and children are safe. The baby's vitals are perfect. Their genes are exceptional. Patriarch was so exhilarated he flung away his cane, trembled forward to hold his great-grandchildren. But Huasai did not even glance at the two infants who had cost Shun Jiao half her life. He sprang to his feet, shoved past the nurses, and staggered into the blood-scented delivery room. On the delivery, Shun Jiao lay as fragile as translucent paper, her hair plastered to her pale cheek by sweat. Jiajiao. Huasai knelt at her bedside, gingerly clasping her cold hand and burying his face in her. His tears fell in heavy burning drops on the back of her hand. I'm sorry. We will never have children again. Never in this life, he choked. Shun Jiao forced her eyes open and looked at this man who had cried for her with such undignified abandon. She weakly tugged at the corner of her mouth and with a fragile smile brushed his bloodied cheek. Why are you crying? It's so ugly. Outside, Patriarch Hua held the two genetically exemplary great-grandchildren and watched his grandson, who seemed willing to forfeit his life. The old man, who had wielded power his entire life, exhaled a long sigh and finally yielded. From his inner pocket, he produced an ancient black obsidian seal, the symbol of the Hua family's supreme authority. He did not hand the seal to Huasai. With solemn ceremony, he placed it on the tray beside Shun Jiao's bed. From that moment, the resistance of the European Hua clan was shattered. Shun Jiao, once a ruined heiress bereft of options, had not only won the indomitable mixed-blood tycoon, but had seized the absolute reins of the entire Hua family. Time slipped by. 3 years later. City A, the International Airport VIP Lounge. A 3-year-old boy in a bespoke miniature suit and tiny sunglasses stood with one hand in his pocket. He bore a diminutive, cold-faced likeness of Huasai, sharply chiseled features, a fragile-looking mixed-blood doll. With his other hand, he dragged a limited-edition mini-suitcase, a miniature Bluetooth earpiece tucked in his ear. The little boy spoke into the phone with an unnaturally mature, scheming tone. Is the helicopter ready? Today I'm taking mommy away. Keep it clean. Don't let that old whore find out. At a City International Airport, the top VIP waiting hall was completely sealed off by the black-clad bodyguards of the Hua family. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, a strikingly painted pitch-black, private, heavy aircraft was parked. The prominent ancient emblem of the Hua family on the fuselage signified the absolute power of the plane's owner. After a 3-year hiatus, this global sensational family power reshuffle had finally come to a close. Shun Jiao returned to the domestic novice village with her mixed-blood tyrant and two little monsters in a high-profile manner. On the genuine leather sofa in the waiting hall sat a 3-year-old boy dressed in a custom-tailored high-fashion suit. With one hand in his pocket and a limited-edition pair of mini sunglasses perched on his nose, the cold little face that completely replicated Hwaseon's was imbued with an unexpected depth and composure for his age. "Is the helicopter ready?" Hwa Jingchi coldly issued commands into his mini Bluetooth headset with a tone that was both mature and sinister. "Today I'm going to elope with mommy, keep it clean. Don't let that old man with the surname Hwa find out." After hanging up, the 3-year-old prince of the Hwa family smirked wickedly. Hwa Jingchi perfectly inherited his father's top-tier intelligence and the notorious cunning gene. His only ultimate goal in these 3 years of life was to snatch his wife from his biological father. Beside Hwa Jingchi sat a little chubby girl in a pink fluffy skirt with twin ponytails. She was the sister in the fraternal twins, Hwa Yinjiao. The sweet little girl looked like a delicate doll, her skin glowing white with a pair of innocent big eyes blinking adorably. Suddenly, there was a sharp cracking sound that made one's teeth ache. Hwa Yinjiao extended her chubby little hand. Without any tools, she simply used her 2 slender little fingers to crush a hard wild walnut into powder. Moreover, she had just casually slapped her hand. The valued wooden tea table beside her, worth hundreds of thousands, unexpectedly had several deep cracks at the corners. Hwa Yinjiao happily licked the walnut crumbs from the corner of her mouth, swinging her short legs, while quietly watching her brother, causing trouble, her eyes filled with the joy of watching a show. Hwa Jingchi strutted over to Shun Jiao, who was lazily flipping through a fashion magazine. One moment, he was the ruthless little tyrant, and the next he transformed into a caring little darling. He removed his sunglasses, leaped into Shun Jiao's arms, and tilted his innocent-looking pretty face upward. "Mommy," Hwa Jingchi cooed, sweetly rubbing his fluffy head against Shun Jiao's neck. "Daddy is so pitiful, he just received the highest-level red directive from the European headquarters." He blinked his big eyes, his face written with the words, "I am the best. Since Daddy is busy making money to support the family, can I take Mommy to privately book the amusement park today? Let's go ride the carousel and enjoy our 2-person world without that annoying workaholic." Shun Jiao raised her eyebrows, put down the magazine in her hand, and looked at this little troublemaker in her arms with a half-smile. She understood her biological son too well. What hundreds of billions of project loopholes? What highest-level red directive? He must have hacked into Hwaseon's scheduling system again. This trick of deception and fabricating an urgent military situation had been done by him at least 80 times over the past 3 years. "Oh, is that so?" A deep, lazy voice laced with an icy chill suddenly came from the entrance of the VIP hall. Hwa Jingchi's small body stiffened, silently cursing under his breath. The sliding glass door slowly opened. Hwaseon walked in, dressed in a perfectly tailored pure black high-fashion suit, one hand in his pocket, striding in with long legs. 3 years had passed, and the bloody aura around this mixed-blood tyrant had somewhat subsided. However, the terrifying, oppressive aura of one who controlled everything had become even more unfathomable. At this moment, he was looking down at the rebellious son who was trying to run away with his wife. In his deep black eyes, a dangerously dark light flickered. "Hwa Jingchi." Hwaseon sneered, his military boots thudding on the carpet as he approached step by step. "Do you think that the piggy hero Trojan horse you implanted into my core security system is very discreet? Not only did you fabricate a top-level meeting, but you even dared to use a pink pig as a pop-up animation to mock me. Do you really think I'm dead?" Seeing his conspiracy completely exposed, Hwa Jingchi immediately clung to Shun Jiao's neck like a koala refusing to let go. "Mommy, save me. The fascist is going to domestic violence. He's angry and wants to murder his own son." Hwaseon's forehead twitched with veins. This rebellious son. Whenever he couldn't compete for affection, he would start playing this moral kidnapping game. "Stefan," Hwaseon ordered mercilessly. The old butler Stefan, who had been waiting like an invisible man outside, immediately walked in respectfully. 3 years had passed, and Stefan had completely become a top-notch nanny. "Sir, I'm here. Pack this rebellious son up for me, and throw him back to the Hwa family estate in a city, locking him in room 3. Hwaseon didn't waste any words. He reached out his long bony hand, directly grabbing his son's collar, ruthlessly pulling him away from Shun Jiao. "Today write the analects 10 times, alternating between Chinese and English. If you don't finish, no one is allowed to feed you." Hwa Jingchi flailed his short legs in midair, so angry that his tears were about to burst out. "Tyrant, dictator, you're just jealous that Mommy loves me more. Mommy is mine. Just mine. You annoying old man." This phrase, old man, completely hit Hwaseon's sore spot. He was only in his early 30s, at the peak of his physical strength. How could he be old? "Take him away immediately, right now." Hwaseon's face darkened, directly tossing the little troublemaker into Stefan's arms. Stefan skillfully held the wildly struggling little master, bowing at a standard 90 degrees, and then swiftly left the battlefield. Meanwhile, Hwa Yinjiao, watching the scene, elegantly clapped the walnut crumbs off her hands. She waddled over to her father, perfunctorily hugged his leg, then tilted her soft little face upward. "Daddy, don't be angry." After saying that, before Hwasians could feel moved, the sweet little girl had already turned and followed the butler out. She knew the next scene was not suitable for children. The idle onlookers were finally cleared out. In the vast VIP waiting hall, only Hwasians and Shun Jiao remained. The moment the door closed, the mixed-blood tyrant who had just been exuding an aura of intimidation, cold and ruthless, suddenly changed dramatically. His tall and straight body softened, collapsing onto the wide sofa. That fluffy head precisely buried itself in Shun Jiao's embrace. "Jiao Jiao." Hwasian's voice instantly turned weak, even carrying a hint of grievance like a green tea. He covered his solid chest with one hand, his brows furrowed tightly. "It hurts so much in my heart." Shun Jiao almost laughed in anger, rolling her eyes in silence, but her hands still honestly rubbed his black hair. "Mister, why has your Oscar Best Actor trophy been shipped this year? Weren't you just full of energy and imposing when you were about to hit your son?" Hwasian's deeply rubbed against her neck. He greedily inhaled the pure, gentle fragrance emanating from her, which could soothe all his restlessness. Though for the past 3 years his skin hunger had been completely cured by Shun Jiao and had never recurred. He was hopelessly infatuated with her embrace, obsessed with every bit of warmth from her body. This affliction he would rather never be cured for a lifetime. "It really hurts." The man raised his head, his deep, cold black eyes glistening, resembling a large dog that had suffered grievances. "That rebellious son is always trying to take you away from me in every possible way. He makes me so angry that my heart hurts, I can't breathe, my whole body feels cold, and I might faint at any moment." Hwasian's long fingers deftly unfastened the first button of Shun Jiao's silk blouse. His warm, thin lips gently pressed against her fair, alluring collarbone, his voice hoarse and irresistible. "Jiao Jiao, we need to cuddle to feel better. The old doctor said that this kind of ailment requires the deepest treatment." The man's kiss gradually became heated, filled with irresistible dominance and tenderness. Shun Jiao was entangled by him, and found it impossible to resist the little spark in her heart easily ignited. Just as she was about to indulge this increasingly childish and clingy man, the door to the VIP hall was suddenly knocked on in a very unromantic manner. The returning butler Stefan, holding a gilded black invitation, awkwardly walked in. Feeling her husband's almost murderous cold gaze, Stefan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Sir, madam, I apologize for the intrusion." Stefan respectfully handed the invitation to Shun Jiao, his tone carrying a hint of suppressed anger. "Madam, this is an invitation that just arrived. It's for the world's top fashion summit officially held in a city tomorrow. Our Ruan family as one of the invited parties." Stefan paused and gritted his teeth, saying, "The organizers actually arranged your seat next to the storeroom at the very end of the venue. The International Exhibition Center of City A. The massive crystal chandelier on the dome refracts dazzling light, making this globally anticipated fashion summit radiate luxury to the utmost." Shun Jiao, holding her daughter Huan Nianjiao's hand, walked through the banquet hall with a calm demeanor amidst the crowd of elegantly dressed guests. Her gaze casually swept across the venue, finally landing in the most secluded corner. There, next to a storage room and a fire exit, were 2 simple folding chairs. "Mommy, are we sitting here?" Huan Nianjiao, dressed in a high-fashion pink princess dress, blinked her innocent big eyes and curiously pointed at the 2 chairs. Shun Jiao's lips curled into a playful, cold smile. The organizers were quite adept at playing the game of upholding some while stepping on others. In their eyes, the Ruan family's Qipao was merely a new brand that had recently emerged, utterly unworthy of a seat at the main table. Moreover, nearly all the socialites of City A were present at this summit. 3 years ago, Shun Jiao had thoroughly offended them on a cruise. "Oh, I thought who it was. Isn't that Shun Jiao who died without a corpse back then?" A sharp and malicious voice suddenly came from behind. Shun Jiao turned around to see several flamboyantly dressed women approaching, holding champagne flutes with faces full of malice. At the forefront was Lin Yuan, who had been bankrupted by Shun Jiao's schemes at an auction and had been thrown into the sea. Lin Yuan glared at Shun Jiao, her eyes like poisoned knives. "After 3 years, how come you're not dead yet? I see you managed to get in today. You must have spent quite a bit on a scalper ticket, right?" The surrounding socialites immediately laughed in a chorus, chiming in with agreement. "Lin Jia, don't flatter her. Just look at the seat they arranged for her, not even fit for a dog." "Exactly back." Then she flaunted her power, relying on Master Hua. "And now, isn't she just kicked back to her homeland after being bored by Master Hua?" In the limited perspective of these frogs in a well, Shun Jiao's 3-year disappearance surely meant she had lost Master Huasian's favor. A discarded underground lover now, with a burden. What waves could she possibly stir in City A? Facing the raucous celebration of these clowns, Shun Jiao didn't even feel the desire to be angry. All she sensed was noise. "Are you done?" Shun Jiao lazily flicked her long hair, her red lips slightly parted. "If you're done, then get far away. Your cheap perfume scent is bothering my daughter." This statement struck a nerve with Lin Yuan. After going bankrupt, she had finally latched onto a nouveau riche, and everything she wore today was rented. You shameless slut, how dare you be arrogant? Lin Yuan, furious and embarrassed, raised her glass of red wine and splashed it directly at Shen Jiao. She was determined to ruin Shen Jiao's unbranded outfit, making her lose face in front of all the elites in City A. However, Shen Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She merely tilted her body, slightly moving gracefully, as if dancing. The dark red liquid traced a parabolic arc in the air. Splash! The entire glass of red wine splattered completely onto the white dress of another socialite behind Lin Yuan. A piercing scream erupted in the venue. What are you hiding for? Lin Yuan shouted in a fit of rage. Looking at Shen Jiao's calm demeanor, her jealousy gnawed at her reason like a venomous snake. Her gaze shifted and Lin Yuan fixed her eyes on the little girl next to Shen Jiao. Huan Yinjiao, with delicate features like a porcelain doll, exuded a hint of cold arrogance. She resembled that fearsome man. But that was impossible. How could Master Hua let a woman shrouded in secrecy leave a mark? I thought it was some treasure. Lin Yuan sneered, pointing a finger at Huan Yanjiao's nose, viciously cursing. Just a wild child whose father doesn't even know who he is. Exactly, a child born from a promiscuous woman, like you can't be anything good. Bang! A deafening sound abruptly interrupted Lin Yuan's tirade. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in horror, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The 3-year-old little girl had somehow walked over to the side. It was a half-a-man-high solid marble Roman column used for decoration. Huan Yinjiao didn't even exert force, she simply extended her chubby little hand. Gently she slapped the hard marble column. Crack, crack. The painful sound of breaking spread through the air under the gaze of countless horrified. The solid marble Roman column, weighing hundreds of pounds, began to crack with spiderweb-like patterns from where Huan Yanjiao's palm made contact. In the next second, the entire column collapsed with a thunderous roar, turning to a fine powder scattered across the ground. Huan Yinjiao withdrew her little hand and brushed off the dust. She lifted her head and sweetly smiled at Lin Yuan, who was already stunned, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth. Andy, who did you just say was a wild child? Lin Yuan's body stiffened as if a bloody blade was lodged in her throat, unable to utter a single word. She stared at the powder on the ground, her legs uncontrollably trembling violently. What kind of monster is this? Just as the entire venue fell into silence, the heavy pure copper door of the exhibition center, worth a fortune, was violently kicked open from the outside. Bang! The synchronized sound of heavy military boots echoed like a stomp on everyone's hearts. Hundreds of fully armed, menacing black-clad bodyguards surged into the venue like a black tide. They rudely shoved aside any guests blocking their path, forcibly clearing a wide passage. The temperature in the venue suddenly dropped to freezing point. At the end of the 2 rows of imposing bodyguards, Huasai strode forward on the luxurious red carpet, with long legs, walking leisurely. He wore an entirely black designer suit, his gaze deep and cold. The terrifying aura of someone accustomed to power made everyone present breathe carefully. The moment Lin Yuan saw Huasai, her eyes lit up. She thought her savior had arrived and stumbled forward a couple of steps. Master Hua, you've finally returned. This woman. Huasai didn't spare her even a glance. He ignored Lin Yuan and walked straight to Shen Jiao under the gaze of the elite society of City A and countless flashing lights and cameras. This mixed-blood tyrant, who controlled the lifeblood of the global economy, unexpectedly knelt down on one knee without hesitation. He took Shen Jiao's delicate fair hand, bowed his head, and sincerely and affectionately kissed the back of her hand. I'm sorry, Jiao, I'm late. Huasai's voice was deep and hoarse, filled with endless indulgence and affection. He stood up and embraced Shen Jiao, with one arm, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping across the entire room. Finally, he coldly glanced at the 2 ridiculous folding chairs in the corner. Who arranged the seating? Huasai's voice was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The person in charge of the organizers was so frightened that he rolled and crawled out, kneeling on the ground, with his whole body trembling like a leaf. And Master Hua, we didn't know. Didn't know. Huasai sneered like a demon from hell. The seat of the matriarch of the Hua family can only be on the throne. Clear the venue. In 10 minutes, I want to see the center of this venue set up with the best position. The entire audience was shocked. The matriarch of the Hua family. This woman, who had disappeared for 3 years and had been ridiculed as a discarded wife, had unexpectedly become the legitimate matriarch of the Hua family. Lin Yuan's brain completely crashed. She looked at Shen Jiao, who was protected in Huasai's embrace, and then at the terrifying little girl who had shattered the stone with her bare hands. Extreme fear and despair instantly broke through her psychological defenses. Lin Yuan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog on the carpet. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward and dragged her out of the venue like trash. On this central stage cleared by absolute power, the Shun family of three stood under everyone's gaze. However, in the dark corner at the edge of the crowd, a mixed-blood man with slightly curly golden hair resembling Huasai in some way was holding a glass of red wine. He was Huasai's cousin Arthur, the leader of the remnants, who narrowly escaped the European financial rebellion. Arthur's lips curled into a venomous smile as he turned to the person beside him. That was Charles, the chief designer of the international brand, showcasing the finale of the event. Charles arrogantly raised his chin, casting a contemptuous glance at Shun Jiao, who was surrounded by stars. In the dim light, the two exchanged a deeply meaningful look in silence. Arthur swirled the red wine in his glass and downed it in one gulp. The entire security monitoring system of the venue had been fully taken over by his men 5 minutes ago. The lights in the exhibition center's dome suddenly dimmed, leaving only a cold, piercing spotlight shining straight down on the center of the runway. The grand finale show officially began. Standing at the front of the runway was the most prominent guest of the summit, the chief designer of a top luxury brand from France, Charles. He wore an extravagant custom suit, raising his chin like a proud rooster. According to the schedule, the next segment should feature Shun Jiao's ruin-style qipao as a representation of Eastern elements to be showcased alongside him. However, Charles suddenly snatched the microphone from the host. "Stop. Turn off the music," he commanded in a haughty, fluent French, berating the thousands of international media present. "I refuse to share the stage with that so-called Eastern brand." He pointed contemptuously towards Shun Jiao in the audience, his eyes filled with disdain. "Look at those ridiculous fabrics. Look at those outdated moldy embroidery patterns. Such cheap trash doesn't deserve to appear on an internationally top-tier fashion stage. Fashion is a noble art, not the junk you use for play." At this proclamation, the audience erupted in an uproar. The flash of cameras went wild, countless lenses aimed at Shun Jiao. This was not only an insult directed at Shun Jiao personally, but also a blatant trampling of the entire Eastern design aesthetic. Everyone waited to see how the recently acknowledged matriarch of the He family would respond. Shun Jiao stood calmly in the audience, her expression unruffled. She raised her hand to press her invisible communication earpiece, coldly issuing orders. Backstage control room, cut off his microphone and project our main visual background onto the big screen. However, all that came through the earpiece was a harsh static noise. There was no response. The backstage communication system had been deliberately cut off. In the VIP dark room on the second floor, her mixed-blood cousin Arthur was shaking a goblet of red wine. He looked at the military-grade signal jammer, flashing red in front of him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Cut off all her support. I want to see her humiliated like a clown before the world." With the communication cut off, Shun Jiao found herself isolated and helpless. The surrounding socialites and competitors could no longer restrain their malicious whispers. Deserved it. Did she really think she could strut around the international fashion scene just because of Huaye's favor? Charles is a godfather backed by European tycoons. Today her face is as good as lost at her grandmother's house. Countless eyes stealthily glanced at Hua Siyuan sitting in the front row of the VIP seats. Everyone thought this violent mixed-blood tycoon would immediately erupt in anger to defend his woman. But to everyone's surprise, Hua Siyuan lounged lazily against the back of the sofa chair, his long legs crossed. Not only did he show no signs of anger, but he also leisurely peeled a grape and fed it to his daughter. The man's dark eyes were deep as the sea, swirling with a fervor and indulgence that outsiders could not comprehend. He understood his Jiao Jiao too well. His little fox never needed to hide behind him and cry. She would only crush the bones of her enemies inch by inch from the highest point. On the runway, seeing that Shun Jiao remained unmoved, Charles became even more arrogant. "Where are the security guards? Get rid of this cheap trash." Just as the security guards were about to step forward, a very faint, lazy, yet mocking laugh abruptly pierced the silence of the venue. Shun Jiao moved. She didn't bring any models, but stepped onto the obsidian-paved runway alone in 10-centimeter red-soled high heels. She wore a loose, designless, pure white silk outer robe, completely concealing the garments underneath. Shun Jiao picked up a spare microphone, and in an exquisitely pure Parisian aristocratic accent, instantly overshadowed Charles' presence. "Mr. Charles, you know nothing of true art." As her words fell, Shun Jiao lifted her slender finger and grasped the tie at her waist. With a sharp tug, the pure white outer robe slipped off the ground like a discarded cocoon. Hiss! The entire exhibition center erupted in a synchronized gasp. Countless fashion moguls were so excited that they stood directly from their chairs. Under the lights, Shun Jiao wore a breathtakingly beautiful Suzhou embroidery haute couture qipao. It was not ordinary fabric, but the long-lost inch gold inch silk rain silk brocade. On the deep blue background, as dark as the night sky, golden threads split from peacock feathers embroidered in extremely intricate mountains and seas 9 heavens design. Every strand of silk reflected dazzling light. The lifelike phoenix seemed as if it would break free from the confines of the fabric and soar through the dome of the venue at any moment. This was no longer a piece of clothing, but an immeasurable national treasure. Charles' originally arrogant face instantly froze, his pupils violently trembling. As a top designer, he recognized the value and stitching technique of this garment at a glance. This is impossible. Charles screamed in disbelief. This is SS exclusive double-sided blind stitch technique. How could you have stolen SS work? Shen Jiao ignored his hysteria. She raised her left hand, revealing a seemingly ordinary mechanical watch on her wrist. Her slender fingers swiftly tapped 3 times on the watch face. Military-grade signal jammer. Arthur probably didn't know that the underlying logic of that firewall was something Shen Jiao casually wrote 3 years ago. 3 seconds later, all the giant LED screens in the venue flickered simultaneously before going completely black. Following that, there was a loud bang. A burst of burning dark golden flames erupted on all the big screens, transforming into a giant sharp letter, S. That was the exclusive logo of the international mysterious national-style Godfather. The kind of legend that a single design sketch could be auctioned for billions in the European black market, sought after by even the royal family. The international media present went completely wild, flashes of cameras, as bright as day. Shen Jiao stood beneath the enormous golden flame, as her red lips curling into a stunning arc. Steal. Shen Jiao chuckled lightly, her gaze condescending, as if looking at an ant. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Shen Jiao, the founder of Ruin-style Qipao. But in your so-called international circle, they usually like to call me S. The venue fell silent, followed by a tsunami of frenzied screams. Charles staggered back 2 steps, his face as pale as paper. No, I don't believe it. So what if you are S? He continued to struggle, desperately shouting hoarse. Behind me is the largest luxury goods group in all of Europe. You are just an independent designer. How dare you compete with me? Compete? The temperature in Shen Jiao's eyes dropped to freezing point. She casually pulled out an encrypted phone from her handbag, and in front of hundreds of global media dialed an international hotline. The call was almost instantly answered. Notify the Wall Street trading team. Shen Jiao's voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout every corner. In 3 minutes. I want to fully acquire all the shares of the parent company where Charles works. After completing the absolute control, immediately force a delisting. After saying that, she directly hung up the phone and tossed the device to her assistant. Charles was stunned for a moment before bursting into a sharp, ear-piercing laugh. Huh? Are you crazy? Acquiring a $100 billion international group in 3 minutes. Do you think you're God? Shen Jiao crossed her arms, quietly watching him, as if he were a corpse. The entire venue fell into a suffocating silence. Only the huge electronic clock on the wall counted down. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Just as Charles was about to continue mocking, his personal cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang wildly. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the global CEO of the group. Charles' hand trembled slightly as he answered. Mr. President, that crazy woman. Shut up, you idiot. The CEO's voice on the other end was frantic, on the verge of a breakdown. In the last 1.5 minutes, an extremely terrifying, mysterious capital swept up all the scattered shares on the market at double the premium. The group has been maliciously acquired, and the board has been completely purged. Charles, what kind of deity did you anger that you shouldn't have? You've been fired. Your personal brand has been completely canceled. Get out of here now. The phone was ruthlessly hung up, and the busy tone echoed harshly across the empty runway. Thud. The phone slipped from Charles' hand, crashing heavily onto the obsidian floor and shattering into pieces. Charles' legs completely gave way. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, vacanted, trembling all over like a sieve. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, his life's work and the capital he was proud of were effortlessly crushed into ashes by this woman. Shen Jiao looked down at him, her gaze cold. Talent. She had it. Capital. She had more than enough. Want to silence her? She'd better consider her own weight. Thunderous applause erupted in the venue, countless cameras capturing the historic moment of this Eastern Queen's ascension. However, in the darkest corner of the second floor of the venue, Arthur watched Charles collapse on stage, crushing the wine glass in his hand. The crimson wine mixed with blood dripped through his fingers onto the carpet, a shocking sight. His original perfect plan to ruin Shen Jiao had unexpectedly become the stepping stone for her rise to glory. Arthur's face twisted in extreme rage, a flicker of frenzied, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since I can't ruin your reputation, then let them all die? He suddenly pulled out a blood-red remote control from his pocket and pressed the central button with his thumb. Boom. Without warning, the steel blast-proof doors weighing tons surrounding the exhibition center suddenly descended. Immediately after, an extremely piercing and chilling countdown alarm pierced through the earlier cheers, echoing mournfully throughout the entire enclosed venue. The piercing countdown alarm wailed like the Grim Reaper's summons, echoing eerily through the vast empty hall. The Tintin blast-proof steel doors had completely severed all means of escape. The once resplendent exhibition center had instantly transformed into an airtight steel tomb. "Ah, help! The door won't open. Let us out." The elites and dignitaries who had been applauding Shun Jiao moments ago now scrambled frantically like headless flies. They pounded against the cold iron doors in despair to no avail, plunging the scene into utter pandemonium. Just then the glass of the second-floor VIP viewing platform shattered with a thunderous crash. Arthur, wielding a heavy assault rifle and flanked by a squad of fully armed mercenaries, strode out arrogantly. He planted one foot on the railing, looking down upon the crowd as if they were mere ants. "Don't waste your energy," Arthur's voice boomed through the hall's sound system, deafening and twisted with malice. "I've taken full control of the security system here. Not even a fly will escape today." As his words fell, hidden passages around the hall burst open. Hundreds of foreign mercenaries in black masks, armed with heavy weaponry, surged in like a tidal wave. Pitch-black gun barrels mercilessly aimed at every person present, red laser beams weaving into a net of death. "Hossein." Arthur fixed his gaze on the man below, his eyes seething with mad jealousy and murderous intent. "You've clung to the family's leadership for so many years. Today it's time to give it back." He raised the remote control in his hand, its red light flashing, and laughed maniacally. "See those flashing points beneath the stage? Those are C4 explosives capable of leveling this place to the ground. The countdown is only 60 seconds. Today all 4 of your family will die here as my burial sacrifice." Despair ignited the crowd. Some wet themselves in terror, others knelt kowtowing and begging for mercy. Yet at the storm's eye, the 4 members of the Hua family remained eerily calm. Standing on the catwalk, Shen Jiao didn't even furrow her brow. With elegant grace, she bent down, kicked aside a terrified rival, and turned to the bodyguard below. "Stefan, cover your sister's eyes and ears." Shen Jiao's voice was cool, devoid of panic. "Yes, madam." The sweet little girl obediently rested on the butler's shoulder, making a mocking face at Arthur on the second floor. Meanwhile, on the plush leather VIP, the sweet little girl obediently rested on the butler's shoulder, making a mocking face at Arthur on the second floor. Meanwhile, on the plush leather VIP sofa, a 3-year-old boy sat cross-legged. Hua Jingqi adjusted the tiny sunglasses on his nose, his chubby hands holding a modified microcomputer. The rapid clatter of keyboard strokes blurred into a single continuous sound. This terrifying speed was beyond any 3-year-old. "Mommy, I've found it." Without looking up, his childish voice carried a cunning far beyond his years. "These idiots are using a 30-year-old junk defense system. I've forcibly taken over 80% of the main control authority." He slammed his short, plump finger on the enter key, and a string of green code flashed on the screen. "The bomb's physical disarmament program is being overwritten. Need 30 more seconds." Hua Jingqi looked up, a wicked grin spreading across his face, so reminiscent of Hossein. "But the detonator's core terminal is guarded by 5 mercenaries up close. The physical connection can't be broken. Mommy, can you hold them off for 30 seconds? Shun Jiao's lips curled into a casual smirk. She slowly reached down and gripped the heel of her 7-figure red-soled stiletto. With a soft click, she slipped off the heels and tossed them aside. Her fair, slender feet stepped onto the cold obsidian floor. 30 seconds. Shun Jiao flexed her delicate wrists, joints popping crisply. Dealing with these losers, 20 seconds is more than enough. Arthur, watching from the second floor, was stunned for a moment by Shun Jiao's sure-moving act, then burst into hysterical laughter. "What? The great designer planning to kick bullets with your bare feet? Fire. Shoot her legs first." At Arthur's command, the mercenaries nearest the catwalk pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening gunfire erupted, tongues of flame spitting forth. But all bullets missed. In the instant the mercenaries fired, Shun Jiao's figure blurred in place. Too fast. It was beyond human capability. Like a white phantom, she instantly pierced through the hail of bullets. In a single breath, she cut directly into the formation of the 5 mercenaries guarding the detonator terminal. No flashy moves, only pure lethal killing techniques. Crack! Shun Jiao's slender hand shot out, like a viper, precisely locking onto the first mercenary's wrist. Using his own force, she twisted violently, and a sickening snap of bone echoed. The nearly 2-meter-tall brute didn't even have time to scream before his entire right arm hung at a grotesque twisted angle. In the next instant, Shun Jiao delivered a fierce spinning kick, crashing into the second mercenary's temple. The immense force sent him flying, smashing into a nearby champagne tower and sending glass shards scattering. The fourth. Shun Jiao's form wove through the crowd like a dance of violent elegance. With every move came the grating sound of breaking bones. This was no fight, it was a one-sided massacre. 15 seconds, Shun Jiao counted silently. She snatched the combat knife from the 5th mercenary and slammed the hilt into his carotid artery. The last guard collapsed, completely unconscious. 20 seconds. Right on time. The entire exhibition center fell into dead silence, broken only by the countdown on the big screen. Arthur's manic grin froze, his eyes nearly bulging out. He stared in disbelief at the elite mercenaries groaning on the floor, then at Shun Jiao, who stood by the terminal, without even catching her breath. How is this possible? The intel clearly said she was just a fragile woman who relied on her looks. Useless. All of you are useless. Arthur completely lost it. He shoved aside his men and personally aimed a heavy machine gun at Shun Jiao. All of you die. Just as Arthur's finger was about to press the trigger at that critical moment. Boom. The massive multi-million-dollar reinforced glass dome above the exhibition center suddenly shattered without warning. Shards of glass rained down like a diamond shower, refracting the lights. Accompanied by the deafening roar of heavy rotors, over a dozen fully armed Hua family private attack helicopters hovered above the shattered dome like a dark sky-covering cloud. Powerful searchlights shone down, turning the hall bright as day. A tall, straight black figure descended from the sky like a god incarnate. Huaxian had somehow climbed to a high point, gripping a rappelling rope with one hand, landing steadily on the remains of a Roman column. The man's black coat billowed in the fierce wind. His Eurasian face was cold to the extreme, his deep eyes burning with a murderous rage that could destroy worlds. Without even glancing at Arthur, Huaxian raised a heavy anti-material sniper rifle with one hand. No need for aiming. Bang! A deep, terrifying gunshot drowned out all other sounds. Arthur let out a blood-curdling scream. His right knee was blown clean through by the massive bullet, instantly erupting into a mist of blood. The heavy machine gun fell from his hands, and Arthur collapsed heavily to the ground, writhing in agony in a pool of blood. Then a thundering war cry erupted from above the dome. Hundreds of the Hua family's elite shadow mercenaries descended like black lightning. Firepower suppression. Absolute firepower suppression. Arthur's proud forces were like paper toys against this private army, forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They didn't even have a chance to return fire. Within half a minute, all enemy mercenaries were physically subdued, pinned down, and had their limbs broken with rifle butts. The deadly trap that had been laid was utterly obliterated by absolute power. The countdown beeped and stopped at the final 3 seconds. Hua Jingqi closed his microcomputer and let out a satisfied whistle. The crisis was completely over. The hall was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Huaxian casually tossed the scorching sniper rifle to a subordinate. He pulled a clean silk handkerchief from his suit pocket and leisurely wiped a speck of blood from his knuckles. His deep black eyes swept the room, ignoring the carnage and the villains wailing in blood. Huaxian strode on long legs, stepping over the shattered glass, walking towards Shun Jiao, standing by the terminal. Amidst the ruins and swirling smoke, the overbearing half-breed tyrant walked up to her, then knelt. Time seemed to have been fast-forwarded. That kneeling figure amidst the ruins shook the global elite to its core. What drove the world into a frenzy, however, was the unprecedented grand wedding set for 3 months later. Huaxian secretly booked all the global landmark buildings in City A, from the Cross-Sea Bridge to the Twin Towers, creating a path adorned in red for 10 miles. The entire city descended into a grand and extravagant celebration. This wedding perfectly fused the elegance of Eastern aesthetics with the ultimate opulence of Western aristocracy. The Hua family manor was transformed into a dreamlike paradise. Bright red silk satin flowed from the manor's grand entrance all the way to the sacred altar. On either side stood millions of exquisite Bulgarian roses, air freight from Europe. The fragrance of flowers intertwined with the scent of sandalwood, echoing the inextricable destiny of the couple. Shun Jiao stood behind a massive crystal arch, taking a deep breath. Today she wore a wedding dress she personally designed, handcrafted by hundreds of top tailors over 2 months. The upper half was a form-fitting sky blue silk cheongsam, with a stand collar accentuating her graceful curves. The lower half consisted of layers of Western-style, trailing white tulle embedded with nearly 10,000 diamond chips. "Mummy, you look so beautiful today." A sweet voice came from below. Hua Yinjiao, dressed in a custom red cheongsam, was holding a small basket filled with rose petals. She tilted her chubby little face, her big eyes sparkling with amazement. Today the little sweet girl played the role of the flower girl, her 2 little pigtails swaying as she moved. Behind Shun Jiao stood 3-year-old Hua Jingqi, dressed in a tailored little suit. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, which were meant to enhance his cool appearance. Although his little face was etched with displeasure and reluctance, his chubby little hands obediently held up his mother's long wedding train. "So troublesome," Hua Jingqi sighed like an old man, mumbling. "Dad is such a child, making such a fuss over a wedding. It's a complete waste of my coding time." Shun Jiao couldn't help but laugh at her son's antics, her tense emotions easing significantly. As the solemn yet romantic wedding march began to play, the crystal doors slowly opened. At the end of the red carpet stood the mixed-blood tyrant who struck fear into the global capital market. Hossein was dressed in a pure black haute couture tuxedo with a striking red rose pinned to his chest. His deep, chiseled features looked godlike under the lights. His usually fierce and chaotic black eyes were now filled with an overwhelming tenderness and obsession. Shen Jiao held up her long skirt, stepping towards him in her crystal shoes. Huan Yinjiao joyfully scattered petals ahead, while Hu Jingqi trudged behind, struggling to carry the train. The four of them together painted a beautiful scene that made it hard to breathe. When Shen Jiao's hand was firmly grasped by Huaxian's large hand, calloused yet gentle. Surprisingly, a thin layer of sweat appeared in Huaxian's palm. This man, who usually faced gunfire and explosions without flinching, was actually nervous at this moment. Jiao Jiao, Huaxian's low voice echoed through the microphone, trembling slightly. I have finally completely captured you. The moment for exchanging rings arrived. Steward Stefan respectfully presented a tray. To everyone's surprise, the tray contained no luxury car keys, no property deeds, nor 100 billion checks. Only a small black device the size of a remote control. The guests held their breath, exchanging glances. Huaxian picked up the device and gently pressed the red button. Whoosh! The lighting in the entire outdoor venue instantly went dark, plunging it into darkness. In the next moment, countless blue beams shot up into the sky from all directions. The holographic projection technology was activated in an instant. The originally pitch-black night sky suddenly erupted into dazzling brilliance. Countless twinkling stars gathered and flowed in the void above everyone's heads, eventually forming a vast and boundless star system. The reflection of the starlight fell into Shen Jiao's astonished eyes. Mr. Hua, this is... Shen Jiao covered her lips. Huaxian wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, while pointing to the starry sea above. This is a recently discovered exoplanetary system in the Canes Fanatici constellation by NASA. His deep voice sounded particularly solemn beneath the vast starlight. I have purchased the exclusive naming rights to it. On the enormous holographic screen, the brilliant star system's center slowly revealed several glowing English letters. Jiao's Galaxy. The crowd erupted into thunderous gasps and applause. Using a star system as a wedding gift was the epitome of romance, achievable only by wealth and power. Huaxian lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. Their breaths mingled in a warm and tender embrace. As long as the universe exists, my love for you is eternal. He spoke each word deliberately, as if reciting the most sincere vow. Jiao Jiao, you are my universe. Shen Jiao's tears burst forth, disregarding her expensive makeup as she stood on her tiptoes and kissed the man's thin lips. All calculations, escapes, and struggles transformed beneath this starlight into bonds that would last for eternity. The splendor faded and the night deepened. On the wedding night, the massive bed was covered in thick rose petals. Shen Jiao was so exhausted that she felt like her bones were falling apart, collapsing in a starfish position on the soft bed. I can't take it anymore, my back is going to break. She kicked off her high heels, not wanting to move even a finger. Mr. Hua, I want to sleep right now, immediately. The bathroom door swung open. Huaxian was only wearing a thin black shirt with 3 buttons undone at the collar. Water droplets dripped down his chiseled jawline, sliding over his attractive Adam's apple and disappearing into the depths of his shirt. He strode to the bedside, looking down at the delicate woman sprawled on the bed like a sacrificial offering. The suppressed madness and desire in his eyes finally erupted. Thirsty skin was clamoring and primal instincts boiled over. Huaxian leisurely loosened his tie. The black silk tie twisted around his long fingers, producing a dangerous friction sound. He leaned down, his arms propping up on either side of Shen Jiao's ears, completely trapping her in his shadow. The rich scent of sandalwood instantly enveloped all of Shen Jiao's senses. Sleep. Huaxian's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, brimming with a morbid obsession. On our wedding night, Mrs. Hua plans to leave me and sleep alone. The man's large hand gripped her tiny waist, pulling her fiercely into his embrace. The two of them were pressed tightly together, fitting perfectly. Through the thin fabric, Shen Jiao could clearly feel his scorching body temperature and powerful heartbeat. Shen Jiao's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushed. She extended her slender finger, pressing against his broad chest, playfully pushing him away. Mr. Hua, what happened to the restraint we agreed on? The doctor said you need to take it slow with this illness. It's already in the terminal stage, or it can't be cured. Huaxian seized her mischievous little hand, pressing it against the pillow above her head. He lowered his head, his hot breath spraying against her neck, causing her to shiver. A punishing light bite landed on her sensitive collarbone. Are you a dog? You just bite people. Shen Jiao let out a soft gasp, her eyes misting with physiological blush. Huaxian raised his head, his black eyes like an unfathomable whirlpool ready to swallow her along with her soul. He kissed her soft lips, consuming all her resistance. It was an aggressive, domineering kiss that made it hard. After a long time, just as Shen Jiao was about to run out of breath, he slightly pulled away. His long fingers lingered on her swollen lips, which had been kissed red. Hossein held her waist tightly, leaving no space between them, his low voice sounding particularly seductive and domineering in the quiet night. Jiao Jiao, after teasing me in this life, and the next you won't be able to escape. Outside the window, the night breeze brushed over the sea, stirring up layers of gentle ripples. In front of the half-draped floor-to-ceiling window, the sheer curtains swayed with the wind, concealing the room's spring colors and allure. The scattered heavy wedding dress and black suit quietly intertwined under the bright moonlight.